Chapter 1. Hideous 1. Mom, that man's face is scary. The person the child inside the convenience store was referring to stood in front of the counter. He was certainly unusual. His face was tightly covered with a black cap and mask. However, the parts that weren't covered stood out: his jaw, neck area, and the sides of both ears. His skin was severely red, uneven, and covered in deep scars. His slightly misshapen ears were no exception. The man looked at the child. Swish. His gaze was chilling. His entire presence exuded a gloomy aura. If someone were to see him late at night, they would be startled for sure. Because of that, the child's mother flinched and quickly pulled the child's hand. Shoo, come here. The two hurriedly left the convenience store. The man, who stood still, stared at the door where the child had exited. Was it his eerie presence? It seemed like he was about to do something, but that wasn't his intention. Did I stare too much? Maybe I should have just waved. The man, who had momentarily stopped moving, slowly stepped forward toward the counter. He was there to pay. The items he placed down included ramen, kimchi, and other essentials. He spoke. Please ring these up. His voice was deep and gloomy. The cashier, seemingly intimidated, stole nervous glances at the man while scanning the items. Beep, beep. The eerie man packed his purchases into a plastic bag and left the convenience store. Soon, he checked the watch. Strapped to his wrist, a second-hand smartwatch he had recently bought, something he had wanted for a long time. Monday, June 1st, 2020. PM 8:16. Letting out a low, profound sigh, the man roughly wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead. The cap and mask only made the heat worse. Phew, this damned summer. Though he could tolerate the heat and humidity, having fewer ways to cover himself was uncomfortable. In winter, he could wrap himself up with winter gear, but his face was another matter. The man scratched his exposed jaw and ear outside the mask. TSK, so itchy. Every summer, his entire face would become itchy and irritated. That was another problem. Entering a narrow alleyway, he unlocked the door to his dimly lit semi-basement studio, a place just as gloomy as he was. His home. The location was near Gahung Station in Yongin. Though the interior was small and dark, it was surprisingly tidy, and a pleasant scent lingered in the air. As soon as he arrived, the man took off his cap and mask and headed straight for the bathroom. Swoosh. He splashed his face with cold water. Nothing worked better when his face was stinging or itchy. The man lifted his face, water dripping from his skin, and stared into the mirror. His heavy, emotionless expression turned into a sorrowful gaze. Over 80% of his face was covered in scars, red, bumpy, or deeply wrinkled. His lips and ears were oddly misshapen, and his eyebrows were non-existent. His hair had thinned significantly. Hideous. When will my hair stop falling out? His name was Kong Rojin. He was 24 years old. His face became like this because of a fire. About 3 years ago, a fire started from a neighbor's portable heater and quickly consumed everything. His parents. His life. Kong Rojin survived miraculously, but his parents did not. Even if I'm a monster, I'd at least like a full head of hair. With such a hideous, monstrous face, Kong Rojin no longer felt like he was truly living. 2 years as a monster, with no hope, only resentment. Naturally, he lost connections with people, spoke less, and became gloomier. The longer he was alone, the more his eerie aura intensified. Whatever, let's just eat ramen and go to sleep. After carefully wiping his face, Rojin put water on the stove for his ramen. For quite some time, he had been going to a nearby labor office every early morning. After recovering from the fire, he had tried to find various jobs, but it was impossible. People either looked at his hideous face with discomfort or, in worse cases, ignored him completely or even told him to get lost. In an instant, the world became hell for Kong Rojin, and the difficulty level of his life skyrocketed. In the end, he was surviving on the insurance payout and labor jobs. At least, Rojin was managing to work somehow. He placed the roughly cooked ramen on the small folding table. Mealtime was done in 10 minutes. 30 minutes later, after washing up, Rojin lay down but kept tossing and turning. His face was too itchy for him to fall asleep. Letting out a small sigh, he turned onto his side and switched on the TV. A boy group was performing on a music show. Rojin silently watched them for a while. They sparkled. He muttered in a dim, sincere tone. I'm jealous. A few hours later, at dawn. Was it around 5 a.m.? Before heading out, Kong Rojin covered his face with a cap and mask. His eerie aura multiplied. He arrived first at the labor office near his house. The stern-looking boss, who seemed familiar with him, spoke in a rough tone. There might not be work today. That's fine. Just wait and see. About 30 minutes later, the labor office began to fill up. Most of the workers were foreigners. Among them, only 2 were Korean, including Rojin. Since there was a lot of competition, there were plenty of days when he didn't get picked. But today, hey you, get going. Maybe because he was young, or maybe because of his face, the stern boss always prioritized Rojin. Kong Rojin boarded the waiting van outside. Inside, the other workers flinched when they saw him. Some avoided eye contact, while others awkwardly stared out the window. The van departed, regardless. The job changed daily. Today's task was at an apartment construction site. Rojin was satisfied. The daily wage is high, and they provide good meals. Not a bad start to the day. After spending time on training and preparation, his first task was moving materials. He carried heavy sacks and stacked them on the assigned floors. Sweat streamed down his face, making it sting and itch, but when he worked, his mind was blissfully empty. He was competent at his job, so much so that even his co-workers praised him. That eerie guy works damn well, though. Then lunchtime. Though he was hungry, it was an uncomfortable time. He had to remove his mask to eat. As expected, people gave him strange looks. He was used to this, but the occasional murmurs still stabbed at his heart. Damn, that guy's life is completely ruined. Kong Rojin, sinking into extreme gloom, lifted his head. The murmuring workers hastily dropped their gazes. His eerie presence had intensified. Let's just eat quickly and leave. After finishing his meal, Kong Rojin climbed to the apartment rooftop. As if it were routine, he spread out a thick piece of styrofoam, taller than a person, on the ground and lay down on top of it. It was unbearably hot, but the sky was clear. Finally free from his cap and mask, Rojin took a deep breath in and exhaled. Then, suddenly, swish. He sat up and approached the edge of the rooftop. Tiny, ant-like people moved below. Watching them intently, he murmured in a low voice. If I fall, will I get to be reborn? At that moment, a sharp sting pricked his wrist. Startled, he removed his smartwatch. What the hell? Nothing seemed wrong. Tilting his head in confusion, he glanced down at the dizzying height once more, then let out a small chuckle. Lying back down on the styrofoam, he closed his eyes and muttered, as if I'd be reborn. I'd just end up a splatter on the ground. Later, after finishing work, Kong Rojin returned to his semi-basement home. His entire body ached, but he didn't feel bad. He had worked, and he had gotten paid decently. After a quick shower, he plopped down on the floor and turned on the TV. Then, glancing at his phone, he mumbled to himself, haven't had Chinese food in a while. At that moment, Kong Rojin noticed something strange. There was an unfamiliar app installed on his phone. What's this? The icon had the word AI prominently displayed. The app's name was AI Simulation. Rojin furrowed his brows in confusion. AI Simulation? I never installed this crap. He tapped on the AI Simulation app. The app launched. A spinning loading circle appeared briefly before white text appeared on a black screen. A character will be automatically generated through user analysis. User, Kong Rojin age, 24/height, 182.8 centimeters. Kong Rojin's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't entered anything, yet the correct details appeared on their own. His name, age, even his exact height, it was all accurate. What the hell? Is this a game? Instead of answering, the app displayed another message. Select a profession for the simulation. Rojin furrowed his brows even more. A profession? What profession? His phone screen instantly filled with an extensive list of careers. From specialized jobs like doctors and lawyers to self-employed professions and writers, there were too many to check one by one. Skimming through, Rojin's thumb suddenly stopped on one job. Idol. He recalled the shining boy group he had seen the night before. Feeling envious and without much thought, he selected Idol. The screen changed. You have selected the profession Idol. Proceed with character appearance customization. Now, It was asking him to customize his appearance. Letting out a gloomy sigh, Rojan's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The reason was simple. My face. His exact face was displayed on the screen. The scars, the red and bumpy skin, the slightly misshapen ears and lips, it was all identical. Startled, Rojan recalled the RPG games he had played in the past. The character creation screen where you customize the face and body in the beginning. It was just like that. Except it was in 3D, modeled entirely after Kong Rojan's own face. Wow, this quality is insane. How was this even possible? He hadn't uploaded a picture, yet it had recreated him so perfectly. Fascinated, Rojan moved the 3D model of his face on the screen. It rotated smoothly, even showing the back of his head, where his thinning hair was evident. It looked like he had lost even more hair. At that moment, another message popped up. Confirm your desired appearance customization and press confirm. On the right side of the phone screen, various buttons appeared. Face shape, skin tone, eyes, nose, mouth, eyebrows, everything. In other words, he could change his appearance however he wanted. Kong Rojan, now fully intrigued, reached for the first option. Let's get rid of these scars first. The burn marks on his face. He adjusted his skin tone to remove the redness and smoothed out the rough, bumpy scars. In an instant, a clean and clear version of Kong Rojan appeared on the screen. It was just an app, but his mood lifted dramatically. Okay, next what else? Obviously, a full head of hair. But he wasn't satisfied yet. Next, he thickened his hair and shaped his eyebrows. Then he refined his face shape, eyes, nose, and mouth. He focused on defining the so-called T-zone to make his features more striking. He even referenced the handsome men on the TV screen for inspiration. After about an hour, done, the final result appeared. The face displayed on his phone screen was still Kong Rojan, but also not. Clear, flawless skin, thick, healthy hair, bright eyes with sharp, alluring contours, a well-defined nose and proportionate lips, no longer deformed. Naturally, he added eyebrows, long, bold, and perfectly shaped. A ridiculously handsome man was born. At this level, he wasn't just handsome, he was a different kind of monster, one that could disrupt the hierarchy of good-looking people. The new monster, Kong Rojan, smirked eerily. Ha ha ha. The last thing to set was his voice. There were multiple voice tones to choose from, but for some reason, Rojan decided to keep his own. My voice is fine. I'll leave it as is. He pressed the confirm button. At that moment, a sharp sensation tingled on his wrist again. What the hell? It had happened earlier at lunch too. Confused, Rojan removed his smartwatch. The moment he did, the AI simulation app displayed a message. Connection error. Frowning, Rojan put the smartwatch back on. This time, a different message appeared. Connection stable. Curious, he repeated the process, taking the smartwatch off and putting it back on. The app displayed the same messages again. So, I have to keep wearing the watch for this to work, huh? Whatever it was, the phone screen once again displayed loading, with a spinning circle. It only lasted a moment before the AI simulation app generated a result. Analysis complete. Application will take approximately 8 hours and 11 minutes. 8 hours and 11 minutes? He had no idea what was being applied, but creating a single character taking over 8 hours? His excitement quickly faded. Annoyed, Kong Rojan closed the AI simulation app and casually tossed his phone aside. Who the hell plays a game where character creation takes 8 hours? Sprawled out on the floor, he stared up at the ceiling. Right now, his mind was completely occupied with the god-tier face he had customized, so stunning that even the most handsome men would bow before it. Honestly, that was kind of fun for a moment. The next morning, lying flat on the floor, Kong Rojan suddenly snapped his eyes open. Did I just sleep like this? His memory of how he fell asleep was hazy. Sure, he had been tired, but it felt more like he had been knocked out, like anesthesia had put him under. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the smartwatch on his wrist. It was already past 8 a.m. Shit. For the first time in a long while, he had overslept. He should consider today's work gone. Clicking his tongue, Kong Rojan decided to just take the day off. Might as well make the most of it. Stretching with a yawn, he got up and cracked his neck side to side. Then, he stepped into the bathroom to wash up. Without much thought, he turned on the faucet and glanced at the mirror, only to freeze on the spot. Huh. As if broken, he stared at his reflection, unmoving. For about 10 seconds, he remained completely still. Finally, with a shaky right hand, he reached up and, "Who the hell is this?" He stretched both cheeks, pressed his nose, touched his eyebrows, and pulled his ears. Thinking it might be a dream, he even slapped his own face. But the reflection didn't change. Kong Rojin's eyes widened even more, until they felt like they might pop out of his skull. And honestly, his reaction made sense. Because in the mirror, the exact face he had customized the night before was staring back at him. This face, the one I created yesterday. A ridiculously, insanely handsome man was looking right at him. What the hell is this? His brain practically short-circuited from the shock. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at the stunning face in the mirror. Then, bam, he bolted out of the bathroom. Desperately, he grabbed his phone and quickly opened the AI simulation app, the same one that had mysteriously installed itself yesterday. And then, his eyes grew even wider, several times over. On the main screen of the opened AI simulation app, "What is this? Is that me?" Because another Kong Rojin was standing there. Chapter 2, Hideous 2. Overnight, Kong Rojin transformed from a hideous monster into someone for whom even the term super handsome felt inadequate. His face now appeared on the main screen of the AI simulation app on his phone. A character version of Kong Rojin. Rojin was bewildered by the app's completely different appearance compared to yesterday. Given that his brain was already malfunctioning, this only made things worse. On his phone screen, a background depicting a modest one-room apartment was visible, with his character standing in the center, and several buttons arranged around it. As expected, the Kong Rojin character. It looks exactly the same. It had the same face as his transformed one. The customized face had been applied both in reality and to the character. As Rojin stared down at his character for a moment, his gaze shifted. Swish. He checked the buttons surrounding the character. The buttons had words inscribed on them. What is this? Is this really a life simulation? Some kind of game? If it were just the app, he might have been able to ignore it somehow. But his real face had changed to match what he had created, making this undeniably insane. Rojin tousled his hair with both hands. His thick black hair swayed smoothly. Having thick hair feels fucking amazing. If he still had his hideous face, his tone would have sounded eerie. But now, it was distinctly different. Without realizing it, Rojin chuckled and stepped into the bathroom again to look at his face. A face that had transcended the human realm, belonging to the celestial world. Kong Rojin murmured softly, "I'm fucking handsome." Gradually, his laughter deepened. The situation was absurd. It made no sense. But so what? Who cares? He wasn't that hideous monster anymore. In an instant, exhilaration, joy, and similar emotions surged within Kong Rojin, igniting a long-extinguished hope and passion. "I feel like I can do anything. Really anything." Rojin quickly raised the phone in his hand and stepped out of the bathroom, sitting cross-legged on the floor. First, let's figure out what this thing is. He needed to understand the AI simulation app. A moment later, Rojin was sitting, but his character on the phone was standing. Above the character's head, the following text appeared. User, Kong Rojin /age, 24 height, 182.8 centimeters desired occupation, idle coins, 0. Rojin narrowed his eyes slightly. These are the things I saw yesterday. But what's this coin thing? Coin out of nowhere. There was no way to know right now. Rojin's eyes moved again. This time, they landed on the two buttons listed on the left side of the character. Status / enhance. Between the two, Rojin chose to tap the status button first. The app screen changed immediately. User Kong Rojin status. Appearance 100/100. Singing ability 2.3/100. Rap 1.5/100. Dance 0 out of 100. Eloquence 5.7/100. Acting 0/100. Lyrics writing 0/100. Composition 0 out of 100. Arrangement 0 out of 100. There were a lot of stats. What did all this mean? So, this basically shows my current stats. Like the status screen in a game. Since he had listed his desired occupation as an idol, it seemed to have generated relevant stats. From appearance to musical skills, everything was displayed. The most striking part was his maxed out appearance stat. But, of course, the rest of his stats were pathetic. Some were even at 0. It made perfect sense. Of course, fuck. When have I ever tried singing or dancing or anything like that in my life? He returned to the main screen. This time, Rojan tapped the Enhance button next to Status. A flood of messages appeared in the center of the screen. Dash, not enough coins to enhance. Dash, welcome to AI simulation. As a gift, you have been awarded 50 coins. Dash, enjoy your AI simulation experience. The messages vanished, and immediately, a change appeared. Dash coins, 50. His coins, which had been at 0, were now 50. Oh dash. Before he knew it, Kong Rojan was completely absorbed in the AI simulation app. He pressed the Enhance button once again. Since he now had coins, the screen changed properly this time. The same status stats appeared as before, but there was one difference. Dash. Singing ability, 2.3/100. Rap, 1.5/100. An upward arrow at the end. For someone with gaming experience like Kong Rojan, this was a familiar sight. Without hesitation, he tapped singing ability. A message popped up in the center of the screen, something along the lines of, would you like to use 1 coin to enhance singing ability? When he pressed confirm, the change was applied immediately. Dash, singing ability, 2.4/100. From 2.3 to 2.4, meaning that 1 coin increased the stat by 0.1. That meant 10 coins would increase it by 1, and 100 coins by 10. Was that reasonable? No, it seemed like barely anything. Muttering to himself, Rojan moved past the numbers and considered something else. But if I enhance my stats, do they actually apply to me in real life? Since his face had changed, his stats should apply too, right? Kong Rojan cleared his throat briefly and started singing a random song, a famous rock ballad from over a decade ago, one that his late parents had loved. It was complete garbage. He was tone deaf. Rojan tilted his head slightly, as if this was a familiar reality. He already knew he was tone deaf. Seems the same. Well, yeah, it'd be weird if a 0.1 increase changed anything. He brushed it off and returned to the main screen. This time, he checked the 2 buttons on the right side of the character. Dash, missions, only 5 per day, /shop, deactivated. The shop button couldn't be pressed. Deactivated? That meant it would probably open later. That left only the missions button. As soon as he pressed it, a flood of missions filled the screen. Dash, mission attempts available, 0/5. Dash, get 3 people, male or female, to ask for your number, 1 coin. Ask 3 people, male or female, for their number, 1 coin. Get told you're handsome at least 3 times, 1 coin. Do 30 push-ups, 1 coin. Do 30 sit-ups, 1 coin. Even after scrolling, the list of missions seemed endless. Were they unlimited? Most gave 1 coin, but some offered 5 or even 10 coins. So, I just have to complete these to earn coins? Curious, Kong Rojan immediately dropped to the floor and started doing push-ups. He had chosen the do 30 push-ups mission. He exercised regularly anyway, and thanks to his labor-hardened muscles, this was effortless. He finished in no time. A message immediately appeared on his phone. Dash, mission, do 30 push-ups completed. 1 coin awarded. As expected, his 49 coins returned to 50. And on top of that, dash, mission attempts available, January 5th. Dash, do 31 push-ups, 1 coin. The available mission count had increased by 1, and the 30 push-ups mission had changed to 31 push-ups. Now understanding how the system worked, Kong Rojan muttered. So, missions are only possible 5 times a day? He returned to the main screen where his character stood. Now, there was only one button left. The largest button at the bottom of the screen. Dash, AI automation. The text was bold and large, making it seem the most important. As soon as he pressed it, a message appeared. Dash, through AI automation analysis, the desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only options related to the desired occupation, idle. Dash, example. I want to learn a song perfectly. AI automation analysis? Desired outcome? Studying the example provided by the app, Kong Rojan stroked his chin. I have no idea what this means, but let's try the song I just sang. He quickly typed the title of the song he had just butchered due to his extreme tone deafness into the empty field. Dash, AI automation. I want to learn the song Farewell perfectly. After pressing confirm, a loading circle spun briefly. Then, a response appeared. AI analysis in progress. Analysis complete. To achieve the desired result, 30 coins are required. The number of coins required varies depending on the difficulty of the desired outcome. Of course, it wasn't free. It required 30 coins. So, depending on how easy or difficult my request is, the price changes? Understanding how it worked, Kong Rojan pressed confirm to use the coins. Immediately, the message changed. Using 30 coins. Applying. Application complete. At the same time. Rojan flinched. The reason was simple. His wrist, where he wore his smartwatch, tingled sharply. It was a familiar sensation. He waited for a moment, but after that initial jolt, nothing else happened. Is that it? Puzzled, Rojan wondered what had just happened. But instead of dwelling on it, he cleared his throat. He was about to sing the song Farewell again, the one he had chosen to learn. He felt a little nervous. The only sensation was a brief prick. Could this really change anything? The moment tone-deaf Kong Rojan slowly opened his mouth to sing, he sensed the difference. The lyrics, once faint and unclear, were now vividly imprinted in his memory. His previously garbage-level singing ability was now good enough that no one would question him being a professional singer. He barely got through the first line before his eyes widened in shock. This actually works. After composing himself, Rojan resumed the song. His naturally deep voice carried through, distinct and one of a kind, with a slight rasp at the end of each note. What had once been an eerie tone was now his greatest strength. His pitch was on par with professional singers, and his emotional expression and control over tempo were flawless. By the time he had sung up to the first chorus, something crossed his mind. Instead of continuing with Farewell, he switched to a different song. This time, it was Trash. Rojan immediately stopped singing and let out a short laugh. Yeah, this is more like it. Compared to Farewell, where he had sounded like a seasoned singer, this time he was back to being completely tone-deaf. Even after testing Farewell multiple times, he maintained the same high-level performance. There was only one conclusion. I really only learned Farewell. In other words, the AI automation button was essentially a pay-to-win feature, like in games. He could gradually enhance his stats over time, or he could gather a lot of coins and learn things instantly. Either way, whether slowly or quickly, the result was the same. He would become overpowered. A grin of intrigue spread across Kong Rojan's face. This is fucking amazing. He had more or less figured out the AI simulation app's main features. It wasn't as complicated as he had initially thought. For now, I have to complete 5 missions a day. I don't know if there are other ways to earn coins, but for now, missions are the only method. From what he had seen, AI automation was the most expensive feature. If he wanted to use the app freely, stockpiling coins was essential. The 5-coin and 10-coin missions seem a bit difficult to clear right away, so I'll focus on the 1-coin ones. 5 missions a day means 5 coins. That added up to roughly 150 coins in a month. Who knew what other events might be hidden in AI simulation? It wasn't something he could calculate right now. Maybe he'd come across another welcome gift like before. Soon, Rojan adjusted his posture. It was time to start clearing missions. Do 30 sit-ups, 1 coin. He completed it quickly. A familiar message popped up, and 1 coin was added to his balance. Next, let's see, something easy, sing 3 songs, dance for 5 minutes. He had already sung 3 songs. Did songs learned through AI automation not count? Tilting his head in confusion, Rojan sang the national anthem 3 times. Thankfully, the mission was completed. Next was the 5-minute dance mission. Rojan began to flail around in an impromptu dance, completely losing himself in the moment. Fortunately, the mission counted it, and the coin was rewarded. His balance was now at 23 coins. Now, there was only 1 mission left, and it was the one that had caught his attention the most. Get 3 people, male or female, to ask for your number, 1 coin. Getting someone to ask for his number. Wouldn't that be easy with his super handsome face now? Besides, he also wanted to step outside and experience the world with this face. On the inside, he was still the same, but on the outside, he no longer looked eerie or unsettling. How would people see him now? How would they react? And more importantly, how would Kong Rojan's life, which had once been hell mode, start to change. With his mind made up, Kong Rojin immediately washed up. The only thing he applied to his face was lotion. He half-heartedly dried his thick hair. Clothes? Let's just wear anything. Don't have many clothes anyway. He decided on a simple outfit, just a plain white t-shirt, jeans, and his usual sneakers. His eyes landed on the black cap and mask he always wore when going out. I don't need these anymore. How many years had it been since he left the house without a hat or mask? After putting on his shoes, Kong Rojin took a short breath before opening the front door. His emotions were a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Then, without hesitation, he stepped outside. Swish. With a confident yet powerful stride, Kong Rojin began walking. But his steps kept getting tangled. It felt awkward. Tap, tap. He had no destination in mind. He just walked. Every time the warm sunlight touched his face, chills ran down his spine. That was when he spotted them. Two young women approaching from the direction of a convenience store, laughing together. They looked to be in their early 20s. Rojin's expression twisted in a mess of emotions. And then, no, but when I told him that, one of the women, who had been chatting, suddenly stopped. Her friend also froze. Their eyes both widened in an instant as Kong Rojin brushed past them. Naturally, their gazes followed him. Did you see that? That face is insane. Super handsome. No, super handsome. Wow. Hey, I need you to call him over for me. One of the women suddenly sprinted toward Kong Rojin. Her friend called after her. Jungmi. The woman skidded to a halt and turned her head sharply. She quickly looked at Kong Rojin's face again. Rojin stared back at her. Their eyes met. Maintaining a calm expression on the outside, Kong Rojin was internally in complete turmoil. He had no experience with this at all. What was he supposed to say if she asked for his number? When asked for my number, what should I say? Thank you? That sounds too casual. Maybe here you go? No, that's too polite. Should I just say give me your phone, all cool and indifferent? But the woman just stood there, frozen. She couldn't do anything except stare, completely mesmerized by Kong Rojin's face. After a brief moment, Rojin looked at her for a second longer, then walked past her and continued on his way. Her friend rushed over and shook her by the arm. Hey, what's wrong with you? You saw his face, right? Yeah? No. I mean, wow, he was so insanely handsome that I just froze up. I get it. When you see someone celestial level handsome, it's actually hard to approach them. It's like seeing a deity or something. Agreed. That was exactly me just now. The moment I saw him, I forgot how to breathe. This mission might actually be harder than he thought. But completely unaware of this, Kong Rojin was already moving on. Where should I go? I need a place with lots of people. Gangnam, Jiangsu, Hongdae. Maybe I should head to Gangnam first. With that, he set his first destination, Gangnam Station. Chapter 3. Hideous. 3. Around 10 a.m. Inside the Shinbundang Line subway, there were a lot of people, but since the rush hour had passed, the situation was relatively better. A man with gray hair sat down in an empty seat. He was tall and had a delicate appearance. Quite a few men and women stole glances at the gray-haired man. Crossing his legs in his seat, the man enjoyed the attention. Choosing ash gray for my hair was a great decision. The color came out well, and this level of attention is exactly what I wanted. It seemed the man was well aware that his appearance was quite decent. Even the two female college students sitting across from him, whispering to each other, acknowledged it. Isn't the guy in front of us pretty nice? Yeah, his hair color is pretty. You should ask for his number. Are you crazy? I just said he looks good, that's all. It was then. Swish. A man appeared, having just entered from the adjacent car. He glanced around on both sides before settling on an empty seat, right next to the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man, who had been casually looking at his phone, absent-mindedly turned his head to the right. At that moment, he gasped excessively. What the fuck? Who the hell is this guy? The man unintentionally locked eyes with the one sitting to his right. He immediately averted his gaze, only to regret it right after. It felt like he had admitted defeat. Then, he scanned the surroundings. Almost everyone was openly staring at the man to his right or sneaking glances at him. The two female college students across from him had long lost interest in the gray-haired man. Wow, what is up with that godlike face? Agreed. That ash-gray-haired dude is officially a squid now. His face is insane. He has to be a celebrity. Do you know who he is? Never seen him before. Maybe he's a trainee. This is crazy. If that godlike guy debuts, he's gonna dominate on looks alone. The squid, no, the gray-haired man, awkwardly cleared his throat and moved seats. But no one paid attention to him anymore. The one monopolizing all the attention in the subway car was Kong Rojin. He kept a calm expression as he gazed into the air. Everyone's looking at me. Huh, where the hell am I supposed to look in a situation like this? Even he, who had accidentally made eye contact with an advertisement model, could feel the weight of the stares. Man, I can't get used to this. Still, no one approached him to ask for his number. He needed to get someone to ask for it, but all he was doing was attracting stares. He thought this mission would be easy, but it was proving to be harder than expected. Was it the location? Yeah, it made sense. Unless someone was extremely bold, they wouldn't just ask for a number inside a subway. Regardless, the subway arrived at Gangnam Station, and a flood of people poured out. Kong Rojin was among them. Ugh, so many damn people. There were over 100 people lined up at the escalators and stairs. After scanning his card at the turnstile, Rojin walked toward the exit. Shops were lined up on both sides, and there were quite a few people brushing past. Gangnam, how long has it been since I last came here openly? He had always avoided such crowded places. That's why he now found himself looking around in fascination. Of course, even at this moment, he was still drawing all the attention from passers-by. A few steps ahead, a man and a woman were stopping people and striking up conversations. Oh my, you have such a good aura. Your face seems to be filled with fortune. Would you like to chat for a moment? It was a common sight in Gangnam. Any moment now, they would start, asking if he knew about the way. Naturally, people ignored them. But the two weren't the type to give up. They quickly set their sights on a new target, Kong Rojin. The woman, wearing a businesslike smile, approached Rojin and started to speak. But as soon as she saw his face, "Excuse me, you have such a..." She abruptly stopped. As if possessed, she muttered, "Ridiculously handsome face." She went straight for the compliment. Caught off guard, Kong Rojin bowed slightly with a composed expression. Thank you." The man and woman forgot their original purpose, struck speechless as they admired Rojin's super handsome face. That lasted for about 10 seconds. Feeling awkward, Rojin slowly started preparing his escape. Well then, take care. The man and woman, who had been staring blankly at Kong Rojin's retreating figure, spoke in unison. Insanely handsome. Ridiculously handsome. But Kong Rojin paid them no mind as he stepped out of the subway station via the stairs. Outside, an even larger crowd filled the streets. Phew, stay calm. Taking a slow step forward, Rojin began striding through Gangnam. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. By now, Kong Rojin was beginning to feel as if he were walking on an entirely different planet. And it made perfect sense. Just a few days ago, people would either avoid him because of his hideous appearance, give him strange looks, be suspicious of him, or at worst, hurl insults at him. There had also been an overwhelming air of cold indifference. But now, everything was completely different. The moment he stepped into a noticeable CAF, the female owner behind the counter greeted him with extreme enthusiasm. Do you have a job right now? If not, would you like to work at our store? I'll pay you a really high hourly wage. Just a coffee, please. Really? Oh, just in case, I'll give you our shop's business card. Even if it's just for a week, if you're interested, please contact me. Also, here's a complimentary cookie. A man who accidentally bumped into his shoulder was actually the one who showed concern for Rojin. Watch where you're... Oh, yes, I'm sorry. No, it happens. Are you okay? I'm fine. When he asked for directions, a group of college students personally escorted him to his destination. And that wasn't all. As he walked, an interviewer suddenly approached him out of nowhere. Whoa, hello, yes. We run a fashion-related YouTube channel. Could we interview you for a moment? I suppose that's possible. Wow, your face is absolutely insane. Look, people are gathering around. This has never happened before. What's your outfit concept for today? You look super hip. I just wore whatever I had at home. It's the face. The ultimate key to fashion is definitely the face. Within just an hour, he had received Instagram-related offers, shopping mall modeling proposals, requests for photo shoots, and even business cards from agencies asking if he was already signed. Before he knew it, Kang Rojin had moved past mere excitement. He was experiencing catharsis. And on top of that, mission get 3 people, male or female, to ask for your number completed. 1 coin awarded. The mission had been completed effortlessly. As Kang Rojin made his way back to the subway, he muttered to himself, his words filled with genuine emotion. The world is so damn easy now. The next day, Thursday, June 4th. Early morning. Waking up in his semi-basement one-room apartment, Kang Rojin stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before suddenly jolting up. Then, he rushed to the bathroom. He needed to check the mirror, just in case. Phew, still the same. A lingering fear. What if his face had reverted to how it was before? But no, his god-tier, ridiculously handsome face and the AI simulation app remained unchanged. Thank God. Offering his gratitude to the heavens, Rojin stretched and loosened up his body. Let's start with the workout mission. He immediately got to work, quickly completing 2 missions in no time. Mission do 31 push-ups completed. 1 coin awarded. Mission do 31 sit-ups completed. 1 coin awarded. After changing into appropriate workout clothes, Kang Rojin headed to a nearby park for a run. At the same time, he hummed a song, yet another mission. Although he had already completed the missions, he continued running for a while longer. Running early in the morning just felt good. Simply running, and yet he was this happy. Phew, should I head back now? Sweat poured down his face, but it no longer stung or itched. If anything, his appearance seemed to shine even more. The proof? The stunned gazes of fellow morning exercisers who stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief. Swish. Back home, Kang Rojin was just about to head to the bathroom for a shower when Beezy's is easy. Beezy's is easy. His phone vibrated. The phone vibrated urgently with short bursts. Who could it be this early in the morning? Tilting his head in curiosity, Kang Rojin checked the screen. Messages had arrived from an unknown number. After reading them, he realized they were from the people who had asked for his number in Gangnam yesterday. Letting out a small sigh, he scratched his chin. He soon closed the messages and opened the AI simulation app to check his status and coins. User, Kang Rojin age, 24 height, 182.8 centimeters desired occupation, idle coins, 28. 28 coins, huh? Muttering to himself, Rojin scanned the various buttons in the app, ones he had already checked before. Then he crossed his arms. I could do anything, but I should probably start with becoming an idol, right? A sudden smirk formed on his lips. The thought he just had was so ridiculous. Like becoming an idol is that easy. A few days ago, it was something he couldn't even dream of. But now, he was nearly convinced it would happen. Was this the buff of being ridiculously handsome? Not that it mattered. Then again, it doesn't seem that difficult either. With this face, not even trying would be downright idiotic. Besides, he had the AI simulation app. Rojin spent a moment searching for information about idols on his phone. Countless articles and pieces of information flooded his screen. As he read the article seriously, he eventually started his shower. The moment he was done, he got dressed. His outfit was different from yesterday's, but still simple, a plain black short-sleeve t-shirt and jeans. Time to go. His destination for the day, Seongsu Station. Around 2 hours later, near Seongsu Station. Almost noon. The area around Seongsu Station was bustling with people, likely because of lunchtime. Among them was a group of women walking toward the station, chatting and laughing. In the middle of their conversation, a girl who resembled a hamster suddenly widened her eyes dramatically. Whoa! She stopped dead in her tracks and pointed ahead with her index finger. Hey, look at that guy. Her friends followed the direction of her finger. Their mouths dropped open simultaneously. Is he a celebrity? Who is he? No idea, but he's ridiculously handsome. What had caught their attention was Kang Rojin, who had just arrived at Seongsu Station. Like yesterday, he was here to complete the Get Your Number Asked mission. Unaware of this, the hamster-like girl quickly snapped a photo of Rojin. Then, she bolted toward him with incredible urgency. Rojin, who noticed her immediately, thought, "Shit, that startled me." I almost screamed. Startled by her intensity, he instinctively took a step back. But the hamster-like girl didn't care. She held out her phone toward him, completely unfazed. Excuse me, can you give me your number? What? Your number? Wait, no, but seriously, you're ridiculously, ridiculously handsome. You know that, right? I have an idea. No, no, just having an idea isn't enough. You're on a level that could even outshine the top-tier predators. What do you do? Are you an actor? A model? Or an idol? I've never seen you before. So are you a trainee? Her energy was over the top. Way over the top. It seemed like she was naturally this energetic. Rojan responded as casually as possible, despite feeling slightly awkward. I'm just unemployed. Unemployed. Yeah, unemployed. No way. You're hiding something, right? Nope. I'm really unemployed. Well then. Wait. Your number. The girl eventually managed to get Kong Rojan's number. As she watched him slowly disappear into the distance, she muttered under her breath, unemployed with that face? Friday, June 5th. In Sangam-dong, a familiar girl practically sprinted into a massive building. It was the hamster-like girl who had gotten Kong Rojan's number the day before. What was interesting, though, was the large sign plastered on the building she entered. JTVM. JTVM, the top broadcasting station among general programming and cable networks. Yet, she casually entered the station as if it were nothing. After quickly stepping out of the elevator, she arrived at the JTVM variety department. The place was bustling, filled with different sections, each labeled with the name and logo of various variety shows. Reaching her desk, she immediately noticed something. Wait, where is everyone? They must be in a meeting. She swiftly made her way to the meeting rooms lined up in a row. The moment she threw open a door, the people inside greeted her. Sehi, you're dead last. 5 women and 3 men sat around a shaped conference table. The man at the head of the table, wearing glasses, looked to be the oldest. Without hesitation, the girl, Kim Sehi, shouted to the entire room. I found someone in Seongsu yesterday who's insanely, ridiculously, unbelievably handsome. Huh? What's with the sudden outburst? I'm serious. If he debuts, he'll redefine the entire standard of handsome. Kim Sehi was practically vibrating with excitement. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man at the head of the table let out a deep sigh, as if he was all too familiar with this behavior. Sigh. She's caught face lover syndrome again. Someone put her to sleep. She's too loud. But the hamster-like girl quickly grabbed the man's shoulder and shook him. No, PD Nim. I'm serious this time. This isn't just face lover syndrome. Hey, don't shake me. It's making me dizzy. And Kim Sehi, you're a broadcast writer. How about focusing on ideas instead of raving about some ridiculously handsome guy? That's right. Kim Sehi was a broadcast writer. Wow, this is unfair. Wait. I took a picture. Kim Sehi hurriedly opened her phone's gallery and showed the bespectacled man the picture she had taken of Kong Rojan the day before. At first, the man glanced at it with a bored expression, but then his gaze changed slightly. Oh, wait, this isn't edited. It's not. And his real-life visuals are beyond words. You have to see him in person. At that moment, one of the male staff members walked over to the whiteboard at the side of the meeting room. It was filled with various keywords like idol and audition. He erased a number from the topmost section and rewrote it. Produce that 100. D-Day, 28 days. The countdown had changed from 29 to 28 days. At the same time, Kim Sehi jabbed her index finger at the picture of Kong Rojan on her phone. Then, bursting with energy, she turned to the bespectacled man, the PD, and shouted, PD Nim, we absolutely have to get this guy on our show. Chapter 4, Takeoff 1. A woman resembling an excited hamster. No. Thanks to writer Kim Sehi, team members gathered around her. Their curiosity had been piqued. Kim Sehi had always been a face lover, but now she was outright shouting about casting someone in a show that was still in preparation. How insanely handsome does he have to be for you to be this hyped? Let me see too. Let's check together. Aren't you overreacting again? Among idol trainees, he might just be average. The team members checked Kong Rojan, who appeared on Kim Sehi's phone screen. Their eyes quickly widened. Oh, his visuals are no joke. Zoom in a bit. Why didn't you take a closer shot? If he looks this good from a distance, seeing him in person must be shocking. Well, face lover Kim Sehi does have high standards. She wouldn't overreact like this for just a decent-looking guy. As Kim Sehi observed the team members giving positive evaluations, She slowly recalled the Kong Rojin she had met yesterday, savoring the memory. She opened her closed eyes and murmured sincerely. No, he wasn't even wearing makeup. He just had on a plain t-shirt and some common jeans, yet he looked like he walked straight out of a pictorial. You have to see him in person. I'll bet my neck that everyone's jaw will drop. With a deep sigh, the bespectacled man, whom everyone called PD, lightly flicked Kim Se-hee on the forehead. Don't make bets like that. Do your job. Ow, how cruel. Kim Se-hee immediately clung to the PD, putting force into her voice. PD Nim, this guy, let's cast him. No way. The PD, who had stood up, rubbed his dark-circled eyes and yawned. This wasn't exactly an urgent matter. Our show launches in a month, and there's still a lot to do. And you want to cast someone without any screening? Why do you, a broadcast writer, keep getting ahead of yourself? Then, at least just take a look. I'm telling you, I have a strong feeling about him. If we cast him, his looks alone will spread word of mouth like wildfire. The initial hook will be insane. The impact will be massive. Huh. Yeah, he looks decent. But do you know how many good-looking people are in this industry? What's his name? I didn't ask his name. But still, he's on a whole different level. The others in this industry are human tier. He's God tier. The PD, looking exhausted, ran his hands over his face. If he's that good-looking, entertainment agencies wouldn't have left him alone. He's probably already signed, or at least a trainee. That kind of guy isn't our target. Did you forget our concept is to work with completely raw talents? I know, but he said he's unemployed. Unemployed. Kim Se-hee, suddenly calming down, replied with a serious tone. PD Nim, I'm not overreacting. You'll change your mind once you see him. I'll handle the build-up, so just take a quick look. If he's really unemployed and a hidden gem in this industry, we have to use him. If he ends up appearing on another show later, I'll be so jealous I might die of regret. The PD, taking off his glasses, narrowed his brows slightly as he looked at Kim Se. She's usually a bit too enthusiastic, but this is genuine. While she might be overly face-obsessed, it was true that Kim Se had high standards. The PD, who had developed a slight interest, thought. Besides, this is a hassle. Letting out a small sigh, he nodded. Fine, fine. There's no harm in taking a quick look. Try contacting him. Kim Se clenched her fists tightly. Wow, PD Nim, you're the best. Weren't you just calling me cruel earlier? And before that, ruthless. You're cruel and ruthless, but still the best. Get out. Kim Se, practically running out of the meeting room, was grinning ear to ear. This made her look even more like a hamster. Without hesitation, she got to work and sent a message to Kong Rojin, whose number she had saved. Heh. Everyone's reactions when they see him will be priceless. But even after an hour passed, then too, Rojin still hadn't replied. Kim Se was growing increasingly anxious, sending multiple messages. However, even after half a day had passed, there was still no response. At this point, the PD passing by asked her, Hey, Kim Se, still no word from that guy. Well, he hasn't replied. Got ghosted? I told you. Give up. Didn't I say he's 100% with an agency? He probably just hid it from you. With the situation as it was, Kim Se started to accept the reality to some extent. Well, yeah, there's no way someone with that face is unemployed. Meanwhile, at a large gym near Gahung Station, the place was packed with men and women working out. Among them, two men, drenched in sweat and heavily muscled, were grumbling as they looked toward the rows of treadmills. More specifically, their target was one man continuously running on a treadmill. Damn, isn't it unfair for someone with that kind of visual to be into fitness too? Exactly. Look at that. Every treadmill around him is taken by women. Seriously, good-looking guys are the worst. But he's not just good-looking. He's on another level. Agreed. The moment he walked in, I gasped. His aura is insane. The person they were targeting was none other than Kong Rojin, who was running at full speed. Huff huff dash. He was in a state of total focus. In the past, his ugly face had made public gyms unthinkable for him. But now, it was no longer an issue. Plus, exercising helped him complete missions, making it a win-win situation. Rojin ignored the gazes of the men and women around him and simply enjoyed his workout. At that moment, buzz. His phone, placed on the treadmill, vibrated briefly. In fact, It had been ringing nonstop for a while now, messages and texts from people who had managed to get his number. This mission has an annoying side effect. Too many messages. Should I get a separate phone just for missions? No, I should just stop letting people take my number from now on. Having made up his mind, Kong Rojin switched his phone to silent mode and resumed running. Among the many messages piling up, there were, of course, ones from Kim Se-hee as well. Swish. After finishing his workout, Kong Rojin caught his breath and sat down on a nearby chair. Phew dash. At the same time, a woman approached him. She was wearing pink leggings, a white windbreaker, and had her long hair tied back in a single ponytail. Excuse me. She was a woman whose beauty and figure had been drawing the attention of both men and women in the gym. However, ever since Kong Rojin showed up, she had been pushed to the background. Still, she spoke with great confidence. Can I have your number? Her tone suggested that she had never once been rejected before. Kong Rojin was briefly surprised when he looked at her. Wow, she's really pretty. But I already decided not to give out my number anymore. Since he had just made that decision, he refused immediately, maintaining politeness but with a firm tone. Sorry, but I can't give you my number. Yeah, I guess. Asking for a number is a bit too much. Then, how about your Instagram? I don't use social media. And that was the truth. Kong Rojin didn't have any social media accounts. The woman's face quickly turned red, and she left in a hurry. Rojin felt a bit sorry, but there was nothing he could do. Soon, he recalled something his late mother often told him. Rojin, relationships with people are important, but when you need to reject someone, do it clearly. Don't leave any room for misunderstandings. This was a clear rejection, no room for misunderstandings. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Kong Rojin picked up his phone and opened the AI simulation app. Since he had already completed all 5 of today's missions, he was just checking in. At that moment, oh, Kong Rojin's eyes widened slightly. As soon as he accessed AI simulation, a notification popped up. Hidden mission complete missions for 3 consecutive days has been achieved. You have been rewarded with 10 coins. An unexpected reward. But more importantly, a hidden mission? That meant there were still things about this system even Kong Rojin didn't know. A hidden mission, huh? I guess more of these will pop up as I go along. Feeling pleased, Rojin checked his coin balance. User, Kong Rojin/age, 24/height, 182.8 centimeters /desired occupation, idle/coins, 44. The number was steadily increasing. Soon, Kong Rojin crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand. Once I save up enough coins, whether it's enhancement or AI automation, I'll end up becoming an overpowered idol. That means I should start preparing something dash. Knowledge is power, so Rojin had, of course, spent the past few days studying everything about idols. It was a world he knew nothing about, making it difficult to grasp, but he had managed to learn some key points. Idol debuts usually happen in one of 2 ways, either as an entertainment agency trainee or by getting picked up through a variety show. Of course, both routes required auditions. An agency trainee? No matter how I think about it, that's not for me. Being a trainee at a company was tough, but more than that, it severely restricted one's freedom. Above all, I read that trainees aren't allowed to use their phones. Most agencies confiscated trainees' phones. While some were loosening up on this rule, the possibility alone made Kong Rojin reluctant. His biggest weapons were his face and the AI simulation app. If possible, he wanted to dominate both in terms of visuals and skills. Eliminating the trainee route was the right choice. Having made his decision, he accessed the internet and searched for audition variety shows. Plenty of articles popped up, but they were all old. Feeling a bit disappointed, Rojin's eyes landed on a headline. The master of audition variety shows, PD Woo Han-suk, preparing a new large-scale audition program for early July. It was exactly the kind of information he wanted. Early July. That meant 1 month left. A mix of anticipation and nervousness swelled inside Kong Rojin. How do you even get on this? Do they hold screenings, and if you pass, you start filming? It was an entirely unfamiliar world, making it feel overwhelming and confusing. On top of that, there wasn't even a show title yet. But there was a PD's name, so his only choice was to keep searching. At that moment, a short vibration was felt again, another message. Scratching his chin, Rojin stood up and opened the chat app. What was interesting was, Kong Rojan suddenly froze. In the message preview, he spotted the word variety show. Variety show? Tilting his head in curiosity, Rojan couldn't resist and tapped on the recently arrived message. Several messages were already stacked up. Hello? I'm the person who asked for your number yesterday at Seance's station. You remember me, right? Actually, I'm a broadcast writer, and we're preparing a huge variety show right now. I really want to meet you. Hey? Knock knock? This isn't a scam. I swear. I'll send you my business card. I won't take up much of your time. Just a quick meeting with our PD Nim, that's all. Are you uncomfortable with the word variety show? Rojan quickly remembered who the sender was, the bubbly, cute-looking woman from Seance's station. So she was a broadcast writer. Just then, another message arrived. Oh. The one tick disappeared. You read it. You're looking at this right now, aren't you? Can I call you? As soon as Kong Rojan replied that it was okay, his phone started ringing instantly. She was fast. Clearing his throat, Rojan picked up. He couldn't let himself sound nervous. Yes, hello. An energetic woman's voice came through the phone. Wow. Oh my gosh. Finally. I was so sad, thinking you ghosted me. Sorry. I was working out. Working out? Oh wow. That face, and you work out too? More importantly, this variety show, what's it about? It's a bit long to explain over the phone. Could we maybe meet up right now? No. But tomorrow morning works. Right, it's the weekend. Oh, thank you. No worries, weekends are fine too. In the variety department, there's no such thing as weekends. Opening his locker, Kong Rojan asked, where should I go? The next day, in front of the JTVM broadcasting station. At the front of the broadcasting station, Kim Se-hee, who resembled a hamster, stood alongside a few others, waiting for someone. All 5 or 6 of them had faces full of anticipation. Se-hee, you really called him? What if he's just average looking? PD Nim will go nuts again. Don't worry. Just get ready to have your jaw drop. How insanely good looking can he be? Well, fine, let's see. At that moment, Kim Se-hee suddenly raised her hand and waved excitedly toward the front. Over here, over here. It seemed she had spotted someone. And who else could it be? Kong Rojan. Approaching quickly, Rojan gave a polite bow. Hello. The moment they saw him, the team members' mouths fell open. Meanwhile, Kim Se-hee murmured smugly, as if she had been expecting this reaction all along. See? Told you your jaws would drop. A little later, inside the variety department of the broadcasting station, at a desk near the window, a bespectacled PD was sprawled over his workspace, mid-yawn. PD Nim. At the near-screeching voice, the PD flinched in shock. He looked up to see Kim Se-hee charging toward him with high energy. Geez, you scared me. PD Nim. He's here, he's here. Who's here? The guy? The one I told you about yesterday. Oh I've already brought him to the meeting room. Yawning again without much interest, the PD slowly got up. If he's just average, you're doing a week of overtime. I'm already doing overtime. At least you get to go home. This place is my home. Having barely slept last night, the PD groggily followed Kim Se-hee. Before he knew it, they had arrived at the meeting room. To his surprise, the entire team was crowded outside the door, packed in tight. The PD scoffed. What the hell are you all doing? The team members looked visibly flustered. PD Nim. It's just that Kim Se-hee slipped between them and pointed inside the meeting room. Just take a look, PD Nim. How you're all overreacting. Letting out a deep sigh, the PD casually swung open the meeting room door. Inside, a young man sat alone. He wore a simple plain white t-shirt and jeans. As he turned his head toward the PD, their eyes met. For a few seconds, the PD just stood there, staring blankly at the man. No, at Kong Rojan, before suddenly shutting the door. He blinked. Once. Twice. His expression seemed to ask if what he just saw was real. Then, he swung the door open again. This time, Kong Rojan was standing. Hello. The PD stared at Rojan, utterly speechless. Then, without hesitation, he strode forward, grabbed both of Rojan's hands, and spoke. No, he pleaded, with all the sincerity he could muster. Please appear on our show. I'm begging you. Chapter 5, Takeoff, 2. PD Woo Han-suk of JTVM Entertainment Department. With his messy hair, tanned skin, glasses, and an exhausted expression. He was now in his 12th year in the industry. He hadn't been with JTVM for the entire 12 years. He originally worked in a public broadcasting station before transferring a few years ago. He was a producer with quite a few hit shows under his belt, and a significant number of them were audition-related entertainment programs. Survival competitions for forgotten past singers, rap battles, and acting duels among actors. He had once achieved nearly 20% viewership ratings on public broadcasting, and after transferring to JTVM, his highest-rated show had reached 8%. At a glance, 8% might seem small, but for a cable TV station, that was an enormous figure. In short, PD Woo Han-suk was a pro. Because of that, when writer Kim say he was making a huge fuss about someone being super handsome or whatever, PD Woo Han-suk didn't have high expectations. Sure, he was a little curious, but just that much. He must be good-looking, but after surviving in the variety show industry for over 12 years, PD Woo Han-suk knew the truth. There were plenty of handsome guys in this industry. That's why uniqueness and charisma mattered. Good visuals alone were no longer enough to win. But even a seasoned pro like PD Woo Han-suk had something he didn't know. No, something he had never seen before. Please appear on our show. I'm begging you. A disruptive anomaly capable of effortlessly crushing all other super handsome men. That was PD Woo Han-suk's first impression of Kang Rojin. Wow, fuck. No words came out except for a curse. No exclamation could adequately describe Kang Rojin's insane visual. There's not a single blemish on his skin. How do his eyes, nose, and mouth line up so perfectly like that? His sharp jawline emphasized his small face, and his eyebrows and eyes were long and well-defined. On top of that, there was a subtle decadence in his gaze. The atmosphere, the aura, the way the writers were practically swooning with just one glance said it all. Saying he was just handsome wasn't nearly enough. A god-tier visual that completely trampled over concepts like uniqueness and charisma. Is he even human? At this level, not just in Korea. No, even on the world stage, people would be left speechless. For Kang Rojin, evaluations and all that didn't matter. Even if his skills were garbage, his face alone was a guaranteed pass. Sure, the idol industry has plenty of talented people, but there are also tons of idols who dominate the scene purely with their looks. The mindset was that skills could be improved later. Of course, there were cases where someone remained talentless forever, but they still managed to stay popular and keep working. That was the reality of the idol industry. Meanwhile, Kang Rojin, whose hand was suddenly grabbed by PD Woo Han-suk, was internally panicking. He would have been flustered even if a woman had grabbed his hand, but this was some random older man. What was he even supposed to say? Why is this guy suddenly grabbing my hand like this? His eyes are kind of scary, too. Feeling goosebumps, Rojin shook off the hand that was holding his. How long do you plan on holding my hand? Only then did PD Woo Han-suk snap back to reality. He awkwardly chuckled and let go of Rojin's hand. Haha, sorry about that. I grabbed it without realizing. Okay. Wow, but seriously, your face is just ridiculous. Even while looking at it, I can't believe it. I do exist. Huh. PD Woo Han-suk blinked in confusion before bursting into laughter again. And your character is oddly unique, too. Anyway, turning his head, he shot a thumbs up toward Kim Se, who was grinning victoriously in the back. Okay, I admit it. This person's face would work worldwide. Right? I told you, didn't I? Yeah, I get it. So just close the door already. Once the meeting room door was shut, PD Woo Han-suk gestured for Rojin to take a seat. Rojin felt a bit disoriented but tried his best not to show it. He didn't want to look dumb from the get-go. PD Woo Han-suk spoke first. Just as is, you could easily take over the idol industry. No, forget idols, even the acting world. You're already at this level, but with some styling and polishing, you'd be absolutely incredible. You know that, right? No, not really. Rojin had lived with this face for less than a week. But if he said he didn't know, it would probably come off as fake humility, wouldn't it? Yes, I know. Haha, of course. There's no way you wouldn't. All right. First, let me introduce myself. The PD pulled out a business card from his wallet and handed it to Kang Rojin. I'm Woo Han-suk, a PD from JTVM Entertainment Department. You've heard of Freestyle Crew or Come Back Home Stage, right? Those were the hit variety shows he had worked on. Since Rojan had seen them before, he nodded. Yes, I'm the PD who directed those shows, and when I asked you to appear on our program the moment I saw you, I meant it. I have a thing for auditions, competitions, and survival shows, and the variety show I'm currently preparing is along the same lines. To put it simply, his briefing could be summarized like this. It was a massive survival audition program for male idols. The competition aimed to recruit those who dreamed of becoming part of a boy group, not just in Korea, but also in Japan, China, the United States, and beyond. With its global scale, the stakes were high, and thanks to PD Woo Han-suk's reputation, the investment was substantial. However, the concept strictly targeted raw, undiscovered talents. If someone had even briefly worked in the entertainment industry, they were excluded. Already had an agency? Excluded. An influencer? Excluded. Any previous experience in other audition shows? Also excluded. In other words, the target was ordinary people who had never been exposed to the industry. The official teaser, recruitment page, and production presentation would all launch in about a month. Of course, the preliminary screening will be handled by me and the production team. Once we filter out the ones we want, the filming schedule will be set. You can discuss the details with Sei-hee while reviewing the project plan. Oh, I got so caught up that I forgot to ask for your name. Rojan, who had been listening attentively, answered. I'm Kong Rojan. Great name. You could use it as your stage name as is. Now that I think about it, your voice is on the deeper side, with a bit of a cold edge. It's got a rare appeal. Looking at your face, I expected something softer. Internally, Rojan let out a dry chuckle. In the past, people used to describe my voice as gloomy, eerie, or chilling. But how am I supposed to respond to this kind of thing? It's kind of embarrassing. Having lived a life where he mostly received insults, Rojan wasn't used to compliments. After thinking for a moment, he came to a conclusion and replied, I'm soft on the inside. Excuse me. Not exactly squishy, but still. Ha. You're unexpectedly quirky. You definitely have a unique character, but it's all mixed up in an unpredictable way. And since your visuals are out of this world, everything just comes across as a plus. Do you happen to have an agency? No, I don't. I'm unemployed. For real? But with that face, you've never been interested in the entertainment industry at all. I've recently developed a little interest. PD Woo Han-suk's expression quickly turned serious. For the audition show he was preparing, he had 3 key criteria for selecting contestants: visuals, skills, and buzzworthiness, shock value, controversy potential. Since he's never been interested in the entertainment industry before, it's obvious his skills won't be at a high level. There's a high chance he'll get eliminated early on due to lack of talent. But with this kind of insane visual, just like Sei said, the initial hook will be massive. Plus, we can use his face prominently in teasers and previews. Even if he had no talent and only survived based on his looks, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It would create controversy. And controversy meant skyrocketing interest, which directly translated into viewership ratings. It was basically a form of noise marketing. I absolutely have to secure this guy. After clearing his throat, PD Woo Han-suk spoke in a weighty tone. That little bit of interest you've developed in the entertainment industry, why don't you fully explore it by joining our program? I'm sincerely asking. His words were dripping with genuine enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Rojan, who had been silently observing the PD, was internally rejoicing. I looked it up, and apparently, even passing the preliminaries for this show is insanely difficult. But I'm just getting in this easily. Once again, he realized it. Being ridiculously handsome was the best. What a thrilling advantage. Life was just so much easier this way. However, he couldn't afford to get carried away over something this minor. So, Kong Rojan deliberately pretended to be deep in thought. Sensing an opportunity, PD Woo Han-suk quickly jumped in with more persuasion. Rojan SSII. Guarantee that the moment you appear on TV, you'll blow up instantly. Not just the viewers, even the guest judges will be completely floored. And of course, those judges will be the top names in the industry. Well, since I'm unemployed anyway, I'll give it a shot. You made the right choice. Letting a face like yours go to waste would be a crime, an absolute crime. But, can you sing or dance at all? It was a tricky question to answer. Technically, he was tone-deaf and uncoordinated, but with AI simulation, that wasn't entirely true. Still, it was probably best to keep expectations as low as possible. No, I can't. That's totally fine. If you had that face and were also great at singing and dancing, that would just be straight up cheating. Your visuals are already God tier, so the rest can be improved with practice. There are plenty of visual centers in both girl groups and boy groups who are insanely popular despite lacking skills. At that moment, Rojin responded internally. What if I become overwhelming in both looks and skills? A little while later, PD Woo Han-suk passed the baton to the riders waiting outside. The one handling Rojin was none other than Kim Se-hee, who had discovered him first. Rojin SSI? Over here, over here. Sit here. Her energy was over the top. As Kang Rojin took a seat, several female riders surrounded him. Kim Se-hee immediately started firing questions. I already know your name, but how old are you? I'm 24. Where do you live? Near Gahung Station. Your family dash. I live alone. Ah, so you're independent. Just looking at you. I bet your parents must be so cool and beautiful. The other riders enthusiastically agreed. However, Rojin poured cold water on the conversation. They passed away. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's been a while. Kang Rojin answered calmly. That was genuinely how he felt. Kim Se-hee, who had been fumbling for words, quickly changed the subject. Anyway, this is our program's project proposal. It's just a draft, but you should be able to take a look. The first thing visible in the proposal was the program's title. Produce that 100. Kim Se-hee immediately added an explanation. As the title suggests, the 100 officially selected contestants will be produced by the viewers. It has a survival format, and while there are judges' scores, the viewers' votes matter the most. Contestants have to win the audience's favor. 100 people? That seemed like a lot. Curious, Kang Rojin asked. And if you survive among the 100? The final 4 will debut as an official boy group. But you'll find out more as things progress. Debut. For some reason, that word felt deeply unfamiliar to Rojin. Kim Se-hee continued speaking. Starting tomorrow, promotions and marketing will officially begin. The open recruitment for contestants will start soon, but you're the first. After briefing him for nearly an hour, she pulled out a contract that included confidentiality clauses. The contract itself wasn't complicated. Since Rojin had already decided to participate, he signed it without hesitation. Kim Se-hee then extended her hand for a handshake. Really? Thank you so much. Let's do our best together. Yeah, I'll do my best. You're already doing amazing. Just by existing. Super amazing. Following Kim Se-hee's lead, the other female riders also reached out their hands to him, one by one. And me too. I want to shake hands after this. By the way, I'm really looking forward to the day viewers finally see Rojin SSI on screen. Am I the only one? Agreed. Absolutely agreed. I'll bet my neck that this will be a nuclear bomb. Se-hee, stop betting your neck already. It was around this time that Kang Rojin asked the writers a question. Is there anything I need to do until then? No. Until the filming schedule is confirmed, you can just go about your life as usual. That worked out perfectly for Kang Rojin. I can just focus on collecting tons of coins then. Later, back home, Kang Rojin replayed the day's events in his mind. A strange feeling of excitement surged through him. Just a few days ago, he had been a hideous monster. But now, he had secured first place in a major variety show. If things had changed this much in just a day, what about the future? What would happen in 6 months? In a year? In 5 years? With his imagination running wild, Rojin decided to follow Kim Se-hee's advice and carry on with his daily life. He continued gathering coins through missions and focused on working out. Meanwhile, he searched for Produce That 100 online. The show was already generating a flood of news articles. JTVM announces PD Woo Han-suk's upcoming audition show titled Produce That 100. PD Woo Han-suk's next variety show confirmed. Will he once again capture the audience's favor? Title announcement of Produce That 100 draws public attention/photos. Not only that, but news about Produce That 100 spread like wildfire across various search engine ads, social media, online communities, and YouTube. Public anticipation was through the roof, all thanks to PD Woo Han-suk's history of multiple successful programs. 2 weeks passed like that. During that time, Kang Rojin accidentally discovered a video on YouTube. Huh? That's me. The thumbnail featured Rojan's face. The ultimate fashion is the face. Super handsome guy I met in Gangnam fashion hipster. 1,221,008 views. It was the interview he had given when he went to Gangnam on the first day after his face changed. Now, that moment had been uploaded as a video. In the footage, Rojan calmly responded, Dash, what's your outfit concept for today? You look super hip. Dash, I just wore whatever I had at home. The video had been up for less than a day, yet it had already surpassed 1 million views. Curious, Rojan scrolled through the comments. The reaction was explosive. Wow, who the hell is this insanely handsome guy? How do you even handle a face like that? WTF? With that face, he would completely crush every idol out there right now. WTF, he's seriously so fucking handsome. Being good-looking is the best. If you're handsome, that's all you need. His face is excessive? Seriously excessive. Why don't I ever see god-tier handsome guys like this when I go to Gangnam? Bro, I'm telling you, do not work out. I am warning you. I found myself smiling contentedly. Humor? Who needs it? If you're handsome, even just breathing is funny. Fuck, I guess I'll just have soju with pig's feet that look like me tonight. Someone please give us his info. I don't even smoke, but after watching this video, I'm heading out to buy cigarettes. Seriously, if you're this insanely handsome, life must be so damn easy. About a week later, Kang Rojan received a call from Kim Se-hee. The preliminary screening for contestants has started. If everything goes smoothly, we're aiming for the first shoot in about 2 weeks. That meant they had started selecting the 100 competitors Rojan would be up against. She also shared another piece of information. Also, Rojan SSI, your insert shoot, has been scheduled. It's in 3 days. It's just some simple shots for your introduction and greetings, so no need to feel pressured. At that moment, Rojan's phone vibrated briefly. Woo-woo. A notification popped up from the AI simulation app. Dash, hidden mission, throwing the first gauntlet, has been achieved. You have been awarded 15 coins as a gift. Rojan smiled at the free coins. Hidden missions were such a jackpot. By now, he had been completing missions every single day without fail, and his coin balance had already exceeded 100 coins. Dash, coins, 164. Then, out of nowhere, woo-woo, the AI simulation app sent another alert. Dash, sudden title mission activated. Dash, acquire title, side job tycoon, / reward upon completion. 30 coins / completion condition. Choose your first side job and engage in a related activity. The unexpected notification caught Rojan off guard. Side job. Chapter 6, Takeoff, 3. A sudden title mission? Kang Rojan was slightly surprised at the mission that appeared on his phone screen. Not only was it a new type of mission, but its content was also quite novel. Choose a side job. Of course, his main job would be being an idol, but he had never even considered a side job. Why a side job all of a sudden? Rojan carefully examined the mission displayed by the AI simulation app. Apparently, completing it would grant him the title of Side Job Tycoon. But wouldn't a tycoon need more than just one? Somehow, he felt like this wouldn't be the last time he'd be dealing with side jobs. Well, considering how celebrities often dabble in various fields, it wasn't entirely strange. Actors become singers, and singers become actors. I've even seen comedians become painters, and some go into business or open shops. If one set their mind to it, there was nothing they couldn't do. After all, idols who hit peak popularity often branch out into different areas. So, the app encouraging a side job didn't seem like such an unreasonable idea. A multi-talented idol who's good at everything? Sounds fun. That would boost my popularity several times over, wouldn't it? On top of that, completing this title mission would also reward him with bonus coins. That was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Rojan stroked his chin as he muttered to himself, contemplating the mission's completion requirements. Completion condition: choose a first side job and engage in related activities. Since it only required him to choose a side job, it seemed like he had the freedom to decide. He pondered carefully. To be honest, thanks to the AI simulation app's AI automation function, this wasn't particularly difficult for him. His status included skills like composition and arrangement, so he could easily choose composer as his side job and generate a random song using AI automation. However, the issue was, I don't have enough coins yet, Dash. It cost money. The AI automation feature, which functioned like a paid service, had to be used sparingly. At the moment, it was better to save up coins rather than spend them. Being a composer would be worth trying someday, but it's a bit too early now. For this mission, it would be better to complete it using his own effort. He could just give up on it altogether, but no way I'm passing up 30 bonus coins. After a moment of contemplation, Rojan muttered under his breath. There's no obligation, so I can just pick anything random and complete the mission, right? Thinking aloud, Rojan came up with a possible side job. A writer. More specifically, a screenwriter. He picked up the cheap laptop sitting in the corner of his room. The reason he thought of becoming a writer or a screenwriter was simple. I never thought this crappy writing of mine would come in handy. The truth was, Kong Rojan had been writing on and off for some time. It wasn't because it was his dream or anything grand like that. In fact, calling it a hobby felt a bit off as well. Because of his hideous face, Rojan had spent most of his time holed up at home. Eventually, watching TV became boring, and he discovered that writing could help with his depression, so he decided to give it a shot. After all, he already had hundreds of imaginations and daydreams every day anyway. It was somewhat fun to transfer those absurd daydreams and imaginations into writing. But he had never shown his work to anyone. What was there to boast about when it was just a pile of nonsense? Since he had never learned anything properly, his writing was entirely self-taught. Over time, by gathering information from the internet, he managed to structure his work somewhat in the format of movie and drama scripts. Though I haven't paid much attention to it recently, I had written quite a few. Rojan powered up his laptop and searched for his collection of garbage words, or rather, his rough drafts. He found more than expected. This should be enough, right? Okay, first side job decided as screenwriter. Now, he just needed to engage in related activities, which was a bit tricky. Would it work if I just write something? He opened one of his drafts and started typing out a few lines. However, the app remained quiet. So this isn't enough, huh? Crossing his arms, Rojan exhaled in frustration. Then, a thought came to him. Somehow it feels like it's telling me not to be cunning and do proper side job activities. A screenwriter's first activity? For a newbie, the most obvious choice would be submitting their work to a competition or something similar. With a serious look, Rojan opened a search engine and started looking up scriptwriting and screenwriting competitions. He found quite a few results. Among them, the one that caught Kong Rojan's eye was SBC 2020 33rd SBC 1-Act Drama Script Contest. It was a script competition hosted by a public broadcasting station. Since it was already in its 33rd year, it seemed to be an annual event. Skimming through the details, Rojan saw that the submission deadline was tomorrow. Scratching his chin, Kong Rojan didn't hesitate for long. Might as well throw something in. After all, he already had some short drama script trash lying around. He searched for one of his rough drafts, which had a title he had come up with on a whim. Rental Lover. The moment he saw it, an overwhelming wave of embarrassment hit him. What the hell was I thinking when I named it that? Letting out a deep sigh, Rojan fought through the cringe and moved his mouse to submit it. Since he already had a finished script, the submission process didn't take long. Before he knew it, the words "submission complete" appeared on his laptop screen. He had no expectations for this garbage writing of his. He had only done it for one reason. Wong. A notification popped up from the AI simulation app. Sudden title mission, choose a first side job, and engage in related activities has been completed. You have received 30 coins as a reward. Nice. A smile spread across Kong Rojan's face. All he did was submit some script trash, yet he got 30 coins in return. So by related activities, it meant actually taking action. However, there was no notification about acquiring the title. Huh, why not? Rojan wondered for a moment, but quickly brushed it off. He had only just taken his first step. Maybe he needed to wait a bit longer. For now, the important thing was coins, 194. He was just 6 coins away from 200. Later, the weekend passed, and Monday, June 29th arrived. The first thing Rojan did upon waking up was complete his daily mission. Dash. His running mission had started with just 30 minutes, but with each completion, it increased by 1 minute. Now, he had to run for an entire hour. The same applied to his other workouts. On the bright side, exercising daily was improving his physique. But on the downside, it was no longer something he could just breeze through. At some point, The time and reps have to stop increasing, right? Please, they have to. Running for 3 hours just for 1 coin would be ridiculous. Fortunately, there were plenty of mission types, so as his range of activities expanded, he'd have other options. Once he finished his workout, Rojan got ready and headed out. His destination, JTVM. He had received a notification about some kind of pre-recorded insert shoot today. Since every term was unfamiliar to him, the closer he got to the broadcasting station, the more his nerves intensified. She said it would be over quickly, but it's still a shoot, right? And it's my first time ever? The first experience with anything was never easy. Rojan was too busy calming his trembling hands to notice the curious stares from other passengers on the subway. Upon arriving at JTVM, he was greeted by a group of writers, including the overly energetic Kim Se-hee. Rojan SSI, you're here? Your face is working hard today too, right? You somehow look even more handsome than the first time we saw you. Did you get a skincare treatment or something? No way. With Rojan SSI's skin, any dermatologist would say there's nothing to fix. But Rojan was already too tense to process their words. His brain was malfunctioning. Well, I'm unemployed, so at least my face should work hard. He blurted out whatever came to mind, but the writers burst out laughing. What's this? Which part was funny? Rojan, who found it hard to understand, was guided to a studio inside the broadcasting station. Inside, over a dozen staff members were already in place, along with cameras. In the center of the studio, a folding chair was set up. As Rojan entered, Woo Han-suk, the PD, who had been chatting with a camera operator, greeted him. His exhaustion was written all over his face. Oh, Rojan SSI, you're here. The studio immediately buzzed with noise. The staff who saw Rojan for the first time were startled. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk showed a thumbs up to Rojan's face and continued speaking. Our first filming is confirmed for Tuesday, July 7th. Lucky 7-7, right? The set construction is already finished too. July 7th? That was about 8 days away. Kong Rojan's heartbeat quickened. At that moment, Kim Se-hee, the hamster-like writer, took Rojan aside. While checking his outfit, she added some explanations. You heard about the first shoot, right? The premiere date is also roughly set. About 10 days after we finish the first recording? And if things go quickly, we should finish selecting the 100 contestants by tomorrow at the latest. Oh, since we're on the topic, should I give you a rough rundown of the first recording? Yes, if possible. The first recording will be the first round of auditions with the judges. It'll be filmed over 2 days, splitting the contestants into 2 groups, Group 1 and Group 2. Each group will have 50 contestants. Rojan SSI, you're in Group 1. She also mentioned that they would provide details on the location, necessary items, and schedule separately. Hearing all this made the whole thing feel very real. Rojan's nerves flared up again. Is there anything I need to prepare for the first recording? The first round is open-ended. The production team only assigns tasks from the second round onwards. So, for this one, you just need to prepare something you're confident in, whatever you do best. Singing, dancing, anything. Oh, and in the past, we even had someone perform magic. Magic? Well, I do have a magic trick of my own. The AI simulation app. Rojan thought absurdly to himself. Meanwhile, Kim Se-hee beamed brightly and continued. Just let me know what you'll be doing by 2 days before the first recording. That way, we can prepare properly. After that, they moved on to Rojan's insert shoot. The format was simple. The PD would ask questions, and Rojan would answer. How did you first hear about Produce That 100? At this point, Kong Rojan's brain was half malfunctioning. His response came without passing through any filters. I got hit on. Excuse me. I was asked for my number. Ha ha. Oh, right. Our writer basically streetcast you. These insert clips would be edited in wherever they fit best. Just then, a staff member holding a camera called over Kim Se-hee and the other writers. Come take a look at this. He gestured at the monitor attached to the camera. The writers, including Kim Se-hee, rushed over. And the moment they saw it, they let out pure admiration. No, it was more like, aw? He didn't even wear makeup. Holy shit. Is this for real? Every single angle is a cheat. Even this is nothing compared to seeing him in person. If he actually makes it on TV, people are going to say he's CGI. Regardless of what was being said, the shoot eventually ended. It had taken about 2 hours. All Rojan had done was mindlessly answer questions. And right after it was over, "I need to get out of here." Without hesitation, he gave a quick farewell and left immediately. Or rather, he ran away. Watching his retreating figure, PD Wu Han-suk pushed up his glasses. His mind was already racing with calculations, thinking about how to edit Rojan's footage and where to place the cuts. Then, when Kim Se-hee approached him, he smirked. "We just found our episode 1 finale shot." "Huh. We'll edit the episode to feature some of the more talented contestants at the start. Then, at the very end, bam. We cut to Kong Rojan making his entrance and end episode 1 there. What do you think?" Kim Se-hee and the other writers grinned, because it was so easy to picture. Just his face alone is going to make viewers lose their minds. About a week later, on the morning of July 7th. Location, SBC Drama Department, a major broadcasting station. Since it was morning, some desks were still empty, and people were just arriving for work. By the window-side desks, a woman with messy brown hair tied in a loose ponytail let out a long yawn. Hey-ahem-dash. She seemed to be in her mid-40s. Whether she had pulled an all-nighter at the drama department or simply arrived too early was unclear. But in her hands was a stack of papers. Flip, flip. The sleepy-eyed woman was reading through a stack of papers. She was a director in the SBC drama department, and what she was currently reviewing was a script, one of the entries submitted to the 33rd SBC one-act drama script contest. Since she was one of the PDs in charge of judging, she had to go through these submissions. Other PDs were also busy reading their assigned scripts. The system worked like this. Each PD selected notable works, compiled them, then held meetings with the writers. From there, the final selections for Grand Prize and Excellence Awards were made. Before long, the woman set the script down on her desk with a light thud and stretched her arms wide. The script's cover page was clearly visible. Rental lover. Writer, Kong Chul-soo. Still groggy, the woman PD cracked her neck from side to side and glanced at the script before giving a simple verdict. "This one's pretty decent. Let's keep it for now." Meanwhile, at the same time, in Paju, Gyeonggi Province, a taxi came to a stop in front of a massive site in Paju. From the back seat, a man with thick black hair stepped out. Thud. His appearance was unusual. Although he was dressed casually in a short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, he was wearing a white mask that covered his face. His face was so small that the mask alone nearly concealed it entirely. Standing still, the man stared intently ahead. The site in front of him resembled a giant amusement park or themed attraction. The grand entrance alone felt like a portal to another world. Behind it, numerous buildings stretched into the distance. In reality, this place was a themed studio campus, designed to mimic world-famous film studios. It housed various attractions and numerous facilities all in one place. At that moment, the man in the white mask, swish, turned his gaze toward the crowds gathering near the entrance. "We're short on walkie-talkies. Hey, someone fix the fencing over there. The contestants should be arriving soon. Call PD Nim." Shouts rang out. Staff scrambled to check equipment, and the entire area was a chaotic mess. The masked man felt his heartbeat quicken as he thought to himself, "Did I get here too early?" Luckily, at that moment, 2 other men brushed past him. Both were also wearing white masks. Simultaneously, a few people in the crowd near the entrance noticed the masked men and waved at them. "Contestants have arrived. This way. Please come this way. Keep your masks on." Meanwhile, online, news articles were spreading fast. Produced that 100. The survival audition show generating buzz even before airing. First shoot begins today in Paju. Taking a subtle deep breath, the masked man adjusted his mask. A glimpse of his face could be seen underneath. The man was Kong Rojan, and, "Damn, it's really my first shoot. I'm so freaking nervous." "Whatever. Let's just go." Once again, the staff's voices rang out. "Filming crew. PD Nim says to stand by." And with that, the first shoot of Produce That 100 had begun. Chapter 7, Takeoff 4. The theme studio campus in Paju. Boasting an enormous site, this was the filming location for Produce That 100. In other words, it was where the production crew would be stationed until the broadcast ended. However, they hadn't rented out the entire theme studio campus. They had only secured a large hall, a few studios, a training center, and accommodations. Regardless, Kong Rojan arrived at the entrance, where the produce that 100 production staff had gathered. Swish. Two men who had arrived before him, that is, two contestants, were standing in line. Sensing something, Rojan took the third spot. Soon, the two contestants ahead of him glanced at Kong Rojan. He seems to have some height, but judging by his eyes alone, his looks are just average. His face probably isn't bad, but he's shorter than me. They couldn't make a clear judgment. All three of them, including Rojan, were wearing white masks. Of course, Kong Rojan also quickly scanned the two men in front of him. Whoa, his hair is yellow. If he dyes it that often, his hair's gonna fall out like crazy. Isn't he scared? Additionally, the man in the second position didn't quite look Korean, at least from the bridge of his nose up. His facial structure resembled that of a foreigner. The space between his eyes was deeply set. Well, they did say they didn't only recruit contestants from Korea, so there might be foreigners. For reference, the reason why Kong Rojan and the others were wearing white masks was due to a request from the Produce That 100 production team. Apparently, their faces were to remain undisclosed until the official evaluation. Anyway, while Rojan was observing the other contestants. Okay, roll the cameras. One of the staff members near the entrance gave the signal. A familiar face to Kong Rojan. That's the person I saw during the insert shoot last time. Following the signal from the staff member, who was part of the directing team, the cameras that had been filming the scenery and entrance in advance started moving. One camera focused on the entrance, another on Kong Rojan, another from a different angle, and so on. At this point, a female staff member addressed the contestants standing in line. Today, we're filming Group 1. The cameras are already rolling, but just act as if they're not there and follow the instructions given. Now, first contestant, please enter. Kong Rojan tensed up as he glanced at the camera filming him from 2 steps away. How am I supposed to act like the cameras aren't there when they clearly are? This is crazy hard from the start. Meanwhile, the first contestant stepped forward and calmly passed through the large entrance. A camera captured his back. A few minutes later, the second contestant received the signal to proceed. Around that time, a few more contestants had arrived behind Rojan. Next, please enter. It was Kong Rojan's turn. He walked awkwardly. Thankfully, he had the mask on. If not, his awkward expression would have been vividly captured by the cameras. After passing through the entrance and walking about 10 steps, the vast interior of the campus unfolded before Rojan's eyes. Wow, what is this place? I didn't know a place like this existed in Korea. European-style buildings and parks were scattered throughout, and there was even a bus stop inside. It felt less like a campus and more like a small city. Of course, the roads were filled with staff and cameras set up in various locations. For a moment, Rojan recalled the school trip he had taken in middle school. It feels kind of similar. The anticipation and nervousness before everything began felt almost the same. Just how much money did they pour into renting a place this massive? While Rojan was having meaningless thoughts, he noticed that the contestants who had entered earlier were boarding a waiting bus. A staff member standing in front of the bus spotted him and gave a brief explanation. Get on. You can sit wherever you'd like. Rojan responded and climbed onto the bus. The contestants who had boarded earlier were seated in a row by the window at the back. Rojan quickly scanned the interior of the bus. The things attached up there, are those cameras? At least 6 small cameras were installed on the ceiling of the bus. It was clear the production team intended to capture every second, every moment. Feeling even more tense, Rojan settled into a middle window seat. And then, he was startled. Whoa, shit, even here? There was a camera positioned directly in front of his face. With so many cameras, how was he supposed to pretend they weren't there? Feeling awkward, Rojan shifted his gaze uncomfortably before ultimately turning to look out the window. The bus departed once about 20 contestants had boarded. It was quiet. No one opened their mouth. The only exceptions were a few contestants who found the silence unbearable and started small talk with their seatmates. Where are you from? Seoul. I'm from Yongin. Me too. I'm from Yongin as well. Kong Rojan mentally responded, but held his tongue. Soon, the bus stopped in front of a building. Stepping out, he immediately noticed that the size and atmosphere of the building were unusual, with many staff members present. Cameras quickly zoomed in, and instructions followed from behind. Please enter the lobby one by one. A line formed again. Rojan was 5th in line. Meanwhile, the cameras panned across the waiting contestants. Just as Kong Rojin was taking in his surroundings and observing the building ahead. Next, please enter. It was Rojin's turn. He climbed the gray stairs and was met with a fairly spacious lobby. About 6 staff members were waiting inside. To the side, a black box was placed on a desk. As Rojin approached, a familiar face suddenly popped up. Come this way. It was the highly energetic writer, Kim Se-hee. She recognized Kong Rojin right away, despite his mask, and playfully winked with one eye. Don't do that. It was strangely funny. Struggling to suppress his laughter, Rojin listened as Kim Se-hee explained. Keep your mask on. And now, pick a ball from this box. She pointed to the black box beside her. Rojin reached inside. It felt full of ping-pong balls. After stirring them around for a moment, he pulled one out. A number was written on it. 1. Rojin had drawn number 1. For some reason, Kim Se-hee looked slightly surprised. Number 1? Rojin, puzzled, asked back. Yeah, why? Is there a problem? Huh? No problem at all. Anyway, from now on, you will be referred to as contestant number 1. Just 1 instead of his name? The other contestants were probably assigned numbers in the same way. Meaning, from now on, this number was his identity. Before Rojin could fully process how his name had vanished in an instant, Kim Se-hee handed him something, a name tag with the number 1 on it. Please pin this to your chest. After attaching the numbered name tag, Rojin gave a small nod to Kim Se-hee and swish. He followed the signs and walked ahead. His destination was Waiting Room 1, located midway down the hallway. Inside, a few contestants who had arrived earlier were already seated. More than 20 chairs were spaced out, and at the front was a large monitor. Several staff members were also present, and as expected, cameras were mounted on the ceiling and throughout the room. Reading the atmosphere, Kong Rojin walked toward the first seat at the front. As expected, the chair had a large number 1 attached to it. Since he was contestant number 1, this must be his designated seat. Sitting down, he looked at the monitor ahead. A logo was displayed on the screen. Produce that 100. The slight nervousness that had faded momentarily came rushing back into Rojin's chest. Around this time, outside, Kim Se-hee suddenly remembered Kong Rojin and radioed PD Woo Han-suk. PD Nim. Rojin picked number 1. PD Woo Han-suk sounded surprised as he responded. Number 1? Of all the numbers, he had to pick number 1 dash. About an hour later, at the SBC drama department, a meeting room with a shaped conference table. The time was around 10 a.m. Several PDs were seated inside, piles of documents stacked in front of them. One male PD yawned loudly and broke the silence. Everyone's busy, so let's get this over with quickly. The meeting began immediately. The topic was brought up by the same male PD. The one-act drama contest is such a pain every year. Ugh, just start by naming the scripts you picked. This was the selection meeting for the winners of the 33rd SBC one-act drama script contest. However, the PD's expressions showed a clear sense of indifference and half-heartedness. I chose this one, The Night of Lost Memories. Oh, I picked that one too. The thriller elements aren't bad, right? Yeah. Doesn't seem like a newbie wrote it. Even though they found it bothersome, once the meeting officially began, the PDs quickly focused. Discussions flew back and forth. Some scripts were good, others were ambiguous, some weren't bad, but not great either, and some PDs outright dismissed all the submissions. In an instant, several one-act scripts were eliminated. At that moment, a female PD with brown hair tied back spoke up. Wasn't this year a total drought? But I did find one decent script. Rent a Lover. I thought it was fun. The other PDs reacted. Oh, PD Young Surayong, I thought you wouldn't even bother reading it, but you actually did? Shut up. Who else thought Rent a Lover was good? Me. It was a bit rough, but it was a decent read. By the way, the writer's name is Kong Chul-soo, probably a pen name, right? Most likely, but it could be his real name too. Anyway, while reading Rent a Lover, I thought it was really unconventional. The idea was solid. Wow, high praise from PD Young. That's rare. From there, deeper discussions among the PDs unfolded. Despite their casual approach, their veteran expertise was evident. The meeting wrapped up after about 30 minutes. Okay, so the final candidates are The Night of Lost Memories, Fake Family, and Rent a Lover. I'll send the report to the higher-ups. Appreciate it. Let's have our staff contact the writers, meet with them, and then pick the final winner. For reference, the annual SBC one-act drama script contest guaranteed production for the first place, grand prize, and second place. Excellence Award winners. Unfortunately, third place only received prize money. As the PDs began tidying up, one of them turned to Young Surayong, who had picked Rental Lover. Since you pushed for it, you should handle the meeting with Kong Chul-soo, the writer of Rental Lover. Scratching her messy hair, she replied indifferently. Fine. She made a mental guess. Judging by the rough writing style, the writer is probably some middle-aged guy. Back at the theme studio campus in Payu, the filming for Produce That 100. Group 1 had officially begun. Meanwhile, inside waiting room 1, Kong Rojin wasn't feeling nervous, he was just bored out of his mind. This is seriously boring. Is it really right to wait for almost 2 hours? He had been sitting idly for nearly 2 hours. Of course, filming was inherently a series of waiting and delays, but having never experienced this before, Rojin found it exhausting. Seems like almost all contestants are seated. How much longer do we have to wait? Just as he thought, the 25 chairs in waiting room 1 were now fully occupied with contestants, all wearing white masks. Not a single seat was empty. Since Group 1 had 50 contestants, there was likely another waiting room as well, but the process was taking far too long. Some contestants, seemingly as drained as Rojin, were humming songs or practicing choreography in one corner of the room. At that moment, easy. Rojin felt a vibration. His phone, in his pocket, and the smartwatch on his wrist. Phones weren't strictly prohibited, but they had been advised to limit their use. Carefully, Rojin checked his smartwatch. His eyes widened slightly. An alert from the AI simulation app had appeared. The title Side Job Tycoon has met its conditions and is now activated. Suddenly, but that wasn't the only notification. With the activation of the title Side Job Tycoon, an additional bonus coin has been granted for mission rewards. Each title can be enhanced up to +5, and title-based bonus coins can increase up to 5. The maximum number of mission reward coins is 50. Staring at the pop-up, Rojin blinked. He had already received 30 coins as a reward from a title mission. There had been no mention of the Side Job Tycoon title at that time, so he had brushed it off without thinking. This really came out of nowhere. Now, suddenly, the Side Job Tycoon title was being applied. His focus shifted to the mission coins. So if a title is active, I get bonus coins? And I can enhance the title too. Rojin glanced around before accessing the AI simulation app on his smartwatch. Though not as detailed as on his phone, a simplified interface appeared. The first noticeable changes were user, Kong Rojin/age, 24/height, 182.8 centimeters / desired occupation, idle/side job, 1 screenwriter +1 coins, 250. His total coins had increased by 1, and a new side job had appeared. Soon he tapped on the mission button. Everything looked the same except for one additional line of text. Mission attempts available, May 5th. Title bonus coins, +1. After a brief moment of thought, Rojin came to a conclusion. So basically, the title is just a straight-up bonus. Normally, without missions that give 5 or 10 coins, I get a base of 5 coins per day. But with a title attached, I get an extra bonus coin, making it 6 in total. If a title is enhanced, it can provide up to 5 bonus coins per title. Meaning, if he had a +5 title, he'd be earning 10 coins daily, including the bonus. Base coins aside, if I have 5 + 5 titles, that's 25 extra coins just from bonuses. In other words, titles weren't a one-time thing. If used well, Kong Rojin could maximize his daily earnings to 50 coins. This is a gold mine. But how do I enhance a title? Well, I'll figure it out once I start using them. He still had no idea why it had suddenly been applied, but if a simple trash draft led to this effect, it was a huge win. A faint smirk naturally formed under his mask. At that moment, swish, a male staff member stepped to the front of the waiting room where a large monitor was mounted. The filming crew became even busier. Seeing this, all 25 contestants returned to their seats, and the man in front glanced at his tablet before speaking with authority. You've all received your numbered name tags, correct? From now on, you will be addressed by that number. His voice was clear and precise, likely intended for broadcast. During the filming of Produce That 100, you should consider the number you received as your name. It will not change. As he operated the tablet, his tone became more serious. Additionally, this number determines your audition order. A murmur rippled through the waiting room. Of course, the broadcast editing will mix up the order, but during the actual recording, auditions will proceed strictly by the assigned numbers. Soon, the staff member and various cameras turned their attention toward a single contestant. The one sitting quietly, number 1. Or rather, Kong Rojan. In an instant, the gazes of the other contestants were filled with sympathy, pity, and even a touch of mourning. Phew. Thank God, I was praying not to be first. That poor guy. Damn, the pressure must be insane. Being first, talk about bad luck. Ugh, going first is the worst. If you don't make an impact, people will forget you as the audition progresses. Poor guy. If he's just average, he'll be completely overlooked. Naturally, number 1 Kong Rojan was internally freaking out. I'm going first? Meanwhile, some distance away from the waiting room, PD Woo Han-suk stood surrounded by staff near the massive stage. He was also thinking about Kong Rojan. Letting out a deep sigh, he muttered under his breath. Kong Rojan is going first? Phew, the ones coming after him are screwed. Chapter 8, Takeoff, 5. I'm screwed, seriously screwed. The excitement from the title mission lasted only for a moment before Kong Rojan was hit with shocking news that left him at a loss. Being the first one is too much dash. Because the first shot of this massive survival audition variety show was Kong Rojan himself. When he received the number 1 name tag, he thought nothing of it, but he never imagined it would also indicate his audition order. Rojan, who had been avoiding people and shutting himself at home for years, had only just begun to step into the light and adapt. His face had transformed into that of a monster capable of overwhelming everyone. But inside, he was still the gloomy, eerie Kong Rojan. For someone like him, just participating in Produce That 100 was already an act of courage. Damn, this is so sudden. But what could he do? He had already stepped onto the battlefield, where competitors were scattered like landmines, and he had drawn the number 1 himself. Of course, he was flustered. Well, I have to go? I can't just stand here stammering forever. Now, he had to pull himself together. Thankfully, he was usually composed, so he recovered quickly. Kong Rojan had already devised a plan for the situation. What he needed to do immediately was strengthen his resolve, just a little more, and control his mind to be bolder. He needed to stay calm. A faint breath escaped from behind Rojan's white mask. At the same time, he recalled something his late father used to say frequently. The world is harsh. What you need to have at all times is the attitude of, I'm me, so what the hell are you going to do about it? Right? Life wasn't always going to be smooth sailing. No one knew this better than Kong Rojan, who had spent years living like a shadow. Maybe this was actually a good thing. Since it's come to this, I might as well go all out. His greatest weapon was, of course, his face. Plus, his trained mindset. Just then, BZZT. His smartwatch vibrated on his wrist. A call. The number was unfamiliar. But right now, this wasn't important. Rojan casually ignored the call. The vibrations soon stopped, followed by the arrival of a text message. Hello, Kong Chulsunim. This is SBC Broadcasting Station reaching out. Since we couldn't reach you by phone, we're leaving a message. Your script has been selected as a finalist for the one-act drama script contest. Please contact us when you see this message. Kong Rojan didn't know, because at that moment, the staff member briefing at the front spoke again, calling for him. Contestant number 1, please proceed. It was time to head to the stage. Without much reaction, Rojan stood up from his seat. The cameras immediately closed in. Using them as his companion, Kong Rojan exited waiting room 1. Before long, Rojan and the staff disappeared, leaving the remaining 24 contestants in the waiting room, each lost in their own thoughts. It sucks for him, but it's none of my business. That number 1 guy seems surprisingly composed. If it were me, I'd be losing my shit. Anyway, good for him. There are 100 contestants, and he has to go first? That's just brutal. Their gazes shifted to the large monitors set up at the front. That screen would likely broadcast the audition process of each contestant. It wasn't just this waiting room. Waiting room 2 next door was probably the same. All 49 contestants of Group 1 except for Kong Rojin, were staring at the monitor. Might as well watch and learn how the audition unfolds. For now, they were simply spectators, ready to witness the execution of number one. Meanwhile, Kong Rojin walked down the corridor, accompanied by cameras. A staff member led the way ahead of him. Somehow, his mind wasn't as cluttered as he expected. In fact, it was surprisingly clear. Maybe because I haven't seen the stage yet? This isn't as bad as I thought. It could also be because of the white mask covering his face, since his expression was hidden. Soon, they arrived at a set of double doors where the guide stopped. The cameras, which had been closely following him, moved past Rojin to capture the moment as the doors opened. The cameraman stepped backward, ready to film Rojin's entrance. At that moment, Rojin caught a glimpse of something. What the hell is that inside? A vast and grand space, swarming with dozens of staff members. The place buzzed with noise. Was that the main stage? It seemed so, as the staff member gestured toward him. This way, please. Following the staff, Rojin stepped inside. And at that moment, he unconsciously parted his lips. Wow, was this another world? Kong Rojin's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in astonishment. It was the kind of reaction one would have when witnessing something truly overwhelming. This is insane, seriously. A hall so massive it was impossible to take it all in at a glance. A ceiling that stretched endlessly high, countless lights shining like stars, a huge stage occupying half the hall, and star-shaped decorations glowing in various colors around it. On the stage and the enormous screen behind it, the Produce That 100 logo was prominently displayed. And that wasn't all. Just how many people are there? In the direction facing the stage, at least 100 staff members were bustling about. Unfamiliar filming equipment and state-of-the-art audio devices filled the space. Who could remain unfazed in such a grand setting? Even a seasoned idol would feel nervous in a place like this. Naturally, the brief moment when Rojin's nerves had subsided quickly passed, and the tension returned. However, it wasn't fear or anxiety. It was a shiver of awe. I'll be standing here, and the audience will be watching me. He could finally grasp it for real. Kong Rojin's life had officially entered the realm of the Wonderland. As he was still taking in the grand sight of the hall, contestant number one, this way, please. A staff member moved toward the back of the massive stage. Kong Rojin cast one last glance at the hall, feeling reluctant to leave before stepping forward. His destination was the waiting area behind the stage, a simple space prepared for the contestants. Calling it a waiting room was a stretch. It was merely an empty area with a few chairs. The staff member gestured toward one. Please have a seat for a moment. You'll be heading out soon. Meanwhile, among the 100 or so staff members facing the stage, one person in particular was overseeing the entire scene. PD Woo Han-suk, the head of Produce That 100, also caught sight of Kong Rojin disappearing backstage. So he's number one, huh? Well, we can adjust it however we want in the broadcast edits, but the atmosphere on-site is already getting interesting. As the producer responsible for selecting all 100 contestants, Woo Han-suk naturally had his eye on Kong Rojin. At that moment, some writers, including Kim Se-hee, who was familiar with Rojin, gathered around Woo Han-suk. The first to whisper was Kim Se-hee. If Rojin SSI is number one, the contestants after him won't even stand a chance in the visuals department. That's what I'm saying. How did he end up drawing number one? We don't know about his skills, but his looks are already in another league. Then again, who knows? If they only picked him for his appearance and his actual skills are lacking, the judges might score him really harshly. Kong Rojin had been chosen purely for his face. The focus was on generating buzz, as the writers speculated about the future. Swoosh. For people entered the area where the staff were gathered. They were the judges of Produce That 100, having just finished filming their interview scenes. Whoa, I caught a glimpse of it earlier, but the stage is really well put together. The first to speak was a short man in his 50s with a playful face. No, he wasn't just any man. He was Yoon Sung-won, a veteran singer with a 30-year career who was still making waves in the industry. A woman followed behind him. Just looking at the stage, I can tell how much effort Woo PD put into this. She was Gong Joo-mi, dressed in an elegant white suit. A former member of a famous first-generation girl group, she's currently active as a musical actress. The next to chime in was a stocky man. Is that our seat over there? Right in front of the stage? This was Song Min-gun, a legendary composer and broadcaster who had produced countless hit songs. The last of the group was a tall, slender woman. Won't the participants hear us whispering among ourselves? She was Lee Demi, another first-generation girl group member. Unlike the others, she now ran a mid-sized entertainment company managing active idols. These four were the official judges of Produce That 100. Of course, there were also separate trainers for vocals, dance, and rap. After briefly greeting PD Woo Han-suk and the exhausted staff, the judges took their seats, located right in front of the magnificent, dazzling stage. The placement was so close that they could see every contestant's face in perfect detail. The moment the judges took their seats, the staff handed them something, profiles of the 50 contestants in Group 1 scheduled for today's auditions. As soon as they saw them, the judges clicked their tongues. There's so many. But there aren't any photos on the profiles? I saw earlier that all the contestants were wearing masks. They only take them off once they're on stage, and until then, their faces are kept secret. This kind of audition variety show is a first. Definitely unique. There are more blank spaces than actual information. At this point, these profiles are useless. Aside from the sheer quantity, the profiles didn't even contain the contestants' names or photos. They were practically blank. With nothing to analyze, the judges started making small talk. Just then, a man in a suit stepped onto the stage, the show's host. The moment she saw him, Gong Jumi laughed. Hey Daehan, aren't you trying a little too hard? You look so stiff, it's awkward. The host and MC of Produce That 100 was Jang Daehan, a former idol who had transitioned into broadcasting. In his 30s, he was the youngest among the panel, a junior to the judges by quite a few years. Scratching his head awkwardly, he responded, It's been ages since I wore a suit. I feel so out of place. With Jang Daehan's arrival, the stage quickly moved into rehearsal mode. Lighting, sound, filming, staff members bustled around for a while before retreating from the stage. Behind the array of cameras, the expressions of over 100 staff members began to shift. Among them, PD Woo Han-suk's face was the most serious. Let's start with number 1. PD Woo Han-suk officially signaled the beginning of the recording. The hall fell silent in an instant. All cameras turned their focus to the stage, while Jang Daehan, who had been waiting, picked up his handheld microphone. Being an idol was once my dream, and now it's also the dream of the 100 who will stand on this stage. Produce That 100 begins now. The moment he shouted the scripted line from his cue card, the stage lighting changed. A mix of colors illuminated the set as cameras moved frantically. Jang Daehan proceeded to explain the Produce That 100 system, how the show would progress, the audition format, the judging criteria, the scoring system, and how viewers could participate. For reference, all 100 contestants are currently wearing masks. They will be referred to by their assigned numbers instead of names. As soon as they step on stage, they will remove their masks and showcase their prepared performances without any pre-show interviews. Flipping to the next cue card, Jang Daehan continued. Now, let's bring out number 1. The moment he finished speaking, the lights across the stage and hall dimmed. It was as if night had fallen. But within the darkness, subtle movement could be detected. And then, flash, a single bright white spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. Standing alone in the previously empty space was a man with dark hair, wearing a mask. His outfit was extremely plain, a white t-shirt and jeans. It was completely raw and unpolished, precisely the effect PD Woo Han-suk had intended. Is that number 1? The moment the judges laid eyes on the figure in the spotlight, their gazes sharpened. The evaluation had begun. Number 1 remained still. There was no sign of trembling or nervousness. Several dozen seconds passed like that. The cameras signaled that they had captured full shots of number 1 from the front, side, back, and the entire stage. Then, Jang Daehan raised his microphone again. Number 1, please remove your mask. All eyes in the hall, over 100 staff members, Jang Daehan, the judges, and even the contestants watching from the waiting room, were fixated on number 1. He stood motionless for a brief moment before finally raising both hands. At that instant, the 4 judges held mild expectations, but nothing too high. The contestants are all ordinary people, right? His visuals are probably average, so we should focus on his skills. Why even have them wear masks? If they take them off and aren't impressive, the viewers will just be disappointed. Number 1. He must have been devastated the moment he drew that number. They had spent decades in the entertainment industry. They had seen it all. Countless idols who were handsome, beautiful, exceptionally skilled, witty, and overflowing with charm. There was nothing left for them to be surprised by. So, it wasn't strange that their excitement had dulled over the years. At that moment, Number 1 lowered his head and removed his white mask. Then, slowly, he lifted his face. The instant Number 1's face was revealed to the world. The first to react were the judges, who were staring directly at him. Unintentionally, their eyes widened, and their mouths fell slightly open. All 4 judges, veterans who had been through everything the entertainment industry had to offer, were momentarily speechless. A brief but heavy silence followed. Number 1 looked at the judges, and the judges, as if spellbound, stared back at him. Then, Lee Demi, the former girl group member and now an entertainment company CEO, muttered under her breath. What the hell? That face. Are you kidding me? Even Yoon Sung-won, the singer with 30 years of experience, dropped the pen he had been twirling in his hand. Handsome? No, not just handsome. This guy makes even the best-looking people seem insignificant. Each judge reacted in their own way, but their thoughts were the same. That Number 1 could effortlessly overshadow the top-tier visuals of the entire entertainment industry. A disruption to the ecosystem. A presence that rewrote the standards. Soon, veteran singer Yoon Sung-won, who had been staring at Number 1 as if enchanted, swoosh, raised his gaze to the white light shining down on Number 1, then gave a hollow laugh. Is that a damn halo? At the same time, Number 1's deep voice resonated through the entire hall. Hello, I am contestant Number 1. And then, Kang Rojin stated what he was about to showcase. I have prepared a song. The song I will be singing is Farewell. Chapter 9, Pass 1. When Kang Rojin first stepped onto the stage, his entire body stiffened. It was only natural. It was the most grand and dazzling sight he had ever seen in his life. Cameras, lights, countless people, and judges, all of them were looking at him. It was fascinating, but not because he was seeing celebrities. The nature of their gazes is different. In the past, everyone had looked at Rojin strangely. But now, their eyes held not strangeness but awe. And it wasn't just a few people, everyone was the same. The lights shining down on him felt warm. Since it was his first time standing on a stage, it was natural for Rojin to feel nervous. However, more than nervousness, he felt a thrill. This electrifying sensation coursing through his veins easily surpassed his anxiety. Is this why people become idols? Of course, he wasn't even close to reaching the threshold of being an idol yet. But still, it felt like he had gotten a small taste of it. Strangely enough, Kang Rojin became increasingly composed. Unlike at the beginning, he could now clearly see the expressions of the 100 or so people in front of him. Especially the 4 judges right in front. Those faces were quite a sight. Not bad, I can do this. Lifting the handheld microphone in his grasp, Kang Rojin greeted the audience. Hello, I'm contestant Number 1. The cameras around him moved busily, and the judges who were seeing Number 1 up close were completely shocked. Didn't they say they picked him from the general public? What kind of face is that? Wow, if we're just talking visuals, never mind being an idol, he could easily overshadow actors. My jaw's dropping. Where the hell did they find someone like that? While the dazed judges stared in disbelief, PD Woo Han-suk, who was monitoring everything, let out a subtle chuckle. They're bound to lose their minds. Even he, who had been in the variety show industry for years, had been momentarily stunned the first time he saw Kang Rojin. It wasn't just the judges. As soon as Number 1 revealed his face, the 49 other contestants who had shared the same waiting room, or even those from the adjacent waiting rooms, were already in turmoil. What is that? What the hell? No, if he's setting the bar this high from the start, what are we supposed to do? This is insane. That face is cheating. We're screwed. Shit. I'm up next. Though no one said it out loud, the 49 contestants in Group 1 were all screaming internally. And, of course, it was all because of Kang Rojin's overwhelmingly stunning appearance displayed on the large monitor. At that moment, his voice was heard through the speakers once more. I have prepared a song. The song I will be singing is Farewell. The contestants all prayed in unison. He's going to sing? Surely, with a face like that, his skills can't be that good? His face alone already made an impact. Yeah, his singing probably won't be that great. No, it has to be bad. If he sings well on top of that, that would be a total scam. Please, please let him suck. They all desperately hoped that the ridiculously, overwhelmingly handsome guy would turn out to be tone deaf. And, in a way, their hopes weren't completely misplaced. Number 1, or rather, Kong Rojin, was, in fact, tone deaf. But standing on that stage, he had absolutely no intention of revealing that. And then, the intro resonated throughout the massive hall, encompassing the entire stage. A deeply emotional melody, layered with piano. Even amid their lingering shock, the judges were puzzled. Farewell? That's an odd song choice. Why pick such a difficult song? It wasn't a song one would typically expect in an idol audition, and this isn't a song you can just get through by being a decent singer. You have to pour deep emotions into it as well. Can such a young kid pull that off? Most contestants would choose a hit idol song or something more current. He won't be able to pull this off. Because the song Farewell was notoriously difficult. For judges in their 40s and older, it was a well-known classic, but younger contestants might not have even heard it before. On top of that, as the title suggested, the song was about parting. It wasn't something that could be sung half-heartedly. It required genuine emotional depth. However, Kong Rojin, swoosh, silently parted his lips, unaffected by the worries around him. And then, dash, your fragrance lingers still, your scent keeps me here. Though seasons change their colors, I remain right here. Everything stays in place. All memories remain. Without you by my side, I still look back again. Could you call my name once more? A sound to let me know you're near? The intro and verse had passed, and the song's atmosphere had dramatically intensified. Then came the chorus. Along with it, Kong Rojin's voice, which had started low, gained strength. The lyrics were steeped in sorrow, yet the melody increasingly struck the ears with force. It was as if the song were roaring at the sky. No, more like wailing. Rojin infused his voice with raw emotion, skillfully controlling it with a slightly raspy tone that carried deep resonance. These days, instrumentals tended to be shortened or simplified, but Farewell, being an old song, was different. With the violin joining in, it became impossible for the listeners to look away. The song reached its peak once again. Crossing the bridge, it led into the final chorus. Kong Rojin's unique voice, which had resonated throughout the entire hall, suddenly dropped again. Dash, if only I could call for you once in a dream, just to see your smile again. Dash, and tell you that I'm doing well. Slowly, Kong Rojin lowered the microphone. It signified the song's end. The sound of the soft piano gradually faded in the hall. Letting out a small breath, Rojin thought to himself. AI simulation. Once again, inwardly he was amazed. AI automation. Holy shit, this performance is really killer. If he had to sing a different song right now, he'd immediately be exposed as tone deaf. But when it came to Farewell, he had delivered a performance on par with a professional singer. And yet, the voice was undoubtedly his own. This meant that his version of Farewell had been reborn as uniquely Kong Rojin's, and even as he sang, the experience sent shivers down his spine. The song had ended, but the massive hall was completely silent. Not a single person spoke. Not PD Woo Han-suk, not the 100 or so produced that 100 staff, not the judges, not even the host, Jang Dae-han, standing at the side of the stage. All they could do was stare blankly at Kong Rojin on stage. The same went for the contestants in the waiting room. The first person to snap out of it was PD Woo Han-suk. What? What the hell did I just listen to? He pinched his own cheek. At the same time, he recalled his preliminary meeting with Kong Rojin. Wait a minute. Wasn't he supposed to have no talent? Didn't he say he couldn't sing or dance? And yet, what had just happened? That visual monster had just completely dominated this massive hall with a single song. That face, and he kills it at vocals too? PD Woo Han-suk instinctively turned his head to the side. The writers, including Kim Se-hee, were all in a daze. Now, finally grasping the reality of the situation, PD Woo Han-suk broke into a broad smile and looked up at Kong Rojin on stage. This guy? He's the real deal. No, he's a national treasure. Just how many viewers would be hooked because of him? As a director, PD Woo Han-suk felt the urge to rush onto the stage and hug Rojin on the spot. The next person to return to his senses was the host, Jang Dae-han. Holy shit, that was actually insane. His face, his talent, everything. Though stunned, he managed to carry on with the program. Wow, I think my soul just left my body for a moment there. Produce That 100 is starting off incredibly. So, let's hear what our judges thought. The first judge to pick up the microphone was number 1, Song Min-gun, a hitmaker, composer, and broadcaster. That song, Farewell, is there a specific reason you picked it? A reason? Well, technically yes. Without much hesitation, Kang Rojin answered. Yes, it was a song my late parents loved. The hall fell silent again, as if cold water had been poured over the room. Song Min-gun, who had asked the question, was the first to react. So that's why it sounded so heartfelt. Honestly, I was puzzled when you chose Farewell. Its mood and theme feel quite disconnected from an idol audition, and emotionally, it's a very difficult song. But now I understand why you picked it. You were dedicating it to your parents, weren't you? Of course, it would be great if his parents could hear it, but Rojin hadn't put that much thought into it. To be honest, it's not that I chose Farewell, it's just that it's the only song I can sing. Still, there was no reason to correct them. It wasn't exactly wrong after all. Silently, Kang Rojin nodded. My first song had to be Farewell. Gong Joo-mi, sitting next to Song Min-gun, felt a lump in her throat. But regardless of her emotions, Song Min-gun proceeded with his evaluation. First, I want to apologize. Number 1. When you first came out, you were just ridiculously handsome. So, to be honest, I assumed you wouldn't be able to sing. Lowering his head slightly, he continued. But wow, I couldn't move a muscle from the very first verse. That deep, weighty, yet fragile emotion left a strong impression. I mean, you look so young. How can you convey emotions like that? His expression grew more incredulous the more he thought about it. Farewell is familiar to people from my generation, but for younger contestants, it's a bit obscure. And yet, this ranks among the top 3 versions of Farewell I've ever heard. I'm giving you a pass. A glowing review right from the start. And the next evaluations weren't much different. Like Judge Song Min-gun said, the verse was incredible. And your tone, it's completely unique. I was worried that since your voice is on the lower side, you might struggle with high notes, but you handled them so effortlessly that it caught me off guard. And because of that, your ridiculously stunning face stands out even more. Your vocal tone gives off a completely different vibe. I'm hooked. Of course, I'm giving you a pass too. Following Gong Joo-mi, Lee Demi chimed in. I'd give you 100 passes if I could. You saw me get choked up earlier, right? The emotions in your singing were so vivid. I don't even know how to put it into words, but what Judge Gong Joo-mi just said was spot on. I'm in love. Your face is insane, but your charm is even crazier. She was obviously excited. Naturally, another pass. The final judge, Yoon Sung-won, a veteran singer with 30 years of experience, had a serious expression. It's been a long time since I've heard such a rich, deep male vocal. Just by looking at you, I'd assume you were born to be an idol. But in your voice, I hear solitude, loneliness, even a sense of longing. Thank you for the performance. You pass. As soon as the evaluations were finished, host Jang Dae-han announced loudly. Yes, congratulations. Contestant number 1, you have passed the first round. In the first round of Produce That 100, contestants needed a majority vote from the judges to advance. But Kang Rojin? He earned a unanimous pass with ease. As he finished his polite farewell and turned to leave, the judges were already whispering among themselves. Where the hell did someone like that come from? That face and that voice. He's a monster. An absolute monster. Letting out a small sigh of relief, Kang Rojin thought to himself. Phew, at least I managed to get through the first round somehow. Just as a sense of satisfaction washed over him, Kang Rojin locked eyes with contestant number 2, who was waiting backstage. Contestant number 2 was still wearing a mask, but the way he was looking at Rojin said everything. Because of you, I'm screwed. Going right after Kang Rojin, who had just left both a visual and vocal impact of tremendous proportions? Probably, though he wasn't sure. This number 2 must be going through hell right now. But what could be done? The world was cruel like that. At that moment, a female staff member and a camera approached Kong Rojin, the first contestant to pass. Please come this way. Instead of leading him back to waiting room 1, she guided him somewhere else. When they arrived, the sign on the door read, "Past contestants room." It was a space reserved only for those who had passed the first round out of the 50 contestants in Group 1. Those who failed were likely sent somewhere else. Right, they mentioned a revival round or something. Lost in thought, Kong Rojin pushed open the door to the past contestants' room. The interior was similar to waiting room 1, but also noticeably different. Wait, they have sofas in here? Like in the waiting room, a large screen was positioned at the front, but instead of folding chairs, several long sofas were arranged in a tiered format. Even at a glance, the sofas looked expensive. The staff member who had guided him inside began explaining. Contestant number 1, you can sit wherever you'd like. Oh, wait a moment. She suddenly stopped and received a message through her earpiece. Then, correcting herself, she said, Sorry, contestant number 1, please take a seat right in the center. Center? All of a sudden, it was obvious whose order this was. It had to be PD Wu Han-suk, the main director of Produce That 100. Whatever the reason, Kong Rojin simply took a seat right in the middle of the tiered sofas. This is just the right level of softness for a nap. Soon, the female staff member provided further instructions. Once all the passing contestants have gathered, we'll do individual interview cuts, and then the PD will explain the next steps. For now, just watch the other contestants on the monitor. It'd be great if you could react a bit too. React? React to what? As soon as the staff member left, the cameras zoomed in uncomfortably close. Feeling awkward, Rojin turned toward the large monitor in front of him and forced out a random reaction. Oh dash. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the main cameras left the room. Not that it made much of a difference. There were small cameras installed all over the place. Just then, bzzz. A brief vibration. Glancing at his smartwatch, Rojin's lips curled into a faint smile. Nice. More coins. The AI simulation app had just sent him a reward for passing the first round. You have completed the hidden mission. First pass. You have been awarded 20 coins as a gift. Meanwhile, back on the Produce That 100 stage. The stage that Kong Rojin had completely overturned now had a new contestant standing on it. Contestant number 2. Contestant number 2, please remove your mask. Just like Rojin, contestant number 2 was wearing a white mask. As he removed it, his clear skin and delicate features were revealed. A refined, noble-like appearance, the type that naturally gave off a prince-like aura. It was undeniably a handsome face. There was no doubt he had been told countless times in his life that he was good-looking. However, the judges' reactions were lukewarm at best. Among them, former girl group member Gong Jumi. Maybe it's because I just saw number 1. She leaned over and whispered to Yoon Sung-won beside her. Now even this handsome guy looks ugly. What do I do? This is troublesome. Chapter 10, Pass 2. A magic that makes even a handsome face look ugly. This phenomenon wasn't exclusive to Gong Jumi. The same went for Yoon Sung-won, who was sitting next to her and whom she had just spoken to. Actually, I feel the same way. All the other judges felt the same. Right? They all seem to be experiencing the same thing. It's only natural after seeing number 1. Number 1 should have left just the right amount of impact. It made sense. Number 1 had already dominated with just his face alone, and his vocals were phenomenal. Kong Rojin's presence was overwhelmingly terrifying. After witnessing such a monster, how could any other contestant stand out? The judges were troubled. After all, their eyes, which should have been the sharpest in the room, had become dull. For now, let's try to evaluate while keeping number 1 out of our minds as much as possible. Yes, Sunbi Nim. Contestant number 2 stepped forward. I've prepared a song. It seemed like he intended to sing, just like Rojin. This meant he was overlapping with Kong Rojin again. However, the song number 2 had prepared was a track from a recent idol, and he put his all into singing it. Unfortunately, midway through his vocals, the judges frowned. His pitch is unstable. He has a habit of going flat, but he doesn't seem to realize it. His skill wasn't particularly great. On top of that, number 2 was noticeably nervous, perhaps because he was conscious of Rojin. His voice cracked frequently. The hundreds of staff members of Produce That 100 couldn't help but feel sympathetic. He seems to have decent raw talent, but performing right after number one really does him no favors. Well, it can't be helped. The circumstances at the audition venue are part of the evaluation. It's not like we rigged this. He was just unlucky to be assigned number two. This industry is ruthless. Sure, number one must have sky-high self-esteem with that face of his, but the pressure must have been immense. He was the first one up, after all. True, if number two had managed to stay composed and performed flawlessly despite the pressure, he would have earned extra points. Not just in the idol industry, but in the entire entertainment world, the most crucial factor is luck. Even with good looks, talent, and charm, many fail to rise because they lack luck, a common phrase in this business. And so, the unfortunate number two's performance came to an end. The judges began their evaluations. While watching number two's performance, they had established a new standard. Number one was an ecosystem-disrupting apex predator that even top-tier competitors couldn't contend with. If a contestant managed to make people forget about number one, even slightly during their performance, they passed. But if they crumbled under the pressure, they failed. Unintentionally, Kang Rojin had set the benchmark for the Produce That 100 audition process. Not only that, he had raised the bar. Number two, you're lacking in basics. You have some bad habits, but you didn't realize them, did you? A harsh critique was delivered. Maybe your friends hyped you up, telling you that you sing well. But if you go on a professional stage like this, viewers will notice immediately. They'll say you're singing carelessly. It's unfortunate, but I can't give you a pass. I feel the same. It's a no from me. A chorus of rejections. Ultimately, contestant number two was, yes, number two, you are officially eliminated. Eliminated. But there was still hope. The eliminated contestants were gathered in the same room and given one last chance in the revival round, a competition exclusively for them. Regardless, number two was escorted to the eliminated contestants' waiting room by a staff member. Meanwhile, Produce That 100's main PD, Woo Han-suk, was thinking, it'd be good to show this kid first during the edit. His thought process was cold, focused solely on maximizing viewership. Or maybe placing him right before Kang Rojin to create a stark contrast wouldn't be bad. Still, it'd be better if a more skilled contestant appeared first. A strategic edit that first made viewers think, oh, this guy is pretty good, before suddenly introducing number one, Kang Rojin. This way, Rojin's presence would explode several times over. Fortunately, Woo Han-suk had a few skilled contestants in mind. No matter what, Kang Rojin is the main focus. Later, for a while, Kang Rojin had the past contestants' room all to himself. Number two had been eliminated, and then number three took the stage, but the result was the same. Number three, you are officially eliminated. Eliminated. Number four, eliminated. Number five, eliminated. The streak of eliminations was long enough that even PD Woo Han-suk found himself troubled. Meanwhile, Rojin, it's getting awkward being here alone. Even reacting to this feels weird. He sat alone on the wide sofa in the waiting room. There wasn't much to keep him entertained in the meantime. But then, no way. Rojin SSI, you totally lied about not being talented. An interview shoot had started. Writers, including the familiar face of Kim Se-hee, were getting excited. You said you couldn't sing? That was a strategy, wasn't it? No, he really couldn't sing. But admitting he was tone deaf in this situation would be insane. I guess I was just in good condition today. Oh, come on. I don't believe you. Who knows? Maybe you're secretly a dance expert too. I think I'm not very good at it. Kang Rojin chose his words carefully. Running his mouth like a chatterbox would only expose his weaknesses. That would just be giving the production team material to use against me. All he needed to do was show the right amount of impact and skill when necessary. Even though his face had changed and he had gained the AI simulation app, he didn't feel the need to change his personality as well. At first, I was caught off guard and fascinated by everything, but I've adapted now. I'll just act like myself, the way I've always been. Even when he had been hideous, he was calm, detached, and didn't talk much. At times, he even gave off an eerie or ominous vibe. He had decided to keep that unchanged. And after experiencing the stage, he had become even more solid. Well, at least no one saw him as gloomy anymore. If anything, You must hear this a lot, right? Rojan SSI has this decadent charm? Maybe because you're the quiet type. It had become one of his greatest strengths. The auditions continued up to contestant 10, and finally, the first person other than Rojan passed. Congratulations. Number 10, you pass. It had been a 2-2 tie, but after some discussion, the judges decided on a pass. Number 10, who had been bouncing with excitement on stage, soon made his way into the room where Kong Rojan was. Wow, this sofa is amazing. His hair was bright red. Having passed due to his dance skills, Number 10 reacted with excessive enthusiasm the moment he entered the room. This place is totally different from the first waiting room. The cameras follow him because it's good footage. Rojan immediately grasped his personality, and his energy is too much. His personality is a carbon copy of writer Kim Se-hee-nim's. Number 10 also spotted Kong Rojan, sitting like a king at the center of the sofa. He quickly closed the distance. Seeing him up close, Rojan thought his face somewhat resembled a weasel. At least, that's how it felt to him. Wow, number 1. I watched your farewell performance on the monitor earlier, and I kept thinking, this is insane. He's light, as if a single push could send him flying. Number 10 instinctively stuck close to Kong Rojan. 100%, the camera will focus on this guy. I need to take advantage of that as much as possible. It was all to get more screen time. Sure enough, the cameras were capturing the first interaction between the successful contestants. A must-have scene in survival audition shows, the psychological warfare between competitors. Not that Rojan cared, but he did find people with over-the-top energy, like Number 10, to be exhausting. Unaware of this, Number 10 continued talking rapidly. But seeing you up close, your face is seriously insane. Am I not supposed to say that on broadcast? Anyway, what did you think of my performance? To be honest, Rojan, tired of waiting, hadn't really focused on his stage while watching the monitor. I enjoyed it too. You're singing. I danced though. You're dancing. What dash? What dance did I do? What dance? Good question. Rojan thought about it for a moment, then gave up. He decided to just play it off. An intense dance. Number 10 immediately realized. This bastard didn't watch it. Rojan went silent again. Man, I wish he'd go away. He's draining my energy. The cameras were busy capturing this awkward situation, while Number 10 interpreted Rojan's silence in a completely different way. What an arrogant prick. His personality sucks. He's just got a god-tier face and can sing a bit, huh? But I'm a better dancer than him. Cursing Rojan internally, Number 10 forced a smile and sat down, right in the middle of the back row, subtly positioning himself as a challenger. About an hour later. Oh, the past contestants' room is awesome. The number of successful contestants gradually began to increase. Before they knew it, there were already 15 of them. Out of the 50 contestants in today's first batch, only half, 25 people, were set to pass. With about 10 slots left, a staff member entered and addressed the successful contestants. We'll take a 30-minute break. The produced that 100, staff, judges, successful contestants, and eliminated contestants all got a break. During this time, Kong Rojan headed to the restroom. First, let's check the app. His real intention was to check the AI simulation app. Watching him go, Number 10 whispered to the other successful contestants he had already gotten close to. His target? Kong Rojan. Number 1 really has an explosive presence, but after talking to him, his personality kinda sucks. Why? What happened? I don't know how to explain it. He looks at everyone like they're beneath him. His tone is super condescending. No, more like he's outright ignoring you. Truthfully, every single contestant in that room harbored jealousy and resentment toward Kong Rojan. So they quickly agreed. Yeah, I tried saying hi earlier, but he was intimidating. His expression was scary. I mean, just look at him. He's got that face, and he can sing pretty well. But if his personality is bad, he won't last long. There are plenty of idols who fell from grace because of their shitty personalities. They all shared the same underlying thought. If only he wasn't here. Meanwhile, Rojan, unconcerned, settled into a toilet stall and opened AI simulation on his phone. Title, Side Job Tycoon. User, Kong Rojan /age, 24/height, 182.8 centimeters /desired occupation, idle / Side job, 1 screenwriter +1 /coins, 270. His coin count was approaching 300. It seemed like a lot, yet still felt insufficient. Even with my title increasing my daily coin earnings to 6, I can't just spend recklessly. He had barely passed the first audition with farewell, but from now on, he would have to rely on coins 100%. Surviving with his natural tone deafness and lack of rhythm was impossible. For now, I should save as much as I can while using them strategically during filming. As he scrolled through the app, he suddenly stopped. He had noticed a tiny fluctuation in his status stats. Appearance 100/100, singing ability 2.6/100. His singing ability had increased from 2.4 to 2.6. A 0.2 increase, something that required spending 2 coins. But Rojan hadn't spent any. So stats can increase through real-life effort, not just by using coins. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained. Kong Rojan had sung quite a bit recently, including for missions and to practice for this audition variety show. If that's the case, this isn't bad at all. As his world expanded, he would have more opportunities to improve. His skills would naturally develop over time. This meant he could escape his tone-deaf, rhythm-less state. Of course, I'll need to spend a ton of coins and put in a lot of effort. Feeling slightly stronger, Rojan skimmed through the app a little more before closing it. Next, it was time to check his messages. He had quite a few missed calls and unread texts. What's this? Curious, he opened the first message, and his eyes widened. His eyes, now full of question marks, were completely justified. Hello, Kong Chulsunim. Your script has been selected as a finalist for the one-act drama script contest. Please contact us when you see this message. That trash writing was selected as a finalist? For a brief moment, Rojan wondered if this was some kind of scam. It had been nothing more than a half-assed script he submitted for a mission. Stunned, he instinctively decided to call back. Meanwhile, at SBC Broadcasting's drama department, by the window seat, a woman with messy brown hair. No, PD Young Surayong was rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching, perhaps because it was after lunch. At that moment, a junior assistant director passed in front of her. PD Young Surayong immediately called out to stop him. Hey, who was it again? Kong Chul-su, the writer. Did you try contacting him? Why hasn't there been any news? The junior assistant director shrugged his shoulders. He didn't answer his phone, so I left a text. But he still hasn't replied. Still? Yeah, it's kinda weird. Usually, when new writers hear they're finalists in a script contest, they come running at just a slight mention. PD Young Surayong furrowed her brows slightly. What's this? Is he ignoring us? No way, surely not. She gave her junior another order. Call him again. Yes. Just as the assistant director picked up his phone. Oh, there's a call, who is it? Hearing the ringtone, he tilted his head in curiosity and put the phone to his ear. Yes, this is Kim Jin-sung. Yes, writer Nim. He then pointed at his phone while mouthing words. It's that writer, Kong Chul-su. He switched the call to speaker mode so PD Young Surayong could hear as well. Through the phone, they heard the voice of Kong Chul-su. No, Kong Rojan. Is it really true that my work was selected as a finalist? This isn't a scam. This time, PD Young Surayong answered instead of her junior. Hello, this is PD Young Surayong from the SBC drama department. No, it's not a scam. Your script is actually a finalist. I can send you my business card if you need proof. That script? Why? What do you mean, why? Because it was well written. Well written? Yes. Anyway, we should discuss this in more detail during a meeting. Are you free today? That's difficult. Difficult? Yes. I'll get back to you later. I have some things to take care of right now. I'm sorry. Click. The call ended abruptly. At this, PD Young Surayong and the assistant director blinked in confusion. Then, PD Young Surayong let out a short laugh. What the hell? Don't tell me he's backing out. About 3 hours later, the filming for the first batch of 50 contestants had started early in the morning and was finally wrapping up by late afternoon. The past contestants' room was now filled with 25 contestants, including Kong Rojan, as members from the first and second waiting rooms had merged. Likewise, the failed contestants' waiting room also had 25 people. But there was still one more thing left to shoot. In the failed contestants' waiting room, PD Woo Han-suk announced it casually. In 30 minutes, you will compete in the revival round. You're free to showcase whatever you want. Out of you all, 10 can survive. In other words, out of the 50 contestants in the first batch, a total of 35 would pass. The eliminated contestants immediately became fired up. With that handled, PD Woo Han-suk moved to the past contestants' waiting room. This briefing would take a bit longer. Entering with cameras rolling, PD Woo Han-suk scanned the contestants sitting on the sofas before his gaze landed on Kong Rojin. Then he spoke. Before I go over the next steps, all successful contestants will need to choose their training category before the second evaluation. You can pick vocal, dance, or rap. You can choose to improve your weakest area, or you can focus on strengthening your strong suit. Of course, the trainers are all well-known and highly respected. The contestants murmured among themselves. However, Kong Rojin showed no change in expression. Seeing this, PD Woo Han-suk smiled slightly. But for the next evaluation, you won't have the freedom to choose your performance. We'll assign it to you. The format, of course, is a secret. In other words, they wouldn't know what they'd be doing, so they had to choose wisely. Their selection could be helpful or completely useless. I'll give you 10 minutes to decide. The 10 minutes passed in a flash. When PD Woo Han-suk returned, tablet in hand, he began. We'll start with the last contestant to pass, number 48. I'll go with vocal training. Vocal training confirmed. One by one, the successful contestants announced their choices. Some chose vocals, others picked dance, and a few opted for rap. Eventually, all right, last up, number 1. It was Kong Rojin's turn. PD Woo Han-suk was genuinely curious. What would this monster choose? His vocals are already top tier, so there's a high chance he'll pick something else. The staff, cameras, and all the contestants turned their eyes toward Kong Rojin. After a brief silence, he calmly answered, I won't be taking any training. Chapter 11, Pass 3. No training at all. The smile quickly disappeared from PD Woo Han-suk's face. What? What did you just say? Kong Rojin repeated the same words with an indifferent expression. I will not receive training. A completely unexpected answer. What the hell is he talking about? PD Woo Han-suk, momentarily stunned, barely managed to ask again. Training. You really won't take it? Are you serious? Yes, PD Nim. Once again, a plain and straightforward answer. PD Woo Han-suk couldn't help but feel like he was malfunctioning. He had directed many programs and met countless contestants before, but this was the first time he had encountered someone like Kong Rojin. Is he crazy? He won't take training? Is he serious? His eyes seemed genuine. What kind of absurd nonsense is this? Survival edition variety shows are fundamentally about refining raw talent into gems. Training is a crucial element in this process and also provides essential footage for the broadcast. The conflicts that arise, the personalities of the contestants, all of it contributes to the show. Therefore, for PD Woo Han-suk, someone as naturally outstanding as Kong Rojin was someone he absolutely had to use. But Rojin had gone off script. What is this? Is he just overly confident? Or is he simply trying to stir up attention? Even if he acts recklessly, getting screen time means he'll leave a strong impression. If that happened, numerous entertainment companies in Korea would definitely take an interest in Kong Rojin. Or is he trying to hide the fact that, aside from his vocals, he's lacking in everything else? PD Woo Han-suk's mind was flooded with countless speculations. At this point, the staff of Produce That 100 and the other contestants who had passed began whispering excessively. He's really saying he won't participate in any of the training? That's what it sounds like. What is he thinking? The reactions from the other successful contestants were especially strong. Every single one of them was staring at Kong Rojin. Though they didn't say it out loud, they were spewing quite harsh words inside. He's just acting cocky because of his face. He's definitely trying to get screen time. Looking at him, he's clearly going for the villain concept. Sure, he can sing a little, but he's probably trash at everything else. Otherwise, why would he refuse training? He's making an effort to antagonize the production team right from the start. What a lunatic, seriously. While the atmosphere grew increasingly intense, Kong Rojin remained remarkably calm. In truth, there was a reason behind his explosive statement. Of course, all of PD Woo Han-suk's and the contestants' guesses were wrong. It's not like taking training is a bad thing. They're offering it for free, so why refuse? But for Rojin, undergoing training was essentially putting a noose around his own neck. If no, when I participate in training, it'll be revealed that I'm tone deaf and have zero dance skills. Training revolves around repetitive practice, meaning he would inevitably have to showcase his singing, dancing, and rapping. Right now, aside from Farewell Song, all of his skills were at rock bottom. To put it bluntly, they were trash. Getting exposed was a problem in itself, but singing on one song exceptionally well while everything else was garbage? That would look even more suspicious. Instead of my visuals or as a skilled prodigy, I might actually be treated like some kind of freak. Technically, he could still participate in training. If he used AI automation, he could automate everything, practicing songs, dancing, rap, all of it. However, that would be a waste of coins. The chances of wasting his precious coins for no real gain were too high. After thinking it through, Kong Rojin decided that even if he had to be seen as a villain, saving his coins was more important. It's better not to take training. Besides, if I think about it, I already have a trainer, AI simulation. Whether it was attracting attention or being labeled as a villain, the opinions of others didn't matter to him. Rojin's decision was firm, and if they refused his request, he was prepared to leave Produce That 100 entirely. There was nothing for him to cling to. Even if he abandoned Produce That 100, another opportunity would come. Looking at PD Woo Han-suk, Kong Rojin asked in a low voice, "Is the training mandatory?" PD Woo Han-suk, whose head was still spinning, answered internally, "Mandatory? No. Technically, it's not mandatory. It's up to the contestants. There just wasn't a single contestant who ever refused it before." Then, Rojin spoke again. "If training is a compulsory system, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to drop out here." PD Woo Han-suk's already widened eyes looked like they were about to burst. Naturally, the staff and all the other contestants wore similar expressions. What the hell, all of a sudden? This guy is really crazy. A proper villain. When a controlled situation or environment is shattered, people freeze. The one who causes it is usually labeled an oddball. And in Produce That 100, that oddball was Kong Rojin. Nothing about him was ordinary. Everything was going completely off track. For the first time in years, PD Woo Han-suk was truly flustered. Kong Rojin leaving? By his own choice? That was out of the question from a production standpoint. Rojin was a rare asset who would undoubtedly boost Produce That 100's viewership ratings. This isn't just empty bravado. Now that I think about it, this guy never really seemed all that interested in the entertainment industry from the start. It was a strange sight. In this setting, PD Woo Han-suk was obviously the one in control, the alpha. But right now, the dynamic had flipped. He was the beta, and Kong Rojin was the one in charge. But what choice did he have? He couldn't afford to let go of Kong Rojin, a one-of-a-kind contestant who refuses training. Not a bad angle. PD Woo Han-suk forced a smile. "Yeah, actually, this might make for even better footage. I was planning to create at least one villain character anyway. But that wasn't supposed to be. You dash." He barely managed to keep up his smile. "However, if you reject training now, that's it. Even if you change your mind later, it will be difficult to rejoin. Are you sure you're okay with that?" Kong Rojin answered without a second of hesitation. "Yes, I'm fine with it." "All right then. Contestant number 1 will proceed without training. You can just relax and show up only for the main evaluations. Produce That 100 isn't a school. Everything is up to the contestants." As he briefed them, PD Woo Han-suk scanned the other successful contestants. The same condition applies to everyone else. Is there anyone who wants to make the same choice as contestant number 1? The previously buzzing room quickly fell silent. No one was willing to follow Kong Rojin's path. Are you crazy? Training is part of the broadcast. If you don't do it, you're guaranteed to get less screen time. How do you expect to survive the next evaluation without training? You need to learn something. Screen time was directly tied to a contestant's recognition. For the other contestants, the choice was obvious. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk quietly instructed the surrounding cameras. "Keep a tight shot on contestant number 1. We need to get this moment just right." Then, he locked eyes with Kong Rojin. Whether he understands how broadcasting works, or if he's just naturally this stubborn, I don't know. But either way, this kid just added the perfect seasoning. The viewers who watch this scene will split into 2 camps. They would either become more intrigued or start hating him. Either way, it was a win for PD Woo Han-suk. Even villains can become stars. That's what star quality is. After finalizing the decision that Kang Rojin would be the only one skipping training, PD Woo Han-suk continued the briefing. Meanwhile, Rojin glanced at his smartwatch, lost in thought. Things worked out somehow, but I should probably strengthen my stats a little each day. He decided to invest at least 5 to 10 coins into his stats attributes. It wouldn't make a noticeable difference right away, but over time, the effects would show. Of course, PD Woo Han-suk had no idea about any of this as he laid out the upcoming schedule for the contestants. The filming for the 25 contestants in Group 1 ends here. Of course, our production team still has plenty of work left. There's the Group 1 revival round, and tomorrow, we'll continue filming with the 50 contestants in Group 2. For now, you're all dismissed. The next time we gather will be next Monday. Today was July 7th. Next Monday would be the 13th. On that day, only the successful contestants will be present. And at the same time, you will all be challengers once again. This time, it won't be 100 contestants, it will be 70. Additionally, from that day forward, the training camp will begin. At the mention of training camp, the contestants' reactions varied. Some were excited, others anxious. Kang Rojin was somewhere in between. I'm curious about what will happen, but it might be kind of annoying too. Then, PD Woo Han-suk suddenly broke into a smile. Oh, and the first broadcast date has been confirmed. Friday, July 24th at 9 p.m. 3 weeks from now. To be exact, less than 3 weeks remained. In that short time, the production team had to handle promotions, marketing, filming, and editing, a brutal schedule. But whether they were aware of it or not, the successful contestants were simply overjoyed. PD Woo Han-suk politely addressed them. You've all worked hard. You can take the bus waiting outside. The contestants stood up from the sofas, exchanging words of appreciation with each other. Amidst the commotion, Kang Rojin approached PD Woo Han-suk, who was talking with the staff. PD Nim. A little surprised, PD Woo Han-suk blinked. Oh, contestant number 1. What is it? You're not here to say you want to join training after all, are you? It's already settled. No, I have no intention of changing my decision. Haha, I figured. So what's up? I just have something to ask. Yeah? We need to jump right into filming, so can you keep it under 3 minutes? Probably. PD Woo Han-suk adjusted his glasses and led Rojin a little away from the staff. Go ahead. Am I allowed to engage in other activities while filming Produce That 100? Other activities? Like what? You should have seen in the contract that appearing on other variety shows is strictly forbidden. No, nothing like that. I mean something like writing. I have personal circumstances. Writing? What the hell was this now? Caught off guard by the unexpected question, PD Woo Han-suk was momentarily speechless. Rojin took the opportunity to clarify. I'm not talking about filming for another show. I mean personal work, like meetings and such. Writing was just an example. You mean like script writing? Something along those lines. That shouldn't be a problem. It's not like writers become publicly known figures. Of course, as long as it doesn't interfere with our filming schedule and you follow the confidentiality clauses. But it'd be best if your name doesn't spread too much. In this industry, rumors travel faster than bullets. I'll be careful. But what exactly do you write, contestant number 1? Why are you suddenly talking about being a writer? It's a little difficult to explain right now. With a slight bow, Kang Rojin left the waiting room. PD Woo Han-suk, watching him closely, muttered under his breath. Not acting but writing? What's this about? The next morning, July 8th. The location, SBC Broadcasting Station, Drama Department. Maybe because it was morning rush hour, but the department was bustling with activity. Like most departments, the first thing the drama directors did upon arriving was, damn it, our ratings dropped. Haha, mine went up. Yeah, by 0.3%. A rise is still a rise. Checking the viewership ratings. Naturally, they also checked dramas from other broadcasting stations. While some were celebrating and others were lamenting, a woman sitting by the window stretched out a long yawn. It was PD Young Soo-ryong. Since she wasn't currently involved in any major projects, most of her work revolved around either yawning out of boredom or handling matters related to the SBC one-act drama script contest. At that moment, Sunbi Nim, an assistant director with acne on his face, approached her. Writer Kang Chul-soo is here. Oh, really? That's funny. He backed out on me. And now he's here the very next day? Was he really that busy when I called? I'm not sure, but, Sunbi Nim. I did guide writer Kong Chul-soo to the meeting room, but something feels off. What do you mean? Standing up, PD Young Soo Ryong casually tied up her messy brown hair and smirked. He's probably just an old man, right? His writing style had that total old man vibe. No, he seemed young. If he's young, then he's young. Why are you saying seemed? You should see for yourself. With a what's with you kind of look, PD Young Soo Ryong playfully tapped the assistant director's shoulder and headed toward the meeting room. She pushed the door open without a second thought. Inside, a single man was sitting at the 6-person table. For some reason, PD Young Soo Ryong furrowed her brows the moment she saw him. Huh. The man who was supposedly writer Kong Chul-soo looked highly suspicious. Are you really writer Kong Chul-soo? A simple t-shirt and jeans were normal enough, but for some reason, Kong Chul-soo was wearing a black mask and had his cap pulled down low. Well, he's definitely not an old man. But what the hell is up with this guy? He looked less like a writer and more like a criminal. Still, when she called out to him, Kong Chul-soo stood up from his seat. Yes, that's me. Writer Kong Chul-soo. PD Young Soo Ryong, blinking in confusion, responded from across the table. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Young Soo Ryong, the drama department PD you spoke with on the phone. But why are you covering your face like that? Kong Chul-soo remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the assistant director standing by the door before replying. Can I speak with you alone, PD Nim? Huh, what was he talking about? But when she looked into his eyes above the mask, she could tell he was serious. PD Young Soo Ryong let out a bewildered laugh before instructing her assistant director. Jin Sung, step outside for a bit. Yes, Sunbi Nim. As soon as the assistant director left, PD Young Soo Ryong crossed her legs. There, satisfied? Now let's see your face. You're not, like, a wanted fugitive or something, are you? Ah, just kidding. Letting out a small sigh, Kong Chul-soo murmured in a low voice. I have my reasons. It's a bit difficult for me to openly show my face. PD Young Soo Ryong reacted internally. What? Does he have some kind of appearance complex? Even if you're not good-looking, just walk around with confidence. Well, I guess there are people with low self-esteem who feel the need to hide their faces. Then, Kong Chul-soo removed his cap first. His thick, black hair rustled as it was revealed. Next, he took off his mask and lifted his head. His eyes met naturally with PD Young Soo Ryong's from across the table. Before she even realized it, she blurted out a curse. Holy shit. Chapter 12, Pass 4. Young Soo Ryong, a director at the SBC drama department. After spending 4 years as an assistant director, she debuted as a director in her 5th year and has been directing dramas for the past 10 years. A total of 15 years of experience. She was in her early 40s. Although the last drama she directed flopped, PD Young Soo Ryong had a solid filmography, several hit weekend dramas and miniseries. Naturally, PD Young Soo Ryong's phone was filled with actors' numbers, and she had worked with countless top-tier actors. How many rookie, veteran, and top actors had crossed paths with her? Moreover, PD Young Soo Ryong had a particularly high standard compared to other directors. When casting an actor, she didn't just look at their appearance. She examined their aura, atmosphere, voice, and even details as small as the length of their fingers. But after 15 years in the industry, things tend to become dull. At this point, no actor particularly excited PD Young Soo Ryong anymore. But the moment she saw Kong Chul-soo the writer, Kong Rojin's face. Holy shit. She cursed. It was an instinctive reaction, like a natural disaster. What is this guy? PD Young Soo Ryong stared intently at Kong Rojin, who was sitting across from her. Her body froze. It was understandable. She had just experienced a massive shock. Even with her vast experience seeing countless actors, the man sitting across from her was. His face, this is unreal. His visual level was on another scale. His gently swaying black hair, perfectly positioned eyes, nose, and lips, flawless skin without a single blemish, and mysteriously deep eyes. She had only glanced at his face for a moment, and yet PD Young Soo Ryong was already malfunctioning. That was how impactful he was. A writer? He's supposed to be a writer? No matter how she looked at him, Kong Rojin didn't give off a writer's vibe. PD Young Soo Ryong scanned him as if possessed. He's tall, too, What's with those hands? Those aren't Ryder's hands. Something caught her attention, and she asked Rojan, "You work out, don't you? You don't seem like someone who just idly sits around." "Work out?" "Well, yeah, he did." Kong Rojan recalled the exercises he had done this morning as part of a mission. Lately, he had been working out every day. "I do lightly." "Lightly?" "Yes. Push-ups, sit-ups, things like that." "What is he saying?" PD Young Soo Ryong kept staring blankly at Rojan's face as she asked, Are you really Ryder Kong Chul-soo?" Kong Rojan calmly nodded and placed the script he had brought on the table, adding an explanation. "Kong Chul-soo is just a pen name. I checked, and it wasn't an issue." "Well, that's true. But wow, I'm really surprised." "You mean because of my face?" "Of course. You know it too, right? How ridiculously handsome you are." "Thank you. There's no way you don't know. I mean, with a face like that, why are you a writer?" "No, I'm not saying being a writer is bad, but there must be paths where you could shine even more." PD Young Soo Ryong got overly excited. After all, Kong Rojan had made her dulled eyes open wide. Are you already active as an actor? Not in Korea, but in another country?" "No, not at all." "What a waste. What a damn waste. Isn't it too wasteful to just be a writer with that face?" "I'm not just a writer. Actually, that's what I came to talk about." "Huh? Writing isn't your main job? And you're not an actor, either. Then what dash?" PD Young Soo Ryong immediately had a hunch. "You have an agency, don't you? You're an idol." Phew, she's sharp. Was it because she was a drama director? Internally surprised, Rojan tried to keep his composure as he explained. "I can't reveal much for now, but I can't move around freely due to certain circumstances. For now, I consider writing a side job." "A side job?" If you see writing as a side job, then Rental Lover was really well written. Hearing his trash writing being praised still felt strange to Rojan. This is embarrassing. Who would have thought that garbage I wrote would transform like this? Regardless, he had to say what needed to be said. "I just scribbled it down. I think I got lucky." "What? So you're not just a genius in looks?" "Anyway, about the one-act drama script contest, would it be possible to proceed while keeping my identity a secret? Like my face and such?" There aren't any formal public events. No award ceremonies or anything. But your script is still just a finalist for now. If it wins the grand prize or excellence award, Rental Lover will be produced as a one-act drama. In that case, you'd need to sign a contract. Plus, you'd have to work with the director in charge. That much, at least. A drama adaptation? Kong Rojan hadn't paid much attention, but he vaguely remembered reading something about it in the contest details. He could feel things escalating. How long does the whole process usually take? The process? Well, the final announcement will be next week or the week after that. As for production, it's hard to say exactly. It could start in a month or take up to 6 months. But once it does begin, since it's a one-act drama, filming will be short, about 2 months? 3 at most if things get delayed. At this point, the quick-witted PD Young Soo Ryong smiled. "If you win an award, you can communicate only with me until then. There are plenty of mysterious writers out there, so it won't seem strange. Later, when the project moves forward, I'll inform the assigned director that only they will have direct contact with you. You won't be directing it yourself, PD Nim? I've been directing for 15 years. I'm way past the stage of handling one-act dramas. Usually, it's an assistant director making their debut who directs them. But don't worry, I'll make sure whoever gets the job knows how to handle things properly." That works for you, right? It was exactly the kind of condition Kong Rojan had been hoping for. This way, it won't cause any problems for Produce That 100. Of course, Rojan was completely unaware that PD Young Soo Ryong was going out of her way to accommodate him. Normally, she would have cut off the conversation early on and rejected his request outright. This whole situation was only happening because Kong Chul-soo turned out to be Kong Rojan. In any case, the meeting was pretty much wrapped up. Kong Rojan was about to get up, but hesitated. "Since you mentioned actors earlier." "Yes." There was one last question he had to ask. Have there ever been cases where a writer played a role in their own work? Meanwhile, at the same time, at the Paiyu Theme Studio campus, though Kong Rojan was absent, the Produce That 100 production team was still busy filming. Today was the second group's turn. Just like the first group, they had 50 contestants, and their filming schedule also included the revival round. With it being morning, preparations were hectic. But since the Produce That 100 team had already finished shooting with the first group, they were moving much more efficiently now. All set. Okay, this is going smoother than yesterday. Call PD Nim. Everything was progressing more quickly than before. In the midst of it all, PD Woo Han-suk, with exhaustion etched on his face and his skin tone even more tanned, could be found near the stage in the main hall, casually chatting with the 4 judges who were already prepared. The topic of conversation? Contestant number 1 caused quite a stir yesterday. They were talking about Kong Rojin. A stir? What kind of stir? Number 1 already dropped a bombshell just by showing up. What more could he have done? Mentioning number 1 made me think of his face again. I had just managed to forget it. I won't be responsible if it affects today's judging. PD Woo Han-suk recounted one of the events from the previous day to the judges. That kid, number 1, refused to participate in any training at all. What? Completely. Yeah, it caught me off guard for the first time in a while. Wow, that's definitely causing a stir. So what did you do? What else? I just let him do as he pleased. So number 1 gets to skip training entirely? Yep, we're just going to make it work in the edit. The judges stroked their chins, recalling Kong Rojin. Doesn't that sort of set him up as a villain character? He could be playing the long game, strategically. Well, honestly, with that face, it doesn't matter if he's a villain or anything else. At least for the beginning. He's skipping training. Does that mean he's confident in everything except vocals? Who knows? He might have nothing at all and just be bluffing. At that moment, veteran singer Yoon Sung-won, with 30 years of experience, let out a short chuckle. Am I the only one excited for the next evaluation? I want to see if this kid is the real deal or just reckless. Behind them, the filming for the second group officially kicked off. An hour later, back at home, Kong Rojin was making a decision. I guess starting with vocals would be best. He was deciding how to invest his remaining coins. For now, he chose to use 10 coins. The stat he planned to enhance was singing ability, which had recently gone up slightly. Singing ability, 3.6/100. Even after spending 10 coins, it only increased by 1. Well, there was no rush. Let's take it slow. There's plenty to do anyway. He would pour a small amount of coins every day or every other day like this. Someday, his stats would surely show their true power. There'll come a day when I'm no longer tone deaf. Then, you have completed the hidden mission. Use 10 or more coins for enhancement. A reward of 15 coins has been given. The AI simulation had given him a bonus. That meant he hadn't lost 10 coins. He had actually gained 5. Sweet. Smiling, Rojin continued studying the entertainment industry, idol-related matters, and writer-related work. He also took the time to reread the stories he had written for fun in the past. However, no matter how much he read them, they still looked like absolute garbage. Still, he forced himself through it. After all, a 15-year veteran drama PD had acknowledged his work. At this point, it must be my eyes that are trash. Just like that, days flew by in an instant. Before he knew it, the weekend had arrived. On Sunday morning, Rojin had to pack in preparation for the training camp. However, he quickly realized he didn't have much to bring. Well, just some toiletries, lotion, and a few clothes should be enough. Is there really anything that needs extensive preparation? Deciding to just go as usual, Kong Rojin finished packing in no time. Then, he opened the AI simulation app. Current coins, 299. He had yet to complete the 5 daily missions for the day. Once he finished them, he'd hit 305 coins. He had finally surpassed 300. Should I work out today and maybe go outside for a change? As long as I'm the one getting numbers instead of getting hit on, it should be fine. At the same time, he thought about Produce That 100, which would begin its training camp the next day. Not participating in training was definitely the best choice. It also gives me more time for missions. By the way, Rojin fully intended to continue doing his daily missions even after entering the Produce That 100 training camp. But there'll definitely be cameras all over the dorm and other places, right? If I exercise for a mission, it'll all be caught on camera. Well, does it matter? He shrugged it off and turned to his laptop, logging onto the internet. His search query, Produce That 100. Unlike a few days ago, there was now an overwhelming flood of news articles. Produce That 100 begins filming. Will it capture viewers' attention and achieve its target ratings? The official promotional push for Produce That 100 was now in full swing. Of course, the premiere date was also boldly stated in the headlines. Produce That 100 confirms first broadcast, airs on Friday, July 24th at 9 p.m. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk was in JTVM's editing studio, surrounded by countless monitors. Hey, let's go back to that shot again. With the first round of filming complete, including both groups and the revival round, the team was now selecting the best footage to use. Since there wasn't much time left before the first episode, editing had to happen simultaneously with filming. That meant even the little sleep they were getting had to be reduced further. Right now, PD Woo Han-suk was reviewing footage of contestant number 1. In other words, Kang Rojin. More specifically, I watched it too. You're singing. I danced though. You're dancing. What dance did I do? A powerful dance. It was the first conversation between Rojin and contestant number 10, the red-haired participant who had passed. PD Woo Han-suk observed the monitor closely for a moment, then asked for a different cut. This time, footage of contestant number 10 interacting with other contestants appeared on the screen. One of contestant number 10's first lines stood out. Number 1 really has an explosive presence, but after talking to him, his personality kinda sucks. PD Woo Han-suk's face turned serious. It's natural for Rojin to become a target of other qualifiers, since he made such an impact from his entrance. But that number 10 is a bit excessive, even directly leading public opinion. A decision formed in his mind. If Rojin passes the next evaluation and ends up in the same category as number 10, I'll use all these cuts. It'd be fun to pit them against each other. It was a perfect editing point. The next morning, July 13th. As soon as Kang Rojin woke up, he habitually completed his daily missions. However, today, he moved with more urgency. Since the meeting time is noon, I should leave home by 9:30 at the latest. Starting today, the Produce That 100 training camp would begin. It was his first experience with something like this, so he felt a bit nervous. However, since he had already completed the first round of filming, Kang Rojin was surprisingly composed. No, rather than nervousness, what he felt now was excitement. I wonder how the next evaluation will go. With that thought, Rojin quickly washed up and applied just the right amount of lotion as usual. Then, he moved to the shoe rack, put on his shoes, and grabbed his backpack. For someone heading to a training camp, his luggage was shockingly small. Others might show up dragging suitcases, but for Kang Rojin, this small backpack was more than enough. Before opening the front door, Kang Rojin briefly said goodbye to the home he wouldn't be able to come to for a while, and then, swish. Then he stepped outside. Just as he did, his phone vibrated in his pocket. BZZ. It was a call. He was about to climb the stairs, but paused to check the screen. It was an unknown number. Tilting his head in curiosity, Kang Rojin decided to answer. Yes, hello. A woman's voice came through the phone. Writer Kang Chul-soo, this is PD Young Soo-ryong. It was PD Young Soo-ryong, whom he had recently met. With a slight laugh in her tone, she suddenly congratulated him. Congratulations, Writer Nim. You won the grand prize in the one-act drama script contest. Chapter 13, Training Camp 1. In front of the basement stairs, Kang Rojin, with his phone pressed to his ear, had a slightly surprised expression. His widened eyes blinked in disbelief. Huh? What did PD Young Soo-ryong just say? Even after hearing it, he couldn't believe it. And then, PD Young Soo-ryong repeated it again over the phone. Hello? Writer Kang Chul-soo? Have you heard what I just said now? That you won the grand prize in the one-act drama contest? Why in the world? That trashy script actually won the grand prize. Is this a hidden camera prank? At this point, it feels like the world is playing a trick on me. For a moment, Rojin's past flashed before his eyes. This was the first time he had ever won an award of this level. And with that garbage script, no less. It wasn't strange that Kang Rojin froze in place. But only for a moment. Swoosh. A smile spread across Rojin's face. Whatever, even if they made a mistake, he decided to be purely happy about it for now. And then, BZZZ. A short vibration from his phone. Checking his smartwatch, a notification from AI simulation popped up. You have completed the hidden mission, the first fruit of a side job. You have been rewarded with 10 coins. Bonus coins had arrived. It felt like the more his world expanded, the more free coins he received. Thinking of it as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Rojan responded into his phone. Yes, I heard. Thank you, PD Nim. But you're not joking, right? Do I seem like the kind of person who has time for jokes? Why would I joke about this? No, just making sure. Our broadcasting station's contest is pretty competitive, but your reaction seems a bit lukewarm. I think it just hasn't sunk in yet. That makes sense. Usually, when rookie writers win, they're dazed at first. Then, when the production actually starts, they feel like they're floating in the air. But since writing is more of a side job for you, maybe it'll be different. I guess I'll find out once I experience it. Though he doubted something like this would ever happen again. With that, Rojan resumed walking, stepping up the stairs. The moment he emerged outside, he instantly became the center of attention for 3 passing high school girls. Whoa, did you see that guy's face? No way. He's seriously super handsome. Kong Rojan, now somewhat used to these reactions, asked PD Young Surayong. So, will the process proceed as you explained during the meeting? That's right. For now, just wait. Not only Rental Lover, but the second-place winning script will also be produced, so we need to sort things out first. Once things are finalized, we'll contact you again. Got it. But once production is confirmed, the next call will probably come from the assigned director, not me. Still, save my number. The industry is small. By the way, do you have any other scripts you've written? There were a few more piles of trash, yes. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Rojan scratched his chin. I do. Not a lot, though. Oh, really? Keep them safe and show me sometime. I'll read them myself. Congratulations again. With that, the call ended. Lowering his phone, Kong Rojan stared into the air for a moment. He imagined the day the one-act drama Rental Lover would be produced and aired on TV. Somehow, it felt a little embarrassing. Aside from the ones I've already written, if I have time, I should keep writing, whether it turns out to be garbage or gold. And dash. He opened the AI simulation app and carefully scrolled through the various stats in his profile. Dash, acting, 0 out of 100. It was acting. This counts as a side job too, doesn't it? Meanwhile, at SBC Drama Department, by the window-side desk, PD Young Surayong, her unkempt brown hair roughly tied up, casually tossed her phone onto the desk. She let out a small chuckle, recalling Rojan. A writer with that ridiculous face dash. She picked up a stack of papers from the desk. The script, Rental Lover, by Kong Rojan, already confirmed as the grand prize winner. Flip. She turned the first page. It was well written, no doubt. The general storyline of Rental Lover was as follows. The female lead is a complete shut-in. She has extremely low self-esteem and avoids meeting people. Still, deep down, she has always wanted to have a boyfriend at least once. Then, one day, she stumbles across an advertisement on the internet. It was for a rental boyfriend service. A crazy advertisement claiming to rent out boyfriends. Intrigued, the female lead applies for the rental service, selects the appearance and personality she wants, and then waits. Though skeptical, a few days later, a handsome man actually arrives at her house. He was her first rented boyfriend. Meeting her first boyfriend ever, the female lead was flustered yet delighted. He always cherished and loved her. However, there was a problem with this rented boyfriend. At first, she ignored it, but as time passed, the issue became more apparent. Eventually, she applied for a second rental boyfriend. And so, as the number of rented boyfriends gradually increased, chaos ensued. This was the story of Rental Lover. It feels like a rom-com, but also subtly a thriller. The storyline gradually becomes more bizarre. Whatever the case, Rental Lover had been acknowledged by both PD Young Surayong and SBC. Soon, PD Young Surayong put down the script she had been reading. She recalled the unexpected question Kong Chul-soo, no, Kong Rojan, had asked during their meeting. Have there ever been cases where a writer played a role in their own work? Where would you find such a writer? At least in the drama industry, it was safe to say there were none. Writers were usually too busy just keeping up with their scripts. The fact that Kong Chul-soo even asked such a question made him an oddball. But in PD Young Surayong's eyes, he was already different from typical writers. A writer starring in his own work. There must be a reason he asked that. Anyway, considering that the writer is that insanely good-looking guy. If he becomes an idol, and then later appears in the drama he wrote himself. With an intrigued expression, PD Young Soo Ryong found her thoughts filled with Kong Rojin. It's an absurd story, but it'd definitely be interesting. Meanwhile, as Kong Rojin was on his way to the filming site of Produce That 100, the broadcasting station JTVM was putting all its efforts into marketing the show. Articles had been flooding in for days, and various events were being held on social media to boost recognition. This quickly spread across online communities. Guys, what do you think about Produce That 100 on JTVM? It's a familiar concept. The PD is that guy Woo Han-suk. He makes addictive audition variety shows. This one's for male idols, right? I'm already drooling. Rumors spread from finger to finger faster than light. Then, at around 11 a.m., the first teaser for Produce That 100 was released on its official YouTube channel and various video platforms. It was meant to stir up excitement before the official trailer, featuring a few snippets of the actual shoot. It started with an upbeat drumbeat, showcasing the dazzling presence of current top-tier idols in Korea. Then, the drumbeat abruptly stopped, replaced by a grand orchestral soundtrack. The teaser then showcased the Produce That 100 set, revealing the vast Payu theme studio campus, the massive stage for evaluations, and more. The 100 that will steal your eyes and ears. A bold message filled the center of the screen, directed at viewers. Finally, you are the one producing the 100. After the text faded, the screen displayed the backs of the 100 contestants standing on stage. A few seconds later, the title appeared. The teaser was only about 30 seconds long, but within minutes of its release, audience reactions exploded. OMG, I'm definitely watching this. First episode next week? I'm waiting desperately. Just from their backs, I'm already drooling. Come to me, my idols. We already know what to expect, but why is this so fun again? So we're getting 100 super handsome guys, huh? OMG, 100 of them? How can I not watch this? It's gonna be insanely fun, no doubt. Another audition variety show tired. The scariest thing is when you know exactly what you're getting, and you still get addicted. Then, an hour later, high noon, Kong Rojin, carrying a small backpack, arrived in Payu, the vast theme studio campus. Just like his first visit, the massive entrance was already set up with staff and cameras. However, there was one difference this time. None of the participants were wearing masks. As Rojin briefly stared at the entrance. Training camp starts today, but since I've been here once already, I'm not that nervous. He stepped forward. Several participants who had arrived earlier were already mingling with the staff. Additionally, Group 1 participants, this way. Group 2 participants, over there. Please place your luggage over in that designated area. The Group 2 contestants, who had passed the auditions filmed the following day after Group 1, were now joining in. So that makes 70 people in total, combining Group 1 and Group 2? That's a lot. The staff seemed to be trying to keep some distance between the groups as they lined them up separately. Among them, the energetic writer Kim Se-hee spotted Rojin and, number 1. She waved her hand vigorously. Because of that, not only did the cameras filming the arriving contestants turn toward him, but so did the dozens of participants from both groups. Overwhelming attention. However, because of his previous experience during Group 1's filming, Kong Rojin, just stay as calm as possible, did his best to walk forward nonchalantly. As a result, whispers from the Group 1 contestants reached his ears. He's here. The villain. Number 1 is still ridiculously handsome today. Wonder what kind of villainous antics he'll pull off at this training camp. But wait, is that backpack all the luggage he brought? Meanwhile, the Group 2 contestants, seeing Rojin for the first time, reacted as expected. Oh, look at that guy. His face is seriously insane. Wow, this is nuts. There's a monster in Group 1. He looks like CGI? Is his face even real? I heard from Group 1 that he's actually decent at vocals too. This is straight up cheating. Totally unfair. Shock and awe. Rojin, on the other hand, ignored the burning gazes and lowered his phone screen. I've already completed 5 missions today. Right, stat enhancement. Since he had time to spare, he decided to enhance his stats. Once again, he invested 10 coins. Of course, his target was singing ability. The change was noticeable right away. Singing ability, 4.6/100. As expected, it barely increased. No bonus coins this time, huh? About 10 minutes passed. Before he knew it, the entrance area was packed with all the contestants, including Rojan. A staff member counted heads and then gave an OK signal. 35 participants from Group 1, 35 from Group 2. Total, 70. Yes, everyone's here. Confirming that all the contestants had arrived, the staff communicated via radio, and the number tags were distributed. Then, from within the campus, a familiar face appeared. It was PD Han-suk, looking utterly exhausted. Holding a megaphone in one hand, he addressed the contestants. "Welcome, everyone. Are you all mentally prepared?" He scanned the participants with a smile before his gaze met Kong Rojan's. Still looking flawless as ever today. After signaling the cameras, he continued with the briefing. "First, we'll be moving to the stage where you passed your auditions. There, we'll discuss accommodation details and the second evaluation. We'll move in order, starting with Group 1. With such a large number of contestants, the staff were on high alert, making sure everything was handled carefully. An accident would be a disaster. Either way, their next destination was the enormous hall where the previous evaluations had taken place. Of course, with so many people, the only way to transport them was by bus. Roughly 40 minutes later, all 70 contestants arrived at the hall. Just like before, the massive space was filled with over 100 staff members, cameras, and audio equipment. However, unlike during the evaluations, the 70 contestants weren't standing on the stage, but in the front section of the hall, where the judges' seats had been before. Another difference was that, unlike at the entrance, Groups 1 and 2 were now fully merged. The order was by number, meaning, as contestant number 1, Kong Rojan was at the very front. Ugh, am I seriously going first again? At that moment, swoosh, PD Han-suk stepped forward again, megaphone in hand. "Before we start the briefing, there's something you all need to do. This will be your task for the second evaluation." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff brought out a box from somewhere. A black square box, just like the one used during the first evaluation. However, this time, it was bigger. All of the contestants' eyes were fixed on the box. Once it was set in place, PD Han-suk spoke again. "One by one, you'll come up to draw a ball. After checking the task written on it, you'll hold it up so everyone can see." Soon, multiple cameras adjusted their positions. At the same time, pop! The stage lights, which had been off, suddenly turned on. The massive hall instantly brightened. As the contestants, including Kong Rojan, glanced around, PD Han-suk called out the first name. "Number 1, please draw first." All eyes, PD Han-suk's, the 100 or so staff members, the cameras, and the contestants, locked onto Kong Rojan. His expression remained neutral, but inside, he was grumbling. "I knew this would happen," sighed Dash. Well, it didn't really matter. Whether he went first or last, the process was the same. Without hesitation, Kong Rojan stepped forward and quickly reached the black box. Without a moment's pause, he plunged his hand deep into the box. He grabbed a ball, bigger than the number-drawing balls. Meanwhile, PD Han-suk was staring at Rojan intently. "Hurry up and pick. Already. Preferably not vocals." Since the draws were completely random, even PD Han-suk felt a mix of anticipation and curiosity. And then, swish, Kong Rojan pulled out a gray ball. White text was engraved on it. "Ah." Rojan reacted briefly in his head, just as PD Han-suk's voice followed. "Please hold up the ball so all contestants can see. Number 1. After staring at the ball for a moment, Rojan turned around and calmly raised it above his head. The cameras zoomed in. The task written on Kong Rojan's ball was dance. It was dance, cruel for someone who couldn't dance. Chapter 14, Training Camp, 2. Kong Rojan lifted the ball above his head. The task written on the ball was dance. Though Rojan casually raised the ball, a slight concern accompanied his thoughts. Phew, dance. I knew it would come up eventually, but I didn't expect it to be next. To be honest, he had been hoping for a vocal task over anything else. He would have to use AI automation either way, but there was still a huge difference between something he had experienced and something he hadn't. That said, Kong Rojan didn't fall into despair over it. Rather, his mindset became simpler. Vocal, dance, rap, I'll have to do them all eventually anyway. I just need to manage my expressions well. Since it had come to this, he might as well show them a rebellion of someone who can't dance. Although he was tone-deaf, AI automation had made farewell sound almost professional. That meant there had to be a solution for his lack of dance skills, too. Whatever the case, the important thing now was to avoid showing any weaknesses to his competitors. Meanwhile, several cameras focused on Rojan's indifferent expression and the ball he had lifted above his head. PD Woo-Han-suk, who adjusted his glasses, observed Rojan with curiosity. Why is that guy so calm? It's like he already knew what he was going to pick. He found Rojan's demeanor strange, but soon smirked openly. Well, either way, getting dance was a nice outcome. As long as it's not vocals, it's fine. Things were going just as he wanted. He already knew that number one had above-average vocal skills, so it was best to assess his abilities in other areas as soon as possible. Besides, I also need to confirm whether skipping training was just a way to attract attention. Currently, Kang Rojan was a notable figure in Produce That 100, partly due to his insane visuals, but mostly because he had chosen not to attend the training sessions. Normally, skipping training would be seen as a sign of confidence backed by skill. But on the flip side, it could also mean he had no real talent and was just pretending to be a villain to draw attention. Whether he's good or bad, it doesn't affect me. But if he's just an empty-headed show-off, I'll have to bring him down a peg. The first episode of Produce That 100 was just around the corner, and the participants' images could be shaped however the editing team wanted. That was the power PD Woo-Han-suk held. Sure, with that ridiculous face, he might survive thanks to viewer votes. But if an uncontrollable contestant acts up too much, managing him later will be a hassle. Of course, if the audience saw him as a talentless villain or an unlikable contestant, he could be eliminated early. PD Woo-Han-suk then spoke to Rojan. That's fine. You can return to where you were. Kang Rojan, responding briefly, blended back into the group of successful candidates. The members of Group 1, who already knew his vocal skills, couldn't help but steal glances at him. His dancing must be garbage, right? Yeah, come on, his face is that good, and he can sing? He has to be bad at dancing. Screw up, please. Mess up the dancing and crash spectacularly. No way. If his face is god tier, then at least something about him should be flawed. Especially number 10, the red-haired contestant, was blatantly staring at Rojan. I don't know about his vocals, but at least I'll be better at dance than him. Phew, please, I have to pick dance too. His only thought was to crush Kang Rojan. Just then, PD Woo-Han-suk called the next contestant. Next, number 10, please come forward and pick. Swallowing nervously, number 10 reached into the box and carefully chose a ball. A moment later, he pulled his hand out slowly and checked the ball. Then, whoa, he let out an excited exclamation and raised the ball high above his head. A familiar word appeared. Dance. Just like number 1, number 10 had also drawn dance. Seeing this, PD Woo-Han-suk glanced between them and came to a decision, while number 10 couldn't hide his delight. Yes, the reason he was so happy, dance was his strong suit. Luck had been on his side. Regardless, PD Woo-Han-suk continued having the contestants draw their tasks. Next contestant, please step forward. The next ball drawn was singing. Then another dance. Rap followed shortly after. Since it was all based on luck, the contestants' reactions varied. Some looked devastated, while others brimmed with excitement. It took about an hour just to complete the task selection for the second evaluation. With all 70 successful candidates drawing their tasks, it was only natural. In the end, 20 people drew dance, 30 got singing, and 20 rap. This was also a setup predetermined by the production team. The staff then divided the successful candidates according to their assigned tasks. PD Woo-Han-suk, holding a megaphone, began the briefing. For the second evaluation, you will compete against other successful candidates within your assigned task category. The format will be a one-on-one survival battle. Your opponent, the song, and the dancing will all be decided by the production team. As he finished speaking, his smile deepened. You're all hungry, right? Let's first drop off your luggage at the dorm and have a meal. A little while later, the staff, standing before the group candidates, announced the room assignments for the dorm. Kang Rojan was assigned to room 105. Since there were 70 participants in total, they didn't all move at once. The dance team, which Rojin was part of, went first. The dorm was close by, so everyone walked. Perhaps because they were competitors, the dance team members didn't engage in much conversation. Most wore stiff expressions, which the cameras eagerly captured. Meanwhile, Kong Rojin was busy looking around. This place is huge. Oh, is that smell Jaeuk? Just as he was getting distracted by the scent of food coming from somewhere. We're here. A staff member stopped in front of a gray building. It was a moderately sized, 3-story structure. Kong Rojin was reminded of the one-room apartment he lived in. This place looks a bit more modern than mine. One by one, the contestants entered the dorm. Rojin followed suit. Room 105 was at the end of the first-floor hallway. However, he didn't enter the room right away. He had to follow the production team's instructions, which were to wait in front of the door upon arrival. At that moment, swoosh, someone approached Rojin from the right and stood next to him. It was a man with a baby perm, a face he hadn't seen before. Rojin glanced at the number tag on his chest. 58. Contestant 58. Was not from Group 1, but from Group 2. He had a somewhat round face and didn't seem very talkative. He simply gave a small greeting and said nothing else. He didn't come off as gloomy, just shy. Well, Kong Rojin didn't particularly care either, so he just brushed it off. Soon, all the assigned members of Room 105 gathered. 1, 19, 37, 58, and 88. Contestant 19, who was notably thin, and Contestant 37, who had a tan complexion, were both energetic. Ooh, so 5 of us are sharing a room. Is this a 5-person room? Well, let's get along. Not sure how long we'll last, though. Kong Rojin and Contestant 58 were on the quieter side. Contestant 88, who was taller than Rojin, was soft-spoken but had a good reaction. Haha, saying we don't know how long we'll last is a bit harsh. Once all 5 had gathered, a staff member approached and spoke. Decide your order with rock, paper, scissors. You'll choose your beds in that order. Choosing beds? Rojin glanced inside the room and immediately understood why. 2 bunk beds and 1 single bed. Naturally, everyone would want the single bed. If possible, Rojin preferred it, too. Soon, the rock, paper, scissors game began among the members of Room 105. Okay, Rojin won first place. While everyone else threw open hands, Rojin had gone with scissors. Once the order was decided, he made his choice. I'll take the single bed. The next spot to be claimed was the lower bunk of one of the bunk beds. The remaining contestants had no choice but to take the top bunks. The interior of Room 105 was more spacious than expected. It felt slightly bigger than the one-room apartment Rojin lived in. While the others busily unpacked their suitcases, Rojin, who was seated on his single bed, didn't have much to do. They have so much luggage. Am I the one who's unprepared? Come to think of it, he'd be living with these guys now. He had expected it to be uncomfortable at first, but so far, it wasn't too bad. He'd figure things out as time went on. What really caught his attention, though, were the small cameras installed throughout the room. How many of us will actually survive this? Even though they were competitors, living in the same room made him a little curious about them. Soon, the energetic contestants 19 and 37 struck up a conversation with him. Number 1, is that backpack all you brought? Yes. Whoa, that's so minimal. Honestly, with a face like yours, I thought you'd bring tons of skincare products. But man, you really are super handsome. So jealous, seriously. Not really. Just putting on lotion is enough. At that moment, ahem. A male voice rang out from the audio system installed in the dorm. It was PD Wuhan Suk. Do you like the dorm? After your meal, please gather at the stage hall by 3 p.m., starting with the dance team. It seemed like the briefing would begin with the dance team, which included Kong Rojin. Understanding the instructions, Rojin and his roommates headed to the adjacent cafeteria, where the main dish turned out to be Jaeuk as expected. The Jaeuk Bakium tastes great. After eating just enough to fill his stomach, Kong Rojin, along with the other successful candidates, explored the facility. Naturally, the staff guided them through various locations, the dorms, cafeteria, various training rooms, studios, and workspaces. The place had everything. Rojin found it all fascinating. Seriously, there's nothing missing? This is crazy. It was like stepping into a whole new world. Of course, the other contestants reacted much more enthusiastically. Whoa, this practice room is huge. I've always wanted to train in a place like this. With excitement filling the air, time flew by like a bullet, and before he knew it, it was already 3 p.m. Having spent the time skimming through AI simulation in his dorm, Rojan got up. Since he was the only one in room 105 assigned to the dance team, he was the only one leaving. Number 1, you're in the dance team? Good luck. Leaving behind contestant 19's cheerful farewell, Kong Rojan exited room 105. In the hallway, staff members were already gathering the dance team. Once all 20 members were assembled, they moved to the stage hall. The stage setup was the same as before: cameras, lighting, sound equipment. As soon as the dance team entered, PD Woo Han-suk greeted them. Welcome. After briefly locking eyes with Rojan, he picked up the megaphone. Please stand together with the contestant I call out next to you. Number 1, number 10, number 15, number 21. PD Woo Han-suk continued listing numbers, and soon, number 10, the red-haired contestant, stepped beside Kong Rojan. Hey, number 1, are you any good at dancing? Rojan turned his head toward number 10 and gave a vague response. Who knows? Well, since you skipped training, you must be good, right? But actually, some of the guys in our dorm were saying you might be terrible at dancing. Rojan flinched slightly. I might be. If you really suck, that's going to be hilarious. You've been acting all tough this whole time. Meanwhile, I can dance pretty well. So what? Number 10 was smirking as he subtly provoked Rojan. In response, Rojan simply shrugged. He wasn't the type to sit back and take it, either. Calling yourself pretty good at dancing sounds like you're the one acting tough. What? Number 10's eyebrows twitched as he frowned. Meanwhile, PD Woo Han-suk, having finished calling out numbers, cut in. Everyone paired up? The person standing next to you is your opponent for the dance survival round. In other words, number 10 was Kong Rojan's direct competitor. Upon hearing this, number 10 smirked. Oh, so we're up against each other? Well then, looking forward to it. Yes, let's do our best. Rojan gave a brief response, but inside, number 10 was already grinding his teeth. I really can't stand this guy. What a smug bastard. PD Woo Han-suk received a tablet from a staff member and continued briefing the 10 pairs of contestants. Number 1 and number 10, your assigned dance is for the song Break. After announcing the assigned songs for all 10 pairs, PD Woo Han-suk stepped back. There were no new songs. Every single one was an old track. At that moment, a contestant tilted their head and raised a hand. PD Nim, it seems like most of the songs you announced seem to be male-female duets. That's correct. To be precise, all the songs announced are either male-female duets or mixed group songs. Then should the paired two people divide the parts? There's no need for that. You will only perform the male parts of the duet. However, since there are two of you, one contestant will perform the dance for the first verse, and the other will perform the second verse. At this, even Kong Rojan found it strange. If they were just going to split the routine like that, why use duet dancing in the first place? Even though I don't know much about this, something about it feels off. It wasn't just Rojan. All 10 dance team pairs gathered in the hall were having similar thoughts. Sensing their reactions, PD Woo Han-suk smirked and suddenly spoke into the megaphone. Come in. At that moment, with a loud clang, the massive side door of the stage swung open. A considerable number of people filed in, guided by staff members who lined them up on stage in a straight row. Bright white stage lights flickered on. The contestants gathered at the front of the stage, including Kong Rojan, looked up at the people standing above them. Rojan was visibly surprised. What the dash? Women? And they're all ridiculously pretty. It was understandable. The people who had stepped onto the stage were all stunning women, attention-grabbing at a glance. There were 10 of them in total. Cameras immediately zoomed in on them, and the contestants around Rojan reacted as if they recognized them. They look familiar. Aren't 5 of them from that group? Lamsum. They're a rookie girl group. I think I saw them on a music show. A girl group. The murmurs among the contestants grew louder. Now that he thought about it, even Kong Rojan felt like he had seen these women on TV before. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk spoke again. These ladies are currently active as girl group members, though they're still rookies. They will be taking on the female parts in your duet dancing assignments. In short, they had brought in 2 rookie girl groups to participate. At that moment, on stage, The girl standing furthest to the right, who had a sharp, fox-like face, nudged the arm of the member next to her. Hey, look at that guy's face. Huh? Who? Actually, by this point, all 10 girl group members' gazes were focused on just one person below the stage. That guy, the one with black hair and number 1 on his tag. Oh, whoa. What is that guy? It was number 1. Chapter 15, Training Camp 3. 2 teams of girl group members stood in a straight line on the stage. As active idols, they whispered among themselves while glancing at Kong Rojin. Wow, look at number 1. He's handsome, but pretty too? Yeah, I can't take my eyes off him either. Since they hadn't yet been handed microphones, they had more freedom to whisper. How can a face that small have handsomeness, prettiness, and masculinity all at once? Just based on looks, among all the trainees and male idols I've seen, he's number 1. Even to these girls, who interacted with boy groups daily, number 1, Kong Rojin, was so visually striking that their jaws practically dropped. The only reason they were whispering was because of the cameras and the many eyes watching. Without that, they would have been making an even bigger fuss. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk signaled to the cameras, and a few of them briefly captured the 10 girl group members on stage. By this point, all 10 had gone silent. Once enough footage had been taken, PD Woo Han-suk picked up the megaphone again. Now, we'll call out each girl group member's name. Please stand with your assigned team. First, Ha-young, you're with numbers 1 and 10. As PD Woo Han-suk finished his briefing, the 10 girl group members on stage began to move. The fox-like woman approached Kong Rojin and contestant number 10. Hello, I'm Ha-young. The girl group member who introduced herself as Ha-young wore a fitted short-sleeved top and had a strikingly sharp nose. Her hair was long, reaching down to her waist. Seeing her, Kong Rojin found it fascinating. A girl group member, I'm seeing one for the first time. They definitely have a different vibe. Though the judges were also celebrities, he had never seen an idol before. Plus, Rojin was at the peak of his youth. It would have been strange if he had no interest in the girl group members standing before him. However, he suppressed his curiosity as much as possible. Yes, hello. I look forward to working with you. Rojin greeted her briefly and clearly. Ha-young, a rookie girl group member, unintentionally stared at him. Then she gasped. I almost reached out to touch his face without realizing. Is this face even human? And up close, his physique is amazing too. Meanwhile, the red-haired contestant number 10 also finished introducing himself. Nice to meet you. Ha-young SSI, I've seen you on TV. The other teams exchanged similar greetings. With 10 dance teams and 10 girl group members, the pairing was perfect. Watching the finalized groups, PD Woo Han-suk stepped in again. The girl group members have already been informed beforehand, so they're familiar with the evaluation song. As I explained earlier, the girl group members will take on the female parts of the evaluation dance, while the contestants will perform the first and second verse sections individually. At that moment, the staff brought something out. The moment Kong Rojin saw it, he caught on immediately. That must be for dividing the dance into first and second verse sections. And he was right. However, since this was a survival show, they didn't need to select both participants. In Dance Team 1, Kong Rojin stepped forward first to make a choice. I got the second verse part. Naturally, contestant number 10 took the first verse part. The other teams followed suit, assigning dance sections accordingly. Once most of the roles were confirmed, PD Woo Han-suk spoke again. We'll be sending the evaluation dance videos to your phones. You're free to practice however you like. However, the dance trainers will not help you with the evaluation dance. Their role is only to provide feedback on your fundamentals, strengths, and weaknesses. PD Woo Han-suk's directing style was known for its high degree of freedom. Since the concept of Produce That 100 was to show raw, unfiltered content to the viewers, this approach made sense. You'll have about a week of practice time. Training starts tomorrow, the 14th, and will continue until next Tuesday, the 21st. Then, on the 22nd and 23rd, each of you will have time to rehearse with your girl group partner. It won't be long, just about half a day. This meant that they would swap partners depending on whether they had the first or second verse part. After that, from the 24th to the 26th, we'll conduct the second round of evaluations for vocals, dance, and rap over 3 days. Somewhere in between, our show's first broadcast will also take place. PD Woo Han-suk then explained the judging process for the dance section. In short, the girl group members would perform both the first and second verse dance during the evaluation filming. However, once the first verse contestant completed their part, they would step aside, and the second verse contestant would take over to complete the performance. Listening to the briefing, Kang Rojin felt a slight sense of nervousness. Performing back-to-back like that will definitely make comparisons clear. Afterward, the 10 girl group members exited, and 2 dance trainers entered. Both were well-known choreographers who led their own dance teams. PD Woo Han-suk provided additional details about the upcoming dance training and then concluded, "The dance practice rooms will be open 24 hours a day. Feel free to use them whenever you want." With that, the dance segment was wrapped up. Next came the Q&A session for the contestants, making the staff busy running around. Meanwhile, the 2 dance trainers were talking with PD Woo Han-suk, their topic of discussion being Kang Rojin, who was still looking at the stage. Is that him? The only participant who won't receive training. Yeah, number 1. His face is incredible. Is he even human? His handsomeness is way beyond normal. Is that why he skipped training? Just relying on his face? Well, we won't know until we see him perform. What was number 1's evaluation song again? Break. The 2 dance trainers nodded as if they were already well aware. One of them responded, "If he can actually dance well with that face, it'll be killer." Break has a very sexy yet powerful choreography. A little while later, Kang Rojin quietly left the performance hall alone. The other contestants, including number 10, were still busy asking questions. Checking the time, he realized it was already 5 p.m. That took almost 2 hours. After arriving at the dorm building, Rojin headed not to his room, but to the shared restroom. The reason was simple. It's time to fully utilize AI simulation. Now that he knew which song he'd be performing in the next evaluation, it was time to start his own training. Fortunately, the restroom was empty. Rojin stepped into the last stall and pulled out his phone. The first thing he checked was a message from the production team. This must be the video they mentioned earlier. Attached was a dance video. Number 10 had likely received the same one. It was a complete recording of the evaluation song, Break. After some searching, Rojin confirmed. That Break was a song released about 10 years ago. It was the title track of a solo album by a girl group member who specialized in rap. A duet dance featuring a boy group member. I think I've seen this before. It was a song that many modern idols often covered. After briefly researching Break, Rojin launched the AI simulation app. Familiar character models and buttons appeared on the screen. The option Rojin tapped on was AI automation. This was the first time he had activated AI automation since Farewell. A familiar prompt appeared on the phone screen. Through AI automation analysis, the desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only options related to the desired occupation, idol. But then, Rojin tilted his head. He noticed a message he had never seen before. Tip. The more detailed your request, the more precise the analysis and the more perfect the result will be. Rojin stroked his chin. A detailed request. Thinking back, when he used AI automation during Farewell, his only request had been, "I want to learn perfectly." Was this suggesting that he should add more conditions? He interpreted it as a cue to refine the specifics of his instructions. After spending a few minutes researching online, Rojin returned to AI automation. Swish. He typed his command into the blank field. AI automation. I want to perfectly learn the male part of the second verse. Dance choreography for Break. But I want my dance to be fluid and relaxed while maintaining precise control over tempo and intensity. Is this enough? Then, he hesitated. The word second verse caught his eye. If he was going to do this, wouldn't it be better to learn both the first and second verse dance choreography? Of course it'll be more expensive, but half learning makes it somewhat ambiguous to call it completely mine. There was also the possibility of unexpected situations arising. For example, in a situation where I can't use AI simulation, if the production team suddenly switches to verse 1 part. Well, the chances were slim, but it was still better to be prepared. He could always earn more coins later, and everything he learned this way became part of Kang Rojin's personal asset. With that in mind, Rojin changed his command to learn the entire male dance choreography for Break. When he pressed confirm, the familiar loading circle spun on the screen. The response appeared in seconds. AI analysis in progress. Analysis complete. To achieve the desired result, 36 coins are required. The number of coins required may vary depending on the difficulty of the requested result. The cost was 36 coins. Farewell had cost 30 coins. Not bad. Satisfied, Kong Rojin approved the coin usage. The message quickly updated. Using 36 coins. Applying. Application complete. At that moment, he felt the familiar, tingling sensation. As expected, it was on the wrist where he wore his smartwatch. He waited for a moment, wondering if there would be any differences this time, since this was dancing rather than a song. However, it's the same. There was no noticeable difference. Just like during Farewell, the process was incredibly simple. Still seated, Rojin took a deep breath and stood up. Then, he closed his eyes to check the effects of AI automation. The restroom stall was cramped, but that didn't matter. He only needed to test it briefly. Rojin issued a command to his body. Start performing the male dance choreography of break. Suddenly, he felt a beat naturally nodding his head in rhythm. No one else could hear it. Only Kong Rojin could sense it. Then, a husky female rap verse played in his mind. At that moment, he noticed his arms and legs gradually loosening. Goosebumps formed on his arms. Right now, he was both fluid and relaxed. The first move was a loose, slouching walk. Then, as the beat suddenly picked up speed and intensity, his arm and footwork became larger and more forceful. He adjusted his movements to fit the cramped space, but when he stopped, he let out a bewildered laugh. I felt this during Farewell too, but this is seriously insane. The next morning, it was now the second day of the Produce That 100 training camp. The official schedule started at 9 a.m., but the current time was 8 a.m. After the exhausting filming the day before, most of the 70 contestants were still fast asleep. The production crew had woken up earlier, but they hadn't started moving around yet. However, running, go. Only Kong Rojin started early, because he had to complete the daily mission, starting with running. For reference, running stopped after reaching 60 minutes. Fortunately for Rojin. Anyway, Kong Rojin, who was wearing just a t-shirt and sweatpants, started running. Swish. His running route was the park area beside the dormitory building, within the vast training camp campus. A few staff members spotted him. Wait, isn't that number one? Is he working out right now? Wow. Damn, that face, and he works out too? Is he going for the hard-working athlete concept or something? But honestly, number one has a great physique. Whether it's a concept or not, we'll see as time goes on. If anyone's finished eating, we should get a camera on him ASAP. As Rojin continued running, a camera was soon assigned to follow him. It didn't run alongside him, but instead filmed wide shots of him jogging. By the time he was drenched in sweat, Rojin had completed 5 missions through exercise and singing. Ugh, I'm dying. His whole body was screaming in pain, but he felt refreshed. The constant repetition made it fun, too. In fact, Rojin even pushed himself beyond the workout requirements set by the mission. Since he was at it, he figured he might as well get his body in top shape. Whatever the case, Kong Rojin arrived at room 105 around 9:30 a.m. All of his roommates had already gone out for breakfast, so the room was empty. Before heading to the shower, Rojin opened the AI simulation app first. Title, Side Job Tycoon. User, Kong Rojin /age, 24/height, 182.8 centimeters /desired occupation, idle/side job. 1 screenwriter plus 1 coins, 281. He had spent some coins on AI automation, but his balance was still in a comfortable range. After a quick shower, Rojin went straight for breakfast. The menu? Bulgogi. He ate heartily, and by the time he finished, it was past 10 a.m. Soon, the staff began their briefing. Starting now, vocal, dance, and rap teams will begin their training sessions. It was the first class with the trainers introduced the day before. The contestants gathered with their teams and followed the staff's guidance. Before long, the dorm was empty, except for Rojin, who had skipped training. Of course, Kong Rojin already had a destination in mind. Dressed in the same casual outfit as in the morning, he packed only his phone and laptop. A few minutes later, Rojin pushed open a glass door. This is the place. He had stepped into the dance practice room. It was spacious, with mirrors covering both the front and back walls. Though it was his first time in a practice room, and he felt a bit out of place, Rojan instinctively scratched his chin. Swish. He placed his laptop and phone on the floor. Then, after tapping his phone a few times, a song filled the practice room. It was Break. Kong Rojan intended to go all out, making full use of the spacious room. He quickly got into position and let his body sink with the beat. A few minutes later, the song ended. Bent forward with his hands on both knees, Rojan panted heavily. He had just performed the entire first and second verse male choreography of Break, so it was only natural. Catching his breath, he slowly lifted his head. He looked at his reflection in the front mirror. And then he smiled. No longer a bad dancer. Of course, for now, it only applied to Break. Chapter 16, Training Camp 4. The production crew's lodging area. Currently, the staff of Produce That 100 were generally using the lodging facilities, but they operated on a system which allowed them to leave and return depending on their circumstances. In one of the meeting rooms within the staff's lodging building. Although it was called a meeting room, it was merely a space with a desk set up. Inside, PD Woo Han-suk, Kim Se-hee, writers, key staff from the directing team, and a few others were gathered. The second round of filming had already begun, but they were also holding meetings in between. The topics were issues that arose during filming, the participants' conditions, and the current situation. Right now, Kim Se-hee, who resembled a hamster, was conducting a briefing while looking at her tablet. All the vocal, dance, and rap teams have begun their training. For today, they'll mainly be introducing themselves and doing a brief skills check. PD Woo Han-suk slowly nodded. The dark circles under his eyes had grown even darker. Since the training just started, there shouldn't be any issues yet. But is there any conflict between the trainers and participants? I haven't received any reports. Since it's still early, they're probably all following instructions well, right? If it's too uneventful, there won't be much to use. Woo Han-suk, crossing his arms and exhaling, took off his glasses. Is there anyone we can build a character around? Except for number 10. Another female writer responded. No one stands out yet. The closest would be number 58. The kid's a bit quiet, or rather, gloomy, maybe even creepy. Number 58? Oh, the one with the baby perm. That's right. All right, keep an eye on them. The production team continued analyzing the participants' personalities for a while. There aren't any particularly unique individuals yet. It's a bit disappointing for the early stage. This is only the second round, after all. It's still the adjustment period. Once they get more comfortable, things might start blowing up here and there. Let's wait and see. You think I don't know that? The more hook-worthy participants there are, the easier it is to edit. So if there are any small issues, report them immediately. As the key staff nodded in agreement, Kim Se-hee, looking at a photo of Kong Rojan on her tablet, joined the conversation. Number 1 is too strong. So far, he has both skills and a solid villain character. Plus, his visuals are on another level. On top of that, he acts however he wants. Yeah, honestly, I wonder if any character will even be able to beat number 1. In the early episodes, number 1 will definitely monopolize all the attention, right? No need to even say it. As the conversation suddenly shifted to Kong Rojan, PD Woo Han-suk crossed his legs and asked, I heard he worked out in the morning? What did he do? Nothing much. Just running and push-ups, that kind of thing. But we did film it. What's number 1 doing now? Since everyone else went into training, he should be alone. After working out and eating, he went into the practice room by himself. All the cameras are focused on the training sessions, so we haven't seen what he's doing. Should we assign a dedicated camera to him now? After a brief thought, PD Woo Han-suk shook his head. No, there's no need to push it. It's not like we don't have small cameras in there. We can check the footage later during editing. And right now, the main focus is training, so it's best to concentrate on that. Understood. He chose to skip training, so he must have accepted that his screen time will be reduced during this period. Let's observe for a few days and then do a brief interview with him. As if wrapping up the meeting. Maybe, during the training period, number 1 will barely appear. PD Woo Han-suk stood up smoothly, only to suddenly make a dramatic entrance during the second evaluation. That might actually be a great hook for the viewers. At the same time, in the large practice room, Kong Rojan stood alone in the vast practice room. surrounded by mirrors on all sides. Or rather, it would not have been strange to say that the person in the room was not Rojan. As break played through the speakers, he danced in sync with the beat. His movements were so unfamiliar that they seemed like those of a completely different person. There was no trace of the clumsy, stiff body that used to stumble through any attempt at dancing. Only, hngh. Though his breath was rough, his dance lines were smooth. Only this version of Kang Rojan existed. His heart felt like it might burst, but he did not stop dancing. This was already his fourth time, repeating the first and second verse choreography of Break in full, over and over again, because he was enjoying it. It feels completely different from singing. Of course, singing was fun and interesting as well. However, with dance, the intense movements of his body made it feel more refreshing. On top of that, his body moved exactly as he wanted, following the precise choreography, giving him an almost euphoric sensation. Before long, after completing the fourth round of the choreography, Kang Rojan collapsed onto the floor of the practice room, lying spread out. His short-sleeved shirt and hair were already drenched with sweat. Staring at the ceiling, Rojan smirked. What the hell, this is fun. It felt like a character in a game rapidly leveling up dozens of times faster than others thanks to in-game purchases. Afterward, Kang Rojan danced through the break choreography a couple more times before finally leaving the practice room. Someone might start coming soon. He was referring to participants finishing their training or the staff. If possible, Rojan wanted to use a quiet practice room. The place he arrived at next was a lounge near the practice room. It was furnished with multiple desks and sofas. Swoosh. Here, Rojan intended to write. Even if he ended up producing a few more piles of literary garbage, it would be best to at least try writing for now. But before that, let's check AI simulation first. There was something he needed to do first. He had completed today's mission, but he had yet to enhance his stats. When he checked his status, he was slightly surprised. Appearance 100/100, singing ability 4.8/100, rap 1.5/100, dance 1.2/100, eloquence 5.7/100, acting 0.8/100. His stats had increased slightly across the board. Singing ability and dance made sense, but why did my acting stat go up? Don't tell me. It's because I've been hiding my lack of singing and poor dance skills. Whatever the reason, having stats rise on their own was a blessing. Without hesitation, Rojan invested 10 coins into his singing ability. Singing ability 5.8/100. There was still a long way to go, but curiosity started to creep in. There probably wouldn't be any significant changes yet, right? Still, just in case, he moved toward the restroom. It was the best place to check after all. It was the only place on this campus without cameras. Luckily, the restroom on the same floor was empty. Sitting inside a stall, Kang Rojan sang as quietly as possible. The song? Just whatever came to mind. About 10 seconds in, Rojan stopped singing. Then, with a deliberately serious expression, this feels slightly better. Of course, he was still tone-deaf. However, if yesterday he was garbage tone-deaf, today he was just tone-deaf. His pitch deviation had decreased. Again, the second attempt was the same. The next morning, at the SBC drama department, PD Young Soo-ryong was seated, engaged in a phone call. Oh wow, Kim Starnum. I read the article. What a generous donation you made. She was probably making courtesy calls to actors, checking in on them. As a director, maintaining connections was a natural part of the job. Once she finished the call, a male PD approached her. Hey, PD Young, the department head is calling for you. Okay. After standing up, she quickly adjusted her clothes and retied her frizzy brown hair. Being a fast walker, she arrived at the department head's office in no time. Knock, knock. After knocking, a deep male voice from inside told her to enter. Inside the department head's office, a bald man seated at his desk removed his half-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be in his mid to late 50s. Sit. Yes. PD Young Soo-ryong sat on the 5-person sofa. The department head, seated at the head position, placed a stack of papers on the table. A familiar name stood out. Rental Lover. Writer Kang Chul-soo. The department head tapped his index finger on the script for Rental Lover. I heard you were the one who pushed for this one to win grand prize in the one-act play contest. I did push for it, but others and the higher-ups recognized it too. You didn't like it, department head. No, it was good. More importantly, we were originally planning to air this in the fall lineup or at the end of the year, but we need to move it up quite a bit. Move it up? By how much? Immediately. We need to start filming as soon as possible. Huh? Right away? What? The department head let out a deep sigh. At first, there was some friction between Hyun-soo and the writer, but it seemed to settle down. Then another problem popped up. The male lead got hospitalized. Park Se-hoon. I heard he had a minor accident while filming a movie, but wasn't it nothing serious? I don't know, but he's been admitted. His schedule is completely messed up. So, let's use Rental Lover to fill the gap. If we start right away, we can air it by the end of September, right? That buys us 2 weeks, and if we run a special episode of After Drinking for another week, that gives us 3 weeks. That should work. PD Young-soo Ryong scratched her chin. End of September? That's a bit tight. And After Drinking isn't even getting high ratings right now. You want to air a special episode of that. We need to plug the hole first, you fool. Anyway, it's about time for Jin Sung to debut as a director under you, right? Have him handle Rental Lover. SSSHH. I actually asked him about it, but he was trembling. He says he's still not ready. When I say do it, just do it. What? There's a director who doesn't want to debut. He's just that kind of guy. What about someone else? If we don't use Jin Sung, no one else is experienced enough. Eun Young has joined the B team. Then take Eun Young out and put Jin Sung in Team B instead. And what if both projects fail due to that? The department head covered his face and let out another sigh. Watching him for a moment, PD Young-soo Ryong's lips curled into a smile. How about I do it? Meanwhile, at the theme studio campus in Payu, today's Produce That 100 filming would mainly focus on the participants. Training sessions again. However, since the trainers had assigned them tasks the previous day, today's footage was expected to be different. Additionally, more participants were starting to use the practice rooms. A clear sign that they were seriously preparing for the second evaluation. At this time, PD Woo Han-suk was at the park next to the participants' building. Around him were a few riders and several cameras. They were all watching Kang Rojin as he ran. He runs at the exact same time every day? How long does he go for? About an hour. An hour? Yes. PD Woo Han-suk clicked his tongue in disbelief. Even for someone who exercises regularly, running for an hour straight isn't easy. As if agreeing, the female riders joined in. It doesn't seem like he's doing it for show. Rojin SSI had a fit body from the start. He must have been doing this all along. I told you not to say the participants' names during filming. Oh, sorry. TSK. Anyway, even covered in sweat, number 1 still looks insanely good. How is that even possible? He's basically a walking photo shoot. Rubbing his chin, PD Woo Han-suk gave instructions to one of the cameramen. Get a frontal shot of number 1. Even a short clip will have the viewers falling for him. Soon, one of the staff with a camera started jogging to get the shot. Just then, a call came through Woo Han-suk's walkie-talkie. PD Nim, the judges have arrived at the hall. After replying that he would be there soon, he glanced at Kang Rojin once more before turning away. A few minutes later, inside the nearly empty hall where the stage was set up, for judges were standing near the cameras and audio equipment. Hello. PD Woo Han-suk greeted the judges seated on the folding chairs and handed them the transparent files that had been prepared in advance. Please take your time reviewing them. As I mentioned earlier, the second evaluation will be divided into vocal, dance, and rap categories. The first to react was Lee Demi, a former girl group member who now managed a mid-sized entertainment company. The songs and choreography have already been decided? Yes, everything is in the files. This is interesting. So, for vocals, dance, and rap, the participants will split the performance between the first verse and the second verse. Next to speak was Song Min-gun, the hit song producer. This will make comparisons really clear. Veteran singer Yoon Sung-won nodded in agreement. It's like a duet, but not quite, which makes it intriguing. Oh, by the way, what did contestant number 1 choose? Dance. The 4 judges immediately flipped through the files. Rojin's face appeared first in the dance team section. He's paired with number 10? That kid was pretty decent at dancing too. His flashy attitude was a bit much, but he definitely knew how to use his body. His dance lines were solid as well. A male-female duet dance, and the song is Break. Haha. Break is quite a difficult one. As the judges discussed for a few more minutes, PD Woo Han-suk added, "By the way, number one really hasn't received any training. Every other contestant has started theirs. Then is he practicing alone right now?" At that moment, PD Nim. Yes. Gong Joo-mi, a former girl group member and now a musical actress, spoke seriously. Looking at the second evaluation method, let's take number one as an example. In Break, number 10 does the choreography for the first verse, and number 1 does the second verse, right? That's how all the participants are practicing right now too. That's correct. I was wondering if we could introduce a variation during the evaluation. Something that would test their improvisation skills and sense beyond just what they've rehearsed. What kind of variation are you suggesting? When asked, Gong Joo-mi replied simply, "They perform with the assigned parts first. Then, we have them switch the first and second verse parts and perform again." Chapter 17, Training Camp, 5. After performing as originally planned, we suddenly switch each other's parts. At the idea of Judge Gong Joo-mi, PD Woo Han-suk crossed his arms and let out a hum. Normally, PD Woo Han-suk did not change the system he had set. However, this time, he seemed to be deeply contemplating for some reason. It's not a bad idea. Setting everything else aside, the idea itself was quite good. Of course, there were a few concerns, possible complaints from the participants or dissatisfaction from viewers watching the broadcast. But such risks had to be taken to create an engaging show. With over a decade of experience, PD Woo Han-suk knew this better than anyone. More than anything, Produce That 100 is a survival show. These kinds of unexpected twists make it more exciting. While he ensured the participants' convenience and freedom as much as possible, he remained ruthless when it came to judging. Having made up his mind, PD Woo Han-suk nodded at the judges. "Sounds fun. You can try it however you like. Just go ahead and conduct it freely, and I'll take care of the editing later." "Okay." But as you know, the participants. Of course, no one will know. Intrigued, the judges became more talkative. Meanwhile, veteran singer Yoon Sung-won asked, "So, half of them will be eliminated again in the second round?" "Yes. I plan to observe how many we can bring back in the revival round, and in what manner. Well, since viewer voting will start from the second round, there will be a lot of variables." At the mention of viewer voting, the judges suddenly felt how quickly time was passing. The first episode airs next week already? It's like a bullet. What do you think the viewership ratings will be? The public response seems quite intense. Who knows? But we're editing it as nicely as possible, so I have high hopes. Oh, come on, you're being modest. Since it's PD Woo's project, it'll be a huge hit again. I hope it blows up so much that Produce That 100 takes over YouTube and everywhere else. If an audition variety show flopped, it would disappear without a trace. But if it managed even a moderate success, the impact would be immense. Songs released from such programs could dominate the top ranks of music streaming platforms, and edited clips would take over YouTube and other video platforms. This would generate numerous benefits. The most certain of them all was the exponential rise in the participants' recognition. Among the judges, Lee Demi, well aware of this, murmured with anticipation. "Never mind the ratings, I'm more curious about how many views that number one kid will rack up." Song Min-gun, the composer, chimed in. "Just slapping his face on a thumbnail guarantees 1,000,000 views." Meanwhile, the Produce That 100 training camp filming proceeded without major issues as the participants began their intensive training. In the days leading up to the second round of evaluations, their daily routine was quite simple: eating, training, personal practice, and short interviews with the staff. However, Kang Rojan's schedule was slightly different. "Feels like I just closed my eyes for a second, and it's already morning. Ugh, my whole body is screaming in muscle pain. Phew, running is such a hassle. But I have to do it." He started his morning workout alone, ate breakfast, and then headed to the practice room while the others went to their training sessions. Although he had already mastered the choreography for Break, he did not stop practicing. The more he repeated the practice, the more smoothly his body moved. It was as if any lingering resistance or unfamiliarity was fading away. Maybe it was just his imagination, but either way, more practice could only be beneficial. At least, that was Kong Rojan's firm belief. Since it's a duet choreography between a male and female, it might feel different with a partner. I can't just waste time, and the more I do it, the better I'll get, right? After finishing practice, he would sit in the lounge and write. He wasn't writing with serious intent, just casually tapping on the keyboard, much like he used to. And just like that, the days flew by. Before he knew it, it was already July 19th. It was the first weekend since the training camp had started, and Produce That 100 operated only until Saturday. Sunday was a rest day for both participants and production staff. Most of the dozens of participants stayed at the dorms to recover from the week's exhaustion. However, Kong Rojan did not take a break. His trainer, AI simulation, showed no mercy. But an interesting phenomenon unfolded. Huh? Number 1 Nim, you're going out for a morning workout even on a Sunday? Whoa. Wow, damn, I can't let this slide. Number 1 Nim, can I join you? Oh, then should I go too? I don't mind, but I run for a long time. I've got pretty good stamina too. Should we just have all of room 105 go out? Gradually, Kong Rojan found himself gaining workout companions. The highly energetic number 19 and number 37 took the lead, and the responsive number 88 followed suit. The shy number 58 seemed hesitant at first, but eventually muttered, "Then I'll go too." Thus, a 5-member running crew was formed. Kong Rojan, who was used to running alone, responded indifferently, but felt a bit awkward. What the heck? It's not like we're a running crew or something. If they suddenly run for an hour, they'll be dying. Regardless, this unusual sight caught the attention of the participants resting at the dorms. Hey, look at that. Number 1 always went out alone, but now a few more are joining. Ah, you're right. They seem to be from the same room. Oh, the cameras are rolling. Didn't the staff say they were off today? Maybe they're filming because it's unusual. Damn, should I start running from tomorrow too? Even some of the staff couldn't help but watch. Naturally, except for Kong Rojan, the rest of the group soon began to struggle. Huff, huff, I can't run anymore. Ugh, I almost threw up. After about 20 minutes, they were all gasping for breath. In particular, number 58, with his baby perm, was quietly heaving, wheezing and gulping for air. Soon, the members of room 105 collapsed on the ground, watching Kong Rojan continue running effortlessly, shaking their heads in disbelief. Wait, why is number 1 Nim still so full of energy? Is he even human? How does he do this for an hour? He said he'd go straight into strength training after the run. Please spare us. Kong Rojan, still running without issue, gave himself a small compliment. My stamina has definitely improved. I wasn't this good before. Sure, I've increased my workout load, but AI simulation must be helping a lot too. He could feel his overall status growing. And at that moment, he felt a brief vibration from the smartwatch on his wrist. BZZZ. Dash, you have achieved the hidden mission, building bonds with first companions. A reward of 15 coins has been granted. A sweet-smelling bonus. Morning of the 20th. After completing his daily mission, Kong Rojan checked his current coin balance while heading to eat. Dash, title, Side Job Tycoon. Dash, user, Kong Rojan /age, 24 height, 182.8 centimeters / desired occupation, idle /side job. 1 screenwriter plus 1 / coins owned, 316. He had recovered what he had spent. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he tilted his head. PD Young Surayong. What is this about? Kong Rojan stopped in his tracks and placed the phone to his ear. Yes, PD Nim. Hello. From the other end, PD Young Surayong's voice came through. Her tone sounded slightly excited. Writer Nim, how have you been? I just called to share some great news. Great news. Yes, the one-act drama Rental Lover. It looks like it's going into production right away. Isn't that great? Wait, already? Didn't they say it would take a while? That was fast. Last time we talked, Dash. I know. I told you that if it got delayed by half a year, it might be pushed to next year. But due to some internal circumstances, things have been expedited. And one more thing. I'll be directing Rental Lover myself. PD Nim, you? Yes, various factors led to this, and now I'm the one directing. Sounds good, right? Why did she keep asking if it was good? As Kong Rojan scratched his chin, she continued. Anyway, Rental Lover's production is confirmed, but it's hard to go over the details over the phone. We need to have our first production and script meeting as director and writer. What do you think? I can come to where you are. If Jung Surayan came here, it would certainly be convenient. But for Rojin, it was a bit troublesome. No, I'll go to you. But can I check my schedule and get back to you with a date? Of course. Today was just a call to say hello as the director. But let me know soon. Understood. Looking forward to working with you, writer Nim. Click. After ending the call, calm. Rojin quickly ate his meal and approached a nearby staff member to deliver a message. He was looking for PD Woo Han-suk. Fortunately, Woo Han-suk was at the production team's lodging and had given permission for him to come. A few dozen minutes later, Rojin entered the designated room. The room had been converted into a meeting space, and inside, Woo Han-suk was sitting alone, sipping coffee. PD Nim. Oh, you're here? Have a seat. Coffee. I'm fine. All right. So what did you want to talk about? Actually, a script I wrote won a broadcast station script contest. It won the grand prize. What? Woo Han-suk's eyes widened. However, Rojin remained calm as he explained the situation, only the key details about rental lover. His explanation was fairly brief, but Woo Han-suk was left with his mouth hanging open. So, you're telling me that you wrote a script, submitted it to a contest, won, and now SBC is producing it soon? Yes. I haven't heard all the details yet. The hypothetical writing you mentioned before was actually true? Wow, now this is a crazy plot twist. Woo Han-suk stared at Rojin, wondering what kind of overpowered character he was dealing with. The kid was already a talent on a god-tier level, an outstanding vocalist, and now, apparently, a skilled writer too. Even though Woo Han-suk worked in variety shows, he had spent over a decade in the broadcasting industry. This isn't something you just casually mention. A major network script contest isn't some random neighborhood raffle. How is he talking about winning it so nonchalantly? He knew exactly how competitive those contests were, which made it even more unbelievable. No wonder. The others kept saying he's always writing something in the lounge. So he was actually working on a script. It was honestly baffling. The guy was already going through the brutal battlefield of a survival show, yet he was managing a side job at the same time. At that moment, Woo Han-suk also sensed the future impact of this situation. If it's a one-act drama, it could air as early as September or October if production starts right away. By then, Produce That 100 will have ended. If he gains fame from the show, and then his writer credentials explode at the same time, this could be the perfect fangirl trap. He didn't know the exact contents of the script, and technically, Rojin could still get eliminated from Produce That 100. But regardless, this was a guaranteed win for him. Depending on how big he gets, this could turn into a major sensation. At that moment, Rojin asked Woo Han-suk, "Am I allowed to leave the camp for this? As a writer, you'll need to attend production meetings, so as long as you inform me in advance, that should be fine. Just make sure to follow the guidelines we discussed earlier." Thank you. Oh, no need to thank me. For now, let's keep this between us. Woo Han-suk carefully observed Kong Rojin. Why is someone with this much star potential only now stepping into the spotlight? The more I look at him, the more I see how much talent and charisma he has. Scratching his head slightly, he changed the subject. By the way, you know Ha-young? The one taking the female part for a break. Yes. Originally, you and number 10 were supposed to coordinate with her on the 22nd and 23rd, right? But it looks like Ha-young got an unexpected schedule on the 22nd. She's free on the 23rd, but she asked if she could move the 22nd session to tomorrow instead. How about you? Of course, we'll ask number 10 as well. I don't mind. I'll meet her tomorrow first, then. Oh, really? Sounds good. To Kong Rojin, whether he practiced a day earlier or later didn't make much difference. All right, then after breakfast tomorrow, you'll meet with Ha-young. The next day, a van pulled up at the Produce That 100 training camp. Stepping out of the vehicle was a woman with long, waist-length hair, her features overall giving off a fox-like charm. She was Ha-young, the one in charge of the female part for a break. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and loose training pants, her usual practice attire, she immediately went to see PD Woo Han-suk. Before anything else, she bowed deeply. "I'm so sorry. My schedule got messed up at the last minute. I sincerely apologize." "It's okay. These things happen, eh? Lot when you're new. There's no issue with today's practice, right?" "No. I can stay all day if needed." Haha, great energy. So, The participant you'll be practicing with today is number 1. He's got quite a face, but overall, he's a bit different. Different? Yeah. Oh, and his dance skills might be a bit lacking. On top of that, he's not receiving any training, so when you practice together, if you notice anything that needs improvement, you can give him some light advice. But don't be too strict about it. I'm still lacking a lot myself. But you have real stage experience, right? Anyway, you can head over now. Ha-young bowed and tied her long hair back tightly as she followed the staff's directions. At the same time, she felt a slight thrill of excitement. Number 1. That's him, right? The super handsome one. The one who had thrown the entire girl group into chaos. Number 1. Still, Ha-young tried to keep herself composed. She was here to work, not to gawk. Phew, stay calm. The more I see him, the more I'll get used to it. Soon, she stepped into the spacious practice room. Inside, Kong Rojin was in the middle of doing push-ups. Sensing someone enter, he turned his head, then immediately stood up and approached her. Swoosh. Sweeping back his sweat-drenched black hair, he greeted her with a small nod. Hello. The moment Ha-young saw Kong Rojin standing right in front of her, she instinctively took a step back. She hadn't even realized she was retreating. Wow, he's so good-looking it's scary. For a moment, she just stared blankly up at him, before finally snapping back to reality. Sorry, I mean hello. What should we start with? Then, let's try the choreography first. We can talk about it after we go through it once. Sounds good. I'm doing the second verse. Yes. I have the files from the staff. Ha-young skillfully set up her laptop, and soon, break echoed through the practice room. Standing in the center of the room, Kong Rojin and Ha-young got into position. Ha-young stood in front, tapping the floor with one foot to catch the rhythm. I'll count us in. You start when the final count ends. Okay. When her count reached the cue, they immediately launched into the duet choreography for Break. The room filled with the sound of the song, the scraping of their shoes on the floor, and their heavy breathing. A few minutes later, as the song ended, Rojin caught his breath for a moment before turning to Ha-young. How was it? Still panting, Ha-young simply stared at him, as if she had short-circuited. At the same time, PD Woo Han-suk's words from earlier flashed through her mind. Give him advice? What advice? That was impossible. If anything, I'm the one who needs advice, right? Chapter 18, Training Camp 6. The rookie girl group, Limesum now in their first year since debut, was a fairly skilled group. However, Limesum had only just begun making appearances on music shows and minor variety programs. With the idol industry being as massive as it was, competition was always fierce. Still, for a group like Limesum, their situation wasn't bad. Their promotional song was getting invitations from various music programs, and now, they had even been cast in PD Woo Han-suk's new variety show. Among the members of Limesum, Ha-young held the position of the visual center. However, just because she was the visual center didn't mean Ha-young neglected her practice, relying only on her looks. On the contrary, Ha-young had a reputation for being a practice addict. Vocals, choreography, speech, and more. There had been quite a few areas where she had been told she was lacking since her trainee days. Because of that, Ha-young had been rigorously practicing ever since she was assigned the female choreography part for the song Break. While she wasn't the main focus of Produce That 100, even getting a few minutes on such a big show was significant. The impact of appearing on it would be several times greater than performing on an ordinary music program. Her agency was well aware of this, and they assigned company dance trainers to help her master the break choreography. At this point, Ha-young's break choreography was at a fairly high level. Because of that, when it was time for her first pairing, when she had to match her movements with Kong Rojin, she felt confident. PD Woo Han-suk's prior hints had also played a role. If you notice anything lacking, you can give some light advice. Just don't go too hard on it. However, the moment Ha-young met Rojin, she was overwhelmed by his visual presence, and after their first attempt at dancing together, she was completely shocked. What the heck? He's good? He's on par with our dance trainers? Maybe even better. Advice? Forget that. His dance skills were already at a professional level. And on top of that, was it bad? He was asking with that ridiculously handsome face, his tone calm. Was he seriously asking because he didn't know? Ha-young was confused. After catching her breath, she asked Rojin, Number 1 Nim. Before doing produce that 100, were you ever a trainee somewhere? Kong Rojan shook his head casually. No, this is my first time in this field. First time? Yes. You've never learned anywhere? You weren't in a dance club at school or attended an academy. I've never formally learned. Young completely froze. Meanwhile, Rojan, seeing her reaction, was able to confirm his own thoughts. I thought it was amazing in my eyes, but I wasn't sure how others would see it. Judging by her reaction, I guess I passed. As expected of AI automation, the best teacher was AI simulation. Then, Young, after tying up her slightly messy hair, moved. Let's try it again. Okay. She restarted the break track. Just like before, Young signaled the start, and in sync with the timing, both Kong Rojan and Young began the choreography. The beginning involved both of them walking fluidly to the rhythm. While focusing on her own movements, Young closely observed Kong Rojan's posture through the front mirror. Next cut. His execution is precise. That means he fully understands the choreography. He must have practiced to the point where his body moves automatically the moment the music plays. Another cut. The male part of break is different from the female part. It's bigger and more powerful. But his moves have this weird, relaxed vibe, yet they connect smoothly. I can't tell if his dance lines are just pretty or unique. What's certain is that he's good. He's seriously good. Of course, Young still had a long way to go in terms of learning. However, considering that she had been dedicating years, including her trainee period, to dancing, she knew far more than Rojan did. And in that moment, Young realized something for certain. I need to practice more. If I go on the broadcast like this, people might say I got outshined by him. She had hit a crisis. Even though she was from a rookie girl group, she was still a working idol. If word got out that she had been outclassed in dance by someone who wasn't even an official trainee yet, that would be a terrible look. And so, their second attempt came to an end. Swish. Young, who was wiping her sweat, spoke to Rojan. Number 1 Nim, your dance style feels really good. Honestly, I don't think I'm in any position to evaluate you. Kong Rojan felt a bit awkward at the sudden compliment. Thank you. You're amazing too, Young Nim. Just then, the smartwatch on his wrist vibrated. He glanced at it and saw a notification. You have achieved the hidden mission. Receive your first compliment from an idol senior. You have been awarded 10 coins as a reward. Unaware that she had just given him a reward, Young continued speaking. It's like, overall, your dance line is really smooth. But I often get told that mine are too stiff. How do you move so effortlessly like that? I think it's just about relaxing as much as possible and letting my body follow the flow. To be honest, Rojan wasn't exactly sure himself. But he never lied. He really was just following the flow. Relaxing and letting my body follow the flow. Phew, let's try again. I think I'll get what you mean if I keep watching you dance. Do you see anything I need to fix? Fix? I don't think there's anything wrong with your dance itself. If I had to mention one thing, it'd be your facial expressions. My expressions? Yeah, your face is too focused solely on the choreography. When you're on stage, facial expressions are part of the dance too. You have to plan when to smile, when to show a certain expression. It's all decided beforehand. So, from now on, try practicing dancing while smiling. Expressions, huh? Kong Rojan had come across that while studying. Dance performances weren't just about movements. Facial expressions had to be impressive too. In fact, expressions could be a powerful part of the performance. Might don't want to rely on AI automation for something like facial expressions. Maybe just a relaxed and enjoying the moment vibe? Let's give it a shot. And so, they went into their third round of practice. Once again, Young was astonished. Whoa, his expressions improved instantly. Is he a sponge or what? It was because of Kong Rojan's insane ability to absorb skills. Later that afternoon, after finishing practice with Rojan, Young finally got into the van. However, instead of heading to her dorm, she went straight to her agency's practice room. I need to internalize what I saw today. If I do that, I'll improve a little more before the actual recording. Kong Rojan, who had only been in this industry for a few weeks, had unknowingly lit a fire in Young. 2 days later, on the morning of the 23rd, she returned to produce that 100. This time, she was scheduled to practice with number 10. Before their meeting, number 10, his face slightly flushed, was in the middle of a brief interview with the production team. Hello? Number 10 Nim. Hello? How has the training camp been for you so far? It's been great. The other participants are really nice, and the food is delicious. What about the training? It's amazing. I've been able to fix weaknesses and posture issues I didn't even know I had. Plus, I get to hear tips from senior idols. Is there anyone in Produce that 100? Who catches your attention the most? Of course, number 1 Nim. He's just so unique, right? Also, I'm set to compete against him in the second round of evaluations. And look at number 1 Nim's face. I bet everyone here is paying attention to him. How do you feel about the second evaluation? You'll be competing against number 1 Nim in dance soon. It'll be tough, but I have to win. To be honest, I think I'm a bit ahead when it comes to dance. After finishing his interview, number 10 met Hayoung in the practice room. He was practically bouncing as he shook hands with her. Wow, Hayoung Nim. Nice to meet you. Ah, yes. Hello. You're even prettier in person than on TV. Thank you. From the start, Hayoung couldn't help but compare number 10 to number 1. With number 1, his face and overall aura were overwhelming. But this guy is just kind of unpleasant. But work was work. Just because she didn't like someone didn't mean she could slack off. Hayoung handled things maturely and took the lead. Shall we start if you're ready? We're doing the first verse, right? Yep. Soon, the practice room was filled with the sound of break. Around the middle of the choreography, as Hayoung was matching moves with number 10, she was slightly surprised. Wow, he's better than I expected. Unexpectedly, number 10 was also quite skilled. He's completely different from number 1. If number 1 has a bit of a wild, carefree vibe, this guy is more like an elite. Hayoung wasn't the type to easily judge who was better or worse, but she did have her honest impressions. But still, I definitely prefer number 1's style. Meanwhile, while Hayoung was in the middle of practicing with number 10, Kang Rojin was getting ready to go out. Today was the day he had arranged to meet with PD Young Surayong. A mask and a cap should be enough to keep me covered. Rojin was alone in room 105. The rest of the participants were all busy with training or practice. He sat on the edge of the single bed, waiting for the production team's call. He had planned to take a taxi, but conveniently, a few staff members were heading out, so he was able to get a ride with them. While waiting, Kang Rojin opened the AI simulation app. He had already completed today's mission in advance. Coins owned, 344. Seeing the number, he decided to invest 10 coins into his singing ability. As he was checking for any changes, a staff member arrived to pick him up, comfortably leaving the Produce that 100 campus. Kang Rojin headed straight for SBC. About an hour later, upon arriving at SBC, Kang Rojin spotted PD Young Surayong standing near the entrance. Her messy brown hair was loose, and she waved as she approached. It's been a while, Writer Nim. Still keeping up the mysterious aura today. Hello. How about we step out of this stuffy broadcasting station for a bit and talk? Have you had breakfast? Not yet. Then let's start with food. Familiar with the area, PD Young Surayong led him to a beauty jjigae restaurant near the station. She seemed to know the owner well, greeting them before heading straight to a small private room. Settling into her seat, she rubbed her hands together. This place is great. I usually come here when I need a hangover cure. The broth is amazing. And since it's a private room, you can maintain your air of mystery, Writer Nim. Thank you. Rojin gave a polite nod and took off his mask and cap. Just as he did, PD Young Surayong, who had been reaching for a napkin, let out a small exclamation. But seriously, it's like God poured a bucket of handsomeness on you. I usually don't get fazed by good looks, but every time I see you, it's shocking. At that moment, the restaurant owner came in carrying a pot of beauty jjigae. Amusingly, oh my, who's this young man? An actor? The moment she laid eyes on Rojin, she immediately showed interest. PD Young Surayong chuckled. Nope. He's a writer. Writer? Really? No way, that's a lie. He's totally an actor. Where would you even find a writer this handsome? Wow, you're seriously good looking. I'll throw in some extra ham for you. See? Being handsome is everything. Even our stingy owner is handing out freebies. True to her word, the restaurant owner not only added extra ham, but also served an omelet on the house. Kang Rojin simply felt pure joy. Being handsome is the best. Feels amazing. And with that, both PD Young Surayong and Kang Rojin began their meal. About 30 to 40 minutes later, PD Young Soo Ryung finally set down her spoon. Ugh, I'm stuffed. Thank you for the meal. No problem. Thanks to you, I even got some extra service. After downing a few glasses of water, PD Young Soo Ryung shifted to the main topic. Alright, so as we discussed over the phone, Rental Lover has been officially approved for production, and I'll be directing it. We're starting pre-production in a few days. Oh, have you heard of pre-production before? Kong Rojin had come across the term before while researching about being a writer. Yes, it's the preparation stage. Exactly. In simple terms, it's the period where we get everything ready before shooting. Anyway, we'll be assembling the staff within this month, and since the script is already complete, it'll only need some minor revisions and refinements. It's a 2 to 3 episode project. Do you think you can get it done? Today? I can. Great, that's settled. While we're forming the production team, we'll also start considering actors. As you probably know, one-act plays don't get A-list actors. The budget is tight. This was something Kong Rojin was already aware of. They usually cast rookies, right? PD Young Soo Ryung spoke again. Well, occasionally, very rarely, decent actors do take on one-act plays. But that only happens if they happen to really like the script, which is almost never the case. So usually, we just send the script around to agencies and cast rookies. I'm aware. Still, is there any actor you had in mind while writing? Rojin fell silent for a moment. Then, he answered calmly. No, I don't have any specific actor in mind. After a brief pause, he added, but would it be possible for me to appear in it? Chapter 19, First Broadcast 1. PD Young Soo Ryung stared intently at Kong Rojin, who was sitting across from her, his visuals enough to overshadow most actors. She then took a sip of water. Placing the cup down lightly, she crossed her arms. Appearance, Of course, it's possible, but it depends on what the writer is thinking. A drama involves many people, not just the lead, supporting, and minor roles in a scene, but also extras and background actors. Have you heard of image extras? Yes, I think I have. Right. Simply put, they don't have lines, but their face appears in a shot. Sometimes they make a surprised expression depending on the situation, similar to an insert shot. There are roles like that too. So, which side were you referring to when you brought it up? A lead or supporting role? Or something lighter, like a background extra? Kong Rojin answered immediately. I don't think it matters. I also know well that this isn't a market where I can just say I want to appear and get an easy okay. In fact, Rojin hadn't recklessly thrown the question at PD Young Soo Ryung. He had already been considering it for a while and had done various calculations. An actor? Could that be easy? It would certainly take a long time, and he would have to study just as much as he did for idols. However, Kong Rojin had the means to shorten that time. He had AI simulation. A lead? Supporting? That's too much. Even being a background extra is fine for now. Acting is just another side job I'm aiming for. His given title, Side Job Tycoon. It had emerged while he was working as a writer and could be enhanced up to +5. Thinking simply, the way to enhance Side Job Tycoon was to increase the number of side jobs. Besides, I have acting in my status stats. If I'm going to be an idol, I'll have to act at some point too. Yesterday, Kong Rojin had experimented with AI automation. Similar to how it worked for vocals and choreography, he had tested it by writing that he wanted to learn acting perfectly for his role in Rental Lover. The result? All of it, totally possible. AI automation, after analyzing everything, had requested coins from Rojin. However, as long as he refused to use coins, he could experiment as much as he wanted. As I suspected, the number of coins varied depending on the difficulty of the role. AI automation could make him perfectly master singing and choreography in mere seconds. Would acting be any harder? No matter what, Kong Rojin had considered everything before asking PD Young Soo Ryung. Of course, there was also curiosity and interest. Right now, everything was new and exciting for him. There were fears and worries, but his anticipation outweighed them. I'm fine with being a background extra, PD Nim. This was Kong Rojin's genuine feeling. In fact, a background extra might be the perfect place for him right now. He intended to start by observing the atmosphere and gradually work his way up from the bottom. Like pace control. Meanwhile, PD Young Soo Ryung, a background extra dash. Still with her arms crossed, She silently evaluated Kong Rojin from across the table. A background extra? Getting him into a background role would be easy. Looking at his eyes, he doesn't seem to be lying. His expression is serious, like he's thought this through. However, PD Young Surayong thought it was a terrible waste. But that face is too good to be just a background extra. Actors with just average looks naturally started as background extras or image roles. In the acting industry, even those roles were hard to come by. However, in PD Young Surayong's eyes, Kong Rojin's face was undoubtedly top tier. No, it's god tier. Her instincts as a director suddenly flared up. The keywords, writer, actor, and idol, floated around in her mind. My gut tells me that it won't be long before this kid's value skyrockets, whether as an idol or something else. Anyway, the one-act drama was going to be centered around rookies, and expecting outstanding acting skills from rookies was foolish. The nature of one-act dramas meant getting the most out of the least. Having made up her mind, PD Young Surayong unfolded her arms and spoke. Writer Kong Chul-soo, have you ever acted before? As expected, Rojin immediately shook his head. No, I've never acted before. Of course, I didn't particularly expect you to have acting experience. As expected, he was a complete beginner. But PD Young Surayong, as if she had anticipated this, picked up her phone. Do you mind if I record for a moment? I just want to see how you look on screen. Sure. She recorded Kong Rojin sitting there for about 10 seconds, then played it back. Soon, PD Young Surayong smiled. What is this quality? This is insane. The camera doesn't even capture half of his real-life visuals. Yet even just sitting still, he completely draws attention. Her curiosity spiked, and PD Young Surayong responded to Rojin. Writer Nim, what do you think about an image extra role instead of a background extra? An image extra role? Did Rental Lover even have such a role? As the writer of Rental Lover, Kong Rojin recalled the characters he had written and asked back. I don't think there's an image extra role in the script. There isn't. Not yet. PD Young Surayong suddenly placed the Rental Lover script she had brought with her on the table. But we can create one. In the story of Rental Lover, the rented lovers arrive for the female lead, right? But each of them has some kind of flaw. Yes. In the script, 3 rented lovers appear. What if we add a 4th? PD Young Surayong, muttering to herself, pointed at Kong Rojin with her index finger. The 4th lover, his face is insanely super handsome, but he doesn't just speak little. He doesn't speak at all. Adding one more lover would balance things out. The script will be revised anyway, and revisions like this happen all the time. What do you think? With this setup, it would feel like an image extra while still having the impact of a minor supporting role. In other words, PD Young Surayong was trying to create a minor supporting role specifically for Kong Rojin. Rojin thought about it and found it not a bad idea. If it's at that level, maybe I can do it without using AI automation? He nodded. I'll give it a try. After that, Kong Rojin received various pieces of advice from PD Young Surayong, how to modify the script, what the process would be after the revision, and so on. She also added, once the revised script comes out, we'll confirm Rojin SSI's appearance. But even if it doesn't work out, a background extra role is still possible. Okay, while Kong Rojin worked on the script revision, PD Young Surayong planned to proceed with the pre-production phase as originally scheduled. The first priority was assembling the staff team, but for PD Young Surayong, who had 15 years of experience, this wasn't a difficult task. After spending quite a bit of time with PD Young Surayong, Rojin returned to the Produce That 100 campus in the afternoon. After informing the staff that he was back, Kong Rojin stepped into room 105. Swoosh. Everyone's out. His teammates seemed to have gone for training, as no one was in sight. Without much thought, Rojin grabbed his laptop and headed straight to the lounge. At the same time, something crossed his mind. Number 10 and Ha-young Nim might be practicing together right now. Curious, he considered sneaking a peek, but quickly dismissed the thought. Instead, he settled at a table in the lounge. He opened his memo app and quickly typed out everything PD Young Surayong had told him. By the time he finished, it was quite a lot. Next, Rojin pulled up the Rental Lover script and crossed his arms. A guy who doesn't talk, but is insanely handsome. The 4th lover. Since the character didn't exist before, he had to create a backstory. Writing a role for myself feels super embarrassing. His thoughts briefly grew complicated, but he quickly simplified them. Whatever. Just write like he always did, like it was literary trash. No need to overthink it. Just keep it simple and clean. With that mindset, Rojan started typing away on his laptop. How much time had passed? Deeply engrossed in his writing, Kong Rojan eventually checked the time. 2 hours had already flown by. Just then, an announcement came on. Hello, produce that 100. Participants. This is PD Woo Han-suk. PD Woo Han-suk continued his announcement. As you all know, from tomorrow, July 24th, until the 26th, the second evaluation filming will take place. On the first day, July 24th, it will be the dance team. On the 25th, the vocal team. On the 26th, the rap team. Kong Rojan paused his typing for a moment, feeling slightly nervous. It's already tomorrow. Time flies ridiculously fast. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk's briefing continued. The staff will provide guidance tomorrow morning, but I'm giving you a heads up now. All teams, including the dance team undergoing evaluation, will gather in designated waiting rooms. See you all tomorrow. Oh, and finally, tomorrow night is our first broadcast of Produce That 100. Kong Rojan let out another exclamation. Right, the first broadcast is tomorrow. With the second evaluation and the first broadcast just around the corner, everything was happening fast. The next morning, July 24th. From early morning, the production team of Produce That 100 was in complete chaos. The massive hall where the second evaluation filming would take place, the various waiting rooms, everywhere, over 100 staff members were positioned, along with numerous cameras. One interesting change was that the stage set for the survival evaluation had been modified. Testing the stage lighting now. Okay, the set is good to go. PD Nim is on his way to check. Aside from a few familiar elements, such as the star-shaped structures and the Produce That 100 logo, the stage lighting and overall color scheme had become even more vibrant and visually engaging. The massive Produce That 100 logo embedded into the stage floor was particularly eye-catching. Next, sound check. At this point, 5 people arrived at the much larger and closer judges panel. The judges. The original panel, Yoon Sung-won, Gong Joo-mi, Song Min-gun, and Lee De-mi, remained the same, but now there was an additional member, a well-known choreographer in the industry, Lee Han-na. Her stage name was Jessica. Lee Han-na, whose toned muscles subtly stood out, admired the judging stage. This is amazing, it looks like a concert stage. All the judges, including the surprised Lee Han-na, praised the revamped stage. PD Woo Han-suk, as always, appeared exhausted but approached them with a grin. Since viewer voting starts from the second round, we decided to go all out. Just looking at this stage, it's clear how serious you are, PD Nim. The contestants are lucky. Even if they get eliminated, just experiencing this stage will be invaluable. When does the main filming begin? In about 30 minutes. We'll do a quick sound rehearsal first, then start immediately. Lee De-mi, a former girl group member, placed her hand over her chest. I'm already excited. You said it's the choreography segment first, right? Since it's a male-female duet dance, there'll be a lot to see. PD Woo Han-suk then flashed a meaningful smile at the judges. Please evaluate them thoroughly today. Feel free to go as hard as you want. Meanwhile, in the waiting room lined with multiple sofas, the seating arrangement was simple, 2 men and 1 woman per sofa. A total of 30 people, 20 male participants and 10 girl group members, occupied the dance team waiting room. In front of them was a large screen, while small cameras were scattered around, with additional cameras and staff stationed at the entrance. The atmosphere was similar to the first evaluation, except this time, it was noticeably noisier. Perhaps due to increased familiarity, participants with numbered tags and the girl group members were chatting casually. However, the women kept glancing at one particular sofa. The reason was simple. What's up with his side profile? His visuals are insane. Last time, he was too far away, but up close, he's ridiculously handsome. Their target? Kong Rojan. On his sofa sat Rojan, number 10, and Ha-young in the middle. Number 10, his face red, whether from nerves or just his usual state, was busy chatting away at Ha-young, while she responded with awkward smiles and minimal reactions. And Kong Rojan? Silent. Though he might have looked like he was setting the mood, that wasn't the case. He was simply struggling to stay focused because Ha-young smelled really good. She's completely different from when she was practicing. While the male contestants had basic makeup on, the girl group members were in full makeup. Eventually, Ha-young, after stealing a glance at Rojin, cautiously asked him in a soft voice, "Number 1, did you practice a lot?" Rojin turned his head slightly and answered simply, "Enough to perform." At that moment, Number 10 furrowed his brows and joined in. "But Number 1, when do you even practice? No one's ever seen you do it." "In the morning." "Ah, you do it when everyone else is in training. I thought you didn't practice at all since you're never around." Just then, Number 1, Number 10, moved to the stage. Kong Rojin was called. At this, the other team participants murmured among themselves or threw out words of encouragement. Following the staff's guidance, Rojin, Number 10, and Ha-young walked down the hallway. Meanwhile, Ha-young, in her fitted short-sleeved shirt, felt her heart pounding like crazy. "Phew, I'm not even the one being judged, so why am I so nervous?" She glanced at Number 10, who was also trying to calm his nerves with deep breaths. However, Kong Rojin remained as composed as ever, his expression unchanged from earlier. What the heck? Why is he the only one so calm? After receiving some final instructions from the staff backstage, the three moved onto the stage. At that moment, bright lights illuminated the stage, and the judges had already taken their seats. Ha-young's heartbeat grew even more intense. Soon, the song break played across the entire stage a few times. This was part of the rehearsal, ensuring that everything was working properly. Once confirmed, the staff left the stage. In the meantime, over 100 crew members took their positions behind the judges, and numerous cameras and lights were directed at the stage. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk gave the signal. "Stand by, we're starting." With that, the second evaluation filming officially began. The host, Jang Dae-han, dressed in a suit, started explaining the details of the second evaluation. Then, pointing to the three contestants at the center of the stage, he continued, "This is our first dance team. Number 1, Number 10, and Ha-young Nim." As they were introduced, Rojin, followed by Ha-young in the middle and Number 10 at the end, bowed at a 90-degree angle. The judges chuckled and clapped. As if he had been waiting for this moment, the chubby judge, Song Min-gun, grabbed his handheld microphone. "The choreography song is Break, right? I'm looking forward to it. But before we start, how about we hear some words from our participants? Number 10, you showed great dance skills in the first round. How are you feeling today?" Number 10 confidently shouted, "I'm feeling great." The red-haired Number 10 then stole a glance at Kong Rojin, who was standing to Ha-young's right. "Number 1 is amazing at vocals, but when it comes to dance, I think I can beat him." "No, I will beat him." "Ha ha, that's the spirit. You need that kind of fighting attitude." And Number 1, "Wow, you're once again just killing it with your face alone. But I heard you skipped training. Will you be okay?" Receiving the mic, Kong Rojin glanced at Number 10 before answering plainly, "It's not much of an obstacle, neither training nor Number 10. His tone was calm, but his words carried an undeniable villainous edge. The judges laughed in disbelief, shaking their heads as if to say, "This guy?" Most of them had an expression that said, "All right, let's see what you've got." With the judges signaling their approval, the host, Jang Dae-han, stepped off the stage. Then, the stage lights suddenly shut off, plunging the entire area into darkness. The beat of Break began to play. Chapter 20, First Broadcast, 2. The intro of Break resonated throughout the grand hall, embracing the stage. As the gradually fragmented beats grew louder, the once dark stage lit up with bright lights. At the center of the stage stood Ha-young, dressed in a tight-fitting short-sleeved top and loose jeans. She started by lightly swaying her shoulders. The contestant Number 10, who was supposed to perform in the first verse, was not visible yet. Just then, a powerful drum sound signaled the beginning of the verse, striking the ears intensely. Ha-young's movements, which had only been gentle shoulder sways, grew larger. Her arms and legs moved with sharp precision to the rap beat. Powerful motions, her long hair naturally fluttering with each movement. The 5 judges observed her closely. They exchanged a few brief remarks. "Ha-young is really good. I heard she's the best in choreography within the team. Her movements are clean, and she controls the intensity well. At that moment, the intense rhythm softened again, changing the atmosphere. The stage lighting also shifted in color, and from the side, contestant number 10, with his striking red hair, slowly walked onto the stage where Ha-young had been performing alone. A brief moment of eye contact between Ha-young and number 10. Then, as the beat fragmented, they moved closer to each other, with Ha-young in front and number 10 behind her. They made a gesture as if bowing in greeting, facing forward. As the beat intensified, both showcased a powerful dance routine. Ha-young amplified the energy by strongly bouncing her chest and shoulders forward, while number 10 added grandeur with similar but larger movements. As the beat accelerated, number 10's tremors intensified, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around Ha-young from behind. Within this enclosed space, Ha-young performed an intense, struggling motion as if trying to break free. Watching this from the side of the stage was Kang Rojin. SSS, this is nerve-wracking. A chill ran down his spine, a nameless tension and pressure. However, rather than fear or dread, it was more like a surge of adrenaline and an overwhelming thrill making his body restless. Rojin clenched and unclenched his fists, wiping the sweat from his palms onto his pants. It's fine, just go with the mindset of enjoying it, regardless of winning or losing. So what? It was just the second evaluation round, and the audience barely exceeded 100 people. Rojin reassured himself while getting absorbed in the flashing stage lights. Soon, he felt his pounding heart synchronizing with the pulsating beat. Meanwhile, Ha-young and number 10 moved with even richer, more fluid motions. The choreography of Break was aggressive yet intricate. The female part was meticulous and detailed, while the male part was explosive with grand movements. If there were backup dancers, the performance would have been even more defined, but the stage only had the two of them. Even so, it didn't feel lacking. At least, that's what the judges thought. For sure, number 10 has the qualities of a natural dancer. The duet performance isn't bad. His movements are clean and sharp with no unnecessary hesitation. The only drawback is that he feels a bit too conventional. Well, expecting more at this stage would be too much anyway. Before anyone realized it, Ha-young and number 10, who had been positioned front and back, now stood side by side. They performed similar but slightly different choreography, then swapped positions with each other. As the routine intensified, the stage lights flickered abruptly, followed by a warning sound. The first verse ended, leading into a short instrumental break. Once this break was over, the second verse would begin. The beat slightly quickened, blending with the warning sound. Ha-young and the wildly moving number 10 naturally retreated to the back of the stage. Swish. And once again, Ha-young stood alone on stage. A light sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead, but she casually brushed back her hair and continued dancing. As the flashing stage lights became almost blinding, Ha-young, who had been moving intensely, suddenly slowed down her shoulder and leg movements. A motion as if walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Among the 100 or so staff members positioned behind the judges, PD Woo Han-suk stood with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue. Now it's Kang Rojin's turn. How will he handle it? Will he try to act natural despite his inexperience? Or will he look awkward but give it his all? Number 10 had already passed the first evaluation round with his dance skills, so his level of performance was somewhat expected. But Kang Rojin was different. Beyond his vocal performance, he had yet to prove anything. He had only caused trouble by skipping training. And so, before Kang Rojin appeared, the judges thought, was he the real deal, or was it just reckless bravado? Let's find out. Everyone fixed their eyes on the stage with sharp anticipation. Even if he practiced on his own without training, just doing decently well won't be enough to break the perception people already have of him. Of course, deep down, a small seed of doubt had taken root in everyone's minds. Honestly, I don't think he'll do well. But rather than dancing awkwardly, it'd be more entertaining if he completely crashed and burned. It'd humble him a bit, too. In the waiting rooms, dozens of contestants watching the stage through the monitors silently wished for the same thing. Mess up. Please, just mess up. His striking visuals and outstanding vocal skills were more than enough. He didn't need to evolve into an even bigger overpowered character. No one dared to say it out loud, but all of them were secretly hoping for Kong Rojin's downfall. And then, the warning sound that had been ringing out shifted into a beat as Ha-young, who had been walking slowly, turned her body. A single beam of light shone toward the side of the stage. There stood Kong Rojin, his black hair gleaming under the light. He made a gesture as if dusting off his loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt. Ha-young shrugged her shoulders. Rojin ran both hands through his black hair, then took a large, deliberate step forward. Matching the warning sound beat, he repeated the motion a couple of times. Then, he let out a faint smile, his steps fluid as he strolled toward the center of the stage. And then, the dragged-out rap of break suddenly picked up speed, and Kong Rojin moved past Ha-young, who stood at the center. A wave rippled naturally through his body, starting from his head, flowing through his face, chest, and legs. Then, he spread his arms wide, brought them back in, and propelled himself forward a few steps. This time, away from his legs to his head. Just as the movement reached the tip of his head, an explosive sound rang out, signaling the climax of the beat. Kong Rojin extended his arms and legs wide, shaking them side to side as he launched into a powerful dance sequence. Thud, 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 thud. He didn't forget to stomp the floor forcefully with one foot in rhythm. After a few seconds of his solo performance, Rojin turned his body. Waiting behind him, subtly bouncing her shoulders, was Ha-young. Kong Rojin extended a hand toward her. He pulled Ha-young forward, sending her to the front. Now it was Ha-young solo. Rojin, who had been standing still behind her, matched his timing to her movements, mirroring her steps. The second verse wasn't just intense, it had intermittent, fluid walking motions mixed in, making the choreography full of variations. But Kong Rojin and Ha-young adjusted their strides to match each other, staying in sync. The stage lights flickered between blue, orange, and red in a chaotic display. As the colors shifted, Ha-young and Kong Rojin's movements accelerated. Especially Rojin, his expression gradually became completely immersed in the moment. He could feel it himself. This is fun. His body moved exactly as he wanted. Now that he was beginning to enjoy the stage, his vision expanded. His synchronization with his partner brought a rush of satisfaction, and his rapid breathing fueled his adrenaline, making him feel capable of anything. This, in turn, gave him a sense of ease. It made him forget that this was an evaluation. He was playing. Kong Rojin was playing right now, and that feeling was reflected in his expression. His face naturally broke into occasional smiles, and he confidently leaned into the cameras approaching him. Camera work? What did he care? He simply looked because it was there. Then, dash break, 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 break. The word break echoed repeatedly across the entire stage, and Kong Rojin and Ha-young, who had been dancing intensely, gradually reduced their movements. They were reaching the end. Soon, Rojin strolled across the stage with loose, fluid steps. This guy, PD Woo-han-suk, who had unknowingly parted his lips slightly, couldn't take his eyes off the stage. Is he really a monster? He hadn't seen this coming at all. He never expected Kong Rojin to be this overwhelming even in dance. He moves so effortlessly, yet his control of intensity is perfect. And that insane visual? It gives him total stage dominance. He even has a distinct dance style of his own. At this point, only one word filled PD Woo-han-suk's mind. He's a star. There's no way the audience won't fall for this. Even PD Woo-han-suk, who had been directing audition variety shows for over a decade, was captivated by Kong Rojin's overwhelming presence. And the 100 or so staff members around him. They had already fallen under his spell. D-damn, he's insanely good. His hair, makeup, and outfit are natural, but why does he look so flashy? Wow, this is crazy. This is legendary. Even as a guy, I have to admit, that's impressive. The one most shocked, however, was contestant number 10, standing off to the side of the stage with his red hair. No, for number 10 it wasn't just shock, it was closer to despair, maybe even complete defeat. This is insane. No, fuck. This is way too unfair. But none of that mattered. Kong Rojin and Ha-young continued dancing to the repeated rap. Dash break, 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 break. They were finishing up the performance. And then, pot. The intersecting lights focused on the center of the stage, illuminating Rojin and Ha-young as they stood side by side. The music cut off abruptly. Ha ha. Both let out ragged breaths, but their faces were filled with satisfaction. A brief silence settled over the massive stage. Clap, clap, clap. A few seconds later, the sound of clapping came from the judges' seats. Clap, 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 clap. The applause grew louder, filling the entire hall. It was an honest ovation from all 5 judges, some of whom were too awestruck to hide their amazement. That was crazy. A moment later, as the stage settled, Kang Rojin, Hayoung, and number 10 stood in a line, having completed their break performance. Now, it was time for evaluations. But since earlier, the 5 judges had been whispering to each other in pure admiration. Of course, all of it was about Kang Rojin. It took a few dozen seconds before they finally composed themselves. The first to pick up the mic was choreographer Lee Han-na. It was a really cool performance. First of all, Hayoung, you did a great job maintaining control in the performance. And number 10, your clean movements and natural switches really showed that you know how to use your body. Hayoung and number 10 bowed in unison. Thank you. Then, Lee Han-na's gaze landed on Kang Rojin. But you know, the moment contestant number 1 stepped in, no, look, I work with professionals all the time, and I frequently perform alongside them. But out of all the performances I've seen recently, number 1's ranks at the top. Kang Rojin bowed as well. But Lee Han-na wasn't finished. Number 1, your dance lines are absolutely unique. Smooth yet loose, but still incredibly clear and defined. Your control over speed and intensity is impeccable. You completely killed it. With skills like that, no wonder you skipped training. Next was veteran singer Yoon Sung-won. Okay, number 1. You're amazing at vocals and dancing. What the hell do you even lack? Even your eye contact and expressions were perfect. Are you living your second life or something? The other judges nodded vigorously in agreement. For me, more than the choreography, it was your overwhelming presence. Your aura. The way you carried yourself on stage. Starting from the middle of the performance, that expression, like you were having the time of your life, that multiplied your charm by several levels. Seriously, Lee Demi and Gong Joo-mi were losing it. Act seriously. Number 1 was completely sexy up there, I'm telling you. Then, the chubby composer Song Min-gun picked up the mic. I owe you an apology, number 1. Honestly, I thought you were just playing the villain role and that your dancing would be trash. But I was completely wrong. I was so mesmerized that I just sat back and enjoyed it. I'm really looking forward to what you do next. As the flood of praise continued, Hayoung glanced at Rojin, standing beside her on stage. I totally get why the judges are obsessed. Even I almost got drawn in. If you only saw today's performance, he's just a full-fledged idol, no question about it. To Hayoung, number 10 was no longer even in the picture. Sensing this shift, number 10 bit his lower lip. Because from the moment the evaluations began, no one had mentioned him at all. Ugh shit. Damn it. Sensing number 10's reaction, Gong Joo-mi, a former girl group member and now a musical actress, picked up the mic. Before we make the final decision between number 1 and number 10, can I make a sudden request? This might actually be an opportunity for both of you. Would you be able to swap your first and second verse parts and perform again? Number 10 immediately looked flustered. What? What? Is it too difficult? No, it's just dash. What about you, number 1? Kang Rojin simply nodded. I'm fine with it. All 5 judges were visibly surprised. You're fine with it? You're saying you can switch dance parts right now and still perform? Yes. All right, number 10. I'll do it too. Okay, let's get started right away. The production team, as if they had been expecting this, swiftly reset the stage. Hayoung seemed a little taken aback, but quickly adapted. And just like that, Break started playing once again. This time, Kang Rojin appeared in the first verse. I should give myself credit for learning the entire choreography. Of course, his impact was just as powerful as when he performed the second verse, because he had mastered the entire break choreography perfectly. In the second verse, number 10 entered, but with his red hair swaying, he almost tripped on his very first step. On top of that, since he wasn't completely familiar with the second verse's choreography, he kept making mistakes in his movements. As a result, that was disappointing. Number 10. The 5 judges gave their verdict. I choose number 1. I'll go with number 1. Anyone can see that number 1 completely dominated. Number 1. I choose number 1 as well. All of them, every single one, chose Kong Rojin. Even among the 100 or so staff members, though they didn't openly show it, every gaze was locked onto him. Honestly, the skill gap was just on another level. Even Hayoung, who had shared the stage with them, picked Rojin without hesitation. I choose number 1 too. No doubt about it. It was a perfect all-kill. Chapter 21.1. First broadcast, 3. All 5 judges chose Kong Rojin. At this, host Jang Daehan, who had been standing by on stage, made a loud announcement. Yes, the winner of the first dance team is contestant number 1. Once again, applause erupted from the judges' seats and the staff, and Kong Rojin, standing at the center of the stage, wiped his sweat and gave a bow. Thank you. It was a composed reaction, but internally he was quite frantic with excitement. I won. I enjoyed the performance, and I deserve the praise for learning the entire choreography. And the performance of AI automation is insane. It was a performance that once again proved the fraudulent abilities of AI simulation and allowed the hidden value of Kong Rojin to be glimpsed. Thanks to that, Rojin was quietly overjoyed inside. Next to him, Hayoung and the red-haired number 10 also clapped. Hayoung smiled faintly as if she had expected it. Too bad. Will I be able to see number 1 again? Maybe we'll meet on a music show after he debuts? Or should I ask for his number today? Number 10 was also smiling, but more than 80% of it was forced. He's a crazy bastard, seriously. How did he master up to the first verse with such a short practice period? And without any training? Number 10 found it completely incomprehensible. It's not like he had been slacking off. He had poured his time into it, yet even just covering the first verse part had been overwhelming. But Kong Rojin had pulled off the full choreography effortlessly without any training. It was the same amount of time, so where had the intensity differed? Whatever it was, the result was number 10's defeat. Soon, number 10 looked at Kong Rojin and thought, is there anyone in Produce That 100 who can beat that guy right now? A god-tier face, vocals and dance skills at a professional level. On top of that, a distinct individuality. While number 10 didn't know all the contestants, with the destructive power Rojin had just shown, he couldn't think of anyone who could match or surpass him. Shit. Still, I want to see him get crushed at least once. Meanwhile, dozens of other contestants who had watched the performance from beginning to end were serious. In each waiting room, murmurs didn't cease. Wow, number 1's dance was killer too. Even with all the villain talk, when he crushes it with skill, it just makes him cooler, doesn't it? He's seriously so unique. Ugh, he's a definite top contender. Most of them felt a sharp rise in crisis. No one knew what kind of tasks the upcoming Produce That 100 evaluations would bring or how things would play out. But if they had to face number 1, at this point, there didn't seem to be any hope of winning. That number 1 guy has such a solid character. He's definitely debuting through Produce That 100. At that moment, once the stage was somewhat cleared, PD Woo Han-suk appeared. Near the judges' table, he picked up a handheld microphone. Winning or losing here does not mean you're 100% passing or eliminated. As we mentioned beforehand, from the second evaluation onward, viewer voting scores will be added. Therefore, including the judges' scores from the second evaluation, the final results will be announced after next week's broadcast airs. Since the program's title is Produce That 100, from here on, it's the viewers who determine the fate of the contestants. For example, even if number 10 wasn't chosen by the judges, if he receives overwhelming support from viewers, survival is still possible. The second revival round story is also scheduled to be filmed after the viewer vote. For reference, the first broadcast of Produce That 100 is today, the 24th, and only for this week. Episodes will be aired 2 days in a row, with episode 2 airing tomorrow, the 25th. Episode 3 will follow on the 31st. After that, one episode will air every Friday. For PD Woo Han-suk and the production staff, it was a hellish schedule. Of course, for the contestants waiting for results after the second evaluation, the wait would be even more nerve-wracking. Naturally, that part was also meant to be shown on air. In any case, Kong Rojin, number 10, and Hayoung gave a final bow to the judges and stepped off the stage. Even as he exited the stage he had stirred up, Rojin thought, I don't really remember how it all went, but I definitely remember. It was fun. The three of them were assigned to a different waiting room than the one before the evaluation. This one was for those who had completed their evaluation. The atmosphere in the waiting room was similar to the one they had been in before. Rojan then turned his gaze to the large monitor in front of him. The next team is starting right away. At that moment, VRRR. A short vibration rang. It was felt near the wrist. You have completed the hidden mission. Defeat your first competitor. 30 coins have been rewarded as a gift. If there hadn't been a camera, Kong Rojan would have stretched both arms wide open. Whoa, 30 coins. After that, the second evaluation of the dance team continued. Although Kong Rojan had just delivered an overwhelmingly powerful performance, the following contestants tried not to be discouraged and did their best to show their own unique style. Then the second winner and loser were decided. Yes, the winner of the second dance team, number 21. However, this time the judges did not request a variation performance where parts would be exchanged, as they had with Rojan. There was no specific explanation given, but it was likely due to the distinct difference shown. In the third evaluation, where the two contestants' dance skills were close, the judges did request a part swap. In short, it was random. Once the second evaluation was halfway done, a short lunch and rest break was given, and Rojan filled his stomach with some decent dak galbi, then used the opportunity to enhance his stats. Appearance, 100/100. Singing ability, 7.4/100. Rap, 1.5/100. Dance, 5/100. Eloquence, 6.3/100. Acting, 3.1/100. He was investing coins only into singing ability, but overall, the increase in stats was becoming noticeable. Even if it's minor, it feels like the pace is speeding up. Maybe it'll get even faster later on. The second evaluation filming resumed around 2 p.m. Before full-scale filming, PD Woo Han-suk gave the participants a briefing. Today's filming is scheduled to end before 8 p.m. Starting at 9 p.m., all participants will gather in this hall to watch the first episode of Produce That 100 together. Since it's the premiere, let's all get cozy and have some chicken and beer. Some of the available judges also decided to join in. At that time, online, JTVM was going all out with its promotions. Hot topic: Produce That 100. Only a few hours until the premiere. Finally unveiled Produce That 100. Can the content satisfy viewers as much as the hype? Produce That 100. An idol survival audition produced by viewers. What will the first episode's viewership be? They had been putting effort into it for weeks, but since today was the premiere, the impact was several times greater. Will PD Woo Han-suk's survival audition show succeed again? Opinions split in online communities. Naturally, alongside the positive outlook, negative reactions also existed. The same was true for the media and public opinion. Tired of audition shows versus familiar taste is scary. Checking netizens' reactions to the fate of Produce That 100. Regardless, in entertainment articles, Produce That 100 occupied over 70% of the space. Whether it was praise or criticism, interest was interest, and it was the expected outcome. From SNS to YouTube and various video platforms, Produce That 100 was dominating. From shorts to promotional videos, a wide variety. In countless communities, hot debates related to Produce That 100 had already been underway, and the open chat on the official Produce That 100 website, which had opened earlier that morning, was already flooded with thousands of live chats. When is it going to be 9 p.m.? I just want to watch it already. Seriously though, aren't y'all sick of these kinds of audition shows, yet it's been milked dry? GTFO. Had nothing good to watch lately, but Fridays are locked in for Produce That 100. Wait, only a few thousand people here? Once the premiere starts, it'll pass 10,000 easily. Sounds boring AF. Your face is boring AF. Woo Han-suk PD is insanely good at delivering that familiar taste. I'm hyped for this one too. I'm just rewatching the official teaser on loop, but time is not passing at all. When can I get off work? It wasn't just the media or public opinion waiting for Produce That 100. From public broadcasters to numerous domestic entertainment companies, the interest was intense. A few hours later, at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. Cut. That's it. Great work, everyone. Filming for the second dance team's evaluation was completed. Chapter 21.2. First Broadcast 3. That same night, near Gangnam Station, in an enormous pub. Perhaps because it was Friday night, the crowd at Gangnam Station was immense. Not only was it packed outside, but the bars were bursting with customers too. A massive two-story izakaya was also completely full. There were tables filled only with women, others with men, and some mixed-gender groups. Each table had its own crowd, and with over 100 customers easily, the noise inside the bar was overwhelming. On the wide wall of the first floor of the large izakaya, a giant screen was mounted. What was playing on the screen was a TV broadcast. Currently, commercials were on, and at the top of the screen was the logo of the program that was about to air. Produce that 100. Even while drinking, the customers glanced at the screen and chatted. Hey, that's Produce that 100. Wasn't today the first broadcast? Oh, that's right. Today's Friday, huh? I marked it to watch because it looked fun. Nice. Should we head to round 2 after watching a bit here? Wasn't it like 100 contestants? That's insane. At many tables watching the screen, the topic of Produce that 100 came up. Of course, the conversation quickly shifted to something else. Then, the commercials are over. It's starting now. As soon as the ads ended, the first episode of Produce that 100 began on the izakaya screen. The first cut showed flashy scenes of already wildly successful idols that had appeared in the official teaser. As the BGM played, the Produce that 100 title and official logo appeared. Then it showed an overview of the JTVM broadcasting station, the production team in a meeting, the confirmed concept for Produce that 100, and the process of selecting the final 100 participants. For roughly 15 minutes, Produce that 100 delivered a fast-paced introduction. Let's get the pre-meeting with the judges ready. Next, the 4 judges were introduced. Yoon Sung-won, Gong Joo-mi, Song Min-gun, and Lee Do-mi. Around this time, more and more male and female customers at the izakaya began to focus on the screen. Some were watching openly, some kept an eye on it while drinking, and others were half watching, half not. Soon, the music changed in Produce that 100, as it showed the massive Payu campus where the survival audition would take place. It also displayed various locations like the huge stage hall, dorms, dining area, and practice rooms. The directing made it look like an enormous village. Damn, the scale is huge. Exactly where is that place? Did they build the whole set from scratch? No way. If they rebuild all those buildings, imagine how much that'd cost. Still, I love the scale. It's impressive. Before long, masked participants began appearing on screen one by one. They were gathering before entering the campus. But with their masks on, it was hard to recognize their faces. What's this? Why are they wearing masks? Don't tell me they're keeping them on until the audition. Look at that one, his hair's bright yellow. Are there foreigners too? That guy's eyes are totally dash. As the izakaya customers gradually got drawn into Produce that 100, scenes began to show the participants awkwardly chatting while being transported by bus. Where are you from? Seoul. I'm from Yongin. Then came the scene of drawing numbered balls. Please keep your mask on. Pick a ball from this box. A black-haired guy drew number 1. It showed him pinning the number 1 badge to his chest. He looks like he's gonna be good. Probably a mask fish. Looks fine from the nose up, but if his lower face sucks, he might be ugly as hell. Following that, a sequence of other masked participants attaching number badges played, and in the current broadcast, groups 1 and 2 were mixed together as if filmed simultaneously. The people at the bar didn't realize it, but the footage had been cleverly edited. About 10 minutes passed. It was my dream, and is also the dream of the 100 who will stand on this stage to become idols. Produce that 100 begins now. On a grand stage, Jang Dae-han was shown in a solo shot, declaring the start of the audition, and then he looked at the cue cards to brief how the first evaluation of Produce that 100 would proceed. As soon as the contestant steps on stage, they will reveal their face, and without any interview, they'll immediately perform what they've prepared. Finally, the first contestant took the stage. The long-awaited moment excited many male and female customers in the izakaya. Ooh, it's starting. Is that guy's hair red? Looks like a tomato. Show the face, show the face. The red-haired contestant who first appeared on screen was number 10. As soon as number 10 took off his mask, the customers immediately started judging. SSS, kind of ambiguous. He looks a bit like a weasel. The red hair is a minus. Black would have looked better on him. Number 10 greeted the judges, then declared he would show his dance. The performance began immediately. His skills weren't bad, and many of the bar patrons responded positively. He seems to be a good dancer? Yeah, he's kind of flashy and showy, which is a bit much, but he's got something. Not bad at all. Indeed, number 10 received decent evaluations from the judges and passed. Congratulations. Number 10, you've officially passed. Next was number 2. With his entrance, number 2 received rave reactions from the customers. Oh, that guy's good looking. Looks like the decent ones are finally showing up. He's totally my type. He's mine. Get a grip. But for some reason, he showcased unstable vocals. Number 2, you're lacking in basics. You have some bad habits, but you didn't realize them, did you? He was ultimately eliminated. After that, contestants wearing various number tags stepped on stage and removed their masks, receiving either passes or rejections, smiling or crying as it went. Meanwhile, over 100 customers were fully immersed in watching Produce That 100 and critiquing the contestants. Especially, the fun of watching them take off the masks became a key feature. That one just now gave off a kind of gloomy vibe, but played the guitar well. Bit of a twist. But seriously, why did number 2 get cut? He was handsome. If it's just looks, that gloomy one who just went is better. For me, it's number 42. That one looked super sharp, I liked him. Don't you think overall the contestants are in pretty good shape? Not for me. I feel kind of let down, to be honest. Before anyone realized, Produce That 100 had become the new dish to devour at the massive bar. The episode ran a little over an hour. Then it happened. Number 1, please remove your mask. On the Produce That 100 stage shown on the screen, a black-haired man wearing the number 1 badge had stepped up. This caused many bar patrons to once again fix their eyes on the screen as number 1 lowered his head and took off the white mask. The camera angle slowly zoomed in from a full shot of the stage to a close-up of number 1's face as the mask came off. Under the stage lights, number 1's face filled the entire large screen in the izakaya. For a moment, the loud, noisy atmosphere of the izakaya dropped by a few decibels. Wow. Wait, what? At that, many eyes near the first-floor screen widened dramatically. They also instinctively parted their lips slightly. Holy, he's insanely handsome. What is this CGI? Number 1. No, it was Kong Rojin's first appearance. Chapter 22.1, First Broadcast 4. At first, the shot began from a bust shot and gradually zoomed in on the face. Kong Rojin's face, now without the white mask, filled the giant screen. The stage lights concentrated above him, making it look like a halo to anyone watching. At this point, the noise of the massive izakaya briefly quieted down. The many customers quickly started getting excited. From the first floor to the second. As if the shock was contagious, the murmurs of nearly 100 customers in the izakaya spread like wildfire. Wow, I mean that face. Crazy, seriously crazy. He's fucking super handsome. Who is that? I was surprised by this super handsome guy suddenly appearing. What number is he? Number 1. Whether they were in a group of girls, guys, or mixed, most of the customers who had been drinking in high spirits now had their eyes glued to the giant screen. The destructive visual of contestant number 1, Kong Rojin, completely seized their attention. What the hell? Is that seriously not CG? No. I mean, even being handsome should have a limit. Is he really human? Whoa, crazy. I've never seen a fucking super handsome guy like that before. Look at that nose bridge. Seriously looks like he stepped out of a novel. He could probably beat out most actors easily. Interest spiked sharply. Even the tables with only men were purely in awe. Fuck, that guy is seriously fucking handsome. Doesn't he look like he has a good body too? No way he works out on top of that crazy face. Yeah, super handsome, no doubt. Even the usual good-looking guys can't compare to that. Just by appearing, Kong Rojin overwhelmed many of the izakaya customers. Soon, multiple people pulled out their phones to film Rojin on the screen, and customers from the second floor even rushed down to the first in a frenzy. That wasn't all. The customers were busy sharing what they had just witnessed with people they knew. Through messaging apps like Talk, on social media, and in online communities, Kong Rojan's face from Produce That 100 began spreading rapidly. At that moment, the camera angle on the screen changed from Kong Rojan. It started showing the dumbfounded judges. The first was a full shot of the 4 judges on stage, all looking like their souls had left their bodies. Then it cut to Lee Demi with her mouth agape. That face, is that even real? A brief remark from her as a judge. The customers shared the exact same sentiment as Lee Demi. They were witnessing a disruptive species that could casually crush even the top visual predators. Next, the screen displayed the stunned faces of the other judges in succession, ending with veteran singer Yoon Sung-won. He was looking up at the lights pouring down on Rojan. Is that a damn halo? As if in agreement, the 100 or so izakaya customers became several times more frenzied. At that point, the giant screen once again showed Kong Rojan, his face captured in an intense close-up. Then, Rojan lightly swept back his black hair and held the handheld mic. His low-toned voice resonated throughout the massive izakaya. I have prepared a song. The song I will be singing is Farewell. By then, the customers who had completely fallen for Produce That 100 burst into exclamations. Even his voice is nice? The song. Hurry up and sing already. A song coming from that face? Unreal. But what song is Farewell? Isn't that a really old song? I think I heard my mom mention it once. Whatever song it is, just sing it already. The customers were practically begging Kong Rojan to bless them with a song. This phenomenon wasn't limited to offline. The same happened in the official open group chat in real time. He so fucking handsome I can't help but laugh. So fucking handsome. Wow. Everyone keeps asking if its JIT really does look like graphics perfect. What kind of luck does it take to be born with that face? Fuck, I'm so jealous. He's just normal? You crazy bastard, if you're jealous, just admit it. He means seriously, is that normal face just average to you? Everyone shut up. Number 1. Hurry and sing. Just sing already. Melt my ears. The fucked up thing is I'm a guy and I gasped the moment I saw him so fucking handsome there's not even room for jealousy. It's not even just that he's handsome. Doesn't he look beautiful? Feels like I'm looking at an art piece. Since Produce That 100 began airing, tens of thousands of people have been flooding the chat window, setting it ablaze. Of course, it hadn't been non-stop excitement from the beginning, but ever since Kong Rojan appeared in the final segment, the chat had been exploding without rest. Pure praise. Whatever it was, Kong Rojan from Produce That 100 had dropped a nuclear bomb both on and offline, and just as he was about to open his mouth after introducing the song Farewell. However, fuck. That's it. Don't tell me it ended. PD. Woo Han-suk of Produce That 100 knew exactly when to cut. He ended the first episode right when the half-crazed viewers were all ears. Outrage followed. Not only at the massive izakaya. Hawk. Is the PD crazy? Ending it there? That's too much. I'm fucking pissed. No, but seriously, they should have at least let us hear the first line from number 1's vocals. Ugh. Wait a sec. When's the next episode of Produce That 100? Tomorrow. Just for this launch week. It's airing 2 days in a row. Even the official open group chat on the site collectively collapsed. Fuck. Who's coming with me to catch the PD? Seriously, haven't been this fucking pissed from a cliffhanger in ages. Thank God. They said episode 2 of Produce That 100 airs tomorrow right away. PD Nim, can you open the door for a sec? It'll only take a second, okay? PD, you fucking son of a bitch, damn. Not gonna lie, Produce That 100 was kind of dull until number 1 totally saved it at the end. But what if number 1 is tone deaf? That'd be hilarious. I'm putting my vote in that number 1 can't sing either. Let's be real. With a face like that, he should be tone deaf. Still love him anyway. The explosion was no joke. Chapter 22.2. First broadcast 4. At the same time, at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. The time was around 10:25 p.m. The large hall where the second round of evaluations had taken place up until morning. But right now, no filming was going on. About 100 staff, including PD Woo Han-suk, some judges with available schedules, and the 70 contestants were all gathered, watching on set-up monitors. Not just one, but a total of 3 monitors. Everyone was watching the premiere of Produce That 100 together. Of course, this included Kong Rojin. Rojin, who had just witnessed his own face massively displayed on TV, was thinking, "Wow, I was on TV." Internally, he was jumping up and down. A mix of amazement, chills, thrill, and excitement coexisted. On top of that, and I was the complete main focus in the final cut of episode 1. The last scene of Produce That 100's premiere had been filled entirely with Kong Rojin. How could he possibly describe this feeling? He didn't know, but he was brimming with an energy that made it hard to stay still. That thrill was insane, seriously. In that moment, Kong Rojin recalled his past self. That hideous face and the bleak, gloomy days. But now, he was closing out the premiere of a massive survival edition program. At that moment, clap, 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 clap. About 100 staff, including Kim Se-hee and the writers, broke into applause. Episode 1 came out great. It's just the beginning, but PD Nim, you've worked hard. The visuals came out so fun. Feels like all the fatigue just got washed away. It was a reaction close to cheers. PD Woo Han-suk, his face worn out with fatigue, took off his glasses awkwardly. What's with you all? It's not like this is our first broadcast or anything. Stop it, stop it. Among the remaining judges, Yoon Sung-won chimed in. My expression when I saw number 1 at the end came out looking totally dumb. You should have at least blurred it. Lee Demi, formerly of a girl group, also clapped while laughing. Why, Sunbae? I look like a dork too. PD Woo Han-suk bowed his head slightly in apology. Ha ha ha, sorry. I wanted to preserve the raw atmosphere. Come on, I'm just joking. Personally, I really liked it. Especially that final cut. You stacked the build-up just right and pulled off a perfect cut. That last cut of episode 1 was set from the moment I first saw number 1. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Kong Rojin, who was seated at the front of the contestants. PD Woo Han-suk gave him a thumbs up and asked, How do you feel, number 1? You closed out the premiere bursting with presence. Let's hear what you're feeling right now. He wasn't used to being the center of attention, but as Kong Rojin slowly scratched his chin, he tried to express the excitement within him in his own way. I was happy. It felt surreal to see myself on TV. That's it. Your reaction's way too calm. I'm still kind of dazed, but the happiness is real. Rojin murmured with a natural smile. At that, the female writers near PD Woo Han-suk let out awkward coughs. They had almost fallen for that sudden smile. Well, what the heck? Isn't that the first time he smiled like that? Unaware of this, PD Woo Han-suk recalled the first time he saw Rojin. Back then, he didn't seem that interested in the entertainment industry, but by now he must be invested. Starting today, his life is going to flip over completely. The other contestants, excluding Kong Rojin, were feeling vastly different emotions. Those who hadn't appeared in the premiere were insanely jealous of Rojin. The last part of the first episode was seriously the PD just giving him the royal treatment? So fucking jealous. The premiere's total main character is number 1. Tomorrow's going to be chaos over number 1, right? I figured, but damn, I'm jealous. Those who had their faces shown during the build-up starting in the mid-episode had a mix of emotions. I had a pretty long appearance too, gotta be satisfied. That bastard number 1 is just on another level. Fuck, I was on for just a few seconds, and that was it. If the ratings go up thanks to number 1, that benefits me too, so I shouldn't stress too much. I wasn't edited out and made it to the broadcast, so I'm content. Whatever the case, the Produce That 100 team generally enjoyed the success of the premiere, and the writers standing near PD Woo Han-suk shouted while looking at their phones. PD Nim, the official open chat is blowing up right now. We passed 50,000 people. Everyone's cursing you out, demanding the next episode. Whoa, number 1 Nim, your popularity is unreal. More than 70% of the chat is about number 1 Nim. Isn't this seriously going to blow up the ratings? Some writers even showed PD Woo Han-suk the real-time news articles that had come up. Produce That 100, finally unveiled. Premiere viewers demand, give us episode 2 now. From the first episode, Produce That 100 raced forward. The unreal visual of number 1 in the final scene/photo. Who is number 1 from Produce That 100? The identity of the one who drove viewers crazy with a CG-like face. At that moment, writer Kim Se-hee, who resembled a hamster and was now more energetic than ever, whispered to PD Woo Han-suk. PD Nim, what would have happened if you'd ignored number one back then? Yeah, you're the best, the best. Among the production crew, who looked like they were ready to stay up all night, PD Woo Han-suk looked toward the contestants gathered in the hall and wrapped up the mood for now. Today's dance team from the second round did great, and since the premiere is done, tomorrow is the second round for the vocal team, so everyone please return to the dorms and get some rest. Soon, dozens of contestants began to rise from their seats with a buzz. However, still high from the mood, they were busy, chatting among themselves, and four people quickly gathered around Kong Rojin. Number 1 Nim, amazing. I felt a thrill myself. The high-energy number 19 and number 37 were the fastest, and tall number 88 gave Rojin a double thumbs up. Number 58 with the baby perm, though a bit gloomy, clapped lightly for Kong Rojin. Congrats, number 1 Nim. As Kong Rojin left the hall with his fellow dorm 105 roommates, his chest swelled with emotion. It wasn't just the premiere of Produce That 100. It was the moment he saw himself on TV. You have completed the hidden mission first broadcast appearance. You have received 30 coins as a reward. And he got a sweet bonus too. I got so many reward coins today. His coins now stood at coins owned, 410. He had surpassed 400 coins. Meanwhile, in the living room of a certain house, a familiar woman is seen watching TV with her legs crossed on the sofa. It was PD Young Soo-ryong, her brown hair still frizzy despite having washed it. She was watching Produce That 100 after getting off work, just to check, and as she recalled contestant number 1, whom she had just seen on TV, PD Young Soo-ryong let out a chuckle. Writer Kong Chul-soo, he really is an idol. The next morning, at the campus in Payu, around 8 a.m., the hall with the grand stage was bustling with over 100 staff members, including PD Woo Han-suk, from early in the morning. It was only natural. Today was the second round of evaluations for the vocal team, so everyone was busy with setup. However, for some reason, among the staff and writers including Kim Se-hee, PD Nim, still no update? Why is it so late today? They were gathered around PD Woo Han-suk, full of anxiety. Of course, PD Woo Han-suk, with deep dark circles under his eyes, was also staring down at his phone, lips parched. He couldn't focus on anything. The other staff didn't show it outright, but kept glancing frantically at him. At that moment, PD Woo Han-suk's phone rang in his hand, and he brought it to his ear faster than light. Hello? Yeah, go ahead. PD Woo Han-suk put the phone on speaker so everyone could hear, and his junior shouted from the other end. Sunbi Nim, the premiere viewership rating for Produce That 100 just came in. It hit 10.1%. The premiere viewership rating was a whopping 10.1%. For JTVM, a general programming cable channel. 10.1%? It was an incredible figure. Chapter 23.1, Storm 1. Overall viewership rating 10.1%. It was the proud first broadcast rating of Produce That 100. As soon as he heard the rating, PD Woo Han-suk's eyes widened, then quickly turned into a smiling face. 10.1%, okay. As soon as he responded to the junior over the phone, the writers including Kim Se-hee cheered. No, it was a scream closer to a shriek. Kaya, is it real? 10.1%. Amazing. Amazing. What the heck? What's happening? We surpassed 10% on the first broadcast. Pinch me, this doesn't feel real. Wow, it's my first time hitting a 10% rating. Excited by the writers, the rest of the staff, including those preparing for filming, sound, and lighting, rushed over. What is it? What is it? Why? What is it? They said the rating surpassed 10%. What? Really? Wah. 10%. 10%. Soon, the hall with the stage turned into a total frenzy. The thrill spread in an instant. All the 100 or so staff inside the hall jumped up and down. It was truly a super large-scale festival atmosphere. The hall echoed with the staff's wild screams. At this point, PD Woo Han-suk, the head of Produce That 100, smiled faintly as he looked around at the staff with satisfaction. They're so hyped, these brats. PD Woo Han-suk, who had over 10 years of experience, had of course seen ratings in the 10% range before. But that was a story from quite a while ago. In the current era, where there's plenty to watch besides TV like YouTube and OTT, 10% had a different level of impact. Moreover, Produce That 100 aired on JTVM, a general programming cable channel. A 10% rating on a general programming cable channel? That was the equivalent of hitting a 20% rating on public broadcasting. No, maybe even more. These days, whether it's public broadcasting or not, fewer people watch TV, and the market is struggling. Crises abound across variety shows, dramas, news, documentaries, and more. To have broken through that and reached a 10% rating might have been called a moderate success in the past, but now it was a huge hit. At that moment, breaking news, breaking news. Writer Kim Se-hee, who received a call from the broadcasting center, shouted with high tension. Produce That 100 ranked #1 in ratings during its Friday time slot. And not just variety shows, it beat out dramas too. The cheers of the 100 or so production staff doubled in volume. In the broadcasting industry, Friday 9 p.m. is called the golden time slot. So many stations place their killer programs at that time. Whether it's a variety show or drama, Produce That 100 had surpassed them all in ratings. A result and figure more than worth savoring. The staff of Produce That 100 felt catharsis as if all the hardships until now didn't exist. This is how the quality of a broadcast improves and reaches completion. But as if it wasn't enough, the writers threw in more exciting bait to boost the energy. But this is just the beginning. We ended the last cut of the first episode on a real high note yesterday, and today is Saturday with 2 episodes airing back-to-back. It's obvious the ratings will go even higher. It was a valid point. Viewership ratings have a flow. A dying flow, a rising flow. Produce That 100 had clearly boarded a rising trend, and since today was a special back-to-back airing. For the launch, the possibility of increased ratings was very high. Then, PD Woo Han-suk gave instructions to the fired-up writers. Tell the center to pressure the reporters more, so we can double the number of articles from now. Yes, and send out all the edited videos we've loaded for YouTube. Not just YouTube, hit every video platform, search site, everything. As a veteran, PD Woo Han-suk had already prepared a ton of edited videos for YouTube and various video platforms and social media. And it seemed there was a pre-planned strategy, as the writers moved in perfect coordination. Oh, and also, focus the edited clips mainly on #1. PD Woo Han-suk gave additional instructions. Don't hold back the shorts or today's teaser, release it all. About 30 minutes later, while the staff in the hall were still in a frenzy, Kang Rojin was calmly running in the park next to the contestants' dorm. Even if I feel like I'm floating, I can't miss a mission. Kang Rojin ran nonchalantly, his black hair swaying. But that didn't mean he was calm on the inside. He was excited too, just pretending to be indifferent. Getting too carried away could lead to mistakes. The funny thing was, huff huff, coo huff dash. Wait a sec, ugh. I give up. More and more participants started running near Rojin. Originally, only the residents of room 105 were participating, but maybe due to the first broadcast effect or something, the number of people running had easily surpassed a dozen. Of course, most of them ended up collapsing to the ground in less than 30 minutes. The room 105 members had already given up as well. Currently, only Kang Rojin was still running. The room 105 members, now huddled together, were all busy looking at their phones. Number 19, who was scrawny, and number 37, who had a tan skin tone, were showing excessive combativeness. Whoa shit. New articles are popping up every second. That's what I'm saying. Every time I refresh Narever, new articles are coming up. This is crazy, seriously. In reality, the entertainment media was flooding with breaking news related to Produce That 100. Anticipated storm, Produce That 100, starts gloriously with 10.1% ratings, viewer reactions at furnace levels. Storm expected, Produce That 100, starts strong with 10.1% rating, viewer reactions like a furnace. All communities now flooded with Produce That 100/photos. While there were plenty of positive responses, there were also quite a few negative articles. How long will the self-cloning of survival edition variety shows like Produce That 100 continue? It's boring, why the fuss? Viewers slam Produce That 100. Whichever side it was still attention. The entertainment section of major search sites was pretty much dominated by produce that 100. That 10% rating really was insane. I didn't expect it to blow up like this. This isn't just a big hit. It's a super hit. Even SNS and communities are going nuts. Chapter 23.2 Storm 1. Even at this very moment, countless people somewhere were probably furiously typing on their keyboards about produce that 100. The Room 105 members couldn't let go of their phones out of sheer amazement. Rojan also wanted to join them badly, but he somehow finished all the workout missions. About an hour passed. Rojan and the Room 105 members, having finished exercising, moved back toward the dorm. Number 1 Nim. Did you see your face all over Instakilo right now? Yeah, it's being shared like crazy. Even in the communities. Yeah, of course he saw it. In fact, Kong Rojan was extremely tired right now. What time did I go to sleep last night? Shit, I couldn't help it and kept looking it up. He had barely slept, spending the dawn obsessively searching and searching. But I have no regrets. It was a thrill or ecstasy enough to make him give up sleep. Who could possibly endure such an unimaginable event unfolding before their eyes? Yes, I saw it too. Feels amazing, doesn't it? Huh, so jealous, seriously. When number 1 Nim sings farewell in episode 2 today, it's gonna be even crazier, right? Facts. I saw some comments saying number 1 Nim looks god tier, but probably sings like a tone deaf. Number 19 and number 37 were talking nonstop in excitement, while number 88, the reaction robot, kept nodding repeatedly. At that moment, number 58, with a baby perm and who had been quiet the whole time, chimed in softly. Let's all watch episode 2 together tonight. Yeah, they said we wouldn't be gathering like for the first broadcast, so we'll have to watch in the room. After that, including Kong Rojan, the Room 105 members showered and headed to the dining hall. However, Rojan, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. He made an excuse and slipped away. The bathroom he arrived at wasn't on the same floor, but on a different one. A place he had previously scoped out for its lack of people. As expected, there was no one in the bathroom, and Kong Rojan settled into one of the stalls and let out a breath. Phew, this is crazy. He steadied his excited heart and pulled out his phone. First, he checked the AI simulation app. User, Kong Rojan age, 24/height, 182.8 cm desired occupation, idle coins owned, for 116 coins. Including today's mission, the total number of coins had somehow reached 416. After briefly checking his coins, Rojan spent them on stat enhancement as per his routine. Today, I'll boost singing ability and let's raise dance too. He used a total of 20 coins. Since he had earned a decent amount from recent hidden missions, he went ahead with the investment. The status change occurred immediately. Appearance 100/100, singing ability 8.7/100, rap 1.7/100, dance 6.4/100, eloquence 6.5/100, acting 3.8/100. Singing ability would soon hit 10. Dance had risen quite a bit too. The other stats had also seen some change. Rubbing his jaw, Rojan loosened his throat and quietly sang a tune. Of course, it wasn't farewell. He stopped quickly and tilted his head. Getting up, he shook his body this time. He was dancing. He tried mimicking something he remembered another participant doing. Once again, he stopped after a few dozen seconds and muttered to himself. Can you really call this tone deaf and rhythm deaf? There were still some remnants, but his skill had clearly improved. Scanning through his stats again, Kong Rojan reached one conclusion. 10 isn't a small number. It was his own judgment, but a stat of 10 probably meant just slightly below average for a normal person. Raise it by just 20 more, and it'd probably be considered decent among regular people. Well, he'd find out with time. Kong Rojan decided that once singing ability reached 10, he'd invest next in dance, then rap, acting, and eloquence in that order. Soon his gaze moved to the last section of his stats. Lyrics writing, 0.4/100. Composition, 0/100ths. Arrangement, 0/100ths. Compared to the other stats, there had been practically no growth in these areas. Feels like I'll need these eventually too. Around lunchtime, the domestic broadcasting industry, including public broadcasters, general programming, and cable, was in an uproar. The reason? The sudden explosive popularity of Produce That 100. Damn, Produce That 100 got a 10% rating? Shit, that's sickening. Our director's breathing down our necks like we're just twiddling our thumbs. Jin Sung's show got its ratings stolen by Produce That 100. No wonder he's pissed. But seriously, what's up with number one? His visual could eat up most actors alive. Station directors, high-ranking execs, CPs, PDs, assistant directors, and writers across networks were all talking. Of course, the same went for both variety and drama departments. It was the same at SBC, where PD Young Surayong worked. Perhaps because it was a drama department, they talked less about the show itself and more about the number one contestant who shook viewers with just the first broadcast. Watching the edited clips on YouTube, they were in awe. The more I see number one's face, the more amazed I get. Like, where the hell did Woo Han-suk even find this kind of gem? PD Young Surayong, who had her frizzy hair tied up, glanced over and answered inwardly. That number one was the grand prize winner in our one-act drama contest, and is the writer I'm supposed to work on a project with. When another PD chimed in while reading an article. On top of that, isn't number one supposedly not even wearing makeup in this? And he still looks like that? Damn, this guy should have been an actor. PD Young Surayong cleared her throat and again responded in her mind. He's planning to appear in the one act he wrote himself. He even had a meeting here at SBC. Aside from the Produce That 100 team, PD Young Surayong was currently the only person in the domestic scene who had made direct contact with Kang Rojin. The project had even progressed quite a bit. PD Young Surayong was dying to spill the beans. Of course, even she had been dumbfounded when she watched Produce That 100 last night. She had assumed Kang Rojin was just a typical idol trainee from a mid-tier agency. But then, who knew he'd drop a nuclear bomb like this? Soon, the male PD sitting 2 seats over from her muttered. Number one completely hooked the viewers with just a face reveal. True, PD Young Surayong knew that better than anyone. She was the one who had cursed out loud at his insane visuals the moment she first saw Rojin. Writer Kang Chul-soo know that number one's gonna blow up even if he's tone-deaf and can't sing. There was no way the production team of Produce That 100 or PD Woo Han-suk would just sit on a character with that kind of value. From now on, Kang Rojin would be the viewership magnet of Produce That 100. It's only episode 2 next, and it's already like this. A few more episodes, and it'll be a full-blown storm. PD Young Surayong, seated by the window, looked at an article open on her laptop. The article featured Kang Rojin's face in a large, prominent photo. Even PD Young Surayong, who had seen countless actors, found it absurd. Imagine how the general public must be reacting. At that moment, a fellow PD passed behind her and spoke. PD Young, you're looking at number one too? Isn't he insane? That face would make even Hollywood fall over in shock, right? Without responding, PD Young Surayong stared again at the image of Kang Rojin in the article. Until just a few days ago, she had only thought of him casually. The situation has changed. There's a big difference between launching the one act first and then having Kang Rojin rise to fame afterward, and Kang Rojin becoming explosively popular first, followed by the one act's release. With just a single episode of Produce That 100, writer Kang Chul-soo had drawn massive attention. At this rate, not only would he have pulling power, but it was clear he'd soon carry the title of Hot Rising Star. If it gets out in the media and public opinion that the hyped-up number one is actually a writer and that he's appearing in a one-act he wrote himself mixing number one and Produce That 100 into a joint marketing campaign, PD Young Surayong was practically salivating. This could mean Rental Lover ends up a ratings jackpot, right? If that was the case, she needed to revise the plan she had set for Rental Lover. Looks like I'm going to have to expand the scale a bit. Chapter 24.1, Storm 2. The one-act play Rental Lover, written by Kang Rojin. PD Young Surayong, who had just made up her mind to expand the scale of that one-act play. Rental Lover had a decent script in itself, good enough to win the grand prize in the SBC contest. But the real deal was the writer who wrote it. If the writer was that number one from Produce That 100, then the value of the already decent Rental Lover would skyrocket dozens of times. PD Young Soo Ryong, a director with at least 15 years of experience, thought so. Swish. Suddenly, she stood up from her seat by the window and began walking down the hallway. A few assistant directors and PDs tried to talk to her, but PD Young Soo Ryong ignored them. Click. She sat alone in an empty meeting room. It was because the drama department was too noisy, so she had moved. Soon, PD Young Soo Ryong crossed her arms and let out a quiet sigh. First of all, reset the entire casting board of actors I had in mind. Stop sending out those messages to the entertainment companies asking for rookies. The first thing that came to her mind was the actors to be cast in Rental Lover. If she was going to scale it up, a mediocre actor wouldn't be enough. I was planning to cast over 80% of the roles, including the female lead and supporting roles, with rookies since it's a one-act play. But that won't work. The female lead at least has to be set as an A-list. PD Young Soo Ryong also intended to fill the rest of the supporting and minor roles with B-list actors instead of rookies. If the level of the actors goes up, naturally there will be more material for promotion and marketing. That leads to buzz, and it could be tied in with writer Kang Chul-soo for coordinated exposure. Next after the actors is the directorial quality, the skill level of the key staff, editing, and so on. They all need to be scaled up more than I originally thought. PD Young Soo Ryong quickly, but thoroughly, revised her existing plan. For a veteran like her, it wasn't difficult. She could already picture the faces of several actors in her mind. Currently, there were quite a few actors in the field whom PD Young Soo Ryong had discovered or owed favors to. At that point, she crossed her legs and let out a small sigh. Scaling up the project isn't that hard. The problem is the production cost. In the end, the problem was money. Normally, one episode of a one-act drama begins with less than half the production budget of a typical mini-drama episode. Even so, the quality needs to be higher. That's why when it comes to one-acts, PDs usually cut spending on actors and invest in the direction. Naturally, it's a structure where they're forced to use rookies whose appearance fees are low. Of course, the same was true for Rental Lover. But if she was going to scale it up, the allocated budget needed to at least double. Well, PD Young Soo Ryong did have a very easy way to break through the budget issue. If I tell the director about the story related to writer Kang Chul-soo, it'll be resolved right away. Kang Rojin, number 1 of Produce That 100, and writer Kang Chul-soo. If she weaved the three of them together well and delivered it to the drama department director, he would probably jump on it drooling. Especially since Rojin was now on the path to becoming a sensation. However, the reason PD Young Soo Ryong didn't use that card was simple. That would solve the production cost. But if I'm not careful, it might cause harm to writer Kang Chul-soo. Too many captains will steer the ship into the mountains. For now, PD Young Soo Ryong had to keep everything related to writer Kang Chul-soo under wraps. Especially in the entertainment industry, where rumors spread like wildfire. If she leaked information for no reason and things got damp, she might not be able to light the fire when it was really needed. As a result, it means I have to scale up the project on my own without asking the broadcasting station. In other words, PD Young Soo Ryong had to push through this entirely on her own strength. It seemed like quite a difficult mission, but for some reason, her eyes were brimming with confidence. Screw it, let's just give it a go. Meanwhile, at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu, more than 100 staff members and PD Woo Han-suk had gathered in the hall with the stage. Today was the day for the second evaluation shoot of the vocal team, following the dance team, and because of the aftermath of the first broadcast that began in the morning, preparations had been very delayed. It was only now, well past noon, that the shoot was ready to begin. However, the 5 judges seated in the front row of the stage still appeared visibly excited. We hit 10% viewership right from the first episode. Seriously, if it keeps going like this, won't we break 20% by the finale? If the show we're working on keeps getting those kinds of ratings, that's just the best. More than just the ratings, doesn't it feel like a full-on craze is about to start? Even just on YouTube, the related videos are exploding, and among them was Kang Rojin. Hello, number 1. Hello. Did you watch the first broadcast yesterday? Yes, I did. How was it? A whole lot of viewers saw you, you know. Honestly, it still doesn't feel real. Everything's just amazing. The dance team participants were filming their interviews, and as soon as the stage hall was tidied up, PD Woo Han-suk announced. Then, we'll now begin the second round evaluation. The second vocal evaluation shoot officially started. The format was the same as the dance teams. As the afternoon approached and the second episode of Produce That 100 was about to air, the media increased the speed of publishing articles. A full-blown popularity storm was looming. On top of that, among the top 10 real-time trending videos on YouTube, 5 were related to Produce That 100. Edited summary clips, videos featuring popular contestants, and so on. And the video that ranked number 1 was, of course, Legendary. The number 1 contestant who flipped the stage with visuals alone produced That 100. Trending video number 1. Minus 3,444,991 views / July 24, 2020. It was a video of number 1, or rather, Kong Rojin. The thumbnail was simple. His face. The runtime was about 1 minute, short. From Rojin's appearance to the reveal of his face in the first episode of Produce That 100. But in less than a day, the 1-minute video had already surpassed 3 million views. Viewers who watched the video responded with pure admiration. Doesn't number 1 have that refined, decadent vibe? He's kinda damn sexy. Wow. I saw him during the broadcast. But even in this edited video, he's insanely handsome. Holy crap. My vision's improved heartsuit. I quit fangirling, but what is this super fucking handsome dude? He looks like he'd be cold as hell, which makes him even more attractive, and his voice was nice too. OMG legendary. He legit looks like a webtoon male lead walking right out of the panel. He's just out of this world. Even if he gets older, he'll still be up there. How does someone look like that? No matter how much I see him, I still don't believe he's human. Fucking hell, he's goddamn handsome. Chapter 24.2. Storm 2. As time passed, around 8:40 p.m., the Produce That 100 team in the stage hall wrapped up the second vocal evaluation shoot. Then, PD Woo Han-suk addressed the participants. Quick notice, Episode 2 of Produce That 100 will be airing shortly. I won't interfere if you watch it with your roommates, but please don't go switching rooms without permission. It could cause issues. And, on a happy note, our program hit 10% viewership. It's all thanks to you, and we'll continue to support you as best we can. His tone was filled with genuine gratitude. Of course, the surrounding 100 or so staff members were the same expression. Soon, the staff began wrapping up, and the dozens of participants who had been gathered in the waiting room hurried off to their dorms. All of them had excited expressions. Among them, Kong Rojin stood out. Just a few more minutes until Episode 2 airs. Damn, it's kinda nerve-wracking. Rojin, too, maintained a calm exterior, but inside he was brimming with tension. It was only natural. His performance of Farewell was about to be broadcast nationwide. Not long after, Kong Rojin and the residents of room 105 gathered and, walking quickly, entered their room and began moving efficiently. We're watching on a tablet, right? Let's use mine. Where should I set it up? Number 1. Is it okay if we use your bed? Yes, it's fine. Okay, perfect. Should I connect the Bluetooth speaker too? I have one. That sounds great. A Bluetooth speaker. Seriously. Kong Rojin scratched his chin awkwardly, and soon room 105 transformed into a mini movie theater. A tablet placed on Kong Rojin's single bed, a Bluetooth speaker connected to it, and the residents of room 105 gathered closely in front. Of course, not just room 105. Other rooms were also getting ready to watch Episode 2 of Produce That 100 in similar setups. At that moment, number 19 checked the time. 8:55 p.m. As the broadcast time approached, advertisements began playing on the tablet streaming the JTVM channel, and the familiar Produce That 100 logo was stamped on the top of the screen. Number 37 rubbed both hands against their thighs. Why am I nervous? Number 1, are you okay? No. I feel kind of strange too. Right? In today's Episode 2, you're basically the main from the start. At that moment, number 58, who had been quiet the whole time, muttered in a low, eerie voice. I turned on the Produce That 100 real-time open chat. It's already going crazy. Whoa, you're right. The chat's going so fast I can't even read it. Even Kong Rojin could hardly make sense of the real-time open chat. How many messages are flying in per second? Then it happened. The logo disappeared. Looks like it's starting now. The Produce That 100 logo that had been on the top of the screen vanished, and the ads ended. The time was 9 p.m. In other words, episode 2 of Produce That 100 was now airing. The tablet went briefly black, then quickly played the opening. Produce That 100. The same title card shown in the first broadcast. The first scene featured Kong Rojin standing on stage. It replayed the moment he removed his white mask, followed by shots of the judges looking stunned. There was also a brief cut of the shocked contestants in the waiting room. Number 19's eyes widened. That's me. That was me just now. But the cut showing the contestants ended after just a few seconds, and the angle shifted back to the stage. Rojin holding the handheld mic. Hello, I'm number 1. The real-time open chat lit up even more. I prepared a song. The song I'll be singing is Farewell. At that moment, countless people across the country were watching episode 2 of Produce That 100. One such place was a practice room of a mid-sized entertainment agency. 5 girls were gathered in the middle of a fairly spacious practice room. Among them was a familiar face. It was Hayoung, who had performed the break dance with Kong Rojin. The 5 gathered, including her, were the rookie girl group Lime Sum. All 5, including Hayoung, had appeared on stage during the second dance team evaluation. These girls, who had paused their practice, were now watching episode 2 of Produce That 100 on a smartphone. Oh, he's about to sing. But Farewell? That's a really unusual song choice. What do you think? Do you think he'll sing well? Hayoung, did you hear it? No, not at all. When we practiced together, we only focused on the dance. He has a nice voice, but I kind of feel like number 1 won't be good at singing. Like that overly serious tone, but he's actually tone deaf? But does it really matter? Number 1's dance was insane anyway. By the way, when does the dance evaluation air? Next week? Soon. One of the members showed them the real-time open chat that had already been running. Wow, 80,000 people connected. The chat updates were as frantic as if a war had broken out. Feels like number 1's gonna totally flop as a twist ending. Even if he can't sing, who cares? With that face, I'd love him even if he was tone deaf. I've never heard Farewell before, so I looked it up at an old song. If he's tone deaf, it'll be hilarious. TBH, if he's good at singing too, number 1 is just straight up overpowered. I bet he sings well. Shut up, everyone, I want to listen in peace. At that moment, the lighting on the stage and the phone screen changed, and the prelude began to fill the hall. A poignant melody laced with piano. The screen, which had been showing Kong Rojin, briefly showed the judges, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. The angle returned to Rojin. At the bottom of the screen, song info about Farewell appeared, and amid overwhelming attention, Kong Rojin leaned toward the mic and opened his mouth. Your fragrance lingers still, your scent keeps me here. From the first line, deep emotion was carried through his voice. Hayoung's cheeks flushed red as her lips parted slightly. He can sing too? Of course. Every member of Lime Sum widened their eyes. Wow, his vocals are seriously good. Isn't his tone so unique? Was he originally a singer? It really is a twist. He's not just decent. This is the level where he could debut right now and have no problems. On the phone screen, Kong Rojin continued the song with a scraping vocal technique. Low, yet filled with aching, as if he were weeping. Those seasons changed their colors. I remain right here. Everything stays in place. All memories remain. Meanwhile, PD Woo Han-suk was still in the massive hall with the stage. Of course, the entire writing team and staff were also on standby. They too were monitoring the broadcast of episode 2, and it was writer Kim Se-hee, who had received the update from the network center, who shouted out, PD Nim. The opening viewership rating for episode 2 is out. 14.3%. Another female writer picked up the baton. Open chat participants just surpassed 100,000. The atmosphere was gradually heating up. The camera angle of episode 2 shifted from a bust shot of Rojin to a close-up, then to a full stage shot. From this point on, no one other than Kong Rojin appeared on screen. It was an edit PD Woo Han-suk had intentionally crafted, so viewers could focus entirely on Rojin and his song. Without you by my side, I still look back again. Could you call my name once more? A sound to let me know you're near? The resonance in Kong Rojin's vocal tone deepened. And the reaction from over 100,000 real-time viewers in the open chat. WTF? Dash? Huh. Yo, what the fuck is this? Wait a sec, he's insanely good at singing? Dash, underscore. Fuck, I need to change my underwear after hearing that first line. Wow. Find the bastard who said he'd be tone deaf. Dash? Number 1 is a broken-ass, overpowered character. An explosion of question marks and intense exclamations erupted. Chapter 25.1, Storm 3. Kong Rojin, standing on stage, finished the first verse with a voice thick with emotion, almost as if wailing. The instrumental interlude of Farewell began to play on stage. The camera captured the faces of the surprised judges. Underneath, the voices of the judges played. Dash, what is this? Wow, what a real twist. Of course, this was dubbed in later during editing. Dash, sure, the vocals are killer, but how is that supposed to be the emotion of someone in their early 20s? Once the brief admiration from the judges ended, the screen again showed Kong Rojin raising the mic. It was time to begin the second verse. Rojin's vocals were even more intense in the second verse than in the first. This was something clearly felt just by watching the live open chat. Wow, my ears are melting. Did they bring in an actual singer? Saying he sings well doesn't even cut it. The emotion is unreal, seriously. If someone's face is this crazy, they should at least suck a little at singing. But no, he's dominating the world alone. Kong Rojin's Farewell was quickly racing toward its conclusion, crossing the bridge into the second chorus. Watching this were Rojin and the others from Room 105. Even watching it again, number 1's performance of Farewell is mind-blowing. Agreed. Honestly, I kind of cursed a little while watching it from the waiting room. It felt too much. Same here. Let's be real. Number 1's visuals are already top tier, and then the vocals are insane too, so I was super jealous. Now their mouths were loosening up. Not that it particularly affected Kong Rojin. He had more or less expected it. Even if I don't remember it well, the looks everyone gave me in the waiting room were definitely strange. Whatever it was, number 19 shook his head while monitoring the live chat trends. It's blown up now. By tomorrow, it'll be several times crazier than when number 1 first appeared. Kong Rojin stared intently at himself on the screen. So I was making that kind of face dash. An emotion that was both embarrassed and amazed. I don't really remember scrunching up my face like that, or those gestures I made. During the high notes, there was no AI automation involved in the Rojin on stage. Everything had come out naturally. Seeing it like this, he was struck anew by how he really did look like a true singer. It's almost over. Eventually, Rojin's voice on the screen lowered in tone as he recited the final lyrics of Farewell. Soon, Kong Rojin lowered the mic. A moment of silence. It had been quiet during the actual shoot too, and PD Woo Han-suk seemed to have used that cut as is. As soon as Rojin's performance ended, the real-time chat blew up several times more. I was about to stop fangirling, but you're my new favorite starting today. I'm a guy and I get why women fantasize with that ridiculous face and this level of vocal quality. He's bound to drive people mad. What the hell, he's insanely good at both singing and looking good. Is this dude even real? What kind of guy has it all? Wow, I was genuinely captivated. I'll make a prediction. If number 1 debuts, he's going to be a disruptive force that eats the whole idol industry alive. Everyone unconsciously got lost in Farewell and only came back to reality once the song ended. Then the camera cut to dazed judges and dozens of participants in a crisscross sequence, and the host, Jang Daehan, barely regaining his senses, picked up the mic. Dash, I think my soul just left my body for a moment there. Produce That 100 is starting off incredibly. So let's hear what our judges thought. He asked the judges for their evaluation. The fastest to respond was hit song producer Song Min-gun. Dash, number 1, that song, Farewell, is there a specific reason you picked it? Kong Rojin on stage responded calmly and quickly. Dash, yes. It was a song my late parents loved. At this, the real-time chat exploded again, and a close-up of Kong Rojin's composed expression appeared on screen. It seemed inserted because it added to the story. Then came a string of judge comments full of high praise. Dash, wow. I couldn't move a muscle from the very first verse. That deep, weighty, yet fragile emotion left a strong impression. Pass, pass, and pass. Dash, yes. Congratulations. Number 1, you've passed this round. Even though they already knew the results, the members of Room 105 clapped while looking at Rojin, and Kong Rojin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and expressed his gratitude. The same went for the Kong Rojin on screen. He bowed to the judges and walked toward the back of the stage. The next contestant was waiting. During filming, it was number 2, but it was changed during editing. Viewers looked at the next contestant with pity. That guy's so pitiful. If it were me, I'd have flipped off number 1. Can't believe he's holding it in. Just his face says he's totally screwed. Kong Rojin, guided by the staff, moved to the waiting room for those who passed. Opening the door to the successful contestants' room, Rojin sat right in the middle of the waiting room where the sofa was. Very boldly. During filming, it was at the request of the staff, but it seemed that part was edited out. What is this number 1? This bastard sits dead center like he's the main character. With that face, he really is the main character. I feel like his personality's low-key got a screw loose. The angle that had been showing Kong Rojin changed to the next contestant standing on stage. Number 9, please take off your mask. Number 9 took off the mask. Not a bad-looking face. This was also an edit that swapped numbers 2 and 9. Soon, a short comment from Judge Gong Jumi. Now even this handsome guy looks ugly. What do I do? This is troublesome. The viewers strongly agreed with this. Number 9 suddenly became a squid. Let's be real, he's good-looking in real life too, but coming after number 1. Poor guy. In simple terms, number 9 is human realm, and number 1 is God tier, beyond comparison. Unfortunately, number 9 did not pass. Moving on. The Produce That 100 broadcast was a parade of failures. Before Kong Rojin appeared, number 10 was the only one who had passed. So, the broadcast showed red-haired, weasel-faced number 10 and Rojin. Wow, number 1. I watched your farewell performance on the monitor earlier, and I kept thinking, this is insane. Over-the-top excitement from number 10 and silence from Kong Rojin. Number 10 is a bit muchiem, not into this chatterbox type. But to be fair, number 10 did dance. Seems like a really bright personality. Wonder how the chemistry with number 1 will be. Produce That 100 showed a cut that seemed to understand the viewer's thoughts. Number 10 stuck close to Kong Rojin and asked, what did you think of my performance? Rojin gave a vague answer. I enjoyed it too. You're singing. I danced though. You're dancing. What? What kind of dancing did I do then? Intense dancing. Chapter 25.2, Storm 3. The waiting room, which had only the two of them, soon fell quiet, but the real-time open chat was anything but. Number 1 is insane. He clearly didn't watch number 10's performance. I'm not really a fan, kinda rude. Number 1's giving off strong villain vibes. Seems like he doesn't even see number 10 as a rival. Number 1's character is nutsy. Love it. Well, Dewey would a god care about a human. Meanwhile, PD Young Surayong was watching Produce That 100 at home. Since it was Saturday night, she had chicken and beer with her, and as she looked at Kong Rojin on TV, she muttered. He wasn't like that in real life though. Well, creating a character through direction is easy. Did the production team decide to make him the villain? She recalled Rojin's vocal performance from earlier. Still, I didn't expect him to sing that well. He's seriously an OP character. Beyond god-tier visuals, great writing skills, and now vocals too. If he's good at dancing or anything else on top of that, he's just born to be a celebrity, isn't he? She had seen countless actors while directing dramas. Of course, among them were quite a few idol-turned actors with both talent and charm. But none of them surpassed this Kong Rojin. Soon, PD Young Surang downed her canned beer in one shot and muttered, what would happen if I hadn't cast him in Rental Lover? The script for Rental Lover that allowed her to meet Kong Rojin. PD Young Surang shuddered at the thought that if she hadn't chosen that script, she wouldn't have been connected with Rojin. Afterward, Produce That 100 continued showcasing contestants' performances, and unlike the beginning, the number of those who passed had increased considerably. The waiting room, which had only held Kong Rojin and number 10, now had over a dozen successful contestants. In the meantime, red-haired number 10, who had distanced himself from Rojin, had become friendly with the other successful participants. Number 1. Yeah, he's definitely got an explosive presence, but after talking to him, his personality kinda sucks. For real. I greeted him earlier too, and his expression was kinda scary. I mean, just look at him. He's got that face, and he can sing pretty well. But if his personality is bad, he won't last long. Kong Rojin, having confirmed the gossip behind his back, showed no big emotional change. I thought I heard something faintly, but turns out they really were saying stuff like that behind my back. Instead, the other trainees from room 105 were the ones who got more annoyed. Wow, so number 10 was talking crap like that behind his back. That's a bit harsh, no? I was in group 2, so I had no idea, seriously. Me too. And just like that, episode 2 of Produce That 100 reached its second half. In actual filming, groups 1 and 2 had been shot separately, but in the broadcast, it was edited to look as if they were together. At this point, PD Woo Han-suk was briefing the 50 contestants from groups 1 and 2 who didn't pass. You'll be taking part in a revival round in 30 minutes. You're free to show whatever you like. A subtitle explained that 20 contestants would be added through the revival round, and including the already successful ones, 70 would survive the first round. As the scene shifted, PD Woo Han-suk was now shown speaking in the successful contestants' room. Before we explain the next steps, those who passed will now choose a training program to receive before the second evaluation. It was a briefing about training. I just watched this on a whim, and it's ridiculously fun. Of course, training is a must. Seems like the training will help solidify each contestant's character even more. Soon, contestant faces began appearing on screen, starting with Kong Rojin, as PD Woo Han-suk continued. Vocal, dance, rap. You can pick something you feel weak in, or double down on something you're good at. With that, PD Woo Han-suk stepped out, having lightly teased some info about the second evaluation. From this point on, it was solo shots of the successful contestants, each choosing their training. We'll start with number 48, the last one to pass. I'll go with vocal training. Subtitles like number 48, vocal training, appeared, and contestants began stating their choices one after another. The camera eventually landed on Kong Rojin, wearing his number 1 badge. What's he gonna pick? His vocals are god tier, so he'll probably pick something else, right? My vote's on dance. I think he'll choose rap people who sing, while usually suck at rapping. Kong Rojin was silent, wearing a calm expression. Viewers ramped up their speculation even more. But Rojin's choice was a twist. I won't be taking any training. PD Woo Han-suk's face lost its smile. And of course, the viewers exploded with disbelief. What's he saying? Whoa, he really is a total weirdo. Huh? That's over the line? So fucking arrogant. Kind of cocky af. Soon, faces of the successful contestants, each showing confusion and disbelief, appeared along with their interview. Voiceovers. Number 1. I just thought he was showing off, relying on his looks. What else? 100% he's doing this to get a spotlight moment on TV. The angle cut back to a calm-faced Kong Rojin as he opened his mouth again. If training is a compulsory system, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to drop out here. Shocked contestants and PD Woo Han-suk. And viewers felt the same. LMAO, he's actually Krazia total psycho. Confirmed villain Ho the hell refuses training in a survival edition show? I swear I've never seen this before. Yes, dumb as hell, but hot as hell, so I'm laughing. This is just clearly a move to get a broadcast highlight. What a refreshing dumbass villain confirmed. The production team seriously needs to shut him down and get him in line. But the Produce That 100 team accepted Kong Rojin's madness. Alright then. Contestant number 1 will proceed without training. Viewers flipped out even harder. Regardless, episode 2 of Produce That 100 continued airing, and even the revival round was broadcast. Including the 20 who came back to life and the already past 50, there were now 70 contestants. Their photos quickly flashed across the screen. The final part of episode 2 showed the 70 survivors entering training camp together. Each of you will come forward and draw a ball. After checking your task, hold it up for everyone to see. That will be your assignment for the second evaluation. It ended just before the moment before drawing the second evaluation assignments. The next day, Sunday morning, the 26th, at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. While dozens of contestants were still deep in sleep, Kong Rojin suddenly opened his eyes on the single bed in room 105. Having a habit of doing missions early in the morning, he had naturally woken up early. Swoosh. For some reason today, the first thing he reached for was his phone. What Rojan accessed was a search portal. Before he even searched anything, his eyes widened slightly at a headline featured on the main page. Produced at 100. Episode 2 official viewership rating, 15.3%, stirring up a real storm. Episode 2 of Produce That 100 had surpassed a 15% viewership rating. Whoa, it went over 15%. At this rate, are we really going to hit 20% too? Feeling excited, Rojan naturally began to type Produce That 100 number 1 into the search bar. He wanted to check the public reactions to himself from the previous day's broadcast. Just then, VRRM. The phone in his hand gave a short vibration. A familiar notification popped up on the screen. It was from the AI simulation app. What was unusual was that the notifications came flooding in. You've cleared the title mission. Monopolized the public's attention. 30 coins have been awarded as a gift. The title recognition monster has met its conditions and will now be applied. As the title recognition monster is now active, an extra 1 coin will be added to mission rewards. Each title can be enhanced up to +5, and each title's bonus coins can also go up to 5. As soon as he saw the notifications, Kong Rojan unconsciously muttered to himself, 30 coins. That's sweet, but recognition monster? All of a sudden, a new title had been unlocked unexpectedly. Chapter 26, Storm 4. Suddenly, a series of notifications popped up from the AI simulation app. Still lying down, Kong Rojan briefly checked the alerts. They were familiar. This is just like the time with Side Job Tycoon. The exact same kind of notifications had appeared when the Side Job Tycoon title was applied. A faint smile spread across Rojan's lips. Whatever it is, looks like another title got applied this time too. This one is Recognition Monster? That name sounds intimidating. The title that followed after Side Job Tycoon was Recognition Monster. Kong Rojan immediately accessed the AI simulation app. His character was standing on the main screen. The change was instantly visible. Title, Side Job Tycoon +1 / Recognition Monster +1. User, Kong Rojan /age, 24 / height, 182.8 centimeters / desired occupation, idle / coins owned, 452. Side Job, 1 screenwriter. The number of coins had increased, and the title Recognition Monster had been added. There's a strange thrill in collecting titles like this. It seriously feels like a game. Fun to collect. So from today on, I earn 7 coins a day. Muttering inwardly, Rojan tapped the mission button. As expected, the title bonus coins had increased by 1. Mission, only 5 per day allowed. Mission attempts remaining, 0 out of 5. Title bonus coins, +2. Not bad. From 6 to 7. It's only 1 more, but over a week or a month, that adds up. Moreover, if I enhance both Side Job Tycoon and Recognition Monster to +5, I'll get 10 coins just from title bonuses. Once the enhancements for both titles were complete, his daily coin earnings would jump to 15. It might seem minor now, but the very act of obtaining the titles was meaningful. There was no need to rush. Thinking he should take things one step at a time, Kong Rojan turned over in bed. Anyway, Recognition Monster, it's probably because of the airing of Produce That 100, right? It was 100% that. In both the first episode and the second episode, which aired yesterday, Kong Rojan was clearly the main focus. Though from the latter half of episode 2, Rojan had been portrayed as the villain, the camera still focused heavily on him, and he was trending. If that's the case, then the enhancement for the title Recognition Monster probably correlates with rising popularity. Though it was unclear what exact metric would increase the title, as long as he stayed in the spotlight and did what he needed to do, the enhancement would probably happen naturally. Well, no need to overthink it. Just keep doing what I've been doing. Yeah, just stick to the plan. Deciding on that, Kong Rojan, since he already had the AI simulation app open, tapped the stat button. He was planning to enhance his status stats early. Another 10 coins invested today. The numbers quickly shifted. Appearance, 100/100. Singing ability, 10.1/100. Rap, 1.8/100. Dance 6.8/100, eloquence 6.6/100, acting for 100ths. Most stats had risen slightly, but the most noticeable was, of course, singing ability. Finally hit 10 in singing ability. It was at that moment. Ugh. A tingling sensation buzzed from the smartwatch on his wrist. It was a familiar feeling. It faded quickly, but Rojan tilted his head and rubbed his neck. Did something get applied now that singing ability hit 10? Could he finally have escaped tone deafness? Just as he was rising from bed with anticipation. Bzzz. Another short vibration followed. It was another notification from the AI simulation app. You've completed the hidden mission first achievement of status stat 10 points. As a gift, you have been rewarded 15 coins. Receiving a surprise gift of coins first thing in the morning greatly boosted Kong Rojan's mood, and he immediately changed into workout clothes. Let's go straight into missions. Today, his steps were especially light. Later, after completing all his daily missions, Kong Rojan received 7 mission reward coins as expected. So his current coin status was coins owned, 464. After washing up, he arrived at the cafeteria with his fellow trainees from room 105. In his view were dozens of contestants. Their expressions varied. Some had won, and others had lost the second evaluation. The mood's gotten kind of weird after the broadcast aired. As expected, the primary reason was the first and second episode broadcasts of Produce That 100. The amount of airtime and the unexpected edits had stirred up many thoughts once the contestants actually watched the show. In reality, nearly all the contestants eating were staring at their phones. On top of that, the way other contestants looked at Kong Rojan had grown subtly different. Jealousy had always been there, but after seeing the broadcast, envy and resentment had clearly intensified. No matter what anyone said, Kong Rojan was undoubtedly the main focus of episodes 1 and 2 of Produce That 100. There were fewer people exercising this morning too. Contestant number 10, whose hair was bright red, locked eyes with Rojan. He immediately looked away. More than being bothered about losing to Rojan in the second evaluation, he was probably uneasy about being caught talking behind Rojan's back in yesterday's episode. On the other hand, Rojan didn't think much of it. Right now, he was just hungry. That said, the atmosphere on the Produce That 100 campus wasn't overly gloomy either. About half of the contestants were excited about the episode and busy chatting away, and quite a few even approached Kong Rojan to talk. The fellow trainees from room 105 had been raving since earlier. 10% was amazing enough, but surpassing 15% viewership is legendary. Number 1 Nim, your presence was insane. The PD cutting off the first episode so intriguingly helped too. I was on screen quite a bit in episode 2, so I'm satisfied. The online communities are exploding. A gallery for Produce That 100 already popped up. I ended up scrolling through it past 3 a.m. last night. I saw that too. The mentions of number 1 Nim were insane, right? For reference, the skinny number 19 and baby perm number 58 had won the vocal second evaluation yesterday. Number 37 and number 88 were scheduled to compete in the second evaluation for rap today. Meanwhile, over in the hall with the stage, 15% viewership. It jumped up 5% in just one episode. PD Nim, it's really blown up. Ha ha. To think there would come a day when I'd dance with joy while preparing for filming. The media's going nuts, all calling it a storm, a whirlwind. It's hot. The over 100 staff members preparing for the filming of Produce That 100 couldn't stop talking. And rightfully so, hitting 15% in ratings was a record-breaking figure even when reviewing the past several years of TV broadcasting. Because of that, even though PD Woo Han-suk's dark circles had deepened drastically, the upturned corners of his mouth refused to fall. All right, settle down. Let's keep tossing bait so we can maintain this explosive interest through next week. IPD Nim, you're the most excited one, aren't you? But shouldn't we at least give number 1 a gift or something? He played a huge part in these ratings. That's true. While it's thanks to PD Nim's editing that number 1's potential blew up, his presence was just massive. He's the only one whose character is firmly established right now, right? Adrenaline was bursting among the staff. Of course, the storm online was 10 times more intense than the staff's excitement. Even Kong Rojan, after finishing his meal, was overwhelmed by the endless flood of articles. "This is crazy, wow, gives me chills." From articles plastered with his face. A unique character emerges from the storm of produce that 100. Contestant number 1 breezes through the first evaluation/photo. To ones showing off the current dominance of produce that 100. Total sweep of Friday and Saturday primetime. Produce that 100 breaks 15%, will it top 20% next week? Familiar taste, terrifying impact. Produce that 100 dominates SNS as a whirlwind. It was Produce that 100 everywhere. SNS and online communities had already exploded like a nuclear bomb, and the song Farewell was even making a comeback into the top rankings of various music sites. As proof of its popularity on internet broadcasts, Produce that 100. Of course I watched it. Number 1 is seriously super handsome. Who cares if he's the villain? With that face, anything goes. People couldn't stop talking about him. As a result, the recognition and influence of number 1, or Kong Rojin, was skyrocketing exponentially. But because no one knew his name or any personal details, the public was getting even more frantic. This was all part of the picture PD Woo Han-suk had planned. While the nation was fervently caught up in Produce that 100, we'll now begin the second evaluation for the rap team at the Paiyu campus. Following the dance and vocal evaluations, the second round of the rap team assessments had begun filming. Of course, Kong Rojin and dozens of other contestants could be found in the designated waiting room. PD Woo Han-suk was giving a briefing to the contestants before the filming officially began. With the rap team, the second evaluation filming will be fully wrapped up. And next week, in episode 3, one of the assessment segments, either dance, vocal, or rap, will be broadcast. After the episode airs, viewer voting will begin, and the final passers will be decided by a combination of judges' scores and the viewers' votes. It meant the first viewer voting was about to open. The remaining assessment segments will be aired in episode 4, and similarly, viewer voting will proceed immediately after the broadcast. PD Woo Han-suk did not reveal which of the 3, dance, vocal, or rap, would air first, and simply explained that until episode 3, the contestants should follow the same schedule as before. The expressions of dozens of contestants suddenly turned serious. Naturally, since their survival would be determined in a week. Especially for those who had lost in the second round of evaluations, including number 10, the atmosphere felt gloomy. Viewer votes would likely hold the most weight, but judges' scores couldn't be ignored either. Victorious Kong Rojin, on the other hand, felt more at ease. Viewer voting. I wonder if they'll tell us how many votes we received. The second evaluation shoot for the rap team finally wrapped up late at night, and Rojin, along with the contestants, returned to the dorms. However, the production crew of Produce that 100 became even busier despite finishing a major shoot. There was still work to be done to sustain the current buzz, build up to episode 3, prepare for viewer voting, and more. The workload was towering. Monday, the 27th, morning. After starting his day with the daily missions, Kong Rojin had just stepped out of the shower when his phone vibrated with a long buzz. It was a call, and the caller was PD Young Surayong. Rubbing his chin, Rojin muttered to himself. She must have watched Produce that 100, too. He held the phone to his ear. Yes, PD Nim. Hello. There was a hint of laughter in PD Young Surayong's voice. Writer Nim. Or should I call you number 1 Nim now? I saw Produce that 100. You were incredible. Thank you. Wow. I expected you to be an idol, but I didn't think you'd drop a nuclear bomb like that. I'm sorry for not telling you in advance. Oh, it's fine. You did let me know there were circumstances. By the way, does that production team know about Rental Lover? I told them a little. That it won the top prize in the SBC competition. Really? As he stepped into the bathroom, Kong Rojin replied. I haven't been able to completely revise Rental Lover yet because of recent filming, but it's almost done, so I'll send it to you soon. As we discussed in the last meeting, I've already added the 4th lover. Once the character settings are nailed down, I just need to craft the story. About that, I'm thinking of expanding the scope a bit, you know? Expand the scope? What did that mean? Tilting his head, Rojin asked back. What do you mean by expanding the scope? PD Young Surayong answered simply. It's still a one-act, but I want to make it feel as big as a mini-series. At that very moment, at a major entertainment company, people could be seen working busily. Into that office stepped a woman wearing a hat. The employees rose and greeted her the moment they saw her, and the woman smiled faintly in return. Swish. She stepped into a room labeled CEO's office. As she removed her hat, her long hair fell with a soft rustle. When her face came into view, it was none other than S-class top actress Choi Rina, a top actress who freely traversed both drama and film. Choi Rina was widely recognized for her acting skills, and the recently released romantic comedy film she starred in had surpassed 7 million viewers, once again proving her popularity. After she took a seat at a 5-person table, a large man who appeared to be her manager handed her a bottle of water. Nuna, CEO Nim said he'll be here shortly. Okay. Soon, a man in a suit appeared. He looked to be in his early 50s. He was the CEO of this major entertainment company. Taking off his suit jacket and hanging it over a chair, the CEO spoke to Choi Rina. Your movie did well. Why didn't you take a break? What brings you out here? Choi Rina shrugged her shoulders. Just felt like it. Thought I'd grab a meal with you before heading to a skincare appointment. You've got something to say, don't you? Nope. Really, I just came to eat. Haha, all right. Oh, did you watch Produce That 100? That show's super hot right now. I heard the buzz, but I didn't watch it. Why not? You should check it out. It's fun. There's this one contestant on there whose face looks like it's straight up CG. Absolutely insane. Man, I should have scouted that kid first. Forget it. I'm not interested in idols or any of that. The CEO, about to put his suit jacket back on, paused. Then he picked up one of the many stacks of papers on his desk and handed it to Choi Rina. I forgot I was supposed to give you this. What is it? A script? Yeah, it's a one-act. We've been sharing it around with some of our rookies. Why are you giving it to me then? I told you I'm taking a break. I know. But didn't you say, if it's from PD Young Surayong, you want to see it no matter what? Choi Rina's eyes widened as she snatched up the script. Wait, it's PD Young's? Are you sure? Yup. It's wild, right? PD Young Surayong suddenly doing a one-act. With a 15-year career and that flashy a filmography, she should be behind a desk by now. If you're curious, I can look into it more for you. There was no response from Choi Rina. She had already flipped to the first page of the one-act script. PD Young Surayong is doing a one-act drama? Chapter 27.1, Storm, 5. S-class top actress Choi Rina. If you were to name the most prominent actresses in the country, she was always mentioned in the top 5. This year marked the 10th year since her debut, and though her career span was shorter than other actresses, her impact was immense. Rather than falling behind the other top stars, she was often ahead of them. She even had a good eye for selecting projects, so the dramas she acted in consistently boasted high viewership ratings, and none of the films she had appeared in had been considered failures. On top of that, issue talk, lipstick, cosmetics, clothing. Choi Rina's sellout legend continues. With her fair skin, long straight hair, tiny face, beauty mark beside her straight nose, and her overall visuals and figure consistently making her the public's wannabe, she was often in the spotlight. At award ceremonies, she was always selected as a best dresser. Such a Choi Rina quickly skimmed through the script as soon as she heard the name of PD Young Surayong, even though it was just a one-act drama. As a top-tier actress, she could have easily brushed off a one-act drama. She read the one-act script with great focus. Watching her silently, the CEO cleared his throat. I'm just saying this just in case, but you always ask to be shown whatever project PD Young Surayong is involved in, so I brought this to you. But taking on a one-act drama? Even if it's directed by PD Young Surayong, the main direction is probably handled by a junior assistant director, and PD Young is likely stepping in just as a CP. It doesn't make sense for PD Young Surayong to be directing a one-act drama, right? But Choi Rina continued turning the pages without answering, and only moved after several dozen seconds had passed. CEO Nim, let's eat later. Hey Rina, did you hear what I said? Yeah, I heard. I'm going. Rina. Choi Rina. Although the CEO called after her, Choi Rina ignored him and walked out of the CEO's office. She went down to the parking lot with her large-frame manager and got into a white van. Nuna, what about CEO Nim? It's fine. Let's go to the skincare salon first. Yes, ma'am. The van smoothly started moving. Choi Rena swept her long hair back and put on a hat, then reopened the one-act drama script she had brought from the CEO's office. The title on the cover read, Rental Lover. Writer Kong Chul-soo. The writer sighed. As her eyes moved down the script, Choi Rena recalled the face of PD Young Surayong. Then she muttered internally, why is PD Nim suddenly doing a one-act drama? If it was being handled by a junior, she wouldn't put her name on the direction credit. Choi Rena was paying unusually close attention to PD Young Surayong. The reason was simple. It was PD Young Surayong who had discovered Choi Rena. Of course, Choi Rena had been a rookie once too. The first significant role she had been cast in was in a drama directed by PD Young Surayong. That was almost 8 years ago. It had been a minor role, yet she was selected over many well-known actresses. PD Young Surayong had chosen the then-unknown Choi Rena. Although she did go through an audition, at the time, casting an unknown actress in a substantial supporting role was considered groundbreaking. Despite opposition from the broadcasting station and others, PD Young Surayong had insisted on Choi Rena. Thanks to that, Choi Rena got the role, and the drama achieved high viewership ratings. It was through that drama that she first caught the public's eye and her recognition skyrocketed. Her rise to becoming an S-class top actress was in part due to PD Young Surayong. Later on, Choi Rena even played the lead female role in a miniseries directed by PD Young Surayong. Choi Rena considered PD Young Surayong her benefactor. Flap. That benefactor had suddenly circulated a one-act script, so Choi Rena couldn't help but be interested. PD Young Surayong was a major figure in the drama industry. It made no sense for her to direct a one-act drama. Flap. Soon, Choi Rena immersed herself in the Rental Lover script, and about 30 minutes later, she muttered to herself, Rental Lover? This is exactly PD Nim's style. That same day around lunchtime, at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu, Kong Rojin could be seen sitting alone in the empty lounge. Wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and jeans, he was sitting alone at a 6-person table with a laptop in front of him. He was in the middle of revising Rental Lover. Naturally, only Kong Rojin, who had passed training, was in the lounge. The rest of the participants were undergoing their usual training. Rojin, who had paused typing on the laptop, was now looking at his phone. It was only natural that Kong Rojin couldn't concentrate on script revisions. Every few minutes, he picked up his phone to check various reactions. Right now he was browsing through YouTube. YouTube was being bombarded with uploads, including official videos posted by the Produce That 100 team and many related clips. The popularity of the videos was overwhelming, with each one gathering massive views. The lowest had 300,000 views. It clearly showed how hot Produce That 100 was at the moment, and today's real-time most popular video was. Hot clip. Contestant number 1 who shocked the judges. His performance of Farewell Produce That 100. Trending video number 1. 5,197,745 views. It was the edited clip of Kong Rojin's farewell performance. While videos of other contestants' performances reached several hundred thousand to as much as 2 million views, Rojin's clip uniquely surpassed 5 million. Grinning subtly, Rojin checked the already tens of thousands of comments. Looks like an all-time legendary character has arrived in the idol scene. Can't wait for next week. Singing a song his late parents loved as his first audition piece. This is a drama, a real drama. Watched the live and came back again to listen. Can't forget it. If you came back too, like me, raise your hand. I don't like this guy, he's a total jerk. Is this insane? His face could easily outshine actors, and he sings so damn well too. He knows he's damn good, so it's annoying, but when I see his face, I forgive him. Farewell is my life song, and that young friend expressed the emotion so well I was completely immersed. Is this the first time such a skilled, winning candidate is also the villain? Chapter 27.2 Storm 5. Goosebumps ran down Kong Rojin's arms in astonishment. His face was all over YouTube, and the overwhelming number of viewers watching Produce That 100 were pouring attention onto contestant number 1. These things he had only imagined were now happening in reality, so it wasn't strange that he had goosebumps. Swoosh. Shaking his head to snap out of it, Kong Rojin put down his phone and turned his gaze back to the laptop. Once you start watching, time flies. This stuff's addictive. After about another hour of revising the script, Kang Rojin seemed satisfied and stopped his hands. For now, the story of lover number 4 should be good enough. I'll finalize the detailed revisions or additions after the meeting with PD Young Surayong Dash. Rojin had created a new character, lover number 4, who didn't exist in the original Rental Lover script. Crossing his arms, he recalled PD Woo Han-suk's dark eye circles. Guess it's time I tell PD Woo Han-suk that I'm appearing in Rental Lover, huh? He had already told him that his writing work and the script Rental Lover had been selected as best at SBC, but he hadn't yet mentioned his appearance in the work. Though his writer-related activities had been approved, actually appearing was another matter. At that moment, Rojin's phone vibrated. The caller was PD Woo Han-suk, who had sent a message in advance. He was currently not on campus, but at the JTVM broadcasting station. Yes, PD Nim. Yeah, I saw your message, Rojin SSI. What did you want to talk about? I think it would be better to tell you in person. Really? Well, I won't be able to get to campus today. I can probably make it there by tomorrow afternoon. That's fine. I'll talk to you tomorrow then. And as I mentioned in the message dash. Yeah, I saw it. You said you've got a meeting tomorrow morning with the SBC drama department? That's okay, but, Rojin SSI, you really need to be careful right now, you know? You saw how crazy things are. The produce that 100 craze is insane right now. If your face gets seen somewhere, a crowd could gather, and that'd be trouble. Yes, that's why the drama department PD said she would personally come pick me up. We're going to talk somewhere out of the public eye. All right then, just be extra careful. If anything happens, call me immediately. Understood. After finishing the call, Kang Rojin scratched his chin and muttered inwardly. A crowd might gather if my face is seen. Feels like I've really become a celebrity. The next morning, in front of the Produce That 100 campus. It was around 10 o'clock. A sedan pulled up near the campus entrance. In the driver's seat sat PD Young Surayong, her frizzy brown hair tied back. As she let out a big yawn and looked toward the campus gate, she spotted a man with black hair walking toward her. The moment she saw him, PD Young Surayong chuckled as if impressed. Phew, I candy in the morning. How does this kid look like he's in a photo shoot just by walking? The one walking over was Kang Rojin. As soon as he saw the car parked in front, he approached it, and PD Young Surong rolled down the driver's window and waved her hand. Writer Nim, good morning dash. Yes, hello, it's a great morning. A great morning? You're always a bit unusual. Anyway, get in. As soon as Kang Rojin got into the passenger seat, PD Young Surayong started the car and pulled away. While turning the steering wheel, she asked Rojin, You brought a mask and a hat, right? I did. I'm sure the Produce That 100 production crew told you already, but you're not just an ordinary person anymore. You're the face of a program that surpassed 15% viewership. You've got to be aware of the public eye. But honestly, weren't you already getting stares even before Produce That 100 aired? Kang Rojin gave a slight nod and looked down at the hat and mask in his hands. In the past, I wore these to hide my monstrous face, and now I have to wear them because my face is recognized. Though the situations were drastically different, he felt a strange similarity in the outcome. PD Young Surayong, who had stopped the car at a traffic light, turned her head. Before our meeting, I want to see someone first. If it's uncomfortable, I can go alone. See someone? Who? Curious, Kang Rojin replied simply. I don't mind, but who are we meeting? I got the call out of the blue too. I think. No, I'm almost certain it's someone related to Rental Lover, so it would be good for you to meet them. Feels like I stumbled upon a big catch. A big catch. Yeah. Do you have a favorite actress by any chance? Kang Rojin didn't particularly follow any actress passionately. Still, there were a few he acknowledged as good performers. I don't have a favorite actress, but I've watched some works because Choi Rina and Seo Soo-min act well. PD Young Surayong's smile deepened. Really? Then you might be a little surprised. Surprised? What does she mean by that all of a sudden? As Kang Rojin tilted his head slightly in confusion, PD Young Surayong changed the subject. Rental Lover is growing more and more in volume. This is my first time with a one-act drama like this. But remember, all of this started because of writer Kang Chul-soo. Honestly, I only got interested in taking on Rental Lover Because of you, writer Nim. If it weren't for you, I definitely would have given it to a junior. She was right. It was Kong Rojin who submitted Rental Lover to the script contest, and it was because he was the writer that a heavyweight like PD Young Surang agreed to direct it. In effect, Kong Rojin had triggered everything. Then, as they merged onto the highway, PD Young Surang continued. I don't know about other things, but I do have a good eye for people. I've got high hopes for you, as a writer and as an idol. As for acting, it's still hard to judge, but one thing's certain. You're visually the best male actor I've ever seen. Embarrassed by the overwhelming praise, Kong Rojin awkwardly looked out the window. The place PD Young Surang led him to was a classy-looking Korean restaurant quite a distance from Sinsa Station. Naturally, she took the lead. We made a reservation under the name Young Surang. Yes, just a moment, please. Wearing his mask and hat, Kong Rojin looked around the luxurious Korean restaurant. Slide. They entered the room the staff guided them to. It was a traditional floor seating room with a table. After ordering drinks in advance, PD Young Surang checked the time. We got here a little early. They'll be here in about 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, and even if it's uncomfortable, keep your mask and hat on. It's not time to go public yet. Who on earth was coming? Kong Rojin tried to guess. She mentioned an actress earlier. Don't tell me. Is an actual actress really coming here? His heart soon began to race. About 5 minutes later, the tea they had ordered was served, and after another 10 minutes passed, there was a knock, and the door of the room slid open. A woman entered, also wearing a mask, just like Kong Rojin. The woman brushed back her long straight hair and removed her mask. PD Nim, I'm here. Smiling, PD Young Surang hugged the woman and jumped in place excitedly. What is this? Your beauty game got even stronger? Have you been going all out with skincare lately since you've had a break? Of course, and you got prettier too, PD Nim. Are you picking a fight? Bring it on. Kong Rojin, who had awkwardly started to rise, flinched in shock. Hull? Crazy. Choi Rina? The one who entered was none other than Choi Rina, the top actress everyone in the country knew, even Kong Rojin. Seeing a top actress in person for the first time in his life, Rojin froze. Regardless, PD Young Surang briefly chatted with Choi Rina, and then Choi Rina, who had taken a seat across from him, looked at Rojin and smiled. But who is this? It was a reasonable question. She thought she'd only be meeting PD Young Surang, but there was a man wearing a mask and a hat sitting there. PD Young Surang answered. He's the writer working with me on the project, but he's a bit shy. Also, for certain reasons, he's covering his face. That okay? Choi Rina's eyes widened slightly, and she asked again. He's a writer? Then is he the one who wrote Rental Lover? PD Young Surang nodded. Yep. This is writer Kong Chul-soo, who wrote Rental Lover. Kong Rojin, who had been briefly lost in Choi Rina's smile, finally came to his senses. Hello. Nice to meet you, writer Nim. I finished reading your script in one day. It was that good. Top actress Choi Rina complimented his writing, what he had thought of as garbage words. A rush of adrenaline flooded Rojin, and as he grabbed his teacup, PD Young Surang chimed in. How'd you even get to read it? I asked my CEO Nim to show me anything that comes from you, PD Nim. That's scary, really scary. Oh, come on. I was just surprised. PD Nim suddenly doing a one-act drama. Well, that's how it turned out. So, what's the reason our Ms. Choi suddenly wanted to meet? Choi Rina tucked her hair behind her ear and leaned slightly forward. As Rojin caught a pleasant fragrance, the top actress Choi Rina smiled with her eyes and said, PD Nim, I want to do Rental Lover. Kong Rojin blinked several times. His mind temporarily stopped functioning. Chapter 28.1, Monster 1. Kong Rojin, whose brain malfunctioned as he looked at the top actress Choi Rina sitting across from him. What did she just say? Although his face was partially hidden by a mask and a cap, had it not been for those, his dumbfounded expression would have been clearly visible. Naturally so, because Choi Rina had just dropped a bombshell. Did she just say she'd play the female lead in my trashy script? That Choi Rina Nim? It wasn't just anyone, it was Choi Rina, who dominated the acting scene. And she had volunteered to be the female lead in Rental Lover. Why on earth? What? Why? For Rojin, it was utterly incomprehensible. Wasn't someone of Choi Rina's caliber able to just waltz into any major project by the biggest names in the industry? But Rental Lover was nothing more than a one-act play, and even the writer of that one act was a complete rookie, Kong Rojin. In that instant, the days he had carelessly scribbled away at Rental Lover flashed before him. He had even muttered to himself with a chuckle, "Why am I writing this kind of crap? Is this a joke? It must be a joke." But from the other side of the table, Choi Rina's smiling lips didn't utter a single joke. Instead, she hammered it home properly. "For the record, I'm not joking. I mean it." That's exactly what made it weird, because she was serious. Rojin's eyes were filled with question marks, but PD Young Surayong, who was seated to his right, looked completely relaxed, as if she had expected this bombshell from Choi Rina all along. "Really? You want to do Rental Lover? Why all of a sudden?" To PD Young Surayong, who asked the question with a smile, Choi Rina responded, "As I mentioned, I really enjoyed Rental Lover. Ever since I read it, it hasn't left my head, the story. And this is a one-act you're directing, PD Nim. How could I resist? What part of Rental Lover did you find entertaining? The theme is unique. The characters have depth. The female lead, who has zero self-esteem and is a total shut-in, and the rental lovers who approach her. At first glance, it feels like a rom-com, but the twist involving lovers with serious flaws gives it a thriller-like variation. That twist is only possible in a one-act format, which made me want to do it even more, and then dash." For several minutes, Choi Rina recited a detailed breakdown of Rental Lover. Kong Rojin, who listened quietly, found it incredibly fascinating. She had clearly read it thoroughly. Then PD Young Surayong crossed her arms. "You must have read it just yesterday, yet you analyzed it so fast. Oh my, even if I don't look like it. You know I'm actually quite the hard worker." "I didn't know that." "There you go again." As the two exchanged what seemed like a playful banter, PD Young Surang shrugged her shoulders. "But since this is a one-act, we can't match your fee, Star Choi. If we try to meet your rate, we'd have to shut down before the cameras even roll." That was true. Choi Rina, currently one of the top 5 actresses in the country, had an appearance fee that was off the charts. Considering her recognition and influence, the production budget of Rental Lover wouldn't even come close. But Choi Rina, seemingly well aware of this, responded without concern. "I know, but I've saved up a lot of money. I don't have big demands. Just pay the original fee you had in mind for the female lead. Then there's no issue, right?" "Is she serious?" Rojin's eyes widened slightly as he looked at PD Young Surayong, who answered right away. "No issue. But have you talked about this with your agency's CEO?" "No. But I'm currently taking a break anyway, and the shooting schedule for a one-act would only be 1 or 2 months max. Even if the pay is low for now, Rental Lover has artistic merit, right? A bigger project might come along, too. I can persuade my CEO. It won't be hard." "Well, CEO Kim is kind of powerless against you." "Still, Why? Were you planning to cast someone else?" "I'm Young Surayong, so of course I was keeping an eye out. It's hard to explain the full context, but even though it's just a one-act, I was planning to scale things up a bit. But to be fair, not with S-class stars like you, more like with some decent A-class ones." That wasn't true. PD Young Surayong had intended to reach out to even S-class top actresses like Choi Rina. In the entertainment industry, connections were a cost-effective weapon, and PD Young Surong wielded that weapon well. It was just that Choi Rina had bitten the bait before it was even cast. Unaware of this, Choi Rina gave a small smile. "Then I'll do it. S-class is better than A-class, isn't it? Let's go with that, then." Even though he didn't fully understand what was going on, major decisions were being made right in front of Kong Rojin's eyes. Now somewhat calmed down, he decided it was best to just keep his mouth shut. As PD Young Surayong continued to steer the situation according to the blueprint she had crafted, she changed the topic. "I really enjoyed your recent movie, Star Choi, but since Rental Lover is a little different in tone, we'll still need to see you act, right?" Of course. I didn't take this lightly. In fact, after reading Rental Lover yesterday, I did a bit of character analysis. I'll perform a few lines. And just like that, right before Kong Rojin's eyes, top actress Choi Rina began performing. Choi Rina, bringing the female lead of Rental Lover to life. Who in their life would ever experience something like this? Rojin simply sat, utterly captivated, as he watched her performance. "How's that?" As soon as she finished, Choi Rina dropped the emotion and returned to her usual tone. PD Young Soo Ryong gave a small round of applause. Wow, as expected of Star Choi. You probably had little time to analyze the character, but she came out really close to the one I envisioned. Your acting, well, that goes without saying. What do you think, writer Nim? With that, PD Young Soo Ryong passed the baton. Choi Rina also turned her gaze toward Kong Rojin, who was wearing a mask. Her eyes were as clear as a doe's. Looking at her, Rojin almost blurted out, "That was amazing." It wasn't flattery, he meant it, but he couldn't respond in a frivolous way. "I don't think I'm in a position to evaluate you." Choi Rina's smiling eyes deepened. "Thank you, writer Nim." Then PD Young Soo Ryong wrapped things up. "Okay, then I'm going ahead with preparations assuming Star Choi is the female lead, all right? No backing out later." After that, Choi Rina left the room before they had their meal. Once she was gone, Kong Rojin and PD Young Surong ate just enough to settle their stomachs before kicking off the actual meeting. It began with PD Young Soo Ryong, who had retied her frizzy hair. Surprised? Choi Rina showing up like that. It wasn't just surprising, his heart nearly burst. But Rojin downplayed his reaction a bit. "Yes, a little. Sorry, writer Nim, you are always so calm. I wanted to surprise you. But you're more composed than I expected?" "No, I was really surprised. Choi Rina's good, right? As the female lead. She's not just good, she's incredible. I didn't even think this was possible. Told you, I've been around for a while. This kind of thing is rare, so if it gets out, it'll make a lot of noise." Pulling out the planner she brought along, PD Young Surong began writing something down as she continued. Like I mentioned on the phone, things have changed a bit with Rental Lover. I was already planning to throw some weight behind it because of you, writer Nim, but now with Choi Rina on board, the scale has upgraded to megaton level. She explained why she was scaling up Rental Lover. Most of it was because of Kong Rojin, the person behind number 1, the face of Produce That 100, turned out to be the same writer, and that writer would also be appearing in his own work. And the female lead? S-class top actress Choi Rina. If we pull this off right, it's going to be an unprecedented one-act drama. And because it's a one-act, it's actually more likely to stir up buzz. Just imagining it gave Rojin goosebumps. This is going to be huge. Forget about me, the female lead is Choi Rina. PD Young Soo Ryong added more explanation. I read the revised version of Rental Lover you sent over. It feels good overall, but I'd like to see the role of Lover number 4, which you'll be playing, get a bit more screen time. The character setup is fine. Also, let's expand the stories of the other lovers. Right now it's at about a 2-part length, but let's stretch it to 3. At this scale, it should run at least 3 weeks. In short, she was asking him to build it out more. The workload had increased, but Rojin took it lightly. It's not hard. I wrote Rental Lover pretty casually to begin with. In fact, he had quite a few ideas jotted down that he hadn't developed out of sheer laziness. Understood. I'll send it to you by the end of the week. That's quick. You sure you can manage? It'd be great for me if you keep up that pace, but there's still Produce That 100 to think about, right? We're in a brief prep period for filming right now, so it's doable. And writing it won't be hard. You really are a genius in every way. A visual genius with killer writing skills too. How does it feel to own the world by yourself? Not too bad. Haha. And with charm on top of that. What are we even supposed to do with you? PD Young Surong mentioned that they would also be scaling up the directing aspects and the abilities of the staff beyond initial expectations. In other words, they were going to put in several times more effort than what was typical for a one-act drama. She also shared an update on the production status of Rental Lover. The staff lineup had already been finalized, and the first production meeting would begin the next day. As for the script meetings, it'll just be you and me, writer Nim. We'll put Choi Rina at the top of the cast list and begin full-scale casting next week. Originally, we were planning to go with rookie actors, but now we're raising the bar. It won't take long, with Choi Rina as the lead. Chapter 28.2, Monster 1. The meeting wrapped up in about an hour. After tidying up the space, Kong Rojin and PD Young Soo Ryong got into the car. Virum. They headed back to the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. As she drove, PD Young Soo Ryong glanced at Rojin in the passenger seat. He had taken off his mask and cap. Can't wait to see how he looks on camera. Even on Produce That 100, he looked like CGI. If we style him and start shooting as lover number 4, it'll be insane. And those 2 shots with Choi. Rina. If we frame it right, she might actually be outshone. With a small laugh, PD Young Surayong spoke. It must be hectic. Writing and filming produce that 100. It's manageable. Anyway, since your role as lover number 4 is confirmed too, even if you're busy, start practicing your facial expressions slowly. Since you wrote the script, you know the character settings well. When the time comes, I'll check your performance like an audition. You might even rehearse with Choi Rina. I'll give you advice or point out things to tweak. Rojin nodded and turned his gaze to the window. Rehearsing lines with Choi Rina. His heart was pounding. I seriously have no clue where my life is headed right now. It was right at this moment. VRR. A short vibration felt on his wrist. Checking his smartwatch, he saw a new notification had arrived. Of course, it was from the AI simulation. With the addition of a new side job under the title Side Job Tycoon, the title has been enhanced by +1. You have received 20 coins as a gift. The title Side Job Tycoon has been enhanced to +2, and bonus coins have increased to 2. Seeing the notification, Kong Rojin was slightly surprised and exclaimed internally, nice. Title enhancement. The next morning, Wednesday the 29th. The location was the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. Just like yesterday, Kong Rojin was the first among dozens of participants to wake up. The first thing he did was reach for his phone. Before even searching his name online, he launched the AI simulation app. There had been some pretty big changes. Title, Side Job Tycoon +2, /recognition monster +1. User, Kong Rojin /age, 24 /height, 182.8 centimeters /desired occupation, idle /coins owned, for 198. Side job, 1 screenwriter, 2 actor. The title Side Job Tycoon had been enhanced, and actor had been added as a new side job. On top of that, title bonus coins, +3. He now had 3 bonus coins. In other words, starting today, Kong Rojin could earn 8 coins per day. The corners of his mouth lifted into a grin. 8 a day, so sweet. He was already approaching 500 coins. Feeling more secure, Rojin immediately changed into workout clothes to complete his daily mission. His dorm mates from room 105, awakened by the noise, groaned as they stirred. Ugh, wait for us, number 1 Nim. Ow, I'm dying. My whole body's sore from yesterday's dance training. But I'll go too. All 4 of them ended up following Kong Rojin. As he and his room 105 mates stepped out into the hallway. Oh, are you all going to exercise? They ran into PD Woo Han-suk, who was walking toward them. To be exact, he had come specifically to see Rojin. Number 1 Nim, I was stuck in the editing room yesterday afternoon. Sorry, it's fine. If you're heading out, mind if I walk with you? Sure. After bidding farewell to the members of room 105, PD Woo Han-suk left the dormitory together with Rojin. The two walked toward a nearby park, and Kong Rojin glanced at the PD beside him, wondering if he was really okay. Looks like his dark circles have gotten even worse. PD Woo Han-suk's hair was greasy and unkempt, his eyes lifeless, and his face filled with exhaustion. He took off his glasses and pressed firmly on his eyes before finally speaking. I'm dying from overnight meetings and editing. Are you alright? Ha, I'm fine. With a 15% viewership rating and creating a sensation, I should keep editing even from the grave. A happy death? Something like that? It's all thanks to you, number 1 Nim. I've been monitoring the public response constantly. Just yesterday, tens of thousands of posts were made on our official site's bulletin board. 70% of them were about you. Even while looking half dead, PD Woo Han-suk chuckled and patted Rojin's shoulder a couple of times, then changed the subject. So, what did you want to talk about? Kong Rojin calmly began to speak. It's about the writer thing I mentioned before. Oh right, the one who won the grand prize in the SBC contest. You said you met the director for that yesterday too, right? Is production going well? They must be in pre-production now. Yes, for now. But somehow, I ended up being cast in the project. Pause. PD Woo Han-suk came to a sudden halt, his tired eyes growing comically wide. What? Cast? You mean you're going to appear in that project as an actor? Yes. SOSO, you're the writer of the project, and now you're also acting in it. Yes. PD Woo Han-suk stared at Rojin for a moment, completely dumbfounded. The writer is also acting? What kind of absurd plot twist is this? He quickly looked around. Confirming that no one else was nearby, he stepped in closer to Rojin. Hold on a sec. This is too sudden. Mind explaining it to me in detail? Kong Rojin explained everything that had happened so far regarding Rental Lover. Of course, he left out the part about Choi Rina, just in case. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk's expression turned serious. He, too, was a seasoned veteran in this field. Running the numbers was no big deal. PD Young Soo Ryong, she's well known in the drama scene. From the looks of it, she's building a real setup here. If done right, this could turn into a win-win situation. Rubbing his chin, PD Woo Han-suk responded to Kong Rojin. I'll arrange to meet with PD Young Soo Ryong. Chapter 29.1, Monster 2. Meet PD Young Soo Ryong directly? Kong Rojin answered inwardly while watching PD Woo Han-suk, who had suddenly become serious. Well, rather than me constantly communicating back and forth in the middle, it'd be faster for the two of them to meet and settle things directly. Both were professionals with well over 10 years of experience in the industry, compared to Kong Rojin, who had only just begun to learn the entertainment business. There was a much higher possibility that conversations and work would proceed much more quickly. Sensing this, Rojin picked up his phone. Would you like me to do that? Then I'll try contacting her right away. They say to strike while the iron is hot. There was no need to drag this out. As Rojin acted swiftly, PD Woo Han-suk gave a small approving smile. Not a bad idea. Give it a try. Yes. Although it was morning, it wasn't exactly early. Still, just in case, Kong Rojin sent a message first. But whether she was already at work or not, PD Young Soo Ryong called right away. PD Woo Han-suk gestured for him to answer. Rojin put the phone to his ear. Hello, PD Nim. On the other end, PD Young Soo Ryong's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Yes, writer Nim. Is something up? It's nothing much. I just wanted to let you know that I spoke with the PD of Produce That 100, that I'll be appearing in Rental Lover. After Rojin explained the situation, PD Young Soo Ryong responded without much concern. Oh really? I was actually planning to ask that PD myself. Is he with you now? Let me speak with him. Rojin handed the phone to PD Woo Han-suk, who was standing next to him. He took the call without hesitation. Yes, hello, PD Young Soo Ryong. This is PD Woo Han-suk from JTVM. Maybe because they were both veterans? The conversation progressed quickly. They wrapped up the call by exchanging contact information. PD Woo Han-suk handed the phone back to Rojin, and PD Young Soo Ryong spoke to Rojin again. Could you pass my number along to PD Woo Han-suk? Understood. Thanks. Once the call ended, Rojin handed over her number to PD Woo Han-suk. After saving PD Young Soo Ryong's number to his phone, PD Woo Han-suk lowered his voice. Once again, keep this whole matter confidential. Yes. I'll meet with PD Young Soo Ryong and let you know if anything comes out of it. PD Woo Han-suk began walking away, telling him to get some exercise. Rojin stretched his legs for a run as he watched him leave, while PD Woo Han-suk glanced at the saved number in his phone and murmured to himself. Rental Lover, if things go well, we might be able to tie it into the tail end of Produce That 100 for a big impact, and even drop hints about Rojin SSI's script during editing to hook the audience. He needed to coordinate the timing carefully with PD Young Soo Ryong. He immediately called the saved number. As if she had been waiting, Young Soo Ryong answered, and the two arranged a time to meet. PD Young Soo Ryong, I'd like to meet with you, soon, if possible. Yes, I think that would be best as well. We've already started pre-production for Rental Lover, so time is running out. What day works for you? Since you're in the middle of airing Produce That 100, do you have any availability? PD Woo Han-suk mentally reviewed his schedule. Today was Wednesday, the 29th. With his calendar packed, he responded with the next available date. How about Monday, August 3rd, after episode 3 of Produce That 100 airs and the weekend is over? Let me see, Monday works. Morning is good for me. All right then, let's meet that morning. I'll contact you again about the exact time and place. Okay, take care. Click. After ending the call, PD Woo Han-suk looked back. Over by the park, Kong Rojin had already started running. Several participants were following behind him. Watching Rojin, PD Woo Han-suk clicked his tongue inwardly. The presence he showed in Produce that 100. He debuted as a writer even before his official debut, and he even managed to land a role in his own project. Does this make any sense as a career path? Even to PD Woo Han-suk, who had seen countless idols, Kang Rojin was a type he had never witnessed before. He's a true disruptor of the ecosystem. A monster, a real monster. About an hour later, after finishing his workout, Kang Rojin checked the condition of his body before showering. Feels like my body's getting more toned. Did my shoulders get broader too? He worked out every single day without skipping, and whenever he had spare time outside of missions, he'd exercise as well. So it was only natural that his physique was improving. No matter what, Kang Rojin had completed his daily mission through working out and hearing that he's handsome. His dorm mates had been pouring out compliments about his face more than usual today. After his shower, Rojin headed straight to the cafeteria. Meat in the morning. Stuffing himself with kimchi stir-fried pork, he then headed to the restroom. Always to the one nobody else used. First, he checked his coins. Coins owned. 506. As expected, with 8 coins earned from missions, he had now surpassed 500 coins in total. Smiling, Rojin immediately proceeded to enhance his status stats. Starting today, instead of investing in singing ability, he decided to focus on dance. Appearance, 100/100. Singing ability, 10.3/100. Rap, 2/100. Dance, 8.1/100. Eloquence, 6.9/100. Acting, 4.4/100. With just a few more days, dance would also hit 10 points. Skimming through his stats for a moment, Kang Rojin quietly sang a tune and tried a few dance moves. The singing definitely feels smooth now, and I'm hardly going off pitch anymore. My body feels more flexible too when dancing. Feeling his daily improvements brought a strange rush of satisfaction. In a good mood, Kang Rojin was about to leave the restroom but paused. It was because he saw his own reflection in the mirror. Then, he tried something different than usual. Swish. Suddenly, he wiped the smile off his face. His first attempt at facial acting. He gave up after exactly 3 seconds. Ugh. Acting. No, this isn't acting. This is just complete crap. Taking PD Young Soo Ryong's advice, he tried to act out the role of the lover number 4 from Rental Lover, but it was so awful that an overwhelming sense of shame washed over him. Right, my acting stat is only 4 points, isn't it? Still, even if it felt terrible, he decided to keep trying. Maybe it felt more unpleasant simply because it was unfamiliar. I could just run an AI automation right away, but the lover number 4 character isn't even fully developed yet, and there's still time. With that thought, Kang Rojin left the restroom just as the other participants began their training session. Let's start revising. He sat in the lounge and began typing away on his laptop. Meanwhile, in a lavish home, a spacious house with a predominantly white-toned interior that offered a clear view of the Han River through the window, a tall woman entered the living room. Wearing beige pajamas with a headband in her hair and a face mask on, it was the top actress Choi Rina. After glancing at her large poster hanging on the wall, she settled down onto the plush sofa. Let's see. Crossing her legs, Choi Rina picked up a stack of papers on the table. It was the script for the one-act drama Rental Lover, in which she had been confirmed as the female lead just yesterday. Of course, she hadn't told her agency's CEO yet. As she flipped through a few pages of the Rental Lover script, she murmured while reading. As expected, it's fun. In that moment, Choi Rina recalled the masked and capped writer Kang Chul-soo she had met yesterday. He seemed like a rookie, but his writing is sharp. No wonder it caught the eye of PD Young, who's notoriously picky about scripts. Then curiosity resurfaced. But what circumstances would make him hide his face so completely? But that floating question mark didn't last long, and her attention shifted elsewhere. Like who the other actors in Rental Lover would be. Soon, Choi Rina got up from the sofa, removed the mask pack from her face, and opened the refrigerator. While drinking water, she suddenly remembered a line from her agency's CEO. Hey, did you see Produce that 100? That thing's blowing up these days. One of the contestants there has a face that looks straight out of CG. It's insane. She also recalled what PD Young Soo Ryong had said right before they parted ways yesterday. If you have time, check out Produce that 100. It's worth watching. The whole broadcast industry's buzzing about it these days. Is it really that good? She'd heard the rumors about its popularity. Curious, Choi-Rina picked up her phone. Naturally, she searched for Produce That 100. Her reaction to the results was immediate. Wow, it's even crazier than I thought. Chapter 29.2, Monster 2. Both the articles and public reaction were overwhelming. It really did blow up, huh? Episode 2's ratings went over 15%. Surprised, Choi-Rina placed the rental lover script she was holding back on the table and turned on the large TV. It was to watch a rerun of Produce That 100. After fiddling with the remote for a few minutes, episode 1 of Produce That 100 began playing on the screen. Choi-Rina started watching without much thought. Before she knew it, it was the final part of episode 1. Number 1, please remove your mask. The contestant number 1, whom even the CEO had praised, appeared. Soon, contestant number 1 took off his mask on TV. At that moment, top actress Choi-Rina's eyes widened sharply because of number 1's revealed visuals. Wow, whoa. Choi-Rina was honestly shocked. Even to her, who had worked with countless top male actors. He really looks like his face was photoshopped or something. Number 1's visuals were incredible. She now understood why the CEO had been left speechless. He could easily crush male actors who were considered good-looking. Instantly captivated by Produce That 100, Choi-Rina reacted softly as she listened to number 1's lines. Farewell? I really love that song. When episode 1 ended, she immediately played episode 2. And then, she listened, entranced, as number 1 passionately sang farewell on stage. Her body stilled, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Of course, she had no idea that this very number 1 was the writer of Rental Lover, whose script was sitting right on the table in front of her. Choi-Rina had no way of knowing. The following night, at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu, most of the participants, having wrapped up another grueling day, were in their rooms. Still, the mood was upbeat. Tomorrow's finally episode 3's broadcast. I wonder how high the ratings will be. It's been trending all week, so I'm sure it'll be even higher this time. Everyone was excited for the long-awaited airing of episode 3 of Produce That 100. It was around then that Kang Rojin, freshly washed, returned to room 105. When he arrived, contestants number 19, 37, and 88 weren't there. Only number 58 was. The others seemed to still be in the showers. Kang Rojin glanced at number 58, who used the lower bunk of the second bunk bed and had a baby perm. He was lying on his stomach, writing something. Is that an earphone in one ear? What's he doing? Curious, Kang Rojin asked number 58. What are you writing? With little reaction, number 58 quietly answered. Studying. Though 58 usually had a weak presence and a gloomy vibe, the public who watched Produce That 100 described him as having a cute, puppy-like appearance. What did they say? He gives off a vibe that makes you want to protect him. Surprisingly, 58 had passed the first round with his rap performance, and he won in the vocal team during the second evaluation. Whatever the case, Rojin, intrigued by the answer studying, sat down on his bed and asked further. Studying? What kind? Composition or lyric writing? You don't have to answer if it's uncomfortable. 58 sat up and showed a small notebook. I do study lyrics writing and composition, but right now it's just foreign language. Japanese. My dream is to go to Japan. I've been studying it for about 4 years now, but I don't improve much. Sure enough, the notebook was full of Japanese writing. Then, 58, now even quieter, murmured, Want to hear a little? Out of nowhere. This guy's a bit quirky. Kang Rojin scratched his chin. Japanese? Well, sure, I'll listen. With permission granted, 58 nervously began speaking in Japanese. Internally, Kang Rojin thought, oh, he's pretty good? Then, just as 58 was speaking, the energetic numbers 19 and 37 came into the room, and 58 instantly stopped his Japanese. He lay back down again. Looking at him kind of reminds me of my past self a bit. After chatting briefly with 19 and 37, Kang Rojin also lay down in bed. Then suddenly, Japanese, wait, would foreign languages like that work with AI automation too? Kang Rojin became curious. However, there was one condition for using the overpowered AI automation. It could only be used for things related to the desired occupation of idol. After thinking for a moment, Rojan thought. Foreign languages like Japanese could be considered related to idols, right? Popular idols go overseas and stuff, don't they? He recalled things he had seen on TV. In the past, top-tier idols making their way overseas to Japan or the United States. He remembered watching news clips showing tens of thousands of foreign fans packed into concert halls, wildly waving glow sticks in both hands as they went crazy for Korean idols. After thinking it over for a few seconds, Kang Rojan picked up his phone. I'll find out if I just test it. Naturally, he opened the AI simulation app. The character Kang Rojan appeared prominently on the main screen, and the real Rojan tapped the AI automation button. A message immediately popped up. Through AI automation analysis, your desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only applicable to things related to the desired occupation, idol. Rojan typed in a test request into the blank space. AI automation. I want to perfectly learn Japanese to the point where I'm indistinguishable from a native Japanese speaker. Soon, a loading circle spun on his phone screen, and not long after, AI automation gave its response. Analyzing with AI. Analysis complete. To achieve the desired result, 350 coins are required. The number of coins required may vary depending on the difficulty of achieving the result. Kang Rojan's eyes widened instantly. It works? I can acquire Japanese right now. In that moment, his adrenaline surged. Chapter 30.1, Monster 3. Lying down, Kang Rojan's excitement was at its maximum, his eyes wide open. This really works. It was because of the answer displayed on the phone screen from AI automation. Though they were familiar phrases, to Kang Rojan, it looked like Japanese. Totally doable. AI automation is seriously insane. If there had been no one else in the room, Rojan would have jumped up and down. But he managed to hold back. So if I press allow, does that mean I can immediately speak Japanese? Like a native speaker? Whether it was during farewell or break, and now again, it was always the same. His heart was pounding fast. Yeah, this is the real taste of microtransaction. Then Rojan's gaze shifted. Among the words on the screen, he spotted something related to coins again. To achieve the desired result, 350 coins are required. 350, definitely expensive. No, wait, actually it's cheap. You're mastering Japanese perfectly, after all. 350 coins were a staggering amount in terms of in-game currency, but thinking realistically, it was unbelievably cheap. Currently, Kang Rojan earned 8 coins a day. Plus, with randomly appearing gift coins included. Roughly, it'd take about a month to collect 350. That was the simple calculation, but it might not even take that long. In fact, it had taken him just under 2 months to collect 500 coins. In other words, for less than a month's worth, he could gain Japanese proficiency, even at a native level, at that. Since the coin amount differs based on the difficulty of the result, if I choose a mediocre level of learning, it'd be cheaper. But if I'm going to learn it anyway, it's 100 times better to go for perfection. Kang Rojan paused to think. Did he need Japanese right this moment? Not really. But still, how am I supposed to resist this? Rojan was overflowing with desire. This is the danger of microtransaction. Soon, Kang Rojan made up his mind. Screw it, let's just go for it. The coins could always be earned again later. And if he was going to invest, it was better to do it before his idol debut. As his universe expands, there would only be more things to invest in. And so, Kang Rojan, swoosh, moved his finger and tapped the allow button. The text changed immediately. 350 coins will be used. Applying. Application complete. Then, Rojan felt a familiar pain in the wrist where he wore his smartwatch. But this time, it was a bit stronger than usual. MMPH. It felt like dozens of static shocks erupting on his wrist. But it didn't last long. As the pain subsided, Kang Rojan lying down rolled his eyes. That's it. Though the pain was stronger than usual, the process was still simple. Kang Rojan immediately opened a search site and typed in Japanese lyrics. Looking at the Japanese that instantly popped up. Sayonara arigatou shongnashiri. Boishimiri me ashurnakoto. Softly recited the translation that naturally came to his mind. Goodbye and thank you at the top of my voice. What's more important than grief? And it didn't stop there. Every single line of Japanese lyrics from the search results flowed through him as easily as Korean. Even though he was reading Japanese for the first time in his life, it was now the easiest thing in the world for Kong Rojin. Then, Rojin described his current state in Japanese. Does this even make sense? Wow, this works too. Japanese flowed from his mouth freely, just like a native speaker. How could he explain this sensation? Nothing particularly special. It was just like there was a language button in his brain, and pressing it once would switch to Korean and again to Japanese. His brain now output Japanese effortlessly. Kong Rojin noticed a shiver spreading throughout his body. This is truly cathartic. And rightfully so. What takes others years, or even more than a decade to study, Rojin had acquired with just the flick of a finger, while lying in bed, no less. At that very moment, VRRR, his phone vibrated. It was a notification from the AI simulation app. You have achieved the hidden mission. Use more than 300 coins. You have received 30 coins as a gift. Rojin's lips curled into a grin as he instantly regained 30 coins. Nice, AI simulation. Kong Rojin, whose euphoria had reached its peak, grew curious about something else. What about English? He immediately experimented with AI automation. AI automation, I want to master English perfectly to the level indistinguishable from a native American. The result appeared quickly. AI analysis in progress. Analysis complete. To achieve the desired result, 400 coins are required. With eyes gleaming, Kong Rojin murmured to himself, English is more expensive? Anyway, let's acquire English as soon as possible too. Later, the next morning arrived. It was Friday, July 31st, the last day of the month, and the day episode 3 of Produce That 100 would air. Kong Rojin woke up earlier than usual and began his mission. Even while running, he muttered Japanese to himself like a habit. This is insane, seriously. It came out smoothly without a hitch. With a deepening smile, Kong Rojin completed his daily mission. Coins owned, 200. Although the coin count had dropped significantly, the bonus coins from yesterday helped replenish some of it, so it was fine. When he finished showering and entered the dining hall, the dozens of participants had very tense expressions. Everyone's nervous. Well, of course, it's episode 3 today. No one let go of their phones. Even during conversation or while eating, the participants kept sneaking glances at their screens. It wasn't strange. The internet was currently flooded with articles about Produce That 100. Episode 3 of Produce That 100, finally airing. Will it surpass 15% viewership? Produce That 100 dominates communities, SNS, YouTube. The hottest contestant is definitely number 1/photo. Though the craze had been ongoing all week, today, being the broadcast day of episode 3, led to an even greater flood of articles. And that wasn't all. YouTube, which was already saturated with Produce That 100 related content, seemed to have increased several times. Official trailer. Let's break 15% viewership. Produce That 100. Episode 3 preview. Produce That 100. Complete gift set. Introducing the 70 contestants you'll produce. Produce That 100. On numerous community sites, the faces of the 70 contestants of Produce That 100 were already flooding the posts. Who do y'all like most from Produce That 100? Except number 1. Why are you excluding number 1? He's killing it right now. I thought number 58 was cute, with a kind of protective, instinct-stimulating vibe. Agreed. Number 58's vocals were good too, but number 1 is just totally on another level. Number 1 is super handsome, a villain, driving up the viewership, doing it all, but I'm watching number 71 closely. I quit fangirling, but Produce That 100 dragged me back into Stan land. I think number 71 is adorable too. Number 1 is honestly like a chaos agent in the idol world. Finally, it's airing today. TTTT. Not just online, but offline too. Produce That 100 was being talked about everywhere. Manager Kim, wanna grab a drink after work today? I'm heading home to watch Produce That 100. Oh, right. That's on today. I totally forgot. You watch? Who's your fave? There are still too many contestants. But of course, number 1. Number 1's visuals are totally untouchable. But to me, he feels a bit like a villain, so I'm not into it. From companies to cafes and restaurants, etc., you could hear Produce That 100 anywhere. That was undeniable proof of the current craze. Chapter 30.2 Monster 3. And at that very moment, at a major entertainment company, a top Korean actress was in an argument with the CEO. I have already decided. I'm doing Rental Lover. Huh? Are you seriously doing this? It was Choi Rina. What do you mean doing this? I already explained. Rental Lover is directed by P.D. Young, and the writer's script is solid, so the artistic quality is good too. But still, damn it. It's a one-act drama, a one-act. What are you trying to do, going into a one-act right now? I am resting anyway, and I'm saying I'll give up my break to work. And even if it's a one-act, if another director sees it positively, it could lead to something bigger, right? The female lead character is solid too. I'm not giving this up. Sigh, I'm going crazy. Who's the writer? I don't know. What? I said I don't know. Seems like a rookie. I saw him, but their face was covered, so we just exchanged greetings. You're seriously, from the visuals alone. You're the one who should be dragging them by the collar. Young Soo Ryong totally baited you. CEO Nim. I'm not making this decision lightly. I thought it through seriously. As an actress, this is a project I really want, and if I miss it, it'll haunt me. Would you rather have that? I'm already starting to feel down, you know? I'm going nuts here. Fine. You win. I give up. In the end, the CEO raised the white flag. Of course, neither Choi Rina nor the CEO knew how Rental Lover would unfold in the future. But if you do that one act and come whining to me about how it flopped, I swear dash. They didn't know the full story. That same night, it was exactly 9 p.m. The location was the luxurious home of top actress Choi Rina, with a view of the Han River. She didn't seem to have any scheduled work today, and she was sitting on the sofa with both legs propped up. Oh, it's starting. She raised the TV volume and took a bite of a sliced apple. On the table lay the script for Rental Lover. Dressed in pajamas, Choi Rina was watching Produce That 100. The TV channel was naturally JTVM, and episode 3 had just begun. Wow. Can't believe I'm actually tuning into a survival edition show. Amused by herself, she let out a short laugh before quickly focusing on the screen. Episode 3 of Produce That 100 started by replaying a part from the end of the previous episode. Each of you will come up one by one to draw a ball, check the task written on it, and hold it up so everyone can see. That will be your second round assignment. PD Woo Han-suk was briefing the 70 contestants, including contestant number 1. The camera flashed through the contestants' faces in short cuts. Among them was Kong Rojin. It was a strange image. Kong Rojin displayed on the TV, the Rental Lover script sitting on the table in front of Choi Rina, and Choi Rina herself, clueless and absorbed in Produce That 100. Whatever it was, there was an odd synchronicity. Then PD Woo Han-suk's voice came again. Number 1, please go first. The camera cut to the other contestants looking at number 1. The angle landed on Kong Rojin's face, expression calm and composed. Choi Rina looked at him and marveled again. That ridiculously handsome face has a touch of decadence too. Though she didn't know, the Produce That 100 open group chat, with over 200,000 users, was in absolute chaos. He really doesn't seem human. What on earth is he? He's insanely handsome. Looks like he came straight out of a fantasy, not real life. Kong Rojin on the screen began to move. Walking confidently, he stuck his hand into the square box and pulled it out. In his hand was a gray ball with text on it. Number 1, or Rojin, raised the ball above his head as PD Woo Han-suk instructed. What is it? What's written on the ball? What came out? Ugh, show it properly already. Top actress Choi Rina stared at the TV and murmured. What did he draw? Another vocal task. Soon, the ball Kong Rojin picked was shown in a close-up. Dance. Murmurs erupted among the dozens of contestants. The camera flashed through a few of them, and then finally settled on contestant number 10 with red hair. The angle returned to Rojin. Despite drawing dance, his expression didn't change much. All right, you may return to your spot with the ball. He returned to where he had been standing. A full shot of Kong Rojin appeared, accompanied by voiceovers from the other contestants. Honestly, I was kinda glad number 1 drew dance. I thought he might not be that good at it. Come on. His visuals are already god tier. If he can dance too, that's just unfair. I just kept praying, please don't let me get matched with number 1. Soon, the angle shifted to number 10 with red hair, standing next to Rojin. Next, number 10, please come forward and draw. The real-time group chat was still filled with nothing but talk about number 1. Dozens, hundreds of messages were popping up every second. Didn't he refuse to take training? That's why he got cast as the villain, right? Yeah, number 1 went full psycho mode. Declared he wouldn't do training? So how's he gonna do dance? Tons of curiosity or skepticism were exploding. Exactly, he's probably just gonna flail around doing the national gym routine or something. Meanwhile, Choi Rina, still crunching on her apple, kept her attention mostly on number 1. Dance. I'm kind of excited but also worried. Then she laughed to herself, finding her own thoughts ridiculous. Worried? Why am I even worried? What am I saying right now? Chapter 31.1, Monster 4. In episodes 1 or 2 of Produce That 100, Kong Rojin received an intense spotlight. And because that Kong Rojin did things like skipping training by acting as a villain, as soon as Rojin picked dance, viewers went wild. So far, most of the reactions praised contestant number 1, but there were also quite a few who spoke negatively about Kong Rojin. Regardless, episode 3 of Produce That 100 continued as planned. Following contestant number 1, number 10 stepped up and picked a ball, and what he selected was also dance. The angle alternated between Kong Rojin and contestant number 10. It was a deliberate production choice. In episode 2, red-haired contestant number 10 had been shown keeping Rojin in check, and since both picked dance, the setup hinted at a rivalry. No, 1 and number 10 are totally gonna battle in a survival match. Didn't number 10 totally diss number 1 in episode 2? That was because number 1 disrespected him first. He was just answering though. What do you mean disrespected number 10 is just being annoying? Don't like it. No, 1 is also kinda annoying, but letting it slide cause he's super handsome. No, 10 did dance in the first dance round this time. Number 1 will probably get crushed by number 10. After that, all 70 contestants drew their second round evaluation assignments. Photos of 20 dance, 30 vocal, and 20 rap contestants popped up quickly. At the same time, a voiceover briefing by the hired voice actor played in the background. In the second evaluation, successful candidates grouped by assignment will compete against one another. The method is 1-on-1 survival. You will soon find out your opponent and the song, dance, etc. Then all the surviving contestants move to their dorms, with rooms being assigned and a lottery-style pick for beds. Room 105/number 1, number 19, number 37, number 58, number 88. Angles showed each room's contestants with their numbers displayed as captions at the bottom of the screen. There were a few minutes showing the contestants touring the dorms or short interview clips. Then came the voice of PD Woo Han-suk, halting the noisy dorm tours. Dance team, please gather back at the hall with the stage. The next cut showed the dance team gathered again at the hall with the stage. The screen displayed the lineup starting with Kong Rojin, red-haired number 10, and the rest of the 20 contestants. From now on, please stand with the contestant number I call together. At PD Woo Han-suk's request, the contestants paired up. The camera first caught number 1 and number 10 standing together. Number 1, can you dance well? Who knows? But people in our room were saying. Number 1 might be bad at dancing. A short exchange between Kong Rojin and number 10 aired. I might be bad at dancing. If you're really bad, that would be funny, since you acted so confident, right? I can dance pretty well. Viewers started to take interest in the conversation. Is number 10 picking a fight with number 1 again? Looks like he's got an inferiority complex toward number 1. I don't like number 1, so what number 10 says feels satisfying. Anyone here actually watched episode 2? Number 10 had a right to be pissed. On screen, Kong Rojin answered in a calm tone. Saying you're kinda good at dancing also sounds like boasting. The camera even showed the faces of other contestants who were listening. That was savage. No, 1 got some attitude. After all that, if he gets wrecked by number 10, it'll be hilarious. Once again, the voice actor's narration played. It was something like, the contestant you just paired with is your survival opponent. PD Woo Han-suk then picked it up. Number 1 and number 10, your dance is to the song Breaked. He announced all 10 songs for the dance team. At the end, the voice actor explained the evaluation method for the second round for the dance team. All songs were duets, and the two contestants matched up would split the dance between the first and second verses. Well, that's interesting. If they do a first versus second verse battle with the same song, the skill gap will be so obvious. All 10 songs are hits, so the judges will probably be super strict. At this point, the atmosphere of Produce That 100 shifted. A background track started, and 10 members of a girl group appeared from the right side of the stage. As soon as the two girl group teams were shown on stage. Why is Limesome showing up here? Chat blew up instantly. Don't tell me they're doing joint performances with girl group? The voice actor shouted loudly. Introducing the girl groups who will take on the female parts in the male-female duet dance. After the rookie girl group appeared, episode 3 of Produce That 100 introduced each of the girl group members, and in the midst of that, Ha-young appeared alongside Kang Rojin and contestant number 10. Naturally, Ha-young and the other Limesome members, who were watching Produce That 100, were jumping up and down with excitement. We're on. Wow, they showed us for so long. This is insane. Our fans are promoting us in open chat rooms. The promotional effect was massive. Next came the scene where each team's contestants chose whether they would perform the first or second verse of the dance. Of course, it started with Kang Rojin, who picked the second verse. After everyone had made their selections, the voice of PD Woo Han-suk was heard. All dance practice rooms are open 24 hours. You can use them anytime you want. Soon an insert of the campus bathed in morning light appeared on screen, and the first cut of the day, when full-scale training began, featured contestant number 1, Kang Rojin. He was the first among the 70 contestants to wake up and go running. Even after completing an hour of running, he immersed himself in bodyweight exercises like push-ups and sit-ups. Thanks to the sweat, his well-toned body was visible under his white t-shirt, and the camera zoomed in on Rojin's face as he brushed back his wet black hair. Damn, working out with that face is just cheating. Wow, he's really going to work out too? Seriously, in terms of visuals, number 1 is just dominating. Tens of thousands of viewers were having meltdowns. At the same time, at the broadcasting station JTVM. Inside JTVM was the main control room, lined with numerous monitors at the front. Behind the busy employees operating something from their seats, a man with dark under-eye circles stood with his arms crossed, checking several monitors. It was PD Woo Han-suk. He was monitoring the broadcast status of episode 3 of Produce That 100. And surrounding him were writers, including Kim Se-hee. The key staff of Produce That 100, including PD Woo Han-suk, were in the broadcasting station rather than the campus. Of course, the variety department chief and some executives were also present. The control room was quite crowded, just as PD Woo Han-suk was looking at the monitor with a serious face. PD Nim, an employee seated in front of the monitors, turned around and smiled. The mid-episode ratings for Produce That 100 are 16.8%. At this rate, we might even hit 17% overall. Even though it was just the midpoint rating, PD Woo Han-suk clenched one hand tightly at the number being higher than episode 2. It was the expression of someone thinking, "We did it." The variety department chief soon smiled and patted his shoulder. "It's up again. Congratulations." "What are you saying? It's only episode 3. We need to push it higher." Haha. Still, man, in this day and age, breaking 16% is a huge deal. Keep it up and push past 20%. A hyper Kim Se-hee and the writers flocked to him, bouncing with joy. Seriously, amazing 20%? Then Produce That 100 would be a total legend. It's already legendary. We've exceeded 16%. Chapter 31.2, Monster 4. For several dozen minutes, the control room was bustling, and whether it was due to a release of tension or something else, PD Woo Han-suk let out a deep breath and moved. Now that he had heard the answer he wanted, he headed to the dedicated meeting room for Produce That 100. The table placed at the center was packed with various materials. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk sat at the head of the table, and the writers took seats to his sides. The first to speak was PD Woo Han-suk. "How's the campus side?" The answer came from writer Kim Se-hee, who was smiling brightly. Same as during episode 2's broadcast. All the contestants are watching episode 3 from the dorms. As PD Woo Han-suk nodded, writer Kim Se-hee leaned in close. The viewer monitoring side, is even more active than episode 2. Real-time open chat hit over 200,000 simultaneous users. Phew, okay, how's YouTube? What do you think? The views and comments are insane, just insane. Especially the video showing number one's face. It might actually reach 10 million views. She was talking about the edited clip featuring Kong Rojin, which had already surpassed 8 million views. Then writer Kim say he shifted the topic. We're getting reactions from Japan too. Rumors are spreading on social media there. YouTube is having a big effect. We're seeing a noticeable increase in Japanese language comments. You've got the footage for Japan's YouTube ready, right? Of course, already done. In truth, PD Woo Han-suk was preparing to target Japan with Produce That 100. The shows he directed in the past had done the same, and they had elicited a fairly good response in Japan. The Korean wave was already sweeping strongly through Japan, and even now, Korean idols were actively promoting their or enjoying explosive popularity. PD Woo Han-suk aimed to globalize Korean culture. Therefore, Produce That 100 needed to expand its universe overseas, and the fastest reactions always came from Japan. Of course, Korea remained the main focus, but it was time to gradually start building things up overseas too. If we've proven our popularity through viewership ratings, and we also get good results in Japan, Produce That 100's influence will skyrocket to several times its current level. At that point, we'll be able to expand into an even more global universe. Japan would be the fuse. If Produce That 100 could then spread to places like Vietnam and other international markets, the impact of Produce That 100 in its main stage, Korea, would grow even more massive. It was still in the planning phase, but to PD Woo Han-suk, it was worth the challenge. At the very least, that's what PD Woo Han-suk thought, as he dreamed big. Then, Kim Se-hee and the other writers asked PD Woo Han-suk a question. PD Nim, don't you think it's about time to tell the contestants too? That Produce That 100 will first be uploaded on Netflix Korea and then launched on Netflix Japan. There will be a briefing. I'll also deliver the finalized Produce That 100 theme song, along with the fact that there will be a first domestic schedule using that theme song, and a Japanese schedule too. The contestants are going to go nuts. As he rubbed his chin, PD Woo Han-suk murmured. The best timing to announce it would be after the viewer vote, once the next group of survivors is confirmed. Meanwhile, at the campus in Payu, all the contestants were fully absorbed in watching Produce That 100. That included Kong Rojin and his fellow dorm mates in room 105. Just like in episode 2, a tablet was placed on Rojin's single bed for viewing. Just now, episode 3 of Produce That 100 had shown a clip of Rojin working out. His expression stayed calm, but Rojin felt awkward for no reason. Ugh, what is this, a sports drink commercial? I was just completing a mission, but they edited it to make me look like some kind of super fitness guy. Soon, his dorm mates in room 105 each chimed in. Our workout session with you will probably show up in the next episode. Maybe it's the video quality or something, but doesn't number one's body look even better? How much do you have to work out to get a six-pack like that? They say you have to train like a maniac to get a body like number one's. It's ridiculously intense. Kong Rojin scratched his chin. I don't know about the muscles, but most of that probably came from doing manual labor. Just then, buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Several short vibrations were felt. It was from the smartwatch strapped to Rojin's wrist. He glanced at it and stood up from his seat. I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. As Kong Rojin left the room, he checked his phone while walking down the hallway. AI simulation had sent quite a few notifications. What is this? Curious, he checked the alerts right away. It started with bonus coins. Dash, you have completed the hidden mission, excite the viewers. You have been rewarded with 20 coins. Dash, you have completed the hidden mission, secure over 10,000 fans. You have been rewarded with 30 coins. Next were notifications related to titles. Dash, the recognition level of the title recognition monster has met the condition and will be enhanced by +1. You have been rewarded with 20 coins. Dash, with the enhancement of the title recognition monster to +2, the bonus coins have increased to 2. These were alerts that would naturally make Kong Rojin smile. But then, another vibration rang out. Buzz buzz. AI simulation displayed a new notification. Dash, you have completed the title mission build-up for the first step toward overseas. You have been rewarded with 30 coins. Dash. The title Global Genius now meets the conditions and will be applied. Dash. With the application of the title Global Genius, an additional bonus coin will be granted for mission rewards. Suddenly, he had earned close to 100 coins, enhanced existing titles, and even gained a new one. Somewhat surprised, Kong Rojin thought, "What's with this sudden rush?" He immediately checked the main screen of AI simulation. It had upgraded quite a bit. Dash. Title. Side Job Tycoon +2, /Recognition Monster +2, /Global Genius +1. Dash. User. Kong Rojin /age. 24 /height. 182.8 centimeters /desired occupation. Idle /coins owned. 300. Dash. Side job. 1 screenwriter, 2 actor. Dash. Global language. 1 Japanese. What stood out most was the title Global Genius. Did they build up for overseas advancement? Or was it because I studied Japanese? There might have been some other reason, too. Whatever it was a great situation for Kong Rojin. He soon scanned through his dramatically increased list of titles. Already 3 titles: Side Job, Recognition, and Global. In just 2 months, Kong Rojin was. And I've got AI automation that can do anything. Even I think this is cheat level. Truly becoming a monster. Chapter 32.1. Monster 5. Kong Rojin was gradually turning into a monster. The corners of his mouth are raised high. This is seriously fun, whether it's being an idol or using the AI simulation. It had only been 2 months since he entered this industry. Of course, it was the same for using the AI simulation. If he was already like this in 2 months, what would he be like after a year? After 5 years? Just imagining it was mind-blowing. His fingers moved, filled with a sense of thrill or ecstasy. He touched the mission button. What he wanted to check was this. Dash. Title bonus coin +5 coins. From this moment on, the number of coins Kong Rojin received for completing a daily mission became 10. Compared to 2 months ago, that was a 2-fold increase. 5 and 10 coins make a big difference. Kong Rojin, with a deepened smile, checked his current coin count. Dash. Coins owned. 300 coins. With a flood of reward coins, his coins increased by 100 in just a few minutes. Taking this opportunity, Rojin decided to do some stat enhancement and invested 20 coins. Thanks to that, 2 of his stats now exceeded 10 points. Dash. Appearance 100/100. Singing ability 10.5/100. Rap 2.1/100. Dance 10.2/100. Eloquence 7.2/100. Acting 4.6/100. Before he knew it, his singing ability and dance had gone over 10 points. Next, I should raise rap. Acting is tempting too, but since the actor side is a side job, idol, my main job, comes first. Come to think of it, rap was the most unfamiliar to Kong Rojin compared to singing or dancing. He had never done it before. All he had done was listen to a few rap songs he liked in the past. He couldn't quite imagine himself actually rapping, but still, he found it intriguing. Right now, everything is fun. At that moment, number 1. The skinny number 19 approached. You said you were going to the restroom. What are you doing here? I went, and then just checked my phone for a bit. Well, episode 3 of Produce That 100. Just started training, and you've got no screen time at all. Really? Well, Rojin had kind of expected that. PD Wuhan-suk had warned him beforehand too. Rojin nodded slightly in understanding. It's fine. He passed by number 19 and returned to room 105. Currently, episode 3 of Produce That 100 was playing. So that's how training was carried out. I didn't know since I hadn't seen it before. The training cuts of the participants were in full swing. At that time, people recently connected to Kong Rojin were also watching Produce That 100. The S-Class top actress Choi Rina, who had no interest in audition variety shows, had now completely fallen for Produce That 100, and PD Young Surayong, who had officially begun the pre-production of Rental Lover, was on SBC's side. Number 1 got dance. Does he actually dance a bit? Looking at how he moves, he seems flexible. He sang Farewell pretty well last time. Wonder how he'll do this time. During a production meeting with key staff of Rental Lover, filming, lighting, makeup, art, they all had their eyes glued to Produce That 100. Judging from their commentary, It seemed like everyone in the meeting room was a fan of the show. But don't you think number one will quickly become the face of a rising star once he officially debuts? He's already kind of hot. Look at that visual, that visual. How could he not blow up? But I feel like he's not that good at dancing. Passing training last episode was just done for attention. So you're saying it was just to draw attention for the sake of the broadcast? But all of them are just ordinary people brought together. I wonder if they'd already be that calculated. Why not? It's possible. Maybe he just jumped in on impulse and later thought, oh. Well, in survival variety shows, not doing training is kind of weird, isn't it? Training is a key factor in terms of screen time in shows like that, so skipping it is a stupid move. What do you think, PD Young? The gazes of the key staff quickly turned to PD Young Surayong. As she scratched her chin, she thought, that number one, he's the actor and writer of the work we're currently preparing. People would faint from shock if they found out. She replied vaguely, who knows? Either way, his face is insane. He'll probably keep surviving, won't he? That's true. But PD Nim, when will you introduce us to the writer of our rental lover? This is a project starring none other than Choi Rina. At least show us the writer. We're dying of curiosity. Exactly. This is the first time we're starting a pre-production without even meeting the writer once. Though the staff's complaints grew louder, PD Young Surayong smiled. Later. The writer is just super shy. What can we do? You'll get to see him when the time comes. As she imagined the day writer Kang Chul-soo would stand in front of the key staff or Choi Rina as an actor and writer, her excitement grew. This is the first time I've worked on such an interesting project. I'm glad I chose Rental Lover. She crossed her arms as she watched writer Kang Chul-soo within Produce That 100. By the way, is he good at dancing? He works out, so his body looks nice and flexible. I guess I'll know when I see it. After that, in Produce That 100, Kang Rojin completely disappeared except for a short interview cut, while other participants filled the screen. Cuts of them gathering in the training room as planned, introducing themselves, showcasing their skills, and so on. Rojin didn't appear at all for over 30 minutes. As a result, viewers also started to show interest in other contestants besides number one. Although PD Woo Han-suk's preferred lineup featured participants with strong character, several of them managed to get decent screen time. Why is number 58 so cute? Kinda has that must-protect vibe. It's just that number one is overwhelming in presence, but the others are charming too. No, 88 is surprisingly funny with his tall height and over-the-top reactions such a klutz. In episode 3 of Produce That 100, instead of giving specific dates, they mostly showed key training scenes. Kang Rojin only appeared briefly while working out or walking toward the practice room from behind. Compared to episode 1 or 2, his screen time was nearly non-existent. Top actress Choi Rina, munching on apples while watching, grumbled, "What the heck? Number one doesn't have any scenes of him practicing." But throughout most of Produce That 100, Kang Rojin was barely shown. A brief conversation scene before teaming up with Ha-young did make it in, but the actual practice scenes were cut. Of course, this was the case for number 10 and other participants as well. Then the screen transitioned. A grand stage appeared. Unlike the first evaluation, this one was far more glamorous and upgraded. The voices of the judges, now seated at the judges' table, could be heard. Wow, this stage quality is insane. I'd believe it if you told me it was a concert. The camera shifted to the waiting room, where participants had gathered. A total of 10 teams had been formed, mixing participants and girl group members. Each team, including Kang Rojin's, was introduced one by one. Soon, the conversation among the participants began, including a chat between number 1 and number 10. By the way, number 1, when do you even practice? I feel like no one's ever seen you. In the morning. You were never around. So I thought you weren't practicing at all. The final confrontation was set. No, 10 constantly trying to keep number 1 in check. But what kind of nerve did number 1 have to just skip practice? He probably did practice? It just wasn't aired. Na doesn't look like he did, he's just pushing through with his looks at this point. That was the extent of the participants' footage. Suddenly, the screen went black. Then colorful stage lights began to shine on stage. Host Jang Daehan's shout followed. Here's the first team for dance. The dance song is Break, right? Number 1, Number 10, and Hyungnim. At this point, the people watching in room 105 were getting hyped. Whoa, it's starting now. This is where number 1 totally crushed it, right? All those viewers who were ignoring him are going to be speechless. Of course, Kang Rojin himself felt his heart pounding. I barely appeared in episode 3, but it's fine if I turn things around at the end. Chapter 32.2, Monster 5. Soon, Kang Rojin, Hyung, and number 10 stood on stage. Host Jang Daehan threw in a quick interview. Number 10's determination came first. Number 1 is great at vocals, but I think I can beat him in dance. No, I will beat him. Next was Kang Rojin. Neither training nor number 10 is really an obstacle. A close-up of Hyung's surprised face. Viewer chat exploded several times over. No, one is really embracing in that villain role. At this point, I want to see number 10 smack him down. But let's be real. Number 1 is carrying the show angle-wise. Every time it gets dull, he drops some villain energy. How good can you be without any training? As always, the mood shifted and the real stage performance began. The bright stage lights faded to black, and the song Info for Break appeared at the bottom of the screen. The beat of Break dropped immediately. Lights slowly came up on the once dark stage. Hyung was the first to appear at center stage. She began with a subtle shoulder move. A powerful drum signaled the start of the verse. Hyung's dance movements grew stronger. A short comment from the judges. Hyung's pretty good. As the stage lighting shifted colors, number 10 joined in for the first verse. His brightly dyed red hair stood out as he walked slowly and made brief eye contact with Hyung. The two showcased powerful dance. No, 10 is definitely the dance goat. His attitude is a bit extra, but damn, the guy can dance. When it comes to dance, number 10's the best among the contestants. A few seconds of Kang Rojin waiting offstage in profile appeared as a bonus. He must be nervous? You can't read number 1's expression anymore. Honestly, number 10 is doing so well. Even he must be a little tense. The performance grew more intense with Break's trademark flashy and aggressive vibe. Viewers started pouring praise on number 10. His dance skills were indeed top tier. Then came the interlude signaling the end of the first verse. Dozens of contestants were shown watching the performance from the waiting room. Kang Rojin stepped onto the stage right after. The lights focused on him. National exercise routine incoming. If he's going to dance mediocrely, he might as well go all out with random dancing to make us laugh. Is he suddenly going to say, "I'll pass on the dance"? In a performance-like move, Kang Rojin brushed back his jet black hair. Then, a simple gesture like dusting off his outfit. He took large, deliberate steps to the rhythm. A faint smile on his face as the camera zoomed in. With a mix of smoothness and nonchalance, he moved to center stage. He had already started the dance. And at this point, viewers sensed something unusual. His dance lines are kinda nice though. The start actually feels okay. Too early to say every trainee can do that much. No way. Does this guy actually have basic dance skills too? If he's got top-tier vocals and decent dance, then number 1's just a total cheat code. Regardless of the commentary, the beat, which had briefly softened, picked up pace again. After a short glance between Rojin and Hyung, they shifted their positions. Now front and back, they initiated a rhythmical duet wave, smooth and intense. As the move ended, a piercing alarm-like sound exploded. Hyung stepped back while Rojin moved forward, using his arms and legs to unleash fluid yet explosive moves. The screen filled with his serious, passionate expression. Soon, the camera zoomed out to a full shot. Rojin moved powerfully and intensely, while Hyung danced delicately yet flamboyantly. The two performed dance that was similar in structure but completely different in feel. At that moment, wow, this bastard number 1. His dancing is insane too. Insane he is so good. Whoa OMG. Where did all the people who were bashing number 1 go? No, but seriously, isn't he dominating even actual girl from a girl group despite being a rookie? The open chat with over 200,000 people went wild, and in the conference room filled with key staff for rental lover, PD Young Soo Ryong involuntarily said, "Whoa, my God." A gasp slipped from her parted lips. That's amazing. Her words were filled with genuine admiration. That's way beyond just knowing how to dance a little. That guy. Is there anything he can't do? Top actress Choi Rina, who had stopped eating her apple, murmured as if in a trance. OMG. What the heck, I got goosebumps. On stage, Kang Rojin dropped a nuclear bomb on the viewers. And then, the climax. Dash break. 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 In complete trance, Rojin took control of the dance with fluid freedom. His control over tempo was perfect. All of this was reflected in the viewer feedback that exploded. Insane. He's Dance Goat 2 now? Why does the villain keep being ridiculously good though? No. 10 just got steamrolled, agreed? With this level of skill, he can ignore training alright. The hundreds of thousands in the open chat had no choice but to acknowledge number 1, whether as a disruptive wildcard or a full-on villain. And on top of that god-tier visual, number 1's just a monster, straight up. But this wasn't the end. Sigh? I'm one of those people who desperately wants to see number 1 do the entire dance for verse 1 and 2 of Break. If that happened, number 10 would just shatter into pieces. I mean, even for number 1, with that short amount of time, pulling off the full verse 1 seems impossible. There was still one move left to play. Chapter 33.1, Expansion 1. I thought number 10 was good too, but after seeing number 1's performance, I don't even remember him anymore. Totally crushed it, seriously. No, 1's dance that feels so distinctive. That's not something you get from just practice. No, but WTF, how is number 1 this insane at both vocals and dance, and still hasn't debuted yet? All the people who used to trash number 1 are collectively confused now, haha. Hayoung? She danced well too, so her pairing with number 1 looked beautiful. The viewers were going wild over Kang Rojin's Break performance. The same went for Lime Sum in the van heading back to their dorm after finishing their schedule. Hayoung is completely in the spotlight. We told you this was going to blow up even on filming day. Number 1 flipped the whole stage. Every member of Lime Sum, including Hayoung, was going crazy as they watched Produce That 100 and the real-time open chat on their phones. It was only natural. For them, as a rookie girl group, this was the first time they'd received this much attention after debut. Hayoung's heart was racing non-stop, completely dazed. This is insane, actually insane. I had no idea it'd look this dazzling in the final edit. Her affection for Kang Rojin skyrocketed by several levels. Thanks to the villainous narrative of number 1, today's explosive moment had come to life. Soon, the excited chatter among the Lime Sum members shifted topics. But Hayoung's performance doesn't end here, right? Right, that part changed thing. It's gonna air, right? No way the PD wouldn't use that, right? The energy during filming was unreal. Hayoung was thinking the same thing. It was kind of a rushed performance, but if I were the PD, I'd definitely include that shot. If possible. No, she was praying those cuts would make it in no matter what. They were already getting more attention than expected, but the more screen time, the better. At this moment, Kang Rojin and Hayoung, who had performed spectacularly in the Produce That 100 stage, stood in the center of the stage. Dash huff huff. The fast beat of the song Break abruptly cut off. The performance was over. At the same time, the chat flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers erupted with praise, and on screen, the judges, stunned moments earlier, started clapping. Dash clap 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 clap. Genuine admiration or exclamations from the judges. Next, drenched in sweat, Kang Rojin, Hayoung, and number 10 stood in a line on stage. That was honestly insane. Way better than most idols out there. No. 10's expression is funny, haha, looks like he really didn't expect to get outshined. Lime Sum's Hayoung did great too. Agree. Hayoung, or whatever her name is, she really nailed the female part. Wow. Number 1 looks like a super handsome guy even covered in sweat. On screen, the judges continued their admiration, and then choreographer Lee Han-na took the mic. Dash, it was an incredibly cool performance. She first praised Hayoung and number 10, then turned her gaze to number 1. Dash, I mean, I often see pros and even perform on stage with them. Her smile deepened. Dash, and among the performances I've seen lately, number 1's is definitely at the top. In the open chat too, viewers were agreeing with the judges' evaluations, and choreographer Lee Han-na kept praising Kang Rojin. It wasn't just her. Yoon Sung-won and the other judges all showered him with compliments. No, 1's aura was insane, and the expression on his face like he was just having fun was unreal. Just like the female judge said, He was crazy sexy. Number 1 seems like someone who was just born to be a celebrity. The camera caught Kang Rojin bowing deeply. Then it panned to Ha-young glancing at him. Looks like Ha-young's falling for number 1. For real, that look was serious. Honestly, who wouldn't fall for him? Next was number 10, biting his lower lip. At that moment, Judge Gong Jumi took the mic. Before we decide between number 1 or number 10, may I make a sudden request? Close up on Gong Jumi's face. The viewers filled the chat with question marks. It might be an opportunity for either number 1 or number 10. Could you two switch the first and second verse and perform? Again, the unexpected request left number 10 flustered, his face turning red with confusion. In contrast, the viewers were in a celebratory mood. OMG, Gong Jumi knows what she's doing. Yeah, they totally should try switching parts. Props to Gong Jumi. It is kind of a surprise though how would either number 1 or 10 pull this off. They probably only practiced their own parts. As she looked at the flustered number 10, Gong Jumi then turned her gaze to Rojin. What's wrong? Is it difficult? What about you, number 1? The camera switched from number 10 to number 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Rojin nodded. I don't mind. You don't mind? So it's okay to switch dance parts right now. Yes. Eventually, number 10 also agreed. The scene briefly showed the stage being rearranged, reactions from some contestants in the waiting room, and the production staff moving busily. By this point, top actress Choi Rina was fully immersed in Produce That 100, her eyes sparkling. Switching dance parts is a great idea. I love it. For some reason, her gaze was filled with fangirl energy. At the same time, on screen, Break began playing once again. Ha-young stood at center stage just like before. Swoosh. But instead of number 10, it was number 1 Rojin appearing for the first verse. Although many viewers were concerned, Kang Rojin pulled it off effortlessly, as if Break were his own song. He was just as skilled and confident as he was during the second verse. Wow, number 1 just leaves you speechless. Even after switching parts, number 1 still completely crushed it. Why is number 1 so good at the first verse too? This seals the deal. However, number 10 kept making mistakes. Soon, all the judges unanimously chose Kang Rojin. Yes, the winner of the first dance team battle is number 1. The viewers also enthusiastically agreed. Chapter 33.2, Expansion 1. Afterward, following Kang Rojin's stage, clips of judges being interviewed were shown. Every one of them was speechless with awe. Several contestants felt the same. Ha-young, the last one shown, earnestly praised number 1. I seriously practiced like crazy, but number 1 was just so good. It was an incredible experience, and I'll be waiting for the day I can greet debut number 1 on a music show. Thus ended the performance of Break, the opening act of the dance team. Produce That 100 immediately moved on to the next performance, but the tens of thousands of viewers in the open chat were still busy talking about number 1. Things didn't calm down until the third performance. Later in episode 3 of Produce That 100, all 10 team performances were shown, followed by the display of 20 participants in the dance team. The narration was handled by a voice actor. From this moment on, you will be the producers. Through viewer voting, the survival of each contestant will be determined. The voice actor calmly explained how to vote. The voting page had already opened. In next week's episode 4, performances by the vocal team and rap team will be shown, along with the survival results for the dance team. After the briefing ended, the angle showed dozens of participants who would perform next, including various dance team participants including Kang Rojin, and then Produce That 100. The final title appeared on screen. Episode 3 had ended. Those who knew Kang Rojin went straight to the voting page for Produce That 100. The moment episode 3 finished, including Choi Rina. So we vote for one person per team? Well, number 1 is a given. Ha-young and the members of Lime Sum, and the key staff of Rental Lover. The voting page isn't loading. Seems like too many people rushed in all at once. TCH. Anyway, we'll probably be seeing number 1 in the entertainment industry real soon. Of course, after Produce That 100, there's going to be a flood of directors drooling over number 1. PD Young Soo Ryong, and others felt the same. When's the page going to be back up? I was going to vote for the writer right away. Seriously, this kid drops a bomb every week. It's confirmed the media and public opinion will be flooded with him again starting tomorrow. Late Friday night, right after episode 3 of Produce That 100 aired, was incredibly hot, like a molten furnace. Over at the Payu campus, even Kong Rojin thought. Didn't get much screen time in episode 3, but the stage performance was really clean. The broadcast ended, but the open chat's even crazier now, isn't it? Room 105 dorm mates, dozens of participants, everyone was in a complete frenzy. At this moment, the busiest of all were PD Woo Han-suk and the Produce That 100 production staff. What the hell happened? Why is the voting page suddenly frozen? It looks like too many people rushed in too fast. Viewer interest had skyrocketed, to the point where the voting page actually crashed. From late night into the early hours of dawn, SNS and various online communities couldn't stop talking about Produce That 100, and articles poured in like a flood. Number 1 absolutely crushed it. Viewers react to the dance team performances in episode 3 of Produce That 100. Produce That 100 showcases the dazzling performances of 20 dance team contestants, but as expected, the standout star was number 1/photo. Issue talk. Produce That 100 creates a storm. Voting page crashes after episode airs. This situation became even more intense as dawn passed into Saturday morning, August 1st. Around that time, Produce That 100 ratings rise again. Official episode 3 rating hits 17.4%. Episode 3's viewership rating had been made public. Produce That 100 surpasses 17% in just 3 episodes. On track to hit 20% next week. Having already passed 10%, it was rapidly approaching 20%. That's how massive Produce That 100's impact and traction had become. Online or offline, everyone was talking about it. It was beyond a craze, reaching the level of a natural disaster. The voting page for Produce That 100 kept freezing and recovering. Produce That 100. Team says, voting page restored after crash, sorry for the inconvenience. Still, voting continued one way or another. The production staff of Produce That 100 were all stuck on the voting side, scrambling to update scores. Saturday disappeared in a flash. Of course, Sunday was just as hot and noisy with Produce That 100 chatter. So over on campus, Kong Rojin was feeling pretty hyped up. Calm down, let's just finish the mission first. Forcing himself to calm down, he completed his daily mission. Along the way, bonus coin alert popped up for Rojin. You have completed the hidden mission. Maintain overwhelming presence. A reward of 20 coins has been awarded. Thanks to that, including the mission reward, he had collected 30 coins by morning. Coins owned, 320. As planned, Kong Rojin invested the coins into his rap stat. Just then, BZZ, a call came in. The caller was PD Young Surayong. Wow, writer Nim. I watched the performance. You're good at dancing too? I was completely shocked. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rojin scratched his chin as he replied. Thank you. I voted for you as soon as the broadcast ended. The page kept crashing, so it took some effort. But I'm pretty sure you're going to be the number 1 in votes. The survival depends on the viewer voting results too, right? Yes, I think we'll be filming again sometime this week. PD Young Surayong responded with a light chuckle in her tone. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, but that's not actually why I called. During the Rental Lover production meeting, one of the key staff came up with a good idea, so I wanted to ask you something. Please go ahead. It's about the Lover number 4 role you'll be playing. So far, the concept we've outlined is that Lover number 4 is insanely super handsome, but he doesn't just talk less, he basically doesn't talk at all, right? Yes. It feels a bit plain, so we were thinking of adding some layers to it. By any chance, do you know any foreign languages? English, or anything else? I mean, lines can be practiced anyway, but it's easier if you already know some. Foreign language? A faint smile appeared on Rojin's lips. I speak a bit of Japanese. Monday, the 3rd, morning, at an officedel in Seoul. In a fairly spacious officedel room, PD Woo Han-suk sat with heavy dark circles under his eyes. This was actually also the team office for PD Woo Han-suk. He seemed like he had been through a war the day before, slumped on the sofa. Ugh, I'm dead. At the sound of the doorbell, he let out a groan and pulled himself up. He immediately opened the door. Swish. Standing outside was PD Young Soo Ryong, smiling with her brown hair tied back. Hello, PD Nim. Yes. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Likewise. Come on in. PD Young Soo Ryong entered, and the two exchanged business cards. Then PD Woo Han-suk led her to the table set up in the living room and handed her a canned coffee from the fridge. This is our office. Most of the team is currently at the broadcasting station. I just stepped out for a bit. Must be chaotic for you. I enjoyed episode 3 of Produce That 100. The ratings were incredible. Haha. Thank you. PD Woo Han-suk, now seated across from Young Soo Ryong, opened his canned coffee. Where do I start? I guess we should begin with number 1. I only recently heard that number 1 is working as a writer. I've organized the story a bit. I think during the early stages of Produce That 100, writer Nim, or rather, number 1, submitted a script to us. While we were in the judging phase for the contest, Produce That 100 had already started filming. As she murmured, PD Young Soo Ryong suddenly clapped both her hands as if something came to mind. Oh right, when it comes to idols, there's the whole Korean wave and Japan's a given, and overseas markets are essential, so I don't know if he studied it or not. But I heard number 1 speaks a little Japanese. Did you hear that too? How fluent is he? At that moment, thoughts of the upcoming Japan-related launch of Produce That 100 and several other scheduled matters flashed through PD Woo Han-suk's mind, and he furrowed his brows. Rojin SSI knows Japanese? Chapter 34.1 Expansion 2 PD Woo Han-suk's expression became curious at the unexpected information. Rojin SSI knows Japanese? I never even considered that possibility. From that expression, PD Young Soo Ryong read something and asked again. Did you not know? Woo Han-suk nodded. No, I didn't. Understandable. Ryder Kong may look straightforward at a glance, but he's a hard-to-grasp character. You know what I mean? That kind of guy who flips the board with a calm face. He did that a few times in Produce That 100, too. And he gives off this vibe like he's hiding a bunch of secrets. I know. That's why he always manages to surprise people. If anything, it's part of his charm, and it's worked well for the broadcast, too. I only found out when I talked to Ryder Kong yesterday. Seems like nobody else knew either. PD Young Soo Ryong, who had been recalling Kong Rojin, crossed her arms. A hint of curiosity appeared on her face. These days, when male or female idol trainees join, they start by learning the language of the target country, so why would he hide that? If he's thinking about becoming an idol, having language skills is definitely a plus, right? Woo Han-suk, thinking for a moment, pushed up his glasses. To be blunt, number 1 never dreamed of being an idol or anything like that. Honestly, when we started, he didn't seem interested at all. I persuaded him with difficulty to get him to join Produce That 100. Oh, really? I didn't know that. It's like, despite that absurdly handsome face and physique, he didn't even think about the entertainment industry. Here, PD Young Soo Ryong was slightly surprised. She didn't know the story behind Kong Rojin joining Produce That 100. So he didn't even want to join in the first place? Recalling the first time he met Rojin, Woo Han-suk chuckled. Even when he joined, all he said was, I'll give it a try. That was it. Totally fits him, so nonchalant. Anyway, I don't think he was hiding it. He's just not the type to mention stuff like that. He's not the kind to brag about what he's got. Or, like you heard, maybe he only knows the basics of Japanese. Yeah, Ryder Kong did say he can speak a bit of Japanese. So maybe he's not at a high level, just has basic skills. Probably. Well, I should ask him about it at some point. PD Woo Han-suk mentally counted the dates. Today's Monday, and with all the voting and chaos, I probably won't get to campus until Wednesday. I'll have to find Rojin SSI as soon as I get there. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. With Produce That 100, targeting the Japanese market and overseas, it's not bad at all that Rojin SSI, the face of the program, knows Japanese. Even if it was just basic skills, knowing a foreign language versus not knowing it at all made a big difference. PD Woo Han-suk already knew that contestant number 58 could speak Japanese. He heard that during the first evaluation. Among the dozens of participants, there was even a Japanese who had come to Korea dreaming of becoming an idol. That was number 66. Both got vocal in the second evaluation, and PD Woo Han-suk intentionally paired 58 with 66. The result was a victory for number 58. So when it came to advancing into Japan, 58 was already in the plans, to be used often for greetings and promotional comments aimed at Japan. But if Kong Rojin could speak at least basic Japanese too, then of course I'll have to use both of them together. Naturally, Rojin had to be positioned at the forefront. But seriously, what's with Rojin SSI? The way his talents pop up exactly when needed, it almost feels like Produce That 100 was created for him. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk changed the subject. Anyway, let's both double-check the Japanese thing. What's the status with that Rental Lover project? When's the broadcast going up? It's currently in pre-production, and the broadcast, maybe late September or early October at the earliest. That could still change depending on filming and editing schedules. There's a chance we might go over the initially planned number of episodes too. As you know, the response has been really good so far. Anyway, I'll make sure number 1 SSI can be involved in Rental Lover as much as possible. Of course, if there's filming for Produce That 100 or other schedules, it might be hard. I understand. Just consider the script meetings, and when writer Kong needs to film his role, that's all I ask. The word role caught PD Woo Han-suk's attention. Acting. Has number 1 ever done any acting before? No, not at all. This will be his first time. That's why the role itself is designed to minimize lines and focus more on visuals. But what's the reason for including a foreign language in that role? Writer Kang's role is a newly created character, and the setup requires a flaw. I thought adding a foreign language as that flaw might make the picture more colorful. I see. Got it. Once things take shape, I'm thinking of including a few shots of number 1 writing in the Produce That 100 episodes as teasers. What do you think? Sounds good. That would definitely stir curiosity and grab attention from the viewers. Then toward the latter half of Produce That 100, I'm thinking of hinting at the Rental Lover project. The two seasoned professionals exchanged ideas smoothly and quickly. Then PD Young Soo Ryong took the baton. By that point, reporters will probably pick up on it and start churning out articles. Naturally, the hype will snowball among viewers. Our Rental Lover show will probably air after Produce That 100 ends, so I'm planning to link it with writer Kong and start serious promotions and marketing around then. Yes, we'll try to support that on our end too. Even if the Korean broadcast is over, we still have the overseas version, and there are special episodes and other extensions in the works. We also have a few bombshells besides writer Kong, though it's hard to say more now. Things that are unprecedented for a one-act drama. Haha, the game's really going to heat up soon. Woo Han-suk and Young Soo-rang coordinated for nearly an hour, and feeling that the discussion had wrapped up well enough, PD Young Soo-rang stood up first. She murmured a final confirmation. By the way, everything we discussed today dash. Of course, PD Woo Han-suk had already caught on. Yes, until things are official, just the three of us, including number 1, should know. Meanwhile, like a volcanic eruption, Produce That 100 exploded everywhere. It wasn't just that it surpassed a 17% viewership rating. Produce That 100 exceeds 17% ratings, soaring in explosive popularity. What's the secret to its success? The core content of Produce That 100. The viewers' first voting round created an enormous buzz. On social media and in online communities, the photos of the 20-member dance team from Produce That 100 were plastered everywhere. Who did everyone vote for in this Produce That 100 round? You're supposed to vote for 10 people total, but I was too lazy and only voted for number 1. I voted for number 1 too and number 21. Besides number 1, I just picked randomly based on looks. Nobody picked number 10? Crying face. Honestly, number 1 is just too unbeatable to vote for anyone else. Everywhere, the topic of conversation was them. Chapter 34.2. Expansion 2. As Monday faded and Tuesday dawned, nothing changed. Especially with the voting deadline being Tuesday at midnight, things were even hotter. In the meantime, the production team of Produce That 100 uploaded a flood of edited clips related to Episode 3. There were many videos, but the ones attracting the most attention were the vocal team's stage performances. Among them, Hot Springs Hot Clip Hot Springs thought he was a villain, but he dropped a nuclear bomb on stage. Number 1's Break Produce That 100. It was Kong Rojan's Break performance. That's how hot it was. The official Break music video on YouTube began to climb back up the charts, and even cover videos of the dance by other idols were being churned out. When Tuesday midnight passed and Wednesday morning arrived, the first voting round of Produce That 100 had come to an end. PD Woo Han-suk and the writing team, who had practically pulled several all-nighters over the past few days. PD Nim, the voting results have been compiled. Okay, make 2 versions, one for the announcement and one for the broadcast. That was really long. Starting with the vote page. Crashing, we had all kinds of mishaps. I thought I was going to die. More than that, the number of votes was insane. It went over 3 times our initial expectations. They drafted the results table. Then PD Woo Han-suk, after thanking the writers for their hard work, laid out the next steps. Tomorrow, Thursday, we announce the voting results and shoot the revival round. So get a few hours of sleep and let's head to campus around lunchtime. Of course, those few hours of sleep felt like just 5 seconds. Wednesday lunchtime, near the Payu campus. Though several days had passed since episode 3 aired, the atmosphere among the dozens of Produce That 100 campus participants was still a mix of excitement and anxiety. The 20 participants from the dance team who took part in this round of voting were especially on edge. After all, the decision on whether they'd stay or leave the campus was imminent. Because of that, the dance team participants became noticeably less talkative. Number 10, with his bright red hair, even skipped lunch. The only one still full of energy was Kong Rojan. Seeing him like that only intensified the other participants' envy and jealousy. Number 1 is the only one who looks totally carefree. If I were him, I'd be the same. He killed it on stage, and the PD gave him a solid cut at the end. I hear there are quite a few complaints from other dance team contestants, even though number 1 barely had any screen time. In episode 3, the momentum just doesn't shift. When you drop a bomb like that at the end, it doesn't matter how much screen time you get. Seriously, how is it even fair for someone to have that insane visual, vocals, and dance? I'm so jealous. Even when he pulls villain moves, he keeps getting results, so his popularity only grows. How do you beat that monster? Regardless of the talk, Rojan, carrying his laptop under his arm, was walking down the hallway, completely absorbed in looking himself up online. Oh, there are so many videos of me on YouTube now. Bit by bit, his impact was growing massive. Meanwhile, in the lounge area, maybe because it was just after lunch, a lot of participants had gathered. Easily more than 20. Most of those who still had relaxed expressions were from the upcoming broadcasts, vocal team, and rap team. Among them sat number 58, with baby permed hair, and from the same room 105 as Kong Rojan. Silently, giving off a slightly ominous vibe, he was writing something in a notebook. Turned out number 58 was squeezing in some time to study Japanese. At that moment, a few participants at nearby tables looked at him and whispered or smirked. Then, a contestant with short hair and a face with a bit of a rough edge approached number 58. He spoke in slightly awkward Korean. Number 58, studying Japanese again. There was a simple reason his Korean sounded strange. He was a contestant from Japan. His number was 66. For reference, the two had faced off in the second evaluation vocal team, where 66 lost. That same 66 now casually grabbed 58's notebook as if snatching it. Number 58 was caught off guard. In contrast, 66 glanced through the notebook full of diligent notes and chuckled. Then he spoke again in awkward Korean. You've been working really hard. Wanting to help out. He smoothly switched to his native Japanese. Instead of doing it like this, you'll learn faster if you actually speak and practice. Try responding. I'll assess your level. Number 58, clearly flustered and unsure what to do, eventually managed to respond in Japanese with difficulty. Of course, he was lacking confidence. I'm still not very good. I'm not at a level to be evaluated. Haha, not bad though. All eyes in the lounge were now on them. Number 58 couldn't speak and lowered his gaze. Number 66 gave a faint smile. Since the conversation was in Japanese, the other nearby participants didn't quite understand what was being said. After returning the notebook he had taken, number 66 once again asked number 58 in Japanese. But number 58, have you always been this gloomy? Watching you gives off a bit of a shut-in vibe. Once again, Baby perm number 58 didn't answer. He simply pulled his notebook back toward himself. Number 66 shrugged his shoulders. You have to answer. If you're that lacking in confidence, your language skills won't improve. At that moment, a low-toned voice speaking in Japanese rang out from the entrance of the lounge. Whether he's gloomy or shut in, that's none of your business, is it? It was remarkably fluent. Startled, not only number 58 and number 66, but all the dozens of participants in the lounge turned their heads. It was only natural, suddenly hearing near-native level Japanese. At the entrance stood Kong Rojin, with a radiant face and a laptop tucked under one arm. Swish. He walked up to number 66 and calmly murmured in Japanese. You should win with skill, not by mocking people behind their backs. No, I was just dash. If you're upset about losing, you should practice more. Didn't you come to Korea because you wanted to be an idol? Number 1, I think there's a bit of misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Is calling someone gloomy and a shut-in a misunderstanding? Then dash. Switching from Japanese, Rojin suddenly spoke in Korean. How's your Korean? I've seen you a few times, and it seems a bit awkward. Try it. I'll assess your level. As the atmosphere grew tense, the other participants' expressions hardened. Number 58 looked extremely uneasy. On the other hand, the composed Kong Rojin stared calmly at the silent number 66 and spoke again. This time, it was back in Japanese. If your skills aren't good enough, at least work on your looks so you can dominate with your face. What is this sneaky behavior from behind? It's pathetic. In that moment, number 66 flinched. He felt disgusted and upset, but unfortunately, the one standing in front of him was number 1, a monster in both visuals and skills. Damn it! Why did this guy suddenly show up? And why the hell is he so good at Japanese? It was hard to counterattack in any way. As number 66 stood speechless, Rojin leaned in slightly and spoke, still in Japanese. You have to answer. If you're that lacking in confidence, your looks won't improve either. Chapter 35.1 Expansion 3. The Japanese line that Kong Rojin spoke to number 66 was, you have to answer. If you're that lacking in confidence, your looks won't improve either. It was more than enough to make number 66's face flush red. Rojin had quoted what number 66 had previously said, although the original phrase had been language skills, not looks. Regardless, number 66. A faint look of annoyance appeared on his face. But once again, he couldn't lash out at Kong Rojin. That damned good-looking face was something number 66 could never surpass. Same went for skills. On top of that, number 1's unexpectedly high level of Japanese was shocking. If they at least didn't speak the same language, he could have glossed things over. But now, number 66 was caught in a dilemma. Eventually, number 1, it seems I unintentionally spoke too harshly. Number 66 had no choice but to admit it. Kong Rojin nodded. Yes, they were harsh. The reason Rojin had caused this situation, it was simpler than expected, because the word gloomy had come out of number 66's mouth. Rojin had long been associated with words like eerie, creepy, or gloomy. He had witnessed multiple times when number 66 sneered at number 58. Maybe it was because of the wounds left from those moments, but Kong Rojin found it hard to hold back. If I don't make this clear now, that number 66 bastard will keep doing the same thing. By this point, it wasn't just the contestants in the break room anymore. At the entrance, unnoticed until now, stood Kim Se-hee and the writers of Produce That 100, and PD Woo Han-suk. PD Woo Han-suk's eyes were especially gleaming. His gaze was locked onto Rojin. Soon, feeling the tense atmosphere, writer Kim Se gently shook PD Woo Han-suk's arm and whispered, PD Nim, shouldn't we step in? The other writers agreed. Exactly. If we just watch, something big might happen. If a fight breaks out, that's a whole incident. But PD Woo Han-suk seemed to think differently and lightly shook his head. No, it'll be fine. What? I said it'll be fine. Dash. If it were coming to blows, they would have intervened immediately. But right now, it was just an argument. Additionally, Rojin SSI is taking control of the situation. The other contestants are being overwhelmed by his presence. That goes for number 66 too. It was already a picture where Kong Rojin was in control of the flow. PD Woo Han-suk, having directed multiple survival audition shows, had dealt with many hot-blooded male and female contestants. At this level, unless Rojin suddenly went berserk, nothing major would happen. The situation wrapped up with Kong Rojin's appearance. At this level, it was broadcast-worthy with no issues. Right, the conflicts among contestants also need to be included. This cut absolutely had to be used. It could highlight the tendencies or charm of certain contestants, and above all, what Kong Rojin showed here was too valuable to cut. It's more than enough to get viewers hyped. At that moment, Rojin spoke again to number 66 in fluent Japanese. Regardless of your intention, those kinds of words can deeply hurt the other person. You're feeling that yourself now, aren't you? Number 66. PD Woo Han-suk let out a dumbfounded smile without realizing. More importantly, what the hell? A little? He said he could speak a little Japanese? How is that just basic level? That's native level, isn't it? It was because of Rojin's unbelievably fluent Japanese. In that moment, the face of PD Young Soo Ryong flashed across Woo Han-suk's mind. If PD Young saw this, her jaw would have dropped for sure. Maybe he wanted to surprise PD Young Soo Ryong later, but for now, Woo Han-suk decided to keep quiet. Number 66. Unaware that the production team had arrived behind him, Rojin delivered his final remark. You should be apologizing to number 58, not me. After looking at Rojin for a moment, number 66 turned his head and bowed to number 58. The apology was in awkward Korean, not Japanese. I'm sorry, number 58. Baby perm number 58 seemed to have calmed down and wore a composed expression. Normally, given his personality, it seemed he'd just nod and let it go, but unexpectedly, number 58 gave a firm response. I was really upset. I hope you won't do that again. Slightly surprised, number 66 apologized again. Yes, I'm sorry. Around that time, PD Woo Han-suk's voice cut in from the back. Did something happen? Pretending not to notice despite seeing everything. Soon, the eyes of dozens of contestants widened slightly, and it was Kong Rojin who answered after glancing at number 58. No, it was nothing. Really? PD Woo Han-suk smiled and replied to Kong Rojin. Then that's settled. Number 1, could we talk for a moment? Yes. Then PD Woo Han-suk and the writers exited the break room. Just as Kong Rojin was about to follow, number 58 stood up and quietly murmured. Thank you, number 1. Rojin shrugged casually. You don't need to thank me. I just interfered because I was annoyed. Still, thank you. Number 58 expressed his gratitude clearly. Scratching his chin, Kong Rojin responded appropriately while thinking. So he's the type to speak up when it counts, even though he's usually quiet. Well, you wouldn't survive in a battlefield like this otherwise. He stepped out of the break room. At that moment, BZZZT. A short vibration was felt from the smartwatch on his wrist. You have completed the hidden mission, earn the trust of a fellow contestant. As a reward, 15 coins have been given to you. The reward coins were instantly credited. Shortly after, Kong Rojin left the dorm and began walking with PD Woo Han-suk. The writers followed behind. While glancing at Rojin walking beside him, PD Woo Han-suk smiled and opened his mouth. What was that about? Huh. The Japanese. You didn't mention anything about that before, right? Well, I know you're not the type to explain everything in detail, but I was really surprised in the break room. Your Japanese was practically native level. Though Kong Rojin kept a calm expression, he thought to himself, I can't exactly talk about AI automation, so I'll just gloss over it. He gave a vague reply. I just studied it a little bit. Haha, again with the little? I think your version of a little is different from the average person's. The writers, including Kim Se-hee, chimed in from behind. We were totally shocked. Number 1 speaking Japanese so fluently. Be honest, number 1. Is there anything you can't do? PD Woo Han-suk picked up the baton. Even if you don't say it, I'm sure you have other talents too. Kong Rojin remained silent. There was a good chance he'd reveal other hidden skills someday. Seeing that Rojin chose to stay quiet, PD Woo Han-suk's smile deepened. Okay, I won't pry. It's fun to watch and see. Chapter 35.2, Expansion 3. Before they knew it, they had arrived in front of the hall building where the stage was. After telling the writers to go in first, PD Woo Han-suk refocused on Kong Rojin. I met with PD Young Soo Ryong. We talked about Rental Lover and shared the current and future plans for Produce That 100. Yes. From what I heard, the rental lover project is going to get much bigger. You'll absolutely explode in recognition within this year. Number 1. PD Woo Han-suk, confident in his words, summarized the conversations he had with PD Young Surayong. Not everything, but he hinted at some future developments of rental lover and produce that 100. Anyway, I'll make sure your activities related to rental lover can be done as much as possible. PD Young said there needs to be a short meeting this Friday morning too. Yes, it's about finalizing the character setting and script for my role. She said she would also share some things that have been decided. Nodding, PD Woo Han-suk moved into the hall with Kang Rojin. Inside, dozens of staff members were busy preparing for the shoot. The filming was scheduled for tomorrow, Thursday. During that time, PD Woo Han-suk called over a camera and said to Rojin, "Number 1, would you mind saying these lines in Japanese?" "Sure." After giving Rojin the lines, PD Woo Han-suk stepped aside and said something to the camera operator. Soon, the camera was fixed on Rojin. While checking the monitor, PD Woo Han-suk signaled to him. Now, with a calm expression, Kang Rojin began speaking in Japanese. "Hello, Japanese viewers. I heard our program is already quite popular. Please enjoy watching Produce That 100 and give us lots of support." His fluent Japanese caused not only the camera operator, but also a dozen or so busy staff members nearby to widen their eyes. What the? Why is number 1 so good at Japanese? There's something sexy about how his vibe becomes more calm when speaking Japanese. Though it was a simple shoot, the moment PD Woo Han-suk checked Kang Rojin on the monitor, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. In PD Woo Han-suk's mind, it was already clear. How could anyone not go wild after seeing this? He could vividly picture Japanese fans screaming in adoration for Kang Rojin. The next morning, at the Produce That 100 campus. As always, Kang Rojin began his day by completing his mission as soon as he opened his eyes. The difference today was in the form of the other contestants who followed him to exercise. Wow, damn, number 1. 1 hour is still rough, but now I can handle 30 minutes? They were making progress. Including the roommates from room 105, over a dozen contestants were slowly adapting to Kang Rojin's exercise pace. Still, none could completely keep up. Either way, mission complete, 10 coins gained. After finishing his shower, Rojin checked his current status. Coins owned, 375. Before eating, he proceeded with stat enhancement. Appearance, 100/100. Singing ability, 11.1/100, rap, 5.3/100, dance, 10.6/100, eloquence, 7.9/100, acting, 5.1/100. Smiling at his improved stats, Rojin moved to the cafeteria with the room 105 members. There, number 58 quietly approached him. Seemed like he had something to say. Curious, Rojin slightly distanced himself from the others. In a small voice, number 58 spoke. "Number 1, you are really good at Japanese. I was surprised. I've always had a strong interest in foreign languages." "I see. If it's okay, could we speak in Japanese together when you have time?" A conversation? It was obvious he wanted to improve his Japanese skills. Scratching his chin, Kang Rojin honestly found it a bit annoying. "Sure, if I have time. Thank you. Even just 10 minutes when you're free would be great." "Okay. But in return, since just asking for a favor feels one-sided. Number 1, Nim, do you know how to compose music?" "Compose? Yes. Making music is kind of a hobby for me. If you're interested, I can teach you how to compose. I've already made some songs and done arrangements too. We could use those as examples." "Composition, huh? That wasn't a bad idea. Eventually, I'll learn lyrics writing, composition, and arrangement, but it'd be easier if I had the basics. First, currently, Kang Rojin was completely unfamiliar with anything related to music composition. Sure, he could use AI automation, but with zero foundational knowledge, it was clear that would cost a hefty amount of coins. There'd be gaps too. Composition and such were professional fields, too technical to be approached haphazardly. Plus, lyrics writing, composition, and arrangement were actual stat categories. At the moment, his growth in them was nearly non-existent. But if he could absorb some of number 58's knowledge, his stats would definitely improve. Overall, it made more sense for Kang Rojin to build a foundation first. If I learn it, I'll become way more skilled at handling it. Kong Rojin nodded to number 58. Let's give it a shot. Number 58's face immediately brightened. Yes, yes. Take a look at my songs. If any catch your interest, let me know. I'll give them to you. Ah, or maybe they'll all suck. No, just stay calm for now. After finishing breakfast like that, Kong Rojin stepped out from room 105. Looking down the hallway, a dozen people were gathered. The dance team members whose votes had ended. Among them was number 10 with a tense expression. The moment he saw Rojin, number 10 furrowed his brows and looked away. Soon, a staff member quietly spoke. Shall we move? Once all 20 had gathered, the staff led the dance team members to the main hall. The hall with the stage was already fully prepped with dozens of staff, cameras, lights, sound equipment, and more. The filming of the survival announcement for the 20-member dance team was about to begin. Multiple stage lights came on. The set cameras adjusted their angles toward the stage, and various staff members retreated like an ebb tide behind the cameras. Then, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, PD Woo Han-suk addressed the 20 contestants. Everyone, please get on the stage. They had to stand beside the opponent they had faced in the survival match. Naturally, the first was Kong Rojin, paired with red-haired number 10. Once their positions were roughly set, PD Woo Han-suk announced the start of the official shoot and lifted his tablet, briefing the contestants. The dance team votes have ended. Your survival will be determined right here. The faces of the contestants, including number 10, turned grave. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk continued speaking. Among you, 10 will pass and remain in your positions, while those who fail will leave. Produce that 100 immediately. PD Woo Han-suk manipulated his tablet. For your information, a total of 3 dance team participants will survive through the revival round. And this time, we didn't select based on recompetition or stage performance. Based on voting, evaluations from the judges, viewer reactions, and the production team's opinions, we've already selected 3 people from the dance team. There will be 7 clear eliminations. In other words, this shoot would result in 13 pass contestants, and the 7 eliminated ones would have to leave the Produce That 100 campus immediately. After finishing the briefing, PD Woo Han-suk spoke again. The first group song was Breaked. Several cameras quickly focused on Kong Rojin and number 10. Then came PD Woo Han-suk's clear voice. Number 1, with an overwhelming first place in voting, you pass. As expected, Kong Rojin survived. There was still hope for the defeated number 10. He could still survive as an additional pick in the revival round. Because of that, number 10 prayed. Please, please. However, number 10, what came from PD Woo Han-suk's lips was something else. Number 10, you are eliminated. Please leave. Produce that 100 immediately. It was a death sentence for number 10. Chapter 36.1, Expansion 4. PD Woo Han-suk's declaration echoed throughout the vast hall. It was businesslike yet clear. The cameras zoomed in on number 10, whose eyes had widened. His flushed face stiffened in real time. From denial to shock, and from shock to realization. The somberness soon seeped into number 10's hardened expression, and PD Woo Han-suk's words kept replaying in his head. Number 10, you are eliminated. Please leave. Produce that 100 immediately. Number 10 exhaled lightly and brushed his hair back. It's over, few dash. How could he possibly describe this feeling? A whirlwind of emotions was surging within No. 10. There was some relief, sure, but the regret was far greater. If he had been eliminated from the beginning, maybe it would have been different. But to come this far and then be cut? Number 10 bit his lower lip and glanced at number 1 standing next to him. No, at Kong Rojin. If I hadn't gone up against this guy, I'd still be in it. Damn it. Indeed, if number 10 hadn't competed against Rojin, his chances of survival this round would have been high. It was like meeting an overwhelmingly strong opponent mid-game. But what could he do? In this industry, luck is not something you can ever ignore. Veterans of the entertainment world even say that luck is everything. So, number 10 had no reason to feel resentful. He averted his gaze from Rojin and looked straight ahead at PD Woo Han-suk. Thank you for your guidance. PD Woo Han-suk gave a slight bow in a calm tone. Thank you for your hard work, number 10. Number 10 stepped down from the stage. His steps were slow. His reluctance to leave was palpable. Now, Number 10 would stop by the dorm to pack his belongings and depart from Produce that 100. The other contestants, watching his back as he walked away, felt a chill run down their spines. The elimination of number 10 had been so simple and final. Wow, out just like that? This is scary, please. I don't want to be eliminated yet. Because they saw themselves in his place. At that moment, slide. PD Woo Han-suk picked up his tablet and continued the briefing. For your information, over 50% of the total votes for the dance team went to number 1. The contestants murmured. It was understandable. That meant Kang Rojin alone had taken more than half of all the total votes. While participants could vote for all 10 dance teams, they could also choose to vote for just one if they didn't feel satisfied. In other words, votes had poured in for Kang Rojin. This reflected several factors: Rojin's current popularity, his impact, and more. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Rojin had crushed the second evaluation round. Though he didn't show it, even Kang Rojin was surprised inside. More than 50%? That's insane. On the other hand, PD Woo Han-suk had more or less anticipated this outcome. That god-tier appearance must be one of the major reasons. But number 1's villain character with his unexpected skill twist must have helped too. This is why so many variety shows assign characters to their participants and slowly build up their stories. Stories draw people in, and if the story is entertaining, the audience gets sucked in instantly. That was exactly the case with Kang Rojin right now. At that moment, buzz. Rojin felt a short vibration from his wrist. It was likely a notification from the AI simulation, but now wasn't the time to check it. Now, we'll continue with the announcements. Because PD Woo Han-suk was still handing down verdicts. Number 21, you are eliminated. Please leave Produce that 100 immediately. The eliminated contestants wore expressions not unlike number 10's. Some even had tears welling up in their eyes. The atmosphere turned somber, like a funeral. Yet, PD Woo Han-suk coolly continued to name all 7 contestants who would be leaving Produce that 100. Soon after, that's all. All 7 eliminations had been announced. The 13 contestants remaining on stage have all passed. Congratulations. It was the moment they should have celebrated, but for some reason, the contestants looked around cautiously. Sure, it was partly because of the eliminated contestants, but more importantly, acting overly excited in this situation could make them seem unlikable to viewers. PD Woo Han-suk, aware of this, lowered his tablet. Now I will announce the contestant who survived through the revival round. 3 contestants who had miraculously survived at the edge of the cliff were called. The reason for explicitly announcing this was simple. It was to instill a sense of urgency. It meant that they had come back from the brink, so they should work even harder. After finishing the announcement, PD Woo Han-suk changed the subject. The 13 surviving members of the dance team are now Team 1. Remember your team members and your group. With a glance at the staff, the doors of the hall opened again within minutes, and the remaining contestants who had been waiting near the dormitory flooded in. The original 70 had now become 63. Once the voting for the vocal and rap teams was over, the number would decrease even more. Looking at the dozens of contestants now on stage, PD Woo Han-suk began to speak. We've just finished announcing the surviving members of the dance team. 13 survived. Similarly, 13 will survive from the vocal team, and 12 from the rap team. In the end, 38 will make it through. The survivors will be divided into teams 1, 2, and 3. In short, there would be a total of 38 survivors from the second evaluation. Nearly half of the original 70 would be gone. The contestants were busy murmuring in tension. Regardless, PD Woo Han-suk moved on to the next topic. There are a few things I need to inform you of. First, our Produce that 100 will be launching on Netflix. Dozens of contestants' eyes widened in shock. Kang Rojin was no exception. Wow, Netflix. If it launches on Netflix too, the attention will be insane. Then, does that mean people overseas can also watch Produce that 100? In response to the thrown questions, PD Woo Han-suk shook his head. No, for now it will launch on Netflix Korea first. Of course, a launch overseas is being discussed. However, Netflix Japan release has already been confirmed. It would first be uploaded to Netflix Korea, and then 1 to 2 weeks later, it would be Japan's turn. It won't take too long. I'll share more details as the schedule gets closer. 4. Reference: it seems word has already spread in Japan because we're getting reactions. We've been continuously monitoring their social media, and there's a lot of talk about Produce That 100. Expressions of interest and excitement began to appear on the contestants' faces. It was no surprise. None of them had expected an expansion into Japan. Then, a few contestants glanced at number 1 standing in front. If it's going on Japanese Netflix too, isn't number 1 going to make it super big? He's already dominating in Korea, and now Japan too. So jealous. Seriously, I'm freaking jealous. Damn, didn't someone say number 1 is also good at Japanese? Was that intentional? While briefing on the Netflix news, PD Woo Han-suk moved on to the next item. The first official theme song for Produce That 100 has been completed. And this won't be the only theme song. Using the upcoming theme songs, we've also finalized plans for surprise performances both in Korea and Japan. He added that it wouldn't be a massive concert-scale event, but literally a surprise performance. Still, the contestants couldn't help but gape in shock. Even in Japan too? PD Woo Han-suk continued briefing the members of the vocal team and rap team. He covered topics like Episode 4 of Produce That 100, airing tomorrow night, and next week's voting schedule, among other things. Meanwhile, the 13 members of Team 1, who had already passed, including Kang Rojin, left the hall. The 12 members, excluding Rojin, chattered excitedly about everything they had just heard from PD Woo Han-suk. Chapter 36.2 Expansion 4. The Netflix launches in Korea and Japan, the theme song, and the surprise performances using the theme song. Kang Rojin's heart was also pounding wildly. Netflix was surprising enough, but now we are doing performances too? I'm already getting nervous. Of course, it would be an amateur performance, not a professional one. But still, for Rojin, who had never imagined anything like performing on stage in his lifetime, the thrill was overwhelming. It was only natural that he was bursting with nerves. Kang Rojin followed the direction indicated by the writers, including Kim Se-hee. Naturally, a few cameras were also attached to them. Team 1 arrived at a studio that, with multiple monitors attached, resembled a recording room overall. Writer Kim Se-hee, who resembled a hamster, cheerfully shouted to the contestants. From now on, we're going to play the completed Produce That 100 theme song. Only Team 1 is hearing it first, so if possible, please keep it secret from the other contestants. Before I explain anything, let's just listen first. Kim Se-hee gave a signal to the staff member sitting in front of the control panel. As the staff pressed a button, music immediately filled the studio. It began with a powerful drumbeat. Then a lively rhythm joined in. It was a dance track that made one nod their head involuntarily. Rojin's impression of the Produce That 100 theme song was simple. It's exciting, a good song to listen to while driving. It seemed most of the other contestants felt similarly, as nearly everyone was nodding their heads. The song lasted about 3 minutes. When the music stopped, Kim Se-hee spoke again. Team 1, you will be practicing choreography for this theme song. The choreography video will be sent to Team 1 all at once next Monday after Episode 4 airs. You'll get some help through choreography training, and you can also practice diligently on your own. Kim Se-hee, who mentioned that the practice period would be about 1 week starting from next Monday, went on to talk about the third evaluation. After the practice, the 13 members of Team 1 will perform a surprise show in Korea, and that performance will serve as the third evaluation. Of course, the performance will be aired, and the judges' evaluations and viewer voting will follow the same format as the second evaluation. One contestant asked a question. Is it just us performing? Yes. Team 1, which has already been finalized, will perform first, and then Teams 2 and 3 will follow in sequence. The teams for the vocal team and the rap team, whose fates were still undecided, would become Teams 2 and 3. According to the explanation, all remaining contestants would perform dance to the Produce That 100 theme song as the third evaluation. While still carrying the survival aspect, unlike the second evaluation, this time it would require group practice as well. It felt like syncing as a team and being evaluated per group. They were both teammates and rivals. Writer Kim Se-hee added with heightened excitement. For the third evaluation, only 8 members of Team 1 will survive, which meant 5 out of 13 would be eliminated. Later, after several hours of filming, it was around lunchtime, and Kong Rojin along with dozens of contestants all returned to the dorm. Fortunately, the occupants of room 105 remained unchanged. However, some rooms might now have fewer people. Tension ran high throughout the dorm, and PD Woo Han-suk immediately left the Produce That 100 campus, because editing for the day's footage had to begin right away. Today's filmed results from the dance team voting had to be included in the episode airing tomorrow. A hellish schedule. Phew, looks like I'm pulling another all-nighter. As PD Woo Han-suk, whose dark circles were several shades deeper, headed to the editing room, Kong Rojin, likely due to the vibration he had felt earlier, was checking his phone under the pretense of taking a walk. As expected, it was a message from the AI simulation. Nice reward. The vibration had been due to bonus coins. You have completed the hidden mission Unrivaled Momentum. You have been rewarded with 20 coins. It was probably because he had received over 50% of the vote. Thus, Thursday came to a close, and Friday, the broadcast day of Episode 4 of Produce That 100, dawned. While Rojin was putting on his workout clothes in preparation for the mission, a call came from PD Young Surayong. Writer Nim, I'm sorry, but I think we'll need to reschedule today's meeting. A sudden production meeting came up. How about Sunday? Yes, that's fine. Her voice carried a sense of urgency, showing just how busy she was. No matter what happened, Friday would pass quickly. And of course, since it was the airing day for Produce That 100, the media and public reaction was at a frenzy. Issue Talk, Produce That 100, aiming for 20% viewership, Episode 4 airs tonight. The whirlwind of Produce That 100. What to look out for in Episode 4. For reference, the scene of Kong Rojin's first appearance in Episode 1 of the Produce That 100 YouTube video had surpassed 10 million views. Number 1. The villain and star of Produce That 100. His debut scene video surpasses 10 million views. Rojin's other videos easily surpassed 1 million views as well, and his recent break performance had exceeded 8 million views, quickly approaching 10 million. While other contestants like number 58 had impressive view counts too, Rojin's numbers were unrivaled. Before long, Friday night had arrived. It's starting. Phew. I hope I get lots of screen time in Episode 4. Dozens of contestants on campus focused intently as Episode 4 of Produce That 100 began airing. As previewed, Episode 4 opened with the vocal team performances. Since there were so many performances, no other extra cuts were inserted. Once the very long vocal team segment ended, the story of the rap team took over the screen. Room 105, where Kong Rojin resided, was in a frenzy. Oh, that's me. Why am I nervous even though it's not my turn? In today's episode, it was hard to find any footage of Kong Rojin. Only a few brief interview cuts were shown. That was expected, since the focus was on the vocal team and the rap team. In contrast, his fellow Room 105 members, number 19, number 37, number 58, and number 88, had quite a bit of screen time. Rojin watched Episode 4 with a more relaxed mindset than he had with Episode 3. I hadn't really seen their full skills before, but everyone's really good. Once the rap team performances ended, over an hour had passed. The screen displayed information about how to vote and the voting period. Then suddenly, Kong Rojin's face appeared. The camera zoomed in on him, then slowly pulled back. When the shot changed to a full view, 20 contestants were shown on stage. It was the dance team. The dance team votes have ended. Your survival will be determined right here. PD Woo Han-suk's briefing continued. He explained who passed, who failed, and that those eliminated would immediately leave Produce That 100. The first group performed the song Breaked. By this point, the real-time open chat had exploded past 200,000 participants and was in a frenzy. Number one's definitely surviving. I'm not really worried. But if number one gets eliminated, I'm not watching this show again. If number one gets eliminated as a twist, there'll be riots tomorrow. Watching number one's face today again, my eyes are blessed. In terms of visuals, number one is honestly the top idol in Korea. I kinda want to see number 10 survive and number one fall. How will it turn out? On screen, PD Woo Han-suk recited calmly. Number one, with an overwhelming first place in voting, you passed. The open chat exploded even more violently. Just then, buzz. A short vibration. As Rojan scanned his fellow contestants who were focused on the tablet screen, he subtly raised his wrist and glanced at his smartwatch. Sure enough, a notification had arrived. You have completed the hidden mission one step closer to idol with overwhelming dominance. You have been rewarded with stats plus 5 enhancement coupon item. It included a phrase he had never seen before. Item? It give out items too. Chapter 37.1 Expansion 5. An unexpected reward sent from the AI simulation app. The timing was right at the end of episode 4 of Produce That 100. At the moment, Kong Rojan achieved an overwhelming number 1 in vote percentage and passed. Rojan was looking down at his smartwatch. You have been rewarded with stats plus 5 enhancement coupon item. He focused on the word item that popped up for the first time. Item. Yeah, that makes sense. Up until now, whenever a hidden mission was completed, the bonus had always been coins. But this time, he was given an item. Although Kong Rojan was briefly dazed by the unfamiliarity of it, upon thinking it through, it was only natural that items existed too. From the start, the foundation of AI simulation was a game. Now that I think about it, wasn't there a shop button on the main screen too? Currently deactivated, but there was definitely a shop button on the main screen of AI simulation. That meant, of course, items must exist. The fact that Rojan received an item not from the very beginning, but only after a certain amount of activity in Produce That 100, suggested that even if it was difficult to pinpoint the exact conditions, AI simulation was gradually expanding. Is it like I'm growing together with the AI simulation? It's only been 3 months. If he continued using AI simulation going forward, there was a high chance that something hidden would be revealed. Naturally, the corners of Rojan's mouth lifted. This is fun, seriously fun. Then he recalled the item he just received. A stats plus 5 enhancement coupon. Which meant, it's probably a coupon that can increase one of my current stats by 5 points at once. Enhancing. Stats normally raised 1 point per 10 coins. So, 5 points would be 50 coins. Pretty decent. It was like he had received 50 coins all at once. At that moment, number 1 Nim, baby perm number 58, sitting next to Kong Rojan, spoke softly as he looked at him. Are your acquaintances sending tons of congratulatory messages? It was understandable to mistake the situation since Rojan was looking at his smartwatch. So Kong Rojan nodded vaguely and stood up. Yes, excuse me for a moment. Rojan stepped out of room 105 alone and took out his phone in the hallway. He accessed the AI simulation app. The main screen with his character displayed had clearly changed. A new button had appeared to the left of the character. Mission, limited to 5 per day, /shop, deactivated, /inventory. Inventory. Rojan tapped it immediately. The change screen looked like an item window. Of course, the only item was the one he had just received. -1 stats plus 5 enhancement coupon. When he tapped the coupon item, the screen changed again. The stats window popped up. I guess I can apply it directly by pressing like this. Among the listed stats, Rojan focused on Rap, which he was currently enhancing. He could invest in Rap, but Rojan had slightly different thoughts. If it were urgent, he would have picked Rap right away, but the next third evaluation wasn't about Rap. That meant there was still quite a bit of time. Rap could be enhanced gradually without much issue. What he needed immediately was Dance. It was also the task for the third evaluation. Whatever the outcome, thanks to AI automation, there was relief, but just in case, investing the coupon in Dance seemed the right move. 50 coins, I can earn that in 5 days anyway. Let's go with Dance. Having made up his mind, Rojan touched Dance in the stats. A message popped up immediately. Would you like to use the stats plus 5 enhancement coupon on Dance? As soon as he quickly confirmed, Dance increased by 5 points at once. Appearance, 100/100. Singing ability, 11.2/100. Rap, 5.3/100. Dance, 15.7/100. Eloquence, 8/100. Acting, 5.3/100. At that moment, there was a faint tingling in his wrist. Along with that, Rojan also felt a subtle change. It was hard to put into words, but roughly like a little more composure or calmness. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I'll be able to find out. Just then, bzzz. The vibration buzzed again. Of course, it was another notification from AI simulation. You have completed the hidden mission first item usage. You have been rewarded with 15 coins. With that, he had effectively earned a total of 65 coins including the coupon. After that, following the news of the unmatched number 1's passing result, episode 4 of Produce That 100 showed the elimination of number 10. Number 10, you are eliminated. Please leave Produce That 100 immediately. The screen showed no. 10's face, filled with regret and sorrow. Goodbye, number 10. Wow, they just cut him like that? That's so damn brutal. It's a survival show, of course it's like this. No. 10 kept butting heads with number 1 and ended up competing against him. He was just really unlucky. True that. Number 1's performance was just on another level. Poor guy. Other than the red hair, number 10 wasn't that bad. What a shame. This is what happens when you unnecessarily mess with number 1. Just like that, number 10 stepped off the stage and exited the hall. The camera that captured his back quickly changed angles. The death sentence wasn't over yet. For your information, over 50% of the total votes for the dance team went to number 1. Leaving the crazed viewers behind, PD Woo Han-suk sent each participant home one by one. Soon, only 13 remained on stage. The 13 surviving members of the dance team are now Team 1. Remember your team members and your group. When the 13 members were shown in a full shot, PD Woo Han-suk's voice was heard. The first official theme song for Produce That 100 has been completed. Then the screen suddenly cut to black. A title appeared in the center. Produce That 100, which meant episode 4 ended there. What PD Woo Han-suk had said on-site about Netflix was edited out for now. Viewers poured out question marks at the theme song shown at the end. Reactions exploded. The roar of excitement continued well past the night into dawn, and both the media and public opinion became excessively stirred up. And so the sun rose on the next day, Saturday. The location was the messy editing room of JTVM. PD Woo Han-suk without his glasses was noticeable. Having likely edited all night, he was slumped like dead on the sofa in the back. At that moment, slam, the thick editing room door burst open and Kim Se-hee and the other writers rushed in, full of high tension. PD Nim. Startled by their frenzy, PD Woo Han-suk woke up abruptly and wiped his drool. Holy crap. What is it? Kim Se-hee, brimming with laughter, shouted out. Episode 4's viewership rating exceeded 20%. PD Woo Han-suk's eyes widened immensely. Chapter 37.2. Expansion 5. What she said was true. The entertainment news outlets were already in a frenzy over Produce That 100 ratings. The same atmosphere prevailed at the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. Dozens of participants were more ecstatic than anyone else. Wow, they say it's 20%, 20%. That's insane. If it's 20%, how many people watched? If you include reruns and YouTube, it's probably several times more. Amazing. Seriously, the search engine's main page is all Produce That 100. Kang Rojin and the members of Room 105 were also in a pretty hyped mood. However, Rojin somehow calmed his exploding excitement and went for a run. No matter what happened, he couldn't neglect the mission. After completing his stat enhancement, Kang Rojin grabbed his laptop. Let's finish editing Rental Lover today. Compared to other participants, Rojin was quite busy, so his plan was to finish editing the script for Rental Lover around the time the others were training. It took him roughly a few hours. As per PD Young Soo Ryan's request, Rojin completed the revisions. I extended the overall story, and I also added the setup for Lover number 4, as PD Nim requested. This should be good enough. He sent the completed Rental Lover script to PD Young Soo Ryan. It could be overlooked, but the time Kang Rojin spent writing or editing the script was very short. Of course, he wasn't quite aware of it yet. He had no one to compare with either. At any rate, PD Young Soo Ryan called him 30 minutes later. Writer Nim, things are hectic, so I'm just getting around to contacting you. I watched episode 4 of Produce That 100, and congrats on surviving. Do you know how crazy popular you are with our key staff? I'm honestly excited to see how surprised the key staff will be when they meet you. Oh, and I'll check out the revised script too. Let's meet tomorrow morning. Just like last time, PD Young Surung ended the call by saying she would come to pick him up again, and Kong Rojin left his laptop in the room and headed toward the restroom he frequently used. As expected, no one was there again. Rojin stood in front of the mirror. He first tried dancing the choreography for break. Of course, thanks to the AI automation buff, he would execute it perfectly, but he felt a sense of increased ease. Next, he tried different dance moves, recalling the routines of other participants who were on the dance team. Swish. After just a few dozen seconds, what Rojin felt was, these dance movements, they seem quite vivid, don't they? Compared to the past, mimicking other choreographies had become noticeably easier. During his uncoordinated days, it was simply unattainable. Even if he watched someone dance, recalling it again was impossible. But now, even if a bit blurry, he could at least follow the movements. As if, somehow, he had gained a copy ability. And though it was hard to put into words, it feels like my body's sense of rhythm has expanded. Of course, it was probably still at the level of an average person, but for Kong Rojin, who had once been a stiff, hopeless dancer, it was a massive improvement. After dancing for over 10 minutes, Rojin switched focus. First, a deep breath. Then he recalled the role of Lover Number 4 from Rental Lover. It wasn't hard to summon. Rojin himself had written Rental Lover, and it was he who had created the character of Lover Number 4. He intended to try facial acting. His acting stat had risen slightly, and he needed to practice little by little to get rid of the unfamiliar feeling. His facial expressions changed back and forth. When he returned to his normal self, Rojin recognized the change. Did it get a bit better? When he had first attempted facial acting, it had been absolute garbage, along with a skyrocketing sense of shame. But now, that cringy awkwardness had significantly decreased. He felt like his attitude toward acting had become more sincere. Maybe getting used to it through a little practice helped, too? Next was the quality of facial expressions. He didn't know for sure, but what he just did didn't feel repulsive to himself and was quite decent. Not that the acting itself was good, but compared to the beginning, it was progress. Well, not that Rojin had any real eye to judge it. Even a slight increase in the acting stat must be helping a bit. Having figured it out, Kong Rojin smiled, satisfied with how everything was improving. This is nice, really nice. Just as he was about to leave the restroom, he paused. Kong Rojin picked up his phone and opened the AI simulation app. What he tapped on was AI automation. He had suddenly grown curious. How many coins would it cost to study the acting for Lover Number 4? He had already experimented with other roles, but Lover Number 4 was a newly derived character. Besides, he had practiced it a bit. As soon as the message popped up, Kong Rojin read it. Through AI automation analysis, your desired outcome can be achieved. What would you like to achieve? Only applicable to things related to the desired occupation. Idle. He typed in the request he had in mind. AI automation. I want to perfectly study the acting of the role of Lover Number 4 from the script Rental Lover, with a particular focus on emotional and facial expression acting. He confirmed right away. The familiar loading circle appeared. The result came quickly. AI analysis in progress. Analysis complete. To achieve your desired result, 10 coins are required. The number of coins required may vary depending on the difficulty of achieving the result. It cost 10 coins to study the role of Lover Number 4. Upon seeing this, Kong Rojin murmured unconsciously, "That's cheap." Without hesitation, he pressed the confirm button. 10 coins will be used. The learning process for Lover Number 4 began. By the time Kong Rojin felt a tingling sensation on his wrist, the message on the phone screen had already changed. Applying. Application complete. The next morning, Sunday. Having already completed his mission in advance, Kong Rojin stepped out of the campus wearing a cap and a mask. As he passed the entrance, a familiar sedan appeared in a similar spot as last time. PD Young Soo Ryong's car. Since he had experienced this before, Rojin walked confidently. As he got closer, PD Young Soo Ryong waved from the driver's seat window. Clunk. As soon as Kong Rojin got in the passenger seat, the car took off. Holding the steering wheel, PD Young Soo Ryong, her rough hair tied up again today, gave a faint smile. Once again, congratulations on surviving. Well, I guess that's expected. And that 20% viewership. Phew. You know that's really amazing, right? Yes, I heard. Thanks to that, the value of you and the other participants must have gone up, but PD Woo Han-suk must be through the roof. They chatted briefly about episode 4 of Produce That 100. Then PD Young Soo Ryong changed the subject. I checked the revised script. As expected, your writing is impressive. The deadline was tight. So how did you manage to write so smoothly? It's kind of fascinating. Kong Rojin, having taken off his cap and mask, thought. No matter how many times I hear it, I still can't get used to compliments about my writing. He scratched his chin awkwardly. Thank you. I just wrote whatever came to mind. That's what we call talent. Or genius. Your face alone is enough to hit big, but you've got so many other skills too. You're not like some kind of god or something, right? Of course not. It's just fascinating, really. I've been in this field a while, but I've never seen anyone with your kind of physical and creative combination. Sincerely impressed, PD Young Soo Ryong stopped the car at a traffic light. Anyway, with just a few tweaks to the lines, the revised script should be good to go as is. You did a great job, tightening it up. And the character lover number 4, very well crafted, I'd say. Let's lock it in. Understood. All right, then let's see. As if organizing her thoughts, PD Young Soo Ryong's smile deepened. Before the meeting, shall we take a look at your acting for lover number 4? Have you practiced a bit? The same PD who asked even top actress Choi Rina to do impromptu acting. It would be enough to make anyone nervous, yet Kong Rojin answered quickly and calmly. Yes, I practiced a little. Chapter 38.1, Expansion 6. PD Young Soo Ryong chuckled after hearing Kong Rojin's answer. A little again? You said you spoke a little Japanese too, didn't you? That's right. Rojin had only practiced acting a little. It wasn't about being modest. He was just telling the truth. He couldn't exactly say he was using the buff from AI automation, could he? Kong Rojin nodded. Yes, a little. Smiling, PD Young Soo Ryong shook her head. I can't tell if you're being sincere or just modest. Well, we'll find out soon enough, right? Turning her gaze straight ahead, PD Young Soo Ryong was secretly looking forward to Rojin's Japanese. With that face, he can pull off anything. Just knowing the basics of Japanese is enough. Just enough to not sound awkward. He can work on English later. There aren't that many lines anyway. She wasn't expecting fluency. On the other hand, she had absolutely no expectations for Kong Rojin's acting. Currently, Rojin was filming Produce That 100. And while she didn't know all the internal details, he was clearly very busy with this and that. On top of that, he was writing too. He must hardly have any time to practice acting. And on top of that, Kong Rojin had said he had never acted before. If he had any prior experience, he'd improve quickly, but if he had never done it at all, it could take a whole year just to get the basics down. No one knew that better than PD Young Soo Ryong. She had seen and directed countless actors, from rookies to top stars. Even so, PD Young Soo Ryong proceeded with Rental Lover, assuming that Rojin was a complete novice in acting. Even if his acting is garbage, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the role of lover number 4 is more of a visual cameo anyway. A momentary impact, a strong hook, the almost mutant-like story of Kong Rojin. These were what PD Young Soo Ryong expected from Rojin. Of course, there might be controversy. The audience would quickly notice if Kong Rojin couldn't act, especially since his partner was that Choi Rina. But right now, he's close to being a regular person who hasn't even officially debuted. So the public's critical eye would be slightly less sharp. In the end, the issues surrounding Kong Rojin would grow far bigger than any controversy over his acting. PD Young Soo Ryong's smile deepened as she envisioned the plan she had crafted. She was looking forward to it. Then she called out to Rojin again. Then let's briefly check your foreign languages and acting before the meeting. No pressure, okay? Just a simple check. Yes, PD Nim. Right now, there was no such thing as pressure for Kong Rojin. At the same time, the media was buzzing. Every major search portal was plastered with articles about Produce That 100. Issue pick, Produce That 100. Did it, 20% viewership surpassed. It was a viewership rating worth the hype and had the impact to match. For JTVM, a general/cable channel, surpassing 20% viewership meant it was equivalent to nearly 30% on a public broadcaster. It was one of the few monstrous ratings since the launch of JTVM. They were writing a legend. Across all public networks, there hadn't been a 20% viewership rating in over 5 years in the variety show industry. Produce That 100 was the only one. Achieving such results in just 4 episodes was a record-breaking feat. That's why the broadcasting world and the media were in a stir. Some of the articles even featured photos of surviving contestants. Produced that 100. 13 contestants survive in the dance team, including star contestant number 1/photo. Right after the 4th episode ended, voting began for the vocal team and rap team. This time, the pages didn't crash. However, it didn't mean public interest had decreased. The momentum was even stronger. Just like last time, the voting would continue until Tuesday. As the flames roared, the Produce That 100 team threw another big log into the fire as if they weren't satisfied yet. Official blockbuster hit Produce That 100 to launch on Netflix too. The news of Produce That 100 launching on Netflix Korea. At this moment, Produce That 100 was also getting a considerable response in Japan. YouTube and social media were the main channels of communication. Japan had long been heavily influenced by the Korean wave, and the impact of Korean idols was significant enough to dominate the top ranks of the Oricon chart. And now, Japanese fans had begun to discover the existence of Produce That 100. Then, super popular Korean idol survival variety show Produce That 100. Coming to Japan via Netflix Japan. The Japanese media had also thrown out a major teaser. News broke that Produce That 100 would be launching on Netflix Japan. Although it was still wrapped in vague terms, it was soon to become a reality. It was precisely timed, the result of an agreement between Netflix Japan and PD Woo Han-suk. Japanese fans, who were already showing interest, quickly spread the news of the Japanese launch of Produce That 100 across social media. This was the terrifying power of trends and hype. Once something becomes a trend among the public, it spreads instantly. Naturally, people can't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, PD Woo Han-suk was at JTVM in relation to the voting matter, and during a hellish schedule filled with editing and more, he was having a brief meeting with the writers. For episode 5, we'll go with a format that includes as much of the participants' daily life as possible. We also need to buy time. Yes, it's about time we start boosting the participants' charm. Now that more characters have been established compared to the beginning, make good use of the selected footage, and let's include a shot of number 1 riding alone in the middle. Oh, but what is he doing there anyway? Did you hear anything about it, PD Nim? I'm not sure, but I told him we'd use it for the broadcast. Even just showing number 1 riding without any explanation will pique viewers' curiosity. Although this had already been discussed with PD Young Soo-ryong, Woo Han-suk kept it under wraps from the writers for now. Of course it's intriguing. The face of Produce That 100. Number 1, suddenly writing something during survival audition camp. We're dying to know already. So imagine how curious the viewers will be. Just throw in a narration like, what is number 1 doing right now? Over the cut to stir curiosity. Since they were talking about number 1, PD Woo Han-suk, who was mulling over some thoughts, spoke up. Let's also use that scene in episode 5. Which one? You know, the conflict between number 58 and number 66. The one that number 1 resolved in a flash. And is fluent Japanese too. What? I thought you weren't going to use that. PD Woo Han-suk gave a faint smile. Why wouldn't I use something that good? Chapter 38.2. Expansion 6. About an hour later, at a rental office. Roughly an hour away from Paju campus, PD Young Soo-ryong stopped her car in front of a rental office building near Seoul. What is this? Kang Rojin looked at Young Soo-ryong, and she shrugged. PD Woo Han-suk emphasized that we should be as discreet as possible when meeting with you, so we just rented out an office today. There's a lot to go over. It was a smart decision. If someone recognized Kang Rojin during an external meeting, it would be a headache. This was a time to be extremely cautious. PD Young Soo-ryong parked in the lot, and Rojin adjusted his mask and cap before getting out of the car. Swish. There were quite a few people in the elevator, but seeing him with a mask and cap, they only glanced and didn't pay much attention to Kang Rojin. The rental room they arrived at wasn't very spacious. The room was modestly sized, with a 5-person table at the center and a whiteboard standing against the wall, simple and straightforward. After closing the door, PD Young Soo-ryong placed the items she brought on the table. A tablet, planner, clear file folder, script, there was a lot. Kang Rojin also took out a notebook for notes and sat down, while PD Young Surang began writing large letters at the top of the whiteboard. Rental lover schedule. She then added items in order. The casted actors, preliminary. Meetings with actors, finalized filming locations, script reading, and so on. Once it seemed sufficient, PD Young Surayong pulled out the chair across from Rojan. It might look like a lot, but you don't have to feel pressured. It's just information for you to be aware of. Looking at the unfamiliar terms on the whiteboard, Kong Rojan replied, "Yes, I'll pay attention. And we've now passed the mid to late stage of pre-production, right? There are some events where we need to reveal your identity as the writer, like actor pre-meetings or script readings." Script reading? Rojan recalled something he'd come across briefly on YouTube. Is that it? Where all the actors get together and read their lines. Thinking about doing something he had once found fascinating himself made Kong Rojan quietly nervous. This kind of tension feels different from the idol stuff. Understanding what was going on inside Rojan, PD Young Surayong smiled faintly. Right now, since you're this massive sensation as #1 in Produce That 100, if you show up in Rental Lover as both the writer and an actor, it'll blow people's minds. Our key staff, the actors, all of them. No one knows who the writer is. Even the female lead, Choi Rina, doesn't. Choi Rina, in particular, would be much more shocked. Though Rojan's face had been covered, she had seen him before. Regardless, PD Young Surayong continued as if it were no big deal. But don't worry. Confidentiality. Clauses are included in the contracts by default, and I'll make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut. She rubbed her hands together as she spoke softly. I can already see everyone flipping out, and I don't know why I'm so excited to see it. How about you? I'm also a bit excited and nervous. PD Young Surayong changed the subject. Okay, before we officially begin, should we go over the things I mentioned earlier? Let's start with the foreign languages. She picked up the Rental Lover script that was on the table and flipped through a few pages. For reference, this was the updated version that Rojan had finalized himself. This line from Lover number 4. Can you try this English line? Just in your normal speaking tone, no acting. Nodding, Kong Rojan lowered his gaze to the script. Among the few lines for Lover number 4 was a short English dialogue. He had already memorized it. He had written it and practiced it a few times, after all. Clearing his throat softly, Rojan murmured the line in English. PD Young Surayong, arms crossed, thought. Just as expected. A level anyone could reach. Pretty awkward, but it's something that can be improved with practice. Her expression had turned serious at some point. The key is that absurdly good face. The awkward lines are drowned out by it. His visuals are just too overwhelming. After the English line, PD Young Surayong gave Rojan a new instruction. Okay, now this one. The Japanese line. Yes. Letting out a quiet breath, Kong Rojan spoke again. What came out was Japanese. I care about you, even though we don't understand each other. From the moment you called me, I was sincere. Though we couldn't communicate, I was silent because I believed that even without words, our hearts were connected. Even now, you don't understand what I'm saying. PD Young Surayong's eyes widened instantly. Unlike with English, Rojan's Japanese was extremely fluent. The Japanese he had just spoken was far beyond the level achievable through simple practice. Slightly flustered, she asked again. What? You're good. Wait, didn't you say you only knew the basics of Japanese? Internally satisfied, Kong Rojan replied calmly. Yes, I speak a little. What are you talking about? How is that a little in any way? That's native level. Your idea of a little is totally wrong, seriously? Wow, I'm surprised. Though PD Young Surayong appeared flustered on the outside, she was inwardly cheering in delight. This is amazing. With that level of skill, he doesn't need practice or anything. And now he speaks Japanese too. It's so obvious he's going to suck up Japanese fans like a vacuum. PD Young Surayong, finally showing her true feelings, stared at Rojan intently before speaking again. Now let's take a look at your acting. Being good at Japanese and being able to act were completely different matters. Acting needed to be at least fundamentally solid, and adding Japanese came after that. No matter how good he was at foreign languages, if his acting was garbage, it would be useless. This scene, the first appearance of Lover number 4. Do a facial acting performance for this scene. Think of me as the female lead. You said you practiced, right? Do you need time? Kong Rojan shook his head immediately. No, I'll do it right away. Confidence is great and all. Even the top actress Choi Rina would take time to collect her emotions before acting. Yet Rojin showed no hesitation or signs of worry. A total beginner's mindset. Well, just because he practiced a bit doesn't mean his acting will improve when he's never done it before. And he probably had no one to guide him. Is he just getting it over with, like taking the first hit? At this point, PD Young Soo Ryong had resigned herself. All right, then here's your cue. The moment the cue signal dropped, Kang Rojin transformed into lover number 4. Emotions that had been studied, or rather, recalled spread rapidly. Endless affection filled his gaze. Kang Rojin looked at PD Young Soo Ryong with that gaze. A faint smile formed at the corner of his lips. This smile was the essence and trademark of lover number 4. No matter who the other person was, this dangerously charming smile swept women off their feet. Right now, the target was PD Young Soo Ryong. Unconsciously, she found herself being drawn into Rojin's smile. Every expression toward the female lead needed to carry the feeling of cherishing her. Even his eye movement had to stay focused on the female lead. PD Young Soo Ryong's mouth slightly opened, and Kang Rojin added more affection into his gaze. At that moment, as if she had been possessed, PD Young Soo Ryong suddenly snapped back to her senses. Stop. Stop, stop. Even as she felt her overly elevated heart rate, she asked Kang Rojin from across the table. Writer Nim, you said you've never acted before. Yes, this is my first time. PD Young Soo Ryong furrowed her brows in disbelief and shouted. What do you mean first time? Even Choi Rina would get confused and fall for that. Chapter 39.1 Villain 1. PD Young Soo Ryong was excessively flustered right now. Even with her 15 years of experience directing dramas, she was dumbfounded by the collision with that monstrous dump truck. That was about Kang Rojin. With just one expression from Rojin, PD Young Soo Ryong was completely disarmed. Still feeling her heart beating rapidly, she stammered slightly as she asked Kang Rojin, why you're really sure you've never acted before? There's no need to hide anything. Rojin answered plainly, yes, it's my first time acting. It wasn't a lie. Even if I took advantage of AI automation, I'm still a total newbie, right? However, in Young Soo Ryong's eyes, the acting Kang Rojin had just shown was by no means at a beginner level. Does this make sense? That mood is something only top-level actors can produce. To the extent that she forgot it was acting and fell for it, PD Young Soo Ryong, who had seen countless male actors known for their looks and acting in the past. As a veteran among veterans, she had never looked at a male actor outside of a director's perspective. But just now, even if briefly, she melted. It was just me who kept my composure to this extent. An ordinary woman would have lost her mind immediately. The professional PD Young Soo Ryong somehow managed to calm her racing heart and silently observed Kang Rojin, carefully assessing him. It was a storm with many causes. Rojin's terrifyingly good looks, his surprising acting skills, his current status close to that of an ordinary person, the confined space with just the two of them, and the unfamiliar process of rental lover, even for Young Soo Ryong. If it had been a typical routine, PD Young Soo Ryong probably wouldn't have been shaken. Whatever the case, it's true that I was momentarily charmed by him. She had to admit it. Young Soo Ryong had forgotten her role as a director and fallen for Kang Rojin. Acting that would make any woman standing in front of him mistake herself for the female lead, lost in a fantasy. On top of his high-dimensional acting, PD Young Soo Ryong focused on Kang Rojin's eyes. His pupils were unbelievably clear, yet inside them coexisted confidence and a decadent coldness. If such a man spoke with an affectionate, attached expression, who could possibly withstand it? This is a natural disaster. When Kang Rojin tilted his head slightly and asked back, excuse me, PD Young Soo Ryong let out a small sigh with a faint smile. Are you sure this is really your first time acting? Yes. This is also the first time I've properly worked as a writer or actor. Huh. I really can't predict you, Writer Nim. All I can think is that you're just outside the norm. How does someone act like a leading role actor on their very first try? Though Rojin knew the answer, he passed it off lightly. I'm just glad it wasn't too bad. Not too bad. No. With acting like that, viewers would have gone wild asking why you were given a role worse than a supporting one. At that moment, a brief vibration came from Kang Rojin's wrist. A notification from the AI simulation. You have completed the hidden mission. Secure the position of your second side job. As a reward, 20 coins have been deposited. Of course, Rojin didn't check the notification right away. PD Young Soo Ryong continued speaking to Kong Rojin. So what is it then? You're telling me that you're talented in vocals, dance, and acting now. You're good at Japanese too. On top of that, your face dash. Suddenly excited, PD Young Soo Ryong threw a sincere question at the inhumanly skilled Rojin. No, seriously, why did you only just now come out into the world? With such monstrous specs. I used to be a monster in a different sense. Answering silently to himself, Kong Rojin remained quiet, while PD Young Soo Ryong, faced with unexpected developments, organized her thoughts. This is something that's going to flip the game again. She hadn't expected writer Kong Chol-soo's Japanese skills. On top of that, such high-dimensional acting that could crush even top-level talents. Number 1 Kong Rojin had already made waves with just his attention-drawing power, but now he was performing several times beyond the result that Young Soo Ryong had initially planned. He's an idol, a writer with a way with words, an actor. He won't have time to exhaust his image. What was absurd was that Kong Rojin was still only at the starting point. If he began to grow in earnest, how immense would his presence become? As Young Soo Ryong imagined this briefly, she returned to reality. Damn it. If I had known his acting would be this good, I would have gone with him solo from the start. However, Rental Lover was already well underway. Regretfully, PD Young Soo Ryong had no choice but to proceed. Have you tried acting in any other roles? No. How do you think you'd do? I'm not sure, unless I try, but I think I can do it. For now, she had to be satisfied with him as lover number 4. There's always a next time. PD Young Soo Ryong imagined Rojin taking the male lead. Role in another project after Rental Lover. Okay, I understand for now. Let's see the acting one more time. Not sitting down, but standing, with a different cut. Behind her, Kong Rojin carried out the performances PD Young Soo Ryong requested without a hitch. Of course, they were all perfect. PD Young Soo Ryong's eyes gleamed as she dissected everything about Rojin's acting. What's with those long legs? I knew his proportions were insane, but they're even more noticeable today. Obviously, he wears clothes well. But that body, too. Looks like he's been working out hard lately. It's amazing how his small face manages to fit those eyes, nose, and mouth, really. She began thinking about how to style him as an actor. From the makeup, costume, and props for lover number 4, to the overall mood. Enhancing the already monstrous aura of Kong Rojin was also part of PD Young Soo Ryong's job. Afterward, PD Young Soo Ryong gave Rojin a thumbs up. Nice, that's enough. Just practice your acting with that level of tension. I don't even have anything to direct. Same with the Japanese. But for the English lines, you'll need to repeat them until they sound more natural. She moved on to the next topic, the current situation of Rental Lover. For now, we'll finalize this version of the script and distribute the final draft to the key staff and actors. As for the storyboards, the length is short anyway, so it'll be done quickly. You can consider the casting as complete, and the location scouting is finished too. Listening to all these unfamiliar terms, Kong Rojin carefully jotted them down in his notebook. PD Young Soo Ryong, finding that cute, chuckled softly before continuing. Except for the little things, all that's left now are the big ones. The most important of which is, of course, the final part of pre-production, the script reading. Once the script reading is done, we'll go straight into the first shoot. It's really just around the corner now. Murmuring this, PD Young Soo Ryong got up from her seat. As I mentioned earlier, the first public reveal of you as the writer Nim, and the most urgent item on the schedule dash. She tapped her finger on the writing on the whiteboard. Before the script reading, there's a preliminary meeting with the entire cast. Chapter 39.2. Villain 1. The next day, Monday the 10th, morning. The location was the Produce That 100 campus in Payu. Kong Rojin could be found at the park next to the dorm. He was in the middle of a run. Behind him, his dorm 105 teammates and other participants followed, panting heavily. About 2 hours later, after finishing the workout missions, Rojin checked out his body before taking a shower. It's improved. Though a bit of self-praise was mixed in, Kong Rojin's body was indeed developing. The lines of muscle on his back had become more defined, and his overall tone had improved. After finishing a satisfying shower, he immediately checked the AI simulation app. Coins owned, 450. With the bonus he received yesterday included, the coins were piling up again quickly. He then moved with his dorm mates to the cafeteria. Overall, the mood among the dozens of participants was gloomy, likely because it was the voting period for the vocal team and rap team. Everyone looked so serious. Of course, the members of Dorm 105 were smiling, but there was a deeper seriousness than usual behind it. Number 19 and number 37, usually high energy, were less talkative, and number 88, known for good reactions, was quiet. Number 58 in particular gave off an even more eerie vibe than usual. Sensing that staying silent was best in times like this, Kong Rojin ate quietly. Slide. He then moved according to the already distributed schedule. Around a dozen participants were gathering at the hallway center. It was Team 1, whose survival had already been confirmed. 13 people, including Kong Rojin. Once Team 1 had fully gathered, PD Wuhan Suk, his face looking tired, appeared. How's everyone feeling? Looks like he needed to take care of himself first. Just as Rojin was answering that thought internally, PD Wuhan Suk, who had been talking with the writers, gestured. We'll be moving now. The cameras started rolling. In other words, it was official filming. Whatever the case, including Kong Rojin, Team 1 arrived at a large practice room. Cameras were set up at the back of the room, which was plastered with mirrors, and small cameras were also mounted on the ceiling in several places. Around a dozen staff had taken positions near the rear cameras. Kong Rojin and the other participants scanned the interior of the practice room and then stood roughly in the center, looking around. PD Wuhan Suk, who followed them in, was expected to give a briefing, but instead, he quietly slipped away to the back. Just as people were wondering what was happening, another person entered the practice room. A familiar face. It's the first time seeing you all since the second evaluation. Feels fresh seeing you in the practice room. It was Lee Han-na, the famous choreographer known by her stage name Jessica. For reference, she had also been a judge during the second evaluation. The participants greeted her politely as she appeared, her firm, toned muscles catching the eye. Lee Han-na, who had been waving, stood before the 13 participants. Soon, a large monitor was being set up beside her. While the staff worked on the monitor, Lee Han-na smiled and spoke. I'm choreographer Lee Han-na, and I'll be in charge of choreography, evaluation, and stage direction for this Produce That 100 theme song. I look forward to working with you. The participants responded with applause for now. Once the setup seemed complete, the staff stepped away, and Lee Han-na, as she looked over the 13 participants, made eye contact with Kong Rojin, who was standing somewhere in the middle. Why don't we line up in number order? Number 1, you go first. Following the instructions, Rojin stepped to the starting point, and next came number 15 and so on, quickly forming a line. Rojin glanced to his right at number 15. His hair was yellow. Now that the redhead's gone, a blonde one showed up. Anyway, the participants formed 3 lines, 5, 5, and 3. Lee Han-na, nodding in satisfaction, pointed to the monitor that had been set up beside her. From now on, I'll show you the choreography for the first theme song. Oh, the song's title is Produce. Since none of you have stage experience, we didn't make the formation or moves too difficult. It's more of a group dance than individual parts, so just focus and watch. When Lee Han-na gave the signal, the large monitor turned on. On the screen was a practice room identical to the one they were in, and 13 members of what appeared to be Lee Han-na's choreography team stood in 2 separate groups. Lee Han-na began explaining. To make it easy to follow, let's call the group on the left Team A and the group on the right Team B. Soon, the music started. The theme song, Produce, opened with a powerful drum beat. The shoulders of the dancers on the screen twitched slightly. Then, the choreography of Team A members began first, while Team B didn't move at all. Roughly after a few seconds, Team A froze, and Team B burst into dynamic motion. Lee Han-na interjected again. It's a switch, okay? In the intro, Team A and Team B alternate to draw attention. Then, during the verse, the 2 teams will merge. And that's exactly what happened. The separated groups on the screen came together with the beat and became a single unit. For a while, all 13 danced in sync with no one standing out. Then, 5 dancers from the back moved forward while the other 8 stepped back 1 step. They continued dancing in that formation. Then, the 5 retreated and another 4 stepped forward. This pattern repeated once more. In other words, 5, 4, then another 4 took turns dancing at the front in time with the beat. As the song entered the chorus, all 13 dancers merged again and performed a flashy group routine. There were no distinct solo parts visible. As the first verse of the theme song, Produce, ended, the video paused. The briefing was again taken over by Lee Han-na. You get the general idea, right? With enough practice, you can all do it too. For the actual performance, you'll be wearing group outfits with your numbers on them. While personal practice is important, this time group practice will be essential. After watching the choreography video, Kang Rojin felt slightly nervous. So we're going to dance that in front of people? Like a surprise performance? Wow, shit, that's nerve-wracking. Moreover, that performance was directly tied to the third evaluation. Therefore, a heavy tension settled on the faces of all the participants except Rojin. Among them, there were surely those confident in choreography and those who weren't, but regardless of who they were, they had to give it their all. It was at this moment that Lee Han-na, who had been observing the participants' expressions, opened her mouth again. After the individual practice period, you'll go through training. During the next group choreography session, I'll be watching and evaluating. In that instant, the smile disappeared from Lee Han-na's face as she stated coolly, no matter how short and amateurish a performance may be, a performance is still a performance, right? If I decide that someone doesn't have the necessary skill, that participant will not be allowed on stage. Of course, that doesn't mean elimination from Produce That 100. It just means you'll be excluded from the performance. If a participant didn't make it onto the stage for the third evaluation surprise performance, they might still be able to receive votes, but their popularity and number of votes would significantly decline. Though she said it wasn't elimination, not making it onto the stage was essentially a death sentence in the competition. Soon, every participant gulped nervously. On the other hand, Kang Rojin maintained a calm expression. Of course, he was nervous too, but he was keeping his expression under control. Noticing this, Lee Han-na smiled faintly and asked, "Number 1, you seem quite at ease. Does the choreography I made look easy to you? I suppose you're confident, just like during the break performance, right?" Receiving everyone's gaze, Kang Rojin replied without much fuss, "It doesn't look difficult." The villain's color deepened. At that very moment, in the entertainment industry, where the fervor for Produce That 100 was in full swing, a rather shocking bomb had dropped. Issue pick. S-class top actress Choi Rina suddenly chooses one-act drama for next project. Agency states it was the actress's own decision. Choi Rina chooses a one-act. The project that caught her eye is Rental Lover. Why did she suddenly go for a one-act drama? Rental Lover had revealed itself to the world for the first time. Chapter 40.1, Villain 2. Rental Lover was released to the world for the first time. But in the media, the attention was less on Rental Lover itself and more on Choi Rina, who chose the project. Her recent films had also performed well, and given that she was such a top actress, it was expected that Choi Rina, who should be starring in massive blockbuster productions, was suddenly doing a one-act drama. Multiple media outlets flocked to the buzzworthy news. Public curiosity explodes as Choi Rina's next project, Rental Lover, turns out to be a one-act drama, including Produce That 100. Choi Rina was the main headline in the flood of entertainment news today. Alongside her, articles about P.D. Young Soo-ryung also appeared quite a bit. Issue pick. P.D. Young Soo-ryung directing with lead actress Choi Rina. What kind of work is the one-act drama Rental Lover? Young Soo-ryung was also a heavyweight in the drama world. The conclusion was that two highly influential figures were suddenly doing a one-act drama. This unexpected news raised a lot of question marks among the public. Huh? Choi Rina doing a one-act drama? This sounds like a rumor. Why would Choi Rina do a one-act drama? Her agency confirmed it. It's official, not just speculation. Didn't her latest movie do well too? A sudden drift into a one-act is wild. Must know the writer or something. Either way, I'm curious what kind of project it is. As the reaction snowballed, derivative articles picked up even more speed. Watching this unfold from her spot in the broadcasting station was P.D. Young Soo-ryung. Her tied-up frizzy brown hair, and satisfied smile said it all. Okay, the start is on track. It was a media play orchestrated by PD Young Surayong. For now, let's build some momentum with Choi Rina. Once Rental Lover gained some recognition among the public, it would be time for #1 villain to make an appearance. Shortly after, PD Young Surayong instructed the assistant director to press the reporters even more, then headed to the director's office. Young Surayong smiled at the bald-headed director. Director Nim, you saw the article on Rental Lover, right? The director responded with a thumbs up. Of course, Choi Rina's name really carries weight. The fact that the Choi Rina is suddenly doing a one-act drama, of course reporters are going to jump at it. Ha ha ha, the buzz is good, real good. More than that, from the way Rental Lover is shaping up, late September is going to be tight. I think we'll need to push it to October. The script has expanded, and the quality of the work has improved. Not to mention the cast has leveled up significantly. The director spoke up as if it was no problem. Oh my, our PD Young, just do as you please. I'm just worried since Rental Lover was originally a fill-in. Fill-in? What a harsh word to associate with Rental Lover. Then I'll assume you'll take care of any gaps in the schedule or lineup? Originally, the one-act Rental Lover was the grand prize winner of a script contest, but it really was a fill-in. That's why the production schedule had been pushed forward, and it was supposed to air by the end of September at the latest. But now the situation had flipped 180 degrees. The lead was none other than top actress Choi Rina, and the rest of the cast had significantly increased in stature as well. So had the production costs skyrocketed? Not at all. PD Young Surayong secured Choi Rina and expanded the scale of the project within the same meager, rat-tail-sized budget. The director should have been bowing down in gratitude. Of course, PD Young, don't worry about scheduling or filling gaps or anything. I'll take care of everything, all right? Then PD Young Surayong looked at the director with a deepening smile. Our director Nim just hit the jackpot, because Choi Rina isn't the only one in Rental Lover. Ah, right, the other cast members are decent too. What kind of magic did you pull? Inside, PD Young Surayong was thinking, no, not them, as she shrugged her shoulders and left the director's office. Then she recalled Lover #4, who delivered amazing acting. At this rate, the one act might crush miniseries ratings. Later that afternoon, most participants on the Produce That 100 campus went through their training sessions. Team 1, including Kang Rojin, also continued their existing training at least through today. Meanwhile, PD Woo Han-suk had just wrapped up filming on the campus and was on his way back to the broadcasting station. Tuesday, tomorrow, was the final day of voting, and editing for episode 5, which would air on Friday, was in full swing. He was probably the busiest of anyone on Produce That 100. Anyway, inside the van, PD Woo Han-suk was looking at his phone when he suddenly muttered, "What? Doesn't look intimidated." He recalled Kang Rojin during Team 1's shoot that morning. I can't believe he went for it with no backing down in front of Lee Han-na. Right now on Produce That 100, Lee Han-na was not just one of the judges, but a key figure in the third round of evaluations. In essence, she held the fate of the participants in her hands. Even in front of someone like her, Rojin showed no hesitation. It was a given that he'd pass round 2, but I thought he'd be more cautious since people are now calling him a villain. Instead, he just went full force like he didn't care at all. Kang Rojin had instead evolved into more of a villain. He pulls some crazy stunt, then crushes it with skill, saves a teammate, then goes crazy again. The character is absolutely on point. Other participants were gradually starting to show their charm, but it wasn't quite enough. On the other hand, Rojin was fulfilling the role of the face of Produce That 100, while also capturing the essence of a villain for the broadcast. PD Woo Han-suk could only feel thankful. By the way, Choi Rina is the female lead in Rental Lover? So that other nuclear bomb PD Young mentioned was Choi Rina. Huh. Are they already doing pre-meetings with the cast? Looks like shooting will start soon. Thinking back on what he had heard from Kang Rojin, PD Woo Han-suk crossed his arms and grinned. I wonder how the actors will react when they see No. 1. Well, they'll probably be ecstatic. Meanwhile, while the other dozens of participants were in training, Kang Rojin could be found in his favorite quiet bathroom. Normally, he would have been revising the Rental Lover script, but since that was already completed, he decided to spend time on something else. Swish. He stood still, watching his phone. To be precise, it was a choreography video for the theme song Produce. A practice video that the production team had sent only to Team 1, including Rojan. Staring intently at the choreography he had already watched earlier that morning, Kong Rojan rubbed his chin. It definitely seems easier than braked. As if amused by his own words, Rojan snorted. What am I saying? Both are damn hard. Scratching his black hair, he exhaled lightly, regulating his breath. Then he played the Produce choreography from the start. He slowly tried to mimic the dance moves he saw. At this point, this bathroom had become Rojan's private practice studio. After dancing for several dozen seconds, he stopped, because he felt a change. At the very least, I can mimic it now. Just 2 months ago, when he was a complete klutz, even watching the video didn't mean he could follow it. Even if he forced himself to move, he would be completely offbeat and move like a broken robot. He had barely improved with break, but the struggle was the same. But now, this has to be because my stats went up. Without analyzing or dissecting anything, his body responded just from watching the choreography video with his eyes. Of course, he was still slow, behind, and awkward, but the fact that he could mimic the dance without breaking down was a massive improvement. Additionally, what do you even call this? Choreography comprehension. I think I've developed something like that. There were certain points and details in the choreography that he never noticed before, but now they stood out to him. Where did the choreographer adjust intensity? Where did they make clear breaks? And so on. He wasn't sure if this could be called knowledge, but whatever it was happening. When I was a klutz, it felt like no amount of practice, not 10 years or even 100, would ever make it possible, but now, it feels like I can master the movements in just a few months. Literally, it just meant that he could now pick up the movements. When it came to the technical aspects or expert-level execution, those were still as hard to grasp as stars in the sky. However, with this, one conclusion could be drawn. As my stats increase, the difficulty of both vocals and dancing drops. In other words, so that means the AI automation naturally gets cheaper, doesn't it? The standard line that always came with AI automation. Dash. The number of coins required may vary depending on the difficulty of achieving the result. When he fully mastered break, it had required 36 coins. In that case, wouldn't this Produce choreography cost even less? Kong Rojan now had a vague understanding of how AI simulation worked. If real-world Kong Rojan, or the character Kong Rojan inside the AI simulation, improved in stats or anything else, then AI automation would become cheaper. Of course, fully understanding the entire AI simulation system was impossible, and there were still many hidden factors, so it wasn't entirely clear, but yeah, let's just go with that for now. Deciding to keep things simple, Rojan shifted his gaze back to his phone, and then, swish, he began mimicking the choreography for Produce once again. For now, let me just get a feel for it. Chapter 40.2, Villain 2. 2 days later, on Wednesday morning, the second round of chaotic voting for Produce That 100 ended yesterday. As a result, PD Woo Han-suk and the production team were busy wrapping things up, while top actress Choi Rina, who had recently gone viral due to the one-act drama, was at the salon getting her hair done. While Choi Rina was staring at her phone, the designer asked her, "Rina, what are you watching?" Choi Rina responded to the designer through the mirror. "Yini, do you watch Produce That 100? Of course. That show's super hot right now. I got recommended it and watched up to episode 2 just yesterday. I'm watching number 1's performance video on YouTube. I've already seen it, but I keep replaying it over and over. Number 1. He's insanely handsome. Just looking at him made me want to glam him up. Imagine if he had perfect hair, makeup, and outfit styling too? But Rina, weren't you not into idols?" Flinching a bit, Choi Rina cleared her throat. "I'm not interested. I'm just watching it because I'm bored." That wasn't true. These days, Choi Rina was binging every Produce That 100 related video whenever she had a spare moment. More specifically, every video of number 1. "You said you've been watching them over and over?" "I just have a lot of free time lately." "Oh, really?" Nodding, Choi Rina internally hypnotized herself. "I'm not into idols or anything. I just find number 1 fascinating." She didn't realize it herself yet, that she was now entering the first phase of fangirling. At that moment, The phone in Choi Rina's hand began to vibrate. A call. It was from PD Young Surayong. She politely asked the designer to excuse her and then put the phone to her ear. Yes, PD Nim. On the other end, PD Young Surayong's voice had a hint of amusement. You saw the articles that came out a few days ago, right? Bet your phone was blowing up from all the calls. It was ringing nonstop that day, and things were crazy at the agency too. Of course it was. Choi Star suddenly doing a one-act, no wonder. Anyway, you got the revised script, right? You can treat that one as the final version. Got it. Ah, by the way, I noticed lover number 4 was added. Who's playing that role? Lover number 4? You'll see soon. Come on, why are you hiding it? Dodging the question, PD Young Surayong replied. The full cast. Pre-meeting is set for next Monday, okay? Lover number 4 will be there too, and writer Kang Chul-soo, whom you met last time, will be there, so just come see for yourself. That meant the pre-meeting with the cast was just 5 days away, including the weekend. Nodding, Choi Rina asked again. Okay, but is the writer going for the mysterious vibe again? PD Young Surayong's answer was simple. Probably not. That same afternoon, over at the campus in Payu, PD Woo Han-suk looked busy near the large hall with the stage. So did the dozens of staff members. However, the writing team was not present. They were still back at the broadcasting station finalizing the voting matters. For some reason, preparations for filming were in full swing inside the hall. Cameras, lighting, sound equipment, all were being set up. At this point, Kang Rojin was among the Team 1 group being guided by the staff. The 13 members of Team 1 had just left the dorm and were walking toward the hall. Currently, all of Team 1 was deep into solo practice of the produced dance choreography. It was the third day since they started on Monday. Since official training for produce hadn't begun yet, Team 1 had been filling the practice rooms every day lately. As Kang Rojin scanned the Team 1 members, he found it strange. This is very sudden. We weren't told about any schedule for today. They'd been called out with no notice. Even more unexpectedly, PD Woo Han-suk, who hadn't been seen all morning, suddenly showed up. Because of that, Team 1 began whispering to each other. Was there something scheduled for today? No. Usually they let us know the day before if there's filming. But there was nothing this time. What is this? Is there something they need to tell us? With that curiosity, Kang Rojin and Team 1 entered the hall. And then their eyes widened. The filming setup was already complete inside the hall. Lights blazed on the stage, cameras were set, a single chair and desk were placed at the front of the stage, and PD Woo Han-suk and staff stood waiting. The participants blinked in confusion, and Kang Rojin felt the same. What is this? The atmosphere is definitely set for filming. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk raised his hand. Please come up here. Kang Rojin and the other participants moved toward the front of the stage. PD Woo Han-suk looked over all 13 of them from Rojin onward and smiled. I'm counting on you, Dash. Counting on us? All of a sudden, as Rojin tilted his head in confusion, someone stepped out from behind PD Woo Han-suk. A woman in a tight black short-sleeved shirt. It was Lee Han-na, essentially the director of produce. She addressed Team 1 simply. Starting now, I'll now begin your first evaluation. Panic spread quickly. First evaluation. As the participants buzzed anxiously in response, Lee Han-na pointed to the stage. There, standing where no one had been when they entered, was a man and a woman. Pointing at the pair with her index finger, Lee Han-na added, They are members of my dance team, and the first evaluation is simple. At that moment, her eyes landed on number 1. The ridiculously handsome number 1. Unlike the others who were panicking and murmuring, you will each, one by one, perform the produce dance right now with those 2 dancers. He remained extremely calm with no change in expression. Chapter 41.1, Villain 3. The unexpected first evaluation. The task was to perform the dance for the first theme song, Produce. The participants in Team 1 were filled with confusion. What, so suddenly? Not even a heads up. This is way too abrupt. They had only seen the Produce dance a few days ago, and, at most, had practiced it individually for about 2 days. Regardless of how much time they had spent on practice, the participants' mental states were shaken in an instant. They didn't show it outwardly, but inside, it was chaos. Perhaps it was because they had just seen people from the dance team eliminated and sent home. The eyes of the Team 1 participants were riddled with anxiety, worry, nervousness, fear, and more. At this point, the choreographer Lee Ha-na was looking directly at number 1. Her brows faintly furrowed. No reaction. Why? Is it an act? Or is he serious? Unlike the others who were restless, number 1 was calm to the extreme. Lee Ha-na found herself slightly annoyed without realizing it. She had hoped to see number 1 flustered, but that calm, yet overwhelmingly handsome face didn't show a single crack. In fact, Lee Ha-na had been slightly bruised by Kang Rojin a few days earlier. It was because Rojin had simply evaluated the produce choreography Ha-na had created. It doesn't look difficult. At the time, with many cameras around and her veteran status, she had brushed it off with a smile, but as a human being, she had been mildly irritated by Kang Rojin's villainous tone. At any rate, Lee Ha-na had been keeping a close eye on Rojin. He was the only participant who had passed the training and had showcased a jaw-dropping break dance during the second evaluation. Moreover, he's truly a villain off stage. Even Kang Rojin's quirky demeanor. With a face like that of a god, he stood out even more. After shifting her gaze away from Rojin, Lee Ha-na scanned the other participants. The remaining 12 all looked completely devastated. Seeing that, Lee Ha-na regained her smile. Don't feel too pressured about the first evaluation. Just as the name says, it's a light evaluation. I asked the PD not to give advance notice. That way, we can see your real skills. Sharing a glance with PD Woo Han-suk behind her, Lee Ha-na continued her explanation. For Team 1, each person will come up on stage and perform the produce dance with those 2 dancers. That's the first evaluation. Just do what you can. Perfection isn't required. We know you've only had about 2 days to practice individually, so don't worry. Thanks to her briefing, the pressure seemed to ease slightly from the eyes of the Team 1 participants, and Lee Ha-na wrapped it up. We're not doing the group dance version of Produce that I showed in the practice room. It'll just be the solo Produce dance. You don't have to worry about group formations. As Lee Ha-na sat down in the designated single chair, PD Woo Han-suk, standing behind, shouted out, Team 1, please move to the prepared waiting room for now. A short while later, Team 1 entered the waiting room prepared in the hall where the stage was. Cameras were installed all around the waiting room with sofas, and the staff seated the participants on the sofa using number 1, Kang Rojin, as the anchor point. A familiar large monitor could be seen directly ahead. It felt similar to the setup from the first and second evaluations. This time, the staff who handled the seating collected the participants' cell phones. It was to prevent them from watching practice videos while waiting. About 5 minutes later, as soon as the staff left the waiting room, the Team 1 participants immediately began to speak. Seriously, isn't a sudden evaluation a bit too much? My point exactly. It's like showing up to school and suddenly being given a test. Did you practice a lot? I did a bit yesterday, but only picked up the moves from the first verse, not the second at all. Wow, that's a lot. I couldn't even get halfway through the first verse. Honestly, I didn't touch it at all because I thought there'd be a dedicated training for produce. Complaints that may or may not have been sincere broke out here and there. But why are they suddenly doing the first evaluation? Right, I thought there was only one evaluation. The one during group dance practice. What should we do? It's even scarier now that there's filming. Amidst the noisy waiting room, number 15, sitting on the sofa to the right of Kang Rojin, was rather quiet. He was observing the atmosphere. Is everyone in a similar situation as me? Or maybe they practiced like crazy and are just pretending they didn't. Though he had yellow hair and strong facial features and was fairly composed in his own way, he was still worried. Would this evaluation negatively affect their future survival? The fact that it was being filmed meant it could directly impact the vote counts. Then he glanced sideways at Kang Rojin, who had his legs crossed. Number 1, showing no reaction, was simply staring at the large monitor in front. Number 15 was curious about what Rojin was thinking. He's always so calm no matter what happens. Even now, is it because he practiced a lot? No, I didn't see much of number 1 in the practice room. Even if he did practice, what could he possibly have done with less than 3 days? So number 15 decided to just ask, Number 1 Nim, did you practice a lot? You seem really relaxed. At this moment, a few nearby participants also turned their eyes toward Kang Rojin. Looking at number 15 without much interest, Rojin's reply was simple. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. What kind of answer is that? Number 15 blinked and turned his gaze away. Yeah, this isn't like when it was Break. Break was a hit song and had practice videos available. There were tons of tips and dancing information on the internet. Maybe he even knew the break dance before coming to produce that 100. Then he came to a conclusion. But Produce is the first theme song and the choreography was only just created a few days ago. The movements and formations are unfamiliar to everyone. Even I took half a day just to identify the key points. No matter how great number 1 is, it's got to be difficult. He may be a monster, but number 1 is still human. He must be struggling to learn the dance too. That villain act he put on for Lee Han-na was just maintaining a concept or showing off. Compared to Break, the practice time for this was virtually non-existent. In the end, number 15 and the other participants found comfort in watching Kang Rojin. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to mess up. Everyone would be the same. At that moment, Slide, the staff member who had left the waiting room, re-entered with a request. We'll begin the evaluation starting from the last number. This time, Kang Rojin wasn't going to be the first up. Chapter 41.2, Villain 3. Meanwhile, over at the hall with the stage, 2 dancers were talking on stage, and their leader, Lee Han-na, was seated in the front single chair. On her desk lay a tablet and participant profiles. Soon, the song Produce played and stopped repeatedly throughout the hall. It was a sound check. The lighting was also being tested. At this point, PD Woo Han-suk completed his final filming check. He gave an OK signal to Lee Han-na, who was seated. We'll start now. Yes, PD Nim. He and several staff members moved behind the cameras, and the 2 dancers who had been chatting changed their expressions and took their positions. The cameras were already set in place all around. Tapping the tablet, Lee Han-na raised her head and muttered, "Participant, please come in." From behind the stage, the last number from Team 1, who had been trembling, awkwardly moved onto the stage. Probably due to the blinding lights and numerous eyes on him, he froze. It was number 94, whose chin was slightly pointed. The 2 dancers smirked and guided him into position. This way. Huh? Ah, yes. Number 94 at center, the 2 dancers on each side. Since the dancers weren't the focus, they stepped slightly back. As soon as the formation took the shape of a, Lee Han-na spoke flatly to the participant on stage. Like I said earlier, just do as much as you can. Just don't give up. Ah, understood. A loud reply. Lee Han-na gave PD Woo Han-suk a look, and after he nodded, 5 seconds later, the theme song Produce rang throughout the hall. As the powerful drums kicked in, the 2 dancers on stage, swish, maintained composed expressions and, without a moment's hesitation, began the dance. Their energy was professional. In contrast, number 94 crumbled from the very start. It was because he was flustered that he got confused about the dance's starting point. Thanks to the 2 dancers, he managed to keep going somehow, but his already offbeat body kept stopping and moving again repeatedly. Being on stage with professionals only made his mistakes stand out even more. Seated alone in front of the stage, Lee Han-na watched number 94 with a serious expression and let out a small sigh. He's messing up now. How am I supposed to bring him up to a performance-ready level? This is hopeless, completely hopeless. Additionally, even though number 94 was trying hard, he forgot the seriousness of his situation. Out of embarrassment over his mistakes, he smiled occasionally during the performance. Though it was labeled a light evaluation, it wasn't a joke. The cameras were rolling. Lee Han-na subtly shook her head. He's the lowest. It was truly at the level of child's play. Eventually, before even reaching the middle of the first verse, Han-na raised her hand. That's enough. I've seen enough. The music cut off abruptly, and number 94 stood blankly on stage, staring at Lee Han-na, wondering if there would be any feedback. But she, jotting something down on her tablet, said to him simply, "What are you doing? You can return to the waiting room." That was it. Number 94 awkwardly exited the stage from the back and returned to the waiting room. Then the next participant took the stage. Produce started playing again. This performance, too, wasn't much different from number 94's. Although the timing at the start was correct, the dance didn't match the dancers at all. That's enough dash. Lee Han-na raised her hand again before the middle of the first verse. This pattern repeated through the 5th participant. All of them either messed up the start or fell apart in the following moves. Dancing next to professionals makes them look even more foolish. A cold judgment from Li Han-na. Up to now, they were nothing more than wooden dolls. Calling in the next participant, she tried to console herself. It's fine, this was expected. It's only been a few days since they saw the dance. It's hard to pull it off. Besides, they're closer to regular people than amateurs. She had a faint hope, but that little spark had just been snuffed out. This evaluation is only to determine the potential, practice amount, movement line, atmosphere, and grade of Team 1. Muttering internally, Li Han-na wrote an alphabet next to the participant's face on the tablet display. She had been doing this from the beginning. It started with D, and this time it was C. The grades she had set ranged from A to D. D meant serious problems, C was better than D but still required supervision, B meant not bad, and A meant performance ready. Among the deeper meanings behind these grades was determining the level of intensity needed during the produce-exclusive training. D would have to practice like crazy. Soon the next participant came up. Slide. Looking down at the tablet, Li Han-na gave him a D. Among the 6 who had gone up so far, 3 were graded D, the worst level. Li Han-na was beginning to get a headache. Wait, did he really come here to become an idol? How is he so completely off rhythm? Did he even practice? Her brow furrowed even deeper. Unbelievable. He doesn't seem to know even 30% of the moves. A few staff members noticed Li Han-na's expression and whispered to PD Woo Han-suk. Han-na-nim doesn't look very pleased. PD Woo Han-suk shrugged. Well, no wonder. The kids are a mess. True, it's a bit worse than expected. Still, that might actually be the norm. I mean, it's good we're getting a lot of usable footage for the show. But we should try to lift Han-na's mood a bit, no? The 7th participant stepped onto the stage, and even slipped and fell. Li Han-na gave a small, ridiculous laugh, and PD Woo Han-suk approached her. How? Are you holding up? Still focused on the tablet, Li Han-na spoke. You saw it, right? They're all comedians, honestly. Haha, let's take a short 5-minute break. Signaling the staff, PD Woo Han-suk took an interest in Han-na's tablet. Wow, lots of DS, huh? Let's be real, both you and I expected this, PD Nim. But now that I'm seeing it firsthand, these kids are seriously lacking in sense. Well, it's their first time learning dance for a brand new song. That's probably why. I know that. Even current idols fumble the first time they learn dance. But they have good instincts, so they can copy fast. Do you think it'll be possible to get them performance ready in time? Well, dash. As she was talking, Li Han-na turned her head. If all of them fall below the standard, are you really not going to put on the performance? No, I won't. Everyone eliminated? No. If it comes to that, we'll have to change direction. We'll go with a storyline about not being able to stage the performance, proceed with voting, and later try again for a performance or whatever we can. Letting out a sigh, Li Han-na gave a weak smile. Well, I'll try to make it work somehow. Though the kids will suffer. But why is number 1 going last this time? Just to crank up his tension a bit. But Han-na SSI, you're not still upset because number 1 showed off a little, right? Of course not. Still, number 1 should be better than the others, even if he struggles. From the start, his sense has been on another level. Soon turning her eyes toward the stage, Li Han-na continued. Number 1 in the break, performance was more than professional, but this time won't be easy. Even if the newly made dance is on the simpler side, a few days of fumbling around isn't enough to master it. Even those 2 dancers took more than half a day. I get the feeling number 1 will pass training again this time. Well, it's up to him, isn't it? If he doesn't want it, he doesn't have to take it. Whatever the case, if he doesn't meet my standards, he's not getting on that stage. With those final words of continued trust, PD Woo Han-suk walked away, and the evaluation resumed as soon as the break ended. However, the participants' level had not improved. A parade of CS and DS. The only glimmer. Number 15? His form's not bad. Should I keep watching? Number 15, who took the stage as the 12th participant, was the only one who completed the dance through the end of the first verse. Of course, even so, he still looked like he was struggling to keep up with the dancers. Soon after, last participant, the black-haired number 1 took the stage. The expressionless face of Kong Rojin. As soon as he appeared, PD Woo Han-suk, dozens of staff members, and Li Han-na each showed different reactions on their faces. Some were watching intently, others with anticipation. In any case, all camera angles focused on Rojin. And Lee Han-na, closely watching him on stage, thought, didn't he say it didn't look difficult? Let's see how not difficult his mistakes are. She nodded. The theme song, Produce, rang powerfully throughout the hall, and the two dancers shrugged their shoulders. They had begun the dance. At that moment, Lee Han-na narrowed her eyes. Oh, he entered right on time. As expected of number one, his instinct is sharp. Because Kang Rojin was moving exactly like the dancers. Up to this point, he was no different from them. But the moves were still simple. With a serious expression, Lee Han-na continued to observe Kang Rojin. The hall soon filled with upbeat rhythms. The dancers switched to dazzling movements. And then, Lee Han-na's eyes filled with question marks. Before she even realized it, she had stood up from her seat. And understandably so. What is this? Kang Rojin was performing the dance with the exact same poise as the two dancers. Not a millisecond out of sync. And he's even handling eye direction and detailed motions? He stood out several times more than the dancers. Lee Han-na's eyes widened rapidly in disbelief. He copied the entire dance in that short time? Villain number 1 was on the rampage once again. Chapter 42.1, Villain 4. A massive hall resonated with the vibrant rhythm of Produce, a mix of intense drums and cheerful beats. Two dancers on stage were in the middle of flashy dance, and Kang Rojin, standing at the center, was as well. He was proudly showing off the dance of Produce. Gestures with his hands and feet, shoulders shaking powerfully in time with the beat. Overall, Produce gave off the feeling of a cheerleading routine. A brief pause followed by arms spread and shaken, or a big kick with both feet. But perhaps because trendy moves were added to the cheerleading style, the dance featured lots of fresh and dynamic movements, even outside the wave segments, blending flashy body movements with novelty. Simple yet complex. However, Kang Rojin performed as if Produce were his own song. There were no mistakes, no offbeat moves, no missteps, no stumbles. He was no different from the two dancers. No, rather, he was radiating more presence, fully embodying the role of center. The lights flashed dazzlingly. Lee Han-na, staring blankly at number 1 villain on the shining stage. What on earth is he? She was momentarily confused. Since the stage formation was in a shape with number 1 in the center, he looked like an idol. Are the ones on the sides just backup dancers? That's how professional Kang Rojin looked right now. Around this time, the rhythm that had been hitting her ears strongly started to soften, and the movements of Rojin and the two dancers on stage also shrank. They were adjusting the intensity. In the meantime, the dancers standing on either side of Rojin were flustered. With question marks in their eyes, they seemed to be saying, "Why is this guy so good?" Regardless, Kang Rojin remained focused on the dance. The build-up was over. Now it was time to explode with movement. The rhythm quickened. The lights turned even more chaotic with multicolored flashes, and the sound thumped deeply. The hall entered a trance. At some point, dozens of Produce that 100 staff members were watching the stage like an audience, and PD Woo Han-suk, in a daze, slowly removed his glasses. How could that kind of energy come out from just a few days of practice? A genuine exclamation filled with sincerity. From PD Woo Han-suk's perspective, Rojin's dance was incredibly skilled and dazzling. He's not just winging it. Each move is precise, and the details are alive. What kind of trick did that villain pull? Just as PD Woo Han-suk's head grew more tangled, the song Produce moved into the instrumental break after finishing the first verse. It was the first time the dance went all the way through to the end of the first verse. But Lee Han-na, watching the stage as if broken, had no intention of stopping. Naturally, the performance transitioned into the second verse. The two dancers decided to show their true abilities. Up to now, they had been going easy to match the participants' level. But once they unleashed their real skills, the quality of their moves drastically improved. So was Kang Rojin now being overshadowed? No, not at all. As the second verse began, Kang Rojin unleashed a force that was twice as captivating. More powerful, more fluid, more dazzling. The song Produce was reaching its climax. As he entered the chorus of the second verse, Kang Rojin felt something internally. As expected, this is fun. It's hard to describe this feeling, but it's just enjoyable. Like my emotions are bursting out. He felt free. His body, his heart, his mind. Nothing could stop Rojin now, so he looked only forward and charged ahead. The chorus of the second verse, many times more explosive than the first, unfolded. Kong Rojin and the two dancers extended their right and left legs alternately, then performed a move that looked like flying into the air. Kong Rojin's black hair swayed attractively. The current performance captured on camera was vividly transmitted to Team 1 of 12 people in the waiting room. All the participants slightly opened their mouths. They only stared at number 1 on the large monitor. No, it was more like witnessing a revelation. No one said a word, not only because they were shocked into mental paralysis, but because the image of number 1 on screen was no different from the idol they had always dreamed of becoming. The song Produce was nearing its end. Still awkwardly standing, Lee Ha-na kept her widened eyes fixed on Kong Rojin. She didn't want to miss even a second. And then, swish, with both arms spread toward the ceiling, Rojin slowly lowered himself into a seated position, marking the end of the dance. It was his first time performing the full routine, and as the music cut off, a profound silence descended over the vast hall. Lee Ha-na, PD Woo Han-suk, and the dozens of staff didn't so much as flinch. The first to move were clap, 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 clap. The two dancers who had performed with Rojin. They smiled and applauded him. Wow, that was surprising. You're incredibly good, you know? Thanks to that, the ice broke. Many others who had been frozen snapped out of it and joined in the applause. Clap, 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 clap. Of course, PD Woo Han-suk too. His expression was full of a smile brimming with interest. In contrast, Lee Ha-na wore a serious face. Meanwhile, Rojin, slicking back his black hair dampened with sweat, gave a deep bow to everyone. Thank you. Most of the staff gasped. His appearance at that moment was like something out of a pictorial. Cameras focused on Kong Rojin on stage, capturing full shots, bust shots, and close-ups. Amid this, still in shock, Lee Ha-na, with her hands covering her face, let out a hollow laugh. Haha, wow, what a whirlwind. What did I just witness? Even she, a veteran choreographer with over 10 years of experience, had never seen anything like this. Kong Rojin looked at her as she processed what had happened. A few seconds later, Lee Ha-na exhaled lightly and asked number 1 toward the stage. Number 1, Nim, what exactly did you do? I just performed the dance. No, I mean, how could you do it that perfectly? Not just perfect, but taking care of details, dynamics, and everything. Rojin's reply was calm and brief. I practiced. That's it. Yes. You learned everything with just 2 days of practice? At a pro level. Yes. It was Lee Ha-na who became flustered. Even active idols rarely pick things up that fast. And an amateur, practically a regular person, pulled it off? It was hard to believe. Regardless, Kong Rojin was unfazed. Well, I did actually practice. In fact, over the past 2 days, he had been getting the feel for the Produce dance, and last night, out of curiosity, he ran AI automation. The instructions were the same as with Break. So the result? Dash to derive your desired outcome. 25 coins are required. Compared to Break, the price was quite cheap. For Rojin, who could earn that in 3 days, or even in 1 day if a hidden mission popped up, 25 coins was nothing. Might as well learn it while I can. He tapped to approve. The Produce routine was already underway, and just like with Break, there was a chance of unexpected developments. That's how Rojin learned the entire Produce dance perfectly in mere seconds. The charm of microtransactions that erase hard work. Lee Ha-na, unaware of this, walked over to Rojin and the two dancers and asked, "Can I see it one more time?" My brain short-circuited. I couldn't properly evaluate it. Rojin gave a simple nod. Yes, that's fine. The song began again. As expected, Rojin's performance was just as impressive this time too. A few minutes later, sitting down again, Lee Ha-na unconsciously muttered to herself. Unreal visuals, dance comprehension, copying ability, stage presence. He's already idol level. Offering high praise, Lee Ha-na then looked at Rojin on stage and asked, "What exactly is your identity?" Rojin shrugged his shoulders. "I'm number 1. That villainous or eccentric charm, no one else on Produce that 100 could replicate it." Lee Ha-na lowered her gaze to the tablet and wrote an A next to Rojin's profile. No, that's not right. She erased it and changed it to an S, then added a few more. Eventually, It became SSS. At that moment, number 1. From behind the cameras, PD Woo Han-suk spoke up. So, are you going to pass on the training for this produce case too? As if it were obvious, number 1 replied. Yes, I'll pass. At that same time, his wrist vibrated. Chapter 42.2. Villain 4. With Kang Rojin's performance, the first evaluation for Team 1 concluded. As Team 1 gathered back on stage, Lee Han-na read out the assigned grades. Number 15, B. Although it started with a B, the rest were filled with CS and DS. What was strange was that Lee Han-na didn't say a word about Rojin, to whom she had given an SSS. You can consider the grade you were called as reflecting your current skill level, and the amount of practice will be determined accordingly. Of course, whether it's B, C, or D, you all need to practice like your lives depend on it. If you're lacking, then stay up all night if you must. You'd better be prepared. There's no time. Practice starts today immediately. Lee Han-na gave instructions for Team 1 to gather at the practice room in an hour. Naturally, Rojin was excluded. Just as all of Team 1 started glancing at Kang Rojin, the first evaluation shoot concluded. As soon as PD Woo Han-suk finished his brief wrap-up, Team 1 disbanded. Rojin didn't return to room 105 right away, but stopped by the restroom first. To check the AI simulation app, he saw that a notification had arrived. You've completed the hidden mission Captivate the Eyes of Giants. A reward of 20 coins has been granted. Smiling at the reward he received. Coins owned, 455. He had already recovered the coins he spent on produce. So sweet, seriously sweet. Rojin then invested some coins into stat enhancements. Appearance, 100/100. Singing ability, 11.5/100. Rap, 8.8/100. Dance, 16.1/100. Eloquence, 9.3/100. Acting, 6.2/100. Afterward, he checked his messages. The first message he saw was from PD Young Surayong. It roughly said, the actor's preliminary meeting is confirmed for next Monday. If it's Monday, August 17th, that means there are 5 days left. In 5 days, he would meet the cast of Rental Lover, including S-Class top actress Choi Rina. Just thinking about meeting celebrities and the fact that he would need to reveal his identity to them made Kang Rojin's heart start pounding. Phew, what kind of expression am I supposed to make? 10 minutes later, Rojin returned to room 105 and found his peers getting ready to go out. But for some reason, number 19, 37, 58, and 88 all wore somber expressions. As soon as they saw Rojin, number 37 forced a smile. Number 1 Nim, you're done filming? Yes. But where are you all going? Number 37 answered again. They said we're about to film the voting results now. At that moment, Rojin recalled the dance team shoot and went quiet. This time, it was the vocal team and rap team taking their turn. Once filming was done, one among those 4 might get eliminated. Good luck. About 30 minutes later, the fate of the vocal team and rap team was decided in the hall. Of course, Rojin didn't know the result immediately. It wasn't until about 2 hours later that he found out. Swish. The peers who had finished filming returned to room 105, and all 4 had gloomy faces. Especially number 88, tall and lanky, looked the worst. Number 19, 37, and 58 entered the room without saying much, while number 88 took a deep breath and greeted Rojin and the others. It's been a pleasure. Number 88 was the one eliminated from room 105. With reddened eyes, he spoke sincerely. I've felt it for weeks now, how lacking I really am. Number 88's gaze traveled from the others to Rojin. Please make sure to win in my place and debut as an idol. I'll be cheering you on as a viewer. Kang Rojin felt an unfamiliar burning sensation inside, and he gave number 88 a low but resolute response. I've received the baton. A few days later, on Friday night, August 14th, it was almost 9 p.m. Today was the broadcast of episode 5 of Produce That 100, and only a few minutes remained before it aired. Normally, the campus would have been bustling with noise, but for some reason, the mood among the dozens of contestants gathered in the room was subdued. Gloomy, one might say, because they had bid farewell to a roommate they had grown fond of. In some rooms, up to 2 members had been eliminated. This was true for room 105, where Kong Rojin resided as well. The members of Room 105 had finished preparing to watch Produce That 100 on their tablets. However, only 4 of them were present. Number 88 had already packed his things and gone home. The reason they weren't speaking wasn't so much because they were feeling down, but more out of consideration for number 88. The absence of someone who was always there left a surprisingly large void. For reference, among the survivors, numbers 19, 37, and 58, numbers 19 and 58 were assigned to Team 2, while number 37 was placed in Team 3. Like Rojin, they had heard the song Produce, but the practice videos wouldn't be sent to them until the following week. This was to stagger the timeline between teams. At present, only 38 participants remained on the Produce That 100 campus, 13 in Team 1, 13 in Team 2, and 12 in Team 3. Around this time, the ads on the tablet ended, and the opening of Produce That 100 began. Episode 5 had started. The members of Room 105 forced some smiles to lighten the mood. It's starting. Wonder what kind of scenes they've filled this episode with. Number 1 Nim. Please turn the volume up. Raising the volume. Kong Rojin also wondered what Episode 5 would look like. Whoa, over 300,000 people are in the live open chat. No way I can keep up with that. Whatever the case, once the title rolled, the first scene of Episode 5 showed the 13 members of Team 1 and their brief interviews, followed by interviews with the 7 eliminated contestants. I was just really unlucky, seriously. Of all people, I had to be up against number 1. If it had been someone else, I would have survived. After bold claims from red-haired number 10, footage followed showing the 7 eliminated contestants leaving. Then the screen shifted again. The first official theme song for Produce That 100 has been completed. PD Woo Han-suk appeared, briefing Team 1. This isn't the only theme song. The caption, theme song, appeared, and the voiceover took over. This theme song and those to be completed in the future will lead to surprise performances in Korea and a confirmed concert schedule in Japan too. Viewers went wild with excitement. Wow, are they finally performing? I don't even know what kind of concert it is, but I really want to see it. But what's this concert in Japan about? Produce That 100 is pretty hot in Japan right now, you know. I heard rumors that it's going to be launched on Netflix Japan. Next, scenes showed the contestants going about their usual routines despite eliminations, talking about the eliminated contestants in the dorm, getting excited over the show's viewership ratings, eating, going to training, and so on. Then the camera angle shifted abruptly, and a caption appeared. Number 1 is alone in the lounge. While all participants were in training, only number 1 was sitting alone in the lounge, busily typing on a laptop. To anyone watching, he exuded a strong aura not of someone dreaming of becoming an idol, but of a writer. The caption changed. What is number 1 writing alone? Soon, the chat lit up. While everyone else is training, this guy's just writing. What's he doing? Turns out he might actually be a writer. Acting like a writer nonsense. Why? But even his focused expression is super handsome. Writing's a bit much. He's probably just writing a diary. No one, what are you doing? The viewer's curiosity exploded. Chapter 43.1 Villain 5 Kong Rojin's writing scene appeared for the first time in Episode 5 of Produce That 100. The camera showed number 1 sitting alone in the empty break room from multiple angles. Since he had passed the training, number 1's screen time had recently decreased a lot, and suddenly, the scene that showed up was him writing. What's he writing so seriously? It wasn't strange for viewers to be curious. Soon, viewers began offering their own speculations. He's probably composing a song or doing something similar. Doesn't look like it. Would you really need to pound on the laptop like that just to write a song? He's writing a diary. I bet he's commenting on his own news articles. Someone earlier said he's a writer, and the vibe definitely feels like that. Come on, calling someone preparing to be an idol a writer. Writer's a bit of a stretch. It's probably just like a journal or something, maybe organizing his schedule. What is it? Tell us. Produce That 100. But Produce That 100 didn't explain why number 1 was suddenly writing something. The scene soon shifted to other contestants practicing their angles. The people in room 105 watching the broadcast also grew curious. It started with number 19, the scrawny one. But number 1 Nim, what were you really writing back then? I heard from some of the other contestants that you often write in the break room and have been spotted a few times. The only one at the campus who knew Kong Rojin was a writer was PD Wuhan Suk. So the question was natural, and that curiosity spread to number 37 and number 58. In a situation where everyone was looking at number 1, Kong Rojin scratched his chin and answered vaguely. I just wrote whatever came to mind. Whatever? Yes. Better to say it was random words than to call it junk text or typographic trash. At Kong Rojin's odd reply, the trainees in room 105 looked at each other. Swoosh. Then they turned their attention back to the tablet and produced that 100 again. Number 1 had such a villain or eccentric reputation that they seemed to give up trying to understand. On screen, various contestants' daily lives were shown again. Those who had chosen vocal, dance, or rap training. Scenes of them in their rooms after their routines, conversations over meals, and so on. Scenes of number 58 composing and studying Japanese also aired. Oh, number 58 Nim, you're getting a decent amount of screen time? Number 58 smiled sheepishly. After about 30 minutes of focusing on the contestants' characters, the camera returned to the break room. Around 20 contestants had gathered. Number 58 was seen sitting alone, studying Japanese. Number 66 glanced at him. For reference, number 66, with his sharp features, was quite popular as a Japanese contestant. Number 58, studying Japanese again. Number 66, snatched away no. 58's notebook. The screen showed number 58's startled face. What's number 66 doing? He's nuts. Don't bully our number 58. No, 66 probably got petty after losing to number 58 in the second round. Number 66 snickered at the densely written Japanese in the notebook. He then said something, mocking a little, offering to help. Viewers got even more riled up. Ugh, number 66 is so damn annoying. Here, number 66 spoke in his native Japanese. Of course, subtitles were added. You'll improve faster if you speak directly. Try answering me. I'll assess your level. Number 58 was silently flustered, and viewers got angry on his behalf. Assessing his level, is he nuts? I want to smack him on the back of the head. No, 58. No, 66. You got wrecked by number 58, and now this. Even the people in room 105 had heard stories, but were seeing the full situation for the first time. Whoa, that was pretty harsh. You just let that go? If it were me, I'd have snapped right there. Soon, on screen, number 66 asked number 58. But number 58, have you always been this gloomy? Watching you gives off a bit of a shut-in vibe. Viewers were several times more furious. Regardless, number 66 continued rampaging. You have to answer. If you're that lacking in confidence, your language skills won't improve. At that moment, a low-toned Japanese voice was heard. It wasn't number 66. Whether he's gloomy or shut in. That's none of your business, is it? Startled were both number 66 and number 58. Of course, the viewers, who were already enraged, were no different. The angle now revealed number 1, or Kong Rojin, standing near the entrance. What? Was that just number 1 speaking Japanese? It might be that voice does sound like number 1. Number 1 moved indifferently and stood before number 66, then spoke in flawlessly fluent Japanese. You should win with skill, not by mocking people behind their backs. No. I was just . As number 66 was flustered, Rojin bombed him with Japanese, and the real-time open chat was filled with several times more messages than before. Wow, number 1 is so refreshing. But why is number 1 so good at Japanese? Seriously, he's so fucking cool. It just clears up the blocked feeling caused by the frustration. With that crazy visual, speaking Japanese. I'm humbled. But Kong Rojin's destruction of number 66 wasn't over yet. If your skills aren't good enough, at least work on your looks so you can dominate with your face. What is this sneaky behavior from behind? It's pathetic. Number 1 boldly threw a line that only he could say at number 66. You have to answer. If you're that lacking in confidence, your looks won't improve either. The viewers went wild, flipping out in the chat. Crazy? That was truly a line only number 1 could pull off. Face won't improve hilarious. Even if number 66 practices. Until death, He could never come close to number one's face. Totally agree. That line is so new but somehow makes perfect sense coming from number one. They showered praise on number one. After that, episode 5 of Produce That 100 was heating up thanks to Kong Rojan's refreshing scene. And then the next footage broadcast was the vote result cuts for the vocal team and rap team. The method was the same as the dance team. Dozens of contestants gathered in a large hall, PD Woo Han-suk with a serious face. Soon, PD Woo Han-suk calmly announced who would survive and who would be eliminated. Yes, number 58 survives. Goodbye number 66. No, 60SIX's expression is hilarious by. Since it involved two teams this time, many eliminations occurred. Woe number 88 got eliminated too. No, 88 is the first member of Room 105's fam to get cut. What a shame. But number 88 was a bit vague, both in character and skill. Anyway, the eliminated contestants had to pack their bags immediately, and PD Woo Han-suk announced Team 1, 2, and 3, saying the remaining number was now 38. Quickly, starting with number 1 Kong Rojan, the photos of the 38 survivors assigned to Teams 1, 2, and 3 were displayed. Then a scene change. Team 1 gathered in the studio. Naturally, Kong Rojan was among them. Then writer Kim Se-hee's voice was heard. Now I'll play the completed theme song for Produce That 100. The theme song Produce played. When the song ended, Team 1, you will be practicing the dance for this theme song. Writer Kim Se-hee called out again to Team 1. After practice, the 13 members of Team 1 will take part in a surprise domestic performance, and that performance will be the third evaluation. At that moment, a black screen appeared with a title in the center. Produce That 100, signaling the end of episode 5. As soon as Produce That 100 ended, the real-time open chat, where over 300,000 people had gathered, went into chaos. Keywords like third evaluation, theme song, and surprise performance sparked it all. The people gathered in open chat scattered to various places, their fingers busily moving. SNS, communities, and more. Thanks to that, Produce That 100 was blazing hot from night through dawn. By Saturday morning, everything was covered with Produce That 100. The third evaluation method shown in episode 5 of Produce That 100. A surprise performance out of nowhere. Issue talk. Is there anything number 1 can't do? Number 1 of Produce That 100. Even fluent in Japanese. From 100 to now, just 38 left in Produce That 100. In addition, because it appeared on many celebrities' Instagram accounts, Produce That 100 burned even hotter. Among the public, there were plenty of conversations about the contestants, but naturally, it was Kong Rojan, who showed a short and intense presence in episode 5, who dominated the talk. Soon after, the viewership ratings were announced. Official unstoppable popularity, episode 5 of Produce That 100 breaks record again with 22.4%. Produce That 100 had surpassed 22%. Chapter 43.2, Villain 5. Monday morning, the 17th. The location was a rented conference room near the public broadcaster SBC. It was fairly large, with a shaped table placed in the center. Several people were busily moving about inside. There aren't enough chairs here. Yes, I'll bring more. Where is the PD now? I was told they're almost here. It was the rental lover team. Since it was a one-act drama, the number of staff was fewer compared to a large-scale production, but their movements while setting up appeared extremely busy. A few minutes later, people began entering the once-empty conference room. Key staff members of Rental Lover started taking their seats in the folding chairs arranged around the shaped table. Soon, the actors began to arrive as well. Hello, Oh, long time no see. Haha, how have you been? The arriving actors exchanged greetings with the key staff or chatted briefly among themselves. The number steadily increased. There were quite a few actors regarded as B-grade in the industry, faces familiar to the public but with names often unknown, typically referred to as supporting actors. Of course, higher-grade male actors soon arrived as well. Hello. Jun-sung SSI, you're here? They were A-grade actors quite beloved by the public. Not quite top tier, so solo leading roles were tough, but they were capable of carrying lead-level roles. These actors were both PD Young Soo-ryung's personal connections and set to play the lover roles in Rental Lover. The reason so many people had gathered was simple. Today was the full cast pre-meeting for Rental Lover. Before the actual script reading, this was an opportunity for unfamiliar actors to get to know each other and build rapport. For reference, the script reading venue, which was just around the corner, was also this room. Before long, the conference room bustled. With more than a dozen actors including leads and supporting roles, and the key staff combined, the number exceeded 20. Just then, slide. A woman entered, noticeable with her long straight hair under a cap and a beauty mark beside her nose. She was top actress Choi Rina. Wearing loose jeans, she bowed politely to everyone. Why did everyone arrive so early? Hello Dash. All attention focused on her in an instant. A top actress of her stature was rarely seen in one-act dramas, which made her presence even more striking. After exchanging greetings in a flurry, Choi Rina, is this my seat? Checked the role name placed on the front seat. Sitting down, she glanced at the role name opposite her. Dash, Lover Number 4. The Lover Number 4 role whose casting had yet to be revealed. Soon, the male actor seated. Immediately to Choi Rina's right spoke to her. He was playing Lover Number 1. Sunbeam, have you heard who's playing Lover Number 4? Nope, not yet. Really? I have a feeling it's a rookie, but the secrecy just makes it more intriguing. Choi Rina felt the same. In fact, no one present knew who had been cast as Lover Number 4. As a result, the question marks only grew larger, and several dozen minutes later, when everyone had taken their designated seats, conversations somehow heated up around Produce That 100. Oh, you watch Produce That 100 too. Of course, who in the industry isn't watching it these days? Did you see episode 5? Episode 5. Number 1 totally slayed it. The scene with number 66 getting served. I seriously thought I was watching a drama. Who knew you could feel catharsis from an audition variety show? Is everyone here a number 1 fan? He's kind of a cheat character, so let's set him aside. Personally, I found number 58 really cute. Meanwhile, Choi Rina didn't bother joining the conversation, but reacted inwardly. Still, number 1 is the best. Regardless, the actors and key staff all babbled like experts. Every time I see number 1, I'm jealous of his visuals. Haha, honestly, as an actor, I'm super envious. Don't you think he'll appear in this field pretty soon? One actor turned to Choi Rina and asked, Sunbeam, don't you watch Produce That 100? Choi Rina gave a faint smile. I'm not particularly interested in idols. I don't really have the time, either. It was a lie. One of Choi Rina's biggest interests these days was Produce That 100. But for the sake of her image, there was no choice. The other actors nodded in understanding. Well, yeah, Sunbeam probably doesn't even have time to watch TV. Maintaining an awkward smile, Choi Rina quickly changed the subject. Her gaze shifted to the key staff. By the way, has anyone seen the writer of Rental Lover? Just then. Phew, everyone's here. I'm a bit late. The traffic right out front wasn't moving. At the entrance of the conference room, PD Young Surayong appeared, waving with her frizzy hair tied up. As the director of Rental Lover entered, the seated actors and staff stood up and greeted her. Choi Rina did the same. What's this, PD Nim? You're 10 minutes late. Sorry. The amusing part was the strange man standing just behind PD Young Surayong. He wore a cap and a mask. The actors who noticed him tilted their heads. But who's the person in the back? Choi Rina already knew who he was. It's the writer. What? Is he going for the mysterious concept again? She said he wouldn't. PD Young Surayong let out a crooked smile as she stepped forward and closed the conference room door. Then, pointing to the man beside her, she began speaking. This is writer Kang Chul-soo, the one who wrote Rental Lover. There were reactions like, oh, and a nearby actor asked immediately, but why is writer Nim so completely covered up? When PD Young Surayong gave him a look, the man introduced as writer Kang Chul-soo took off his cap. Black hair was revealed. Then he removed his mask as well. With his face now fully exposed, Kang Chul-soo ran a hand through his black hair as if tidying up and greeted them. His voice was calm. Hello, I'm writer Kang Chul-soo. The peculiar thing was that even after Kang Chul-soo greeted them, the conference room remained silent. Moreover, all the actors and key staff had wide eyes or furrowed brows with expressions of disbelief. Most notably, Top actress Choi Rina's face was the most worth seeing. She looked as if her soul had left her body. She was the first to break the silence. Staring at Kang Chul-soo, she unconsciously murmured, "No, number one." Chapter 44.1 Evolution 1. Kang Rojin's heart had been pounding wildly even before he arrived at the preliminary meeting venue for Rental Lover. It doubled in intensity when he got on the elevator. Ugh, why am I so nervous? Was it because acting was just a side job? Or was it because he was about to meet so many actors? Maybe it was because this was the first time he was revealing his identity after Produce That 100, and Rental Lover became linked. It wasn't just nervousness. There was a faint thrill mixed in. What kind of faces will everyone make when they see me? Following PD Young Soo-ryong's lead, he arrived at a conference room. Whoa dash. As he looked at the gathered actors, Kang Rojin widened his eyes slightly without making it obvious. There were a lot of key staff and quite a few actors he had seen on TV or in movies, including Choi Rina. Just as his strange emotions were peaking. This is the writer of Rental Lover, writer Kang Chul-soo. At PD Young Soo-ryong's introduction, all eyes in the room focused on Kang Rojin. He took a small breath and removed the things covering his face. "Hello, I'm writer Kang Chul-soo." Kang Rojin managed to maintain his composure and made his first greeting. Thankfully, once the moment actually came, his heart calmed a little. And the moment Rojin's face was revealed, the conference room with dozens of people fell into silence. It was so quiet that the honking of cars outside the window could be heard clearly. The one who broke the silence was the top actress, Choi Rina. "No, number one." "Yes, I am number one." The character currently assigned to Kang Rojin was number one, writer Kang Chul-soo, and lover number 4. Among those, Choi Rina had chosen number 1. She was so shocked that her already large eyes doubled in size. "Number 1, right? Is it? Huh. But why here?" Staring at Kang Rojin, Choi Rina seemed to have short-circuited. Her mind and body were overwhelmed by shock and confusion. Likewise, the male actor sitting to Choi Rina's right was also stunned. Huh. Surprised, he turned to look at Choi Rina. Didn't she say she didn't watch Produce That 100? She hadn't watched it, so how did she know that guy was number 1? However, the other actors and key staff didn't have time to worry about such things. Some tilted their heads, some furrowed their brows, some dropped their jaws, some rubbed their eyes. Their reactions varied, but internally, they all screamed the same thing. Why is number 1 here? Just moments ago, they had been passionately discussing the topic of Produce That 100, and the participant known as number 1, and now that very number 1 was standing in front of them, introducing himself as writer Kang Chul-soo. Anyone would be flustered. From that point on, some of the key staff started babbling. Wait a second, PD Nim? That person is the writer? But he's number 1? He's the same number 1 we saw on Produce That 100. Wow, what is this? What is even happening? What on earth was going on? Including Choi Rina, everyone was watching yet found it hard to believe. More than anything, the actors were shocked not only by number 1's sudden appearance, but also, writer? That number 1 guy is a writer? But wait, what's with his appearance? The TV didn't even capture half of it. Seriously, what kind of face? It's absurdly unreal. It's not just handsome, he's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Seeing him in person, that face, it's just overwhelming. They were dumbfounded by Rojin's unbelievable visuals. Meanwhile, Choi Rina. She recalled the past meeting with PD Young Soo-ryong. At that time, the writer Kang Chul-soo had also hidden his face. Then, that means, I've already seen number 1 before. Goosebumps spread over her without her realizing. Soon, PD Young Soo-ryong stepped up to settle the atmosphere. Everyone's surprised, right? Well, as you can see, it wasn't easy to reveal someone like him recklessly. She gave a signal to Rojin, who understood and greeted again. "Hello, I'm writer Kang Chul-soo." PD Young Soo-ryong followed up. "Yes, our writer for Rental Lover, Kang Chul-soo. But now, as you've all figured out, he's also number 1 from Produce That 100. The first to ask a question was the top actress Choi Rina. How did this happen? It's a long story. With arms crossed, PD Young Soo-ryong roughly explained the story of number 1 and writer Kang Chul-soo. Not everything, just concealing what needed to be hidden and highlighting the key points. After hearing the story, The actors and key staff were even more shocked. Then, number 1 Nim. No, writer Nim was shooting Produce That 100, while also working on Rental Lover at the same time? PD Nim. So that mysterious smile you had when we watched Produce That 100 together, this was the reason. This is the most shocking thing that's happened this year. Seriously. Meanwhile, PD Young Surayong led Rojan toward the head seat of the shaped table and cut into the boisterous atmosphere to speak. He's already a rising star as number 1, but he's also got solid writing chops as a writer. Truly multi-talented. You've all seen the script, right? Of course. We know it well. But wow, seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. What? Writer Nim was dominating Produce That 100 with that face and skill, and now he's debuting as a writer too because he's got the writing chops? Phew, if the media gets hold of this, it'll cause a storm, right? It'll be crazy. Unimaginably so. The actors and key staff were in a frenzy. PD Young Surayong tried to calm them down. As many of you have probably guessed, anything related to our writer is top secret, one of the highest levels. Remember the confidentiality clause in the contract? We're coordinating the timing with the PD of Produce That 100. So until then, be extremely cautious. Of course, it's not like we're doing a 1 or 2 day project. Soon after, Kong Rojan formally introduced himself. I'm writer Kong Chul-soo, who wrote Rental Lover. I'm happy that so many amazing actors and staff have gathered around such an imperfect script. I look forward to working with you. A burst of strong applause followed. Clap, 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 clap. Due to the noise, Kong Rojan didn't notice the vibration on his wrist. It was a notification from the AI simulation app. What followed was a barrage of questions from the gathered crowd. Naturally, there was a lot they were curious about. Writer Nim, you must be crazy busy with Produce That 100. Was it really possible to write? Even if it was pre-written, there must have been tons of revisions, right? It was manageable. And manageable? Wait a sec. Then the scene in episode 5 of Produce That 100, where you were writing. Yes, I was revising Rental Lover. Amazing. One of the key staff members shouted to Young Surayong. PD Nim, this feels like Rental Lover is going to be a massive hit. With our Choi star Nim and the writer Nim, the hook is enormous. For some reason, Choi Rina remained silent, simply gazing at Kong Rojan. It wasn't a blatant stare, more like a subtle one. Then, as their eyes happened to meet, she quickly looked away. Don't panic. Is my face turning red? Ugh, I never thought I'd be seeing number 1 like this, so soon, right in front of me. Until now, Choi Rina had secretly been digging into Produce That 100 and number 1. Of course, PD Young Surayong had no way of knowing this and pulled out the chair at the head seat. All right, enough with the Produce That 100 talk. Let's focus on our drama. Some actors tilted their heads and raised a question. PD Nim, the actor cast for Lover number 4 hasn't arrived yet, right? Who's the actor? PD Young Surayong's smile deepened as she answered simply. He's already here. Sorry? She nodded toward Rojan, who then moved with a calm expression. He went and stood at the seat labeled for the role of Lover number 4. Simultaneously, PD Young Surayong introduced him again. Our writer Kong Chul-soo, who is also number 1 from Produce That 100, is playing the role of Lover number 4 in Rental Lover. Once again, every gaze in the conference room focused on Kong Rojan. He greeted them again. I'll be playing Lover number 4. I look forward to working with you. Dozens of attendees responded with, What? What even dash? Once again, everyone's minds froze. Especially top actress Choi Rina. The actor playing Lover number 4 is the writer? What even is this now? Chapter 44.2, Evolution 1. About 2 hours later, in the Rental Lover pre-meeting conference room, which had become a madhouse with Kong Rojan's appearance, the meeting was nearing its end. Although the actors and key staff had been stunned at first, they now seemed relatively calm. Number 1. No, I mean actor Nim. Writer Nim. See you at the script reading. I'm really enjoying Produce That 100. By the time Rental Lover airs, maybe Produce That 100 will be over too. You're definitely going to win, writer Nim. Ha. By the next time we meet, you'll be an idol. No, maybe a drama writer or actor instead. True. Enough. They casually greeted Kong Rojin, who was seated. This rental lover preliminary meeting practically felt like Rojin's fan meeting. Almost all the conversation revolved around him, and he was never out of the spotlight. Thanks to that, Rojin thought, phew, this is exhausting. I don't even know how 2 hours passed. He was utterly exhausted. He had to answer the barrage of questions without letting his guard down for a second. Well, in any case, it all wrapped up nicely, right? At first, he'd found the actors fascinating too, but now he'd gotten fairly used to it. Just as everyone was about to get up from their seats, PD Young Surayong spoke. The script reading is next week on the 25th, so please be prepared. She shifted her gaze from the whole group to Kong Rojin specifically. The first shooting day might shift by a day or two, but it's almost certainly going to be the 29th. Rojin calculated in his head. If the script reading is on the 25th, that's exactly 1 week left. Then 4 days later, the first shoot is on the 29th. Wow. Now that his work as a writer was done, his duties as an actor were arriving. Of course, he had already studied the role of lover number 4, but since this would be his first time experiencing a drama shoot, Kong Rojin's tension began to rise. Behind him, the key staff and actors who had filled the conference room started to leave. Choi Rina, who had been sneaking glances at Rojin repeatedly, also stood up. Then, Choi Star. Top actress Choi Rina was called by PD Young Surayong. Choi Starnim, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss. Me? Yes. Writer Nim too. Okay. 10 minutes later, almost everyone had left the conference room. Remaining were Kong Rojin, PD Young Surayong, Choi Rina, the cinematographer, and about 2 other staff members. Rojin was curious but waited quietly. Soon, PD Young Surayong, who had been discussing something with the cinematographer, pulled out the rental lover script. Before the script reading, I want to check a 2-shot between the female lead and lover number 4. Also to check the acting and tone. Since lover number 4 is a newly created character, and due to circumstances, the writer Nim and female lead haven't been in a 2-shot yet, right? She made a request to Kong Rojin and Choi Rina. I think this scene will help with directing during the script reading, just a short bit of acting, since it's a 2-shot. This one's good. The lover number 4 gazes softly, brushes the hair back, and the female lead falls for him. Without replying, top actress Choi Rina turned her gaze and locked eyes with Kong Rojin across from her. This suddenly? For some reason, her racing heartbeat wouldn't slow down. Top actress Choi Rina had always had great ambition and passion for acting. Of course, as an actress, she also unhesitatingly took on other work like advertisements and photo shoots to maintain popularity. Having debuted 10 years ago, there was nothing that fazed her. When it came to acting, she never flinched no matter who her scene partner was. She didn't bat an eye when paired with actors of similar career length, and even when facing veteran actors often referred to as greats, she remained composed though respectful. When the word action was called, the real-world Choi Rina immediately became someone else. Reality and acting were separate. At least, that's what she thought. But, number 1. No, I mean with writer Nim suddenly? I haven't even processed all this yet. For Choi Rina, this was the greatest crisis yet. To claim that reality and acting were separate felt hollow in the face of Kong Rojin's overwhelming presence. She couldn't even find a solid emotional anchor to begin the scene. Why? Why was this happening? So what if a popular contestant from a show she'd casually watched showed up? Why was she this nervous? Choi Rina began self-hypnosis. This was a natural process, self-hypnosis, and, at the same time, self-defense. Right, you're Choi Rina. Choi Rina. What's with this uncharacteristic fluster? Just do it the way you always do. Be yourself. The result wasn't bad. Her frantically pounding heart calmed down considerably. Taking advantage of the moment, Choi Rina gave a composed smile and looked at PD Young Surayong. Yes, I can start right away. PD. Young Surayong gave her a thumbs up. Oh, as expected of Choi Star. Next, Kong Rojin nodded simply. I'm ready too. Great, great. Then shall we try it over there in the back? Swish. The first to rise from his seat was Rojin. As he walked toward the back, he maintained a certain calm. Naturally, anyone would feel nervous about acting for the first time with top actress Choi Rina. However, maybe because I've seen her a few times, I'm not as nervous as I expected. Surprisingly, he felt up to it. Perhaps it was because he had already studied the role of lover number 4, but it could also be said that his nerves had hardened significantly through his experience in Produce that 100. Arriving first at the widest area of the meeting room near the entrance, Kong Rojin stood waiting, and then Choi Rina came forward, brushing her long hair as she stood before him. Choi Rina smiled with her eyes. Just relax and do it comfortably. No pressure. She showed the poise of a seasoned sunbae. Rojin was quietly impressed. She really is beautiful. Not just pretty, there's something more, like a whole different aura. He answered with a small smile. Yes, I understand. For some reason, Choi Rina flinched. PD Young Surayong exchanged a few words with the cinematographer, who then brought out the camera he had prepared. They were planning to do a test shoot. The monitor attached to the camera showed a two-shot of Kong Rojin and Choi Rina. PD Young Surayong nodded slowly and said, "The shot looks good. When I give the signal, just start." Watching the monitor, she called out, "Action." The signal fired, and Kong Rojin immediately transformed into lover number 4. This time, his partner wasn't PD Young Surayong, but the actual female lead of Rental Lover. Rojin adjusted even the way he looked at her. He adored her. His eyes held boundless affection. A faint smile bloomed. It was a feeling so tender it looked like he might embrace her at any moment. Without a word, Rojin took a step toward Choi Rina. It was a scene led more by lover number 4 than the female lead. So Choi Rina had to wait. As Rojin neared her, he slowly raised his right hand. The hand reached for the hair covering Choi Rina's left cheek. Swish. Just as lover number 4 fingertips brushed Choi Rina's hair. Suddenly, she made a strange sound. Eek! She turned her head away abruptly. Chapter 45.1 Evolution 2. At Choi Rina's strange behavior, Kong Rojin, who was also the writer of Rental Lover, thought, what's going on? Choi Rina turned her head unconsciously and then froze. It was at this moment that PD Young Surayong stepped in. What's going on? Why are you acting like that, Choi Star? By the time everyone's attention focused on Choi Rina, she awkwardly smiled and rubbed around her eyes. I'm sorry. Something got in my eye. Huh? What got in? Eye.